101 The way forward. Rowena and Edward apparat to the Bermuda Triangle. After a glance, Edward realized that it looked similar to his timeline, with the same strange spatial fluctuations. Then, he saw Rowena took out an item, then a vortex appeared in front of them. Then, the two of them entered the vortex. Soon afterward, Edward found himself in a very dark place, so he used the Lumos charm to see his surroundings. There is a separate space connected to the Bermuda Triangle. I never discovered it in my timeline. I used the Hall of Prophecy to amplify my divination magic to locate all the different rooms. After arriving in this place, I created an alchemy item that helped me enter this place. Keep up, there is still some way to go. Edward then hurriedly followed her. After more than 30 minutes walk. Then, Edward saw a sight that he probably would never forget in his life. In front of him was a large vortex, and through this vortex was a white world full of sparkles. Each sparkle had different intensity, yet they still shined brilliantly and beautifully. Edward felt like he was looking at stars at night, and the sight was breathtaking. What is this? He asked in shock. Chaos, the world beyond our world, or outside of our universe. You can call it with many names, replied Rowena. You mean void? Void? That's a good name. Then Edward suddenly started laughing out loud like a madman, and even some small tears fell from his eyes. Rowena could not tell whether because he laughed too much, or because of pure joy. After regaining his bearing, Edward said, according to my theory, there exist worlds, universes, or dimensions completely separate from our own. And in between these universes, there should exist something, void. Finally, my theory has been proven correct. This is not enough of you to be this happy. You don't understand. All this different world means different magic civilizations and power systems. Some that are way better than ours, some that are not, and some that are completely different. Nonetheless, it is still completely new knowledge. Rowena's eyes light up after hearing. Meanwhile, Edward continued to vent his emotions. After sighing deeply, he said, one of my greatest and most ambitious goals was to travel to these worlds and acquire their knowledge. But I knew that this would not be an easy process. So, I study a way to acquire immortality so I can have time to do so. And later, I decided to conquer the planet and use the wisdom of all wizards and muggles to help me accomplish my goal. Even then, I knew that things would not go easy. However, with this discovery, I finally see hope for my goal to be achieved. So, I would like to thank you sincerely. Rowena nodded her head. As a fellow who travels the same path of discovering the essence of magic, I accept your thanks. Edward took a deep breath. His eyes changed as they twinkle when looking at Rowena. Okay, let's deal with your problem now. Tell me what's going on. Nodding her head, she explained, when I first came here, the room of space and room of time were located here, connected to the vortex. They seemed to be slowly closing the vortex. I was curious about it, so I started studying it. Unfortunately, in one of my experiments, something came out from the void and entered my body. This strange power started infecting my body. Although I managed to prevent it from spreading, it slowly weakens me. Edward walked to her and used his wand to check her injury. He soon discovered a black light inside of her body. All her body is infected, including both her bloodline and magic core. This could explain why she never broke the last limiter. Luckily, she managed to stop this thing from spreading to all her soul, and only a small part is affected. Do you have a solution? Asked Rowena. Well, if you do not, it's okay. I've had a long time to make peace with my death. It's just a shame that my life would come to an end so quickly without accomplishing so many things. There is no need to be negative as I do have a way, it's just that a few things need to be dealt with. Really, what method? First of all, you need to give up your current body. Give up my body? You want to use clone? That's right. Clone you and place your soul in the new body, replied Edward. That's a good method, but there will still be the issue of my soul. Here lies the problem. I do not have nearly enough understanding of this strange thing to remove it from your soul. So, the best solution is to use magic similar to Horcrux and cut that the part of your soul that is infected. However, doing so would make your soul incomplete. Although the soul can slowly heal itself, the process is extremely long compared to the human body. So, we need to find a way to make up for that missing piece. I guess that the elixir of immortality may have a way to make up for it, but I've never tested it, so I'm not entirely sure. Rowena's eyes light up after hearing this. If you want a way to make up for the soul, then we need to find Salazar Slytherin. Him? What for? In this timeline, he invented a way to turn muggles into pure soul energy and crystallize it. This is the reason that Godric Gryffindor hates him and constantly tries to kill him. In that case, let's visit him and the other founders. Then, we can travel to my timeline to treat you. Sigh, I should have come with all my research and laboratory equipment. I need to make a mental note for the future. What about you studying the void? It can wait until we return to my timeline. I'm sure this vortex also exists there. Well, this might not be the case, replied Rowena. What do you mean? Although I only removed the rooms of space and time because I was desperate to find a way to live and wanted to study all the mysterious rooms to discover a solution to my problem, I still care about the vortex. So, after moving the rooms, I still checked on it and discovered that it was slowly closing on its own. The rooms acted as an amplifier to the process. So, there is a chance that they might be already close on my timeline, added Edward. In that case, we just have to return here after you are healed. There is no need for so much trouble. After we get the information from Slytherin, we can come back here to study. From my calculation, I can last for 10 to 15 years. Edward frowned. You should be aware that the longer we take to treat you, the larger part of your soul that will be affected. I know that. But I have a feeling that a mysterious change is slowly taking place in my soul because of that weird thing, and it is a good kind of change. So, I plan to allow it to take place. After I get a new body and heal my soul, I will absorb this strange thing again and allow it to slowly transform me, and once I can no longer hold on, I will use the same method to cut it off me. Then, I will repeat the process again and again until the transformation is over. After hearing this, Edward did not try to convince her as he would probably do the same thing in her situation. The only difference being that he would be more careful and experimented on other people before doing it on himself. After agreeing, the two left to meet the other founders of that time. 102-second interdimensional travel test. Soon afterward, Edward and Rowena went to meet the different founders and have a discussion and exchange. The process was actually smoother than Edward expected, and it was because all of them really respected Rowena Ravenclaw. So, without any difficulty, he learned a few things from each of them. He learned the soul crystal magic from Slytherin, along with much other dark magic. Although the soul crystal magic allows Edward to turn souls into pure energy that can be absorbed without any impurities, there were still a lot of problems with this magic that he needed to fix himself. From Gryffindor, he learned a lot of skills when using magic. Skills are as important as using powerful magic as they can allow a weaker opponent to defeat a much more powerful one. A perfect example of skills is a memory that Edward saw from Godric Gryffindor during one of his duels with Slytherin. The latter used Oxio to call Slytherin's wand from him, thus disarming the latter without using the Expelliarmus mischarm. From Helga Hufflepuff, he learned food-related charms and recipes. And it was not just that the food she made was delicious, but had other properties. Her food could help regulate the body to keep wizards and muggles healthy. It can help soothe people's minds and allows them to be in their best state to study or do other activities. Her food could quicken a wizard's ability to create mana. And unlike Edward's potion, the food tasted excellent, had fewer side effects on the body. Of course, it was not as effective as the potion. However, through everyday consumption, it could make up for it. Edward learned a great deal when it comes to magic diet, and was inspired to invite a few potions based on some of the recipes he learned from her. As for Helga, after meeting Edward, she was motivated to make her dream come true and build Hogwarts in this timeline. She invited the others to help. Unfortunately, only Gryffindor accepted her invitation. However, Edward did help her write the books for the different curriculum. After that, Edward returned to Bermuda Triangle to study the Void Entrance. Once there, he had two problems to solve to achieve interdimensional travel, being able to enter the void on his own without the help of the entrance, and surviving there. The first problem was easier to achieve. With two of the greatest mind in the magical world working together, adding to that Rowena's previous research on the entrance, it only took the two half a year to find a way to open a portal outside the universe, to the void. Soon after that came the real problem, finding a material that could actually survive in the void. According to tests made by these two, anything that they sent there was instantly destroyed. No matter what metals or ores, they were destroyed. Whether it was soul or mana, it was also destroyed. Edward even tried sending some law power from the Deathly Hallows and it was also destroyed. Although the process took approximately 48 hours. The only thing that managed to survive the void and returned intact was the Philosopher's Stone. Even the Lesser Stone only lasted 3 months before being destroyed in the void. After getting this result, Edward and Rowena began to use transmutation to create a special metal based on the properties of the Greater Philosopher's Stone. It took them nearly 10 years to succeed, and in the process, these two traveled to different timelines in search of knowledge and meeting different famous wizards of history. Once they succeed, Edward had to return to his own timeline as Rowena's body was failing faster than she anticipated. Luckily for him, despite how long he spent traveling, only 6 hours passed from when he left. After taking Rowena to the laboratory to have herself cloned, he made sure that she was alright before leaving. Since she could cut off the part of her soul that was infected on her own, he did not need to stay around. Edward first checked the Bermuda Triangle of his own timeline. Unfortunately, as Rowena previously theorized, it was already closed. So, he returned to the void entrance in her timeline. In the next year, Edward dismantled his world gate and rebuilt it with Magician Witch, the name he chose for the new metal based on the principle that famous metals in comics like vibranium, adamantium, all ended in ium. Looking at the new gate that was purple in color, Edward was very satisfied. This new metal will be another foundation for his magical civilization, just like vibranium was to the people of Wakanda. Morgana began the first test. Send the gate to void. As you command. The space around the gate trembled before it disappeared completely. An hour later, the gate appeared again. What the status? Asked Edward. Sir, no signs of destruction or being eroded. All enchantments are working perfectly fine, no problem with energy reserve or distribution. Good. Now, let's begin phase 2 of the test. Edward entered inside the gate before activating it to enter the void again. Morgana began to scatter probes to search for any worlds. Executing command, unknown error, unknown error. Then, the entire gate started to shake violently. Give me a diagnose of the situation, yelled Edward. Scanning, detecting a powerful force pulling us back to the universe. Can you detect the source of the pulling force? Calculating, unknown. After sighing, Edward just waited for things to unfold. A few minutes later, everything stopped. Show me an image of the outside. Soon, a vision of the surroundings appeared in front of Edward. He found himself in a luscious forest, making everything green. In front of him was a small wooden hut with an old man standing in front of him. The old man seemed to be able to perceive Edward's surveillance and said, "You can come out, young man." With a frown on his face, Edward quickly assessed the situation. Then, he took out a philosopher's stone and swallowed. Afterward, he placed a ring on his finger which was actually his only obscurus. After preparing, he got out. The old man looked at Edward up and down and said, "Quite careful. If you retain that level of prudence, you will not be in this situation." With his guard still up, Edward asked, "Who are you? And why did you pull me here?" The old man caressed his long white beard and said, "My name is Merlin, but I'm sure you know me as Merlin. You're Merlin, known as the greatest wizard in this world." "Well, the title is a little exaggerated, but I'm indeed that Merlin." "It's an honor to me you," replied Edward, but he did not let his guard down. "So, Sir Merlin, for what purpose you called me here?" "It's because you were careless." "What do you mean?" "Interdimensional travel is not a joke, yet you treated it so carelessly. The first thing that you did was to send a probe into the void. Do you have any idea how dangerous that is? As intelligent as you are, you should be able to guess that there are creatures capable of living in the void. Now, what would happen if they discovered your probe and traced it back to you?" Cold sweat started falling down Edward's back after hearing this. "And that's not the only mistake you made. The void is vast beyond anything you can imagine. You could spend millions of years without finding another world. Even if you are immortal, can you imagine the suffering you would endure in that time? On top of that, even if you find another world, what then? Do you just barge in just like that? If you are lucky and discover a weak world, everything would be fine. But if you discovered one of those powerful worlds with beings that can control space and time, they would immediately detect your presence and capture you. And with your weak strength, there is little you could do." Edward almost died of embarrassment. He was so caught up in his discovery of the void that he forgot all his cautiousness in doing things. Adding the fact that things have been going too well for him for most of his life, he was careless beyond reason. "And that's not all," continued Merlin. "Even if everything went smoothly and you managed to travel to another world, how would you return to this one? Do you think that the little coordinate you left in this world would be enough for you to locate it from the void? Furthermore, let's say that everything went smoothly for you and you did successfully return to this world. How do you prevent other powerful beings that can travel through the void to use you to locate our universe and invade it? Young man, you are much better than this." Taking a deep breath to calm himself down, Edward said, "Thank you, Sir Merlin, for your guidance." "Well, as long as you understand." Merlin then took a book out of nowhere and gave it to Edward. With a puzzled look on his face, Edward took a brief look at the book and he was quite surprised. This book contained many enchantments that would help him deal with all the problems that Merlin mentioned before. He was fascinated by the content, and Edward had to admit that many of these enchantments were far beyond his understanding. He always thought that after breaking the third limiter that he reached a similar height to Merlin, but how wrong he was. Raising his head to say thank the old wizard again, however, there was no one in sight, even the old wooden hut was gone. After sighing deeply, he still said his thanks out loud, then he returned to his gate and left. Meanwhile, inside the hut, Merlin watched Edward left as he talked to himself. "I wonder how far this talented young lad could go? Void life form? Omniversal existence? Nexus being? Or even an aspect? That would be a sight to see. Ho ho ho, I look forward to it. When he succeeds, these old guys can no longer say that I only trained Arthur to the top of the food chain." Meanwhile, in a tower that looked like a prison, a beautiful woman with an evil temperament was looking through a window. She looked in the direction that Edward disappeared and muttered, "Did that old guy Merlin endorsed someone new?" Then she sneered, "Probably some unlucky guy that will easily die in the void. A/N. Phew, what a long chapter. A few things to say. Personally, I would like to write more of Edward's interaction with the founders, his exploit in different timelines, and show the development of his romance with Rowena Ravenclaw, as I consider her the main female protagonist of this story. Unfortunately, I really want interdimensional travel to begin and to write about that. The Harry Potter world went longer than anticipated and I still have a few more things to write about it. So, the pace of the story will dramatically increase from now on, and a time skip of many years will most likely happen in the main, sacred, timeline. 103 A revolution of ideas. After he met with Merlin, Edward returned to his timeline. Then, he spent the next 3 days reading and understanding the enchantments that the book contained. Although only gaining an initial understanding of it, he was fascinated by its content. For example, one enchantment allows him to use luck so that he can always discover a world in the void. It has similar properties to the Felix Felicis or liquid luck potion. Another enchantment used the power of fate to be able to locate this world. The entire idea of it is the fact that each individual is born with a fated star, and by tracking that star, Edward can find his way home from the void. After seeing that, he immediately thought of Harry Potter. As the chosen one of this universe, his fate star must be unique and the best one to track. And there were so many more things in the book, and Edward knew that it would take him a long time to completely understand its content. And after his previous experience, he became more cautious. Afterward, he contacted his aunt. "Is everything ready?" "Yes. You just need to do your part," responded Amelia. "All right." Scene break. An assembly took place in a large stadium with thousands of wizards from all over the world. Many people waited with bated breath as they looked at the stadium in the middle. Around the stadium were many cameras, both magical and technological, filming and taking pictures of this event. Soon after everyone calmed down, a red flame appeared in the stadium and Edward appeared in the middle, dressed in an expensive-looking suit and long windbreaker. All the members of the audience started applauding after he appeared, and it lasted for a good 5 minutes before they quiet down. I know that many of you are here to see what kind of groundbreaking invention that I came up with this time. Unfortunately, this is not the reason for this assembly. Nevertheless, I believe that what I'm about to say is way more important than any possible invention. The crowd stood up straight as they listened. So, Edward continued. There is something very wrong with our society. We wizards can wield the elements of nature to do our biddings, we can play with the soul, travel through space and time, and even conquer death. Yet, we are forced to hide in a corner of the world like rats in a sewer. Does that make any sense? Edward paused for a moment to allow his words to seminate. We are forced to hide our extraordinary nature to the world. Worst, sometimes, we even have to pay for it for exposing it. If any of you here in the audience were to expose magic to the non-magical or use magic to harm a non-magical, even if your actions were justified, you will be imprisoned for your actions. And in some countries, may even face the death penalty. The audience pondered his words, and they sighed as they realized that he was right. Now, I'm sure many of you are blaming ordinary humans for this situation. But I can tell you that I'm not here to disseminate ideas of hatred of the non-magical, or superiority over them. In the past century, 2 people have tried such method, and history has proven that their ideas rooted in supremacy is not the right path. So, I'm here to offer an alternative solution, integration. Integrating wizard society with the non-magical. Combining the positive of each side to form something new, something better. Once again, Edward briefly paused to allow the audience to contemplate his words. Now, I know that many of you might be wondering what the non-magical world has to offer us, wizard. I will show you. With a wave of his wand, a large image appeared in the stadium. It showed the development of science and technology in the past 100 years. Without the use of magic or any extraordinary abilities, they have created ways to travel that are faster than our carriages, ways to fly in the sky, medicine to cure diseases, way to communicate with one another globally. They even started to explore the vast universe. Some of these achievements are things that we wizard never even dreamt of, let alone attempt. Now, imagine if we bought the magical and non-magical world work together, all the things we can achieve. Imagine if we can use science and technology to make up for the deficiency of magic, or use magic to make supplement technology. Imagine the world we could build together. A future like this would not only be beautiful, but full of endless possibility. Edward looked around, and with quick use of legilimency, he discovered that the majority of people agreed with his words, but some doubters did not think that combining magic and technology was needed. They believe that anything science can do, magic can do it better. I know that some of you are not convinced of my words, so I will give a demonstration. Does anyone knows a witch named Lily Potter? The audience nodded their heads. In the past few months, the British Ministry of Magic honored her for her sacrifice in the fight against Voldemort. Furthermore, many news people covered her story and her heroic deeds. What if I tell you that I managed to bring her back to life using both magic and technology? The audience gasped. Many people thought that Edward was joking. After all, this was the resurrection of the dead that he was talking about. Many people have lost someone they care about. And even if they have not, this cannot be guaranteed for the future. Edward smiled, then made a waving motion. Soon, the floor of the stage moved and someone slowly floated up. The audience gasped again as they recognized her face from the newspaper. The members of the Order Phoenix were the most shocked as Lily was once their companion. Harry Potter, who attending this assembly with his godfather Sirius, was trembling after seeing the face of Lily. Here she is, ladies and gentlemen, in the flesh. In my pursuit of understanding death, I realized that to resurrect someone, 2 things are needed, a body and a soul. The soul aspect could be achieved with magic, but whatever I did, I could not recreate a perfect human body. So, I look in the direction of the non-magical world for ideas and inspiration. There, I discovered the technology of cloning, or being able to copy an entire person with a single drop of blood. So, I combined the advantage of the 2 worlds to achieve this miracle that you see in front of you. During the entire monologue, Lily's eyes were only focused on one thing, her son. After Edward nodded to her, she operated next to Harry and Sirius. Harry, my son. Mother, is that really you? Then the 2 rushed in each other's arms, hugging one another like they were the only things in the world. Isn't that beautiful? Edward's voice echoed throughout the stadium. This kind of miracle was only possible because I decided to integrate 2 different but complementary worlds together. So, my fellow wizards and witches, today, I invite all of you here to help me create a world where miracles like this occur every single day. 104 Expanding influence inside a classroom at Hogwarts. All the members of the Order of Phoenix were together, surrounding Lily. However, 2 people were absent. Albus, is there any problem with her? Asked McGonagall. No, her body, mind, and soul are fine. There is nothing wrong with her resurrection. Well, as far as my knowledge goes, replied Dumbledore with a sigh. The other members were then relieved, especially Sirius and Harry. Then, all the members started talking to and asking questions. Lily, what about James? Was he resurrected with you? Asked Sirius. Unfortunately, no, replied Lily. Why not? Lily just shook her. With Edward's personality and the absence of Snape here today, a few people could guess the situation. They secretly sighed as they realized the situation of the Order has further been compromised. And the person most concerned about this situation is Dumbledore. With Edward's ideas of peace and unity, he did not know how many of the members agreed with his ideals. Even he was tempted. Although he knew that these members would follow him despite this, he did not want to force them to do certain things against their wishes. After all, the Order was created to fight the harms that Voldemort was doing to the magical world. Scene break. A month passed since Edward's first assembly. Since then, he had so many that it was hard to count. He traveled across the world. Across all continents he went to France, Germany, Italy, Spain, USA, Canada, South America, Russia, China, Egypt, Nigeria, South Africa, Algeria, etc., to spread his ideas in the magical communities. And every time he passed by one of these countries, he garnered a massive following of wizards who believe and share his vision for the future. And he did not just talk to them but show them what they could achieve. He preached about the need for further increasing magical knowledge through studying magic like science. He lured many people with immortality and the possibility of resurrecting their loved ones. He showed his followers his library and introduced the system of rewards points that he used on the Death Eaters. He preached about creating a mighty empire that spans across galaxies and dimensions. At some point in time, Edward felt like he was Jesus Christ preaching about the words of God. Actually, some of his followers even started worshipping him as a god. Of course, everything did not go smoothly. Sir, we have located different groups of rebels, said one of the followers. Just because they disagree with my ideas does not mean that they are rebels. Where are they? Asked Edward. A map of different parts of the world was shown to him. He looked at it and said, mobilize the team to catch all of them in one fell swoop, and I will personally go after the largest group. Remember, we can incapacitate them, but do not kill them. Sir, why do we have to be lenient to these people? So far, our revolution has been without much bloodshed, and we should try to remain as such. These people are just lost souls, and with enough time, they can be convinced. Furthermore, even if they cannot, they are still be used as experiment materials. After that, Edward took a group of followers and apparat to Australia. Soon, they managed to track this group. Edward looked at this group of thousands of wizards. He said, the new changes of the magical world are inevitable, and for the betterment of all wizard kind, why resist? Edward Bones, you might have fooled all these people, but it will not change the fact that you are just a power-hungry dark wizard just like Voldemort and Grindelwald. How dare you treat our leader the same as those scums, screamed one of the followers. However, Edward raised his hand to prevent them from doing anything rash. It's a shame that we could not see eye to eye. He then looked at his followers and said, do not intervene. He slowly walked to this group of wizards, and as soon as he took the first step, those wizards attacked. More than 1,000 lights of different colors hit Edward head on. Yet, without even using a shield, he was completely unharmed. So, he continued his journey toward this group, while his followers watched in awe. So, this is the power of the Dragon Man magic veins? Granting me unimaginable magic resistances. And this is just one of the many benefits. As Edward slowly approached, the leader of these groups of wizards became more scared, so he screamed, don't stop shooting, he is just a man. Am I? Asked Edward, who instantly appeared in front of the leader, forcing him to take a step back. Ignoring the leader, he looked at the people behind him and said, brothers and sisters, lay down your wand and join me in creating a new and beautiful world. Many people hesitated after hearing this, so Edward took this opportunity. You should have heard of my deeds. I have always accepted people joining my cause even when they have previously raised their hands against me. A few seconds later, one person left the group and stood behind Edward. Then, one after another, people walked behind him until only half of them left. As for the remaining half, they gritted their teeth and raised their wands. With a sigh, Edward took out his wand and said, stupefy. A white light appeared and all these wizards including the leader. Then, he motioned for his followers to take care of the passed out wizards, while Edward returned to his base in England. However, not long after he arrived, Snape entered his resting room with news. What is it, Severus? Dumbledore has disappeared. What do you mean he disappeared? I mean he completely vanished from sight. He cannot even be found in the Marauders map you handed for me to watch over. Edward frowned. What about the other members of the Order? All their current location is known. Edward tapped his fingers on his chair as he thought to himself. So, this is the choice you made? I'll be ready then. I'm sure our battle will be won for the history books. Ignore Dumbledore for now, ordered Edward. Now that the magical world is conquered, it's time to focus on the Muggle side. 105 Resistance. Edward sat in a room with some of his most trusted individuals or subordinates. Sir, we have received news from the Muggle think tank that everything went according to plan. As of now, we have controlled all the political leaders of the world, taken control of the nuclear launch codes, and disarmed most militaries. Additionally, we also control all the major financial institutions, the media, and all the elite 1%, reported Bellatrix with a calm face. How did we accomplish all of this? Asked Josh Delton. Many people looked at him weirdly, making him a little embarrassed. He is a new member of the Circle who was just promoted due to his outstanding performance in the Werewolf Legion. It was quite easy actually. Many of these powerful people were lured with the promise of immortality, some had their memories tampered with, others were placed under the imperious curse, and some signed soul contracts. More importantly, we did not give them any chance to react and we struck at the same time. Josh Delton nodded his head, while Edward had a pensive look on his face. I'm guessing that there is a but behind all this good news. You are correct, sir. A group of soldiers armed with modern heavy weapons suddenly disappeared along with a few nuclear submarines. The odd part is that they were from different countries around the world. You mean that they were aware of our plans beforehand and acted before we got to them? Are you saying that there are traitors among us? Asked Snape. It may not be a simple act of treachery, added Professor Flitwick. Since these people were from different parts of the world, they might be a secret organization or an alliance of some sort. Flitwick is correct, reported Bellatrix. From the files we recovered from the CIA, MI6, KGB, Mossad, and China's Central External Liaison Department, these countries discovered the existence of wizards since World War I and have been secretly prepared. They have conducted studies to assess the threat that wizards pose to Muggle society. Furthermore, they have brainwashed and trained young children to infiltrate magical schools all over the world to spy on the magical world and steal knowledge. With this knowledge, they have secretly trained wizards loyal to their countries by adopting orphan children with magical abilities and brainwashing them at a young age. Another tactic they used is to threaten some Muggle-born wizards with their families and loved ones. The majority of people in the room were quite shocked after hearing this. All of them thought that the International Statute of Secrecy prevented wizards all over the world from revealing themselves to Muggles, but this was nothing but a false sense of security. The upper echelons of Muggle society have long known of their existence and were preparing in case a war broke out between the two sides. Many people then remembered Edward's ideals that wizards should not hide, but integrate into society, and strive to improve themselves. This new information made the beliefs of these followers more pious. There is still an issue, said Edward. How could soldiers with heavy weapons like tanks and jets suddenly disappear without a trace? Especially with how rapid our attack was. Our current theory is that one wizard used an undetectable extension charm on a suitcase, then a shrinking charm to reduce the size of these objects and placed them inside. So, what you are saying is that there is a suitcase out there in this vast world, full of soldiers and modern weapons in it, summarized Edward. Bellatrix just nodded her head. After pondering for a while, Edward said, contact Nicholas Flamel and ask him to use divination to locate these people. A few minutes later, Bellatrix reported back, Nicholas just sent us a location. However, according to him, he was unable to acquire the visual of the surrounding, just a location. Since there might be some unknown factor in the situation, I will go alone, said Edward. Sir, there is no need to risk your lives, it's better to send a squad to check out the situation. Many people agreed with this statement. However, Edward insisted and used the fact that he did not want to lose any of his men when their revolution was so close to success. Of course, this act further increased his followers' loyalty. Scene break. Edward found himself in a cold and mountainous area in Russia. Snow covered his sight for miles on. However, not long after he arrived at his destination, many wizards appeared to surround him. A few of the wizards held suitcases in their hands, and with a wave of their wands, countless soldiers and machines came out of the case. With a calm look on his face, Edward looked at all the soldiers. He could quickly identify that they were all from different countries, races, and ethnicities. About 50,000 soldiers, so an entire corps, thought Edward. Then his vision landed on the person in front who was the commander of this army. Just by looking at him, he could tell that he was American. I knew you would come alone, Edward Bones. The analysis we made of you was correct. You probably only came here to show your military might to your followers. However, your overconfidence will be your downfall, said the American commander. Oh, what else did your analysis say about me? That despite the fact you constantly preach about integrating nomage with wizards, you still favor wizards over ordinary people. I resent these accusations, said Edward. There is no need to act calm. Men, fire you weapons. Rain of bullets started falling on Edward, along with tanks shooting, bazookas, and missiles. However, a shield surrounded his body, blocking all these attacks. Not even a single scratch was left on him. However, a frown was on his face during the process. At this rate, the rate that my mana decreases is quite noticeable. So, he raised his wand and waved it in the air. A strange field appeared around him. Then, the soldiers soon noticed something odd. All their bullets deviated from Edward and never actually touched him. As for Edward, he nodded in satisfaction as this projectile misdirection charm that he specially invented to deal with modern weapons. Wizard's squad, start attacking, roared the commander. Then, countless lights hit Edward's shield. As those charms were not projectile, they were not affected by the previous spell. Nevertheless, these attacks seemed useless. Muttered Edward as he noticed his shield slowly weaken. You guys actually invented a disarming shield spell. Unlike you wizards that have stagnated and not progressed for hundreds of years, we have studied magic in depth in the past few decades and made some achievements. Hehe, now, I'm more interested in you guys. Then, Edward changed the frequency of his shield to that of dragon chant magic, and it was stabilized. This act flustered all these wizards, along with the commander. All right, let's end this charade, announced Edward. 106 resistance, 2. Edward looked directly into one of the wizard's eyes. However, a few seconds later, the latter screamed and fell to the floor, dead. They actually developed a charm that placed locked on a person's memory? However, this cannot completely stop me, muttered Edward. Then, he kept using legimancy to read these wizards' memories, and every time he failed, the lock on their minds will immediately kill them. During the entire process, the soldiers never stopped firing their guns. Although the bullets and missiles never actually hit Edward, they still did not stop trying. Additionally, the other wizards were still firing spells at him. As long as I drain his magic power, I will be the final victor. Edward Bones is the key that glues the current magical world together. As long as he is dead, they will turn back into backward rats hiding in a corner, always fearing when they will be discovered. Soldiers, keep firing. Do not forget what you are fighting for, roared the commander. Meanwhile, after the 10th attempt, Edward managed to crack the lock on their memories. So, he proceeded to read the minds of these 200 elite wizards trained to be soldiers. He then sighed. Not only did he say their knowledge, but he also their brutal training methods. These wizards were completely brainwashed and treated as nothing but weapons for this global organization that saw wizards as a threat and planned how to neutralize or kill them. Although this may be hypocritical coming from me, let me release you from your suffering. Protego Diabolica. A blue flame surrounded Edward and started burning these wizards one by one. In just a few seconds, more than 20 of them were burned into ashes. Then, the flame transformed into a giant demonic dragon with wings, and with this transformation, became even more deadly. After another 50 wizards were killed, they finally acted. Finite, said all those wizards, thus creating a protecting enchantment around Edward and the demonic dragon flame. So, these guys even know about Grindelwald's act of almost destroying Paris in 1927? Unfortunately for them, I'm not Grindelwald. Edward waved his wand and another demonic dragon flame manifested. It started wreaking havoc among these wizards. After killing more than 2/3 of these wizards, Edward felt something and looked around him. However, he saw nothing. Then, his eyes glow and he finally saw a bunch of soldiers around directly attacking his shield. Cloaking technology? No, it's not that simple. Someone enchanted these cloaking suits with disillusionment charm. A combination of magic and technology. Interesting. He waved his hand, then the ground underneath these stealth soldiers transfigured into metal pikes, impaling them like Swiss cheese. As their bodies fell to the ground, they finally became visible. However, a few seconds after that, Edward's shield trembled slightly and a tiny crack appeared on one side. He frowned as he looked in the direction that the attack came from. At first, he did not see anything. After using the spell Eagle Eye, he saw what was in the distance. Snipers? No, snipers fell under the definition of projectiles, so their attacks should not reach me, let alone damage my shield. Unless these bullets were magically enchanted. Edward's theory was soon proven correct. Many small cracks started appearing on his shield as the soldiers switched to enchanted bullets. Although the cracks would be healed instantly, the soldiers focused all their firepower in one place. I have to say that your plan is quite brilliant. Placing ANIT apparition enchantments to prevent me from escaping, and having snipers that are out of reach of spells. This tactic is enough to kill the majority if not all wizards in the magical world. Unfortunately for you, I am not just any wizard. He pointed his wand in the sky and activated his Thunderbird bloodline magic. The clouds in the sky gathered together, changing sunny weather into a cloudy one. Thunder flashed into the sky, then a bolt of lightning rushed from the sky and hit one of the snipers, instantly killing him. Following this, more thunderbolts fell from the sky, killing all the snipers in the distance. Many people were awed after seeing this sight, whether it was Edward's followers who were watching this fight massacre through divination in a crystal ball, or the soldiers who momentarily forgot to fire their weapons, all of them were shocked. Is this the power of a god? Said the commander. No, this is the power of magic, replied Edward. I truly dislike the notion of godhood. Every time humans witness something that they cannot explain or fathom, they often use God as an explanation. To me, godhood symbolizes ignorance, fear of the unknown, and restriction of the mind. Anyway, if there ever was a god in this world, his only fate will be to one day become a subject in my dissecting table. Edward looked in a direction after saying that and sneered. Even since he learned of Death's identity, a lot of fears about him were now gone. Alright, let's end this charade. Expelliarmus. A red light flew from his wand and hit the soldiers. Then, all the weapons in their hands flew out, the tanks flip over and landed on their heads. Edward raised his wand on the sky and said, "Gravity increase." Following this, all the helicopters and jet fighters fell on the ground and exploding. Edward then slowly walked in front of the commander and said, "Do you have anything else?" However, there was no fear on his face. Laughing out loud, the commander said, "Unfortunately for you, I still have one last card up my sleeve." Edward's danger premonition ability activated and he raised his head to the sky. "You actually order a nuclear strike to kill me. Every soldier chosen for this mission was prepared to sacrifice their lives for his mission, and that includes me," replied the commander, with a smirk on his face. It was as if he could taste the sweet flavor of victory. Edward shook his head, then, a flame enveloped him and he instantly appeared 1 meter from his location. "How can you apparate?" asked the commander with trembling voice. "I never said that I could not apparate. However, you did not need to worry about me running away. After all, my purpose of coming here is to demonstrate to my followers the endless potential of magic." Raising his head to look at the nuke coming his way, Edward said, "Do you know why I love magic so much? It's because that it can perfect follows the laws of physics with its restriction and whatnot. Yet, at the same time, it can be completely unreasonable and do unexplainable things. He raised his wand to point at the oncoming missile and said, Materia Petrificus. Then, the missile stopped for a brief moment before falling into the floor, breaking into countless pieces. You turned it into stone. Neat, isn't it? Said Edward with a smile. I've developed this spell especially for a situation like this. After all, even a child knows that the most powerful weapon of mankind is a nuclear bomb. After that, Edward snapped his finger, then the more than 50,000 soldiers along with the commander fell asleep. What should I do with these guys? He muttered to himself. Well, they can be used for the next step of the plan. 107 Challenge in the dimension of the afterlife. Death looked at Edward's battle while thinking about something. Did this wizard figure out about my identity during his travel in the multiverse? This will be a problem. He raised his hand and a golden light appeared in front of him. This amount of faith is enough for me to appear in the material world for 1 minute. This should be enough time, but the question is, what should I do? I need this wizard's help to activate the ley line nodes again for me to escape. However, he is becoming more and more arrogant and uncontrollable. Should I just kill him and pick someone else? Or better yet, find a way to have someone activate the Deathly Hallows and allow me to leave a clone in the material world? Death hesitated. The reason being that he was not sure he could kill Edward in 1 minute. He knew that he could kill him, but the chances of the latter escaping are very high, especially with that gate. Death felt that something was different with the gate after returning, so he was not sure whether he could use Dimension Lock to prevent the new version from escaping. After pondering for a minute, he sighed in frustration and decided to use caution. Damn it. Ever since science became prevalent amongst humans, it has become even more difficult to gather faith. And without mana in the environment, the process is even more arduous. The recent events have made Herpo very frustrated. It reminded him of the time when he first tried to become a god. After acquiring the Death Chamber and studying it, Herpo designed specific magic for him to assimilate the power of the chamber and ascend to godhood. However, unlike his counterparts in different timelines, he realized that a massive amount of energy would be required for the process. In his time in ancient Greece, mana still existed in the atmosphere, and it was vast compared to Rowena's timeline. Nevertheless, it was still not enough according to his calculations. So, Herpo decided to go to a period that was enough. After searching the world, he finally discovered the Room of Time. So, after studying it, he developed a method to go back in time where he believed that mana in the environment was at its peak. And that time was exactly 12,000 years ago based on the present time. Unfortunately for Herpo, the process was not as smooth as he envisioned. In the process, he lost his body and most of his soul, with only a small part left intact. Luckily for him, he was a master of the soul, so he managed to swallow an inhabitant of that time and resurrect himself. After regaining his power, he proceeded with his plan, and he succeeded. Well, partially. Because of his ascension, all the mana in the Milky Way galaxy was absorbed, and the ley lines shut themselves off. The other gods of Earth suffered backlash and were forced to revert to the fundamental laws or concepts of the universe. As for the Lemurian magical civilization that existed back then, it was destroyed overnight during that event. The so-called cataclysm that Herpo mentioned to Edward was caused by him. Nevertheless, Herpo was not happy for long. He was soon contacted by something called Krona, which referred to itself as the will of the universe, telling him that his magic, which allowed a mortal to directly become a god, was forbidden and should not exist in the world. And even his existence was forbidden. So, he was punished to remain in the afterlife for all eternity, without being able to leave. Of course, Herpo would not easily accept such a thing. He plotted and calculated for thousands of years before discovering a method of escape. First, he slowly influenced the mind of humans to worship him, the god of death. Then, he gathered the faith created by the worship. This is one of the reasons that different civilizations of humans have a concept of the god of death. It was all Herpo's secret manipulation. Unfortunately, the amount of faith needed for Herpo to succeed was truly tremendous. Additionally, with the passage of time and the decrease of mana in the environment, the process became increasingly more difficult. Nevertheless, he still succeeded. By sacrificing most of the faith, he was able to appear in the material plane for a while. So, he created the Deathly Hallow and gave them to the Paviral brothers. The purpose of the Hallows was to turn these brothers into Death's puppets or clones that he could control in the material plane. Then, he would start the next step of his escape plan, revive the ley lines. Unfortunately for Herpo, things didn't go as planned. The youngest of the Paviral brothers never trusted Death in the first place, so he hid from him. Additionally, Krona placed a curse on the Hallows to prevent anyone unknowingly accomplishing Death's plan. So, all the wizards who searched the Hallows in the hope of becoming the Master of Death ended up dead, one way or another. Then, Herpo placed his focus on Dumbledore. Using the young headmaster's ambitions, and even later his sister's death, he thought he could lure him to activate the Hallows, but that also failed. And even later on, Harry Potter, the descendant of the youngest Paviral brothers, even destroyed one of the Hallows and made sure that no one could find the other. Finally, Herpo placed his eyes on Edward, the outlier of fate, the one that should not exist. At first, he thought that Edward was just a talented wizard that could be seduced to activate the Hallows. Later, Herpo changed his plan after noticing the existence of the gate. He thought that he could slowly lead Edward to directly activate the ley lines for him. Unfortunately, he greatly underestimated the latter's wisdom and ability. Scene break. Edward walked to his aunt's office and saw a bunch of documents in front of her. Amelia raised her head. Did you deal with the problem? Yeah. I hunted down all their secret bases and recovered all the missing nuclear submarines. This entire planet is basically under our control for now. So, we are ready for the next phase, replied Amelia. Then she handed a document over to him. What's this? The curriculum for all the magic schools in the world according to your requirements. Edward took the document and quickly scanned it. The new curriculum had many things added to them. For example, alchemy was now a required subject for all the schools. This also includes basic Muggle science like biology, chemistry, and physics. For the Dada, students are also required to study dark magic. However, not until they are 14 years old and master the Mechanize mind spell. Charm class will be divided into two parts, magic theory and practice. For magic theory, students have to learn basic knowledge about mana and magic core, and even limiters. Although the way to break them is considered high-level knowledge that requires reward points. More importantly, Edward added an honors program to all the schools where magically gifted students can have harder classes and more rigorous schedules. These children in that program will have access to more resources than ordinary children. I don't understand why swordsmanship is a mandatory subject, asked Amelia. I thought you hated any sports-like activity. I remember you once called wizards that fight with melee weapons barbarians. Just because I condemn their practices does not mean that I will not use it. I can tell you I'm a pretty good swordsman, replied Edward, without any shame. As for the reason that it is mandatory, it's to prepare in case of wizards encounter a situation where the power of their magic is useless or ineffective. Without their magic, what can they do with a sword? Recently, I learned from Albion a very crude way of using mana to strengthen the body and granting wizards superhuman strength, speed, and durability. I plan to teach this method in the swordsmanship class. Amelia nodded her head, then asked, well, let's get back to another important topic. After all our plans are done, what will be the title of the empire? What will be your title? Let's call it the Arcane Empire, and I will be the Arcane Emperor, replied Edward. Great name. Anything else to add? Well, make sure that the law clearly states that as an emperor, I have the right to an imperial harem. As a matter of fact, make polygamy legal. Amelia was momentarily speechless, then she said, whatever you want. Additionally, make it that every 500 years, anyone can challenge me for the throne. If they can prove that they are more powerful and knowledgeable than me, then they can inherit the position of Arcane Emperor. Amelia frowned before asking, what's the point of doing something like that? To give people hope, replied Edward. Muggles are different from wizards, the idea that everyone is equal has been ingrained in them for many years. So, I can foresee that they will not easily accept being controlled. However, if they have hope that they can slowly climb to the top and become the ones that rule, they will not revolt so easily. They will convince themselves that the person at the top deserved and worked hard for that position. And if he can achieve this level of success, then maybe they can too. Aren't you just giving them false hope? Said Amelia. True, but only a few people will realize this, but without the help of the majority, they will be helpless to change anything about it, replied Edward. Plus, it's not necessarily false hope. With all the advantages that I have, if someone can truly beat the odds and become more powerful than me, then I will gladly give him or her the throne. So, you want to use this method to always keep you on your toes and not let power go to your head. You can say that. As soon as Edward said these words, an owl came to the window. With a frown, he opened it and took the letter from its feet. After reading it, he smiled. What is it? Asked Amelia. A challenge from Dumbledore. Now, no, a month from now. Are you going to accept it? Yes, as this is a perfect opportunity. Recently, I noticed that a group of people in the magical world has taken a neutral stance on my movement. And I know the reason for that is that they are waiting for Dumbledore's action. So, not only will I accept this challenge, but broadcast it to the entire magical world. 108 authorities. Since Edward still had a month left before the duel, he went about his day as he normally would. He first visited Rowena and made sure that she was healing all right. She had managed to remove the mysterious thing in her soul which both of them have labeled as void energy and transferred her soul to the clone. However, her soul was still in the process of healing. Even with the soul crystals, it will take her a few months to return to a peak state. After that, Edward returned to his laboratory on the moon. He wanted to ask Albion a few questions. After entering a room, he saw the gigantic beast sleeping on a pile of gold. With a sigh, Edward said, "Wake up, lazy bum. I have a few questions for you." Opening one eye, then Albion said with a nonchalant tone, "You know about our agreement, so pay up first." Meanwhile, Edward was secretly aggrieved after hearing this. Although he could control this dragon to do his bidding, there was still one major restriction. It was the information or knowledge he had in his mind. Every time that he tried to read the dragon's mind, memories, or even searched his soul, a mysterious power from his bloodline would manifest and block his way. Even if Edward ordered him to give him the information, the knowledge will be deleted from the dragon's mind. It was then that he learned that dragons, especially noble king bloodline like himself, have their one security measure to prevent other beings from getting the dragon's race secrets. And according to Albion, Edward should be proud to even acquire dragon chant magic from him. So, as a last resort, Edward had to make nice with the dragon and develop some sort of friendship or companionship with it. Unfortunately, this dragon is very greedy and would ask things in return every time Edward asked him a question. At first, Albion wanted mana from the Philosopher's Stone, and Edward gave it to him. However, he soon realized that this dragon was growing much larger with each absorption, and becoming more powerful. So, Edward had to control his growth lest he becomes too powerful and out of control. So, they came to another compromise. Edward then took out a mountain of gold coins and placed them in the room. Then, he took a few mana crystals and threw them at the dragon, who instantly swallowed it. Not as good as the Sage Stone, but better than regular mana. So, what's your question this time? I want to know about the power of law in this stone, said Edward as he showed the Resurrection Stone. Power of law? I have to say, wizards, sometimes your intelligence amazed me, and sometimes I want to laugh at your ignorance, replied Albion. Are you saying that this is not the power of law? Laws are the fundamental rules that govern the entire universe. Can you imagine how powerful a person would be if he could control such power? Across the universe, countless powerful civilizations searched for years in hope of acquiring such power, and you think someone in this deserted star system has achieved it. So, what exactly is this power? Asked Edward, not remotely embarrassed by his ignorance. He never believed that he knew everything, nor did he believe that he was too mighty to learn from anyone. That's the power of God, known as authority. To be precise, death authority. And what exactly is it? When any being, magical or not, reaches a certain level of strength, he or she can get in touch with the laws of the universe and receive the permission to use its power. Hence the name authority. So authority is basically fragments of laws. You can say that. By that information, I can guess that Herpo is not the only death god in this universe, but probably countless. That way, it becomes near impossible for one person to control the law, unless he killed all the people with authority related to that law. Your thoughts are dangerous, wizards, warned Albion. However, Edward was thinking about something else. Since authority comes from the law, and the law is a fundamental part of our universe, what would happen if a god was sent outside of the universe, to the void? Would he lose all his powers, or merely weaken dramatically? Do you know how to acquire the power of authority? Asked Edward. Either another god grants it to you, or by gathering faith from countless people. However, the amount of faith required is tremendous, and no god will easily give part of their authorities, as that would weaken their strength. However, from my memories, I know that many wizards despise the idea of faith, so they try to find another method to gain access to authority, but none have succeeded so far. If that's the case, Herpo's probably succeeded. However, there must be some drawbacks, otherwise, his fate would not be so miserable. Could it be that this faith method has some problem? Asked Edward. Yes. What are they? I think I've said too much for today, don't you? That's true, replied Edward. Then, he took out a few more mana crystals and gave them to him. After that, he left. Albion looked at Edward's departed back and thought to himself. Many wizards had the same plan as him to search for different worlds to strengthen themselves, but none have survived. So, will this guy be any different, or will he create a miracle? I'm looking forward to it. Then, he went back to sleep. Meanwhile, after leaving, Edward began to prepare for his battle with Dumbledore. He set up large televisions around the world, then had them magically enchanted with divination charms to broadcast the battle. At first, he wanted to use technology, but knowing how crazy this battle might be, no camera could probably survive. Unfortunately, there were currently only 7 people who could use divination in the magical world, including Edward, who could only use the most basic spell. They were Nicholas Flamel, Professor Trelawney, who received a potion that strengthened her bloodline, 2 African wizards, and 1 very special centaur. The last one was Luna Lovegood, who was also identified as having a powerful hidden bloodline. Unfortunately, she was too young to help. So, with the help of these 6 people, everything was set up in 1 month. On the fateful day of the battle, all the wizards in the world gathered to witness this battle that many were already calling the Battle of the Century. Edward apparat to the location of the duel. He then took a quick look around. The entire small island was deserted, and a forest was not far from them. He looked at the headmaster and immediately realized that he looked much younger and energetic. His eyes were practically glowing. I had a feeling that this battle would not be so simple, said Edward. You managed to break the other 2 Lemeters in such a short time. I wondered how you did it. 109 Battle of the Century. I've had help from a few old friends, replied Dumbledore calmly. Edward then looked at the wand in the headmaster's hand, as he guessed that he might have used Grindelwald's method of using the Death Authority to break one of the Lemeters. As for the other one, he might have used Fox or something else. Edward would not be surprised if Grindelwald revealed the way he used to break the Lemeter to Dumbledore. Even if the latter has chosen his side, he won't entirely become loyal until he defeated Dumbledore. I hoped you would see things my way, said Edward. I thought about it, but in the end, I could not agree with your ideas despite all the positive change that you will bring to the magical world. One person should not have so much power. So, it comes down to the old saying that absolute power corrupts absolutely. I'm not going to say that I'm incorruptible, but that alone is not enough to stop me. As long as I surround myself with people that can keep me in check, that's good enough for me. But would those people be able to stop you? Asked Dumbledore back. Aren't you the one who always told me to have more faith in people? Things are not that simple, replied Dumbledore. One day you will have the power to decide the fate of everybody on this planet. If something goes wrong with you, do you expect faith to be able to stop you? That same logic can be applied to any talented and powerful wizard throughout history, including you, and yet the world is still fine. Like I've told you many times, not everyone will turn into Voldemort. You of all people should understand that your potential is not something either me or Voldemort could fathom. So, the threat you can possibly pose to the world is nothing comparable. Is that so? Replied Edward calmly. How about we see what the world would look like without me? He placed his wand on his temple to retrieve a memory, waved it in the air and a scene showed up. It was the Harry Potter movie. As such, for the next 12 hours and such, the entire magical world looked at what the world would look like without Edward. They watched the adventures of the Gryffindor trio in confronting the obstacles in the first movie, their Harry Potter adventures in the Chamber of Secrets, Sirius's escape from Azkaban, and the eventual reveal of Peter Pettigrew as a traitor. They saw the Triwizard Tournament of next year, the death of Cedric Diggory, the resurrection of Voldemort, the gathering of the Death Eaters, the fall of the Ministry of Magic, Dumbledore's death, the oppressing regime of Voldemort, the trio's quest to destroy the Horcrux, and the final battle of Hogwarts where many students die. Many people had different reactions to different parts. Hermione was embarrassed at the fact that she actually ended up with Ron. The Weasley family was shocked at the fact one of their sons was almost turned into a werewolf, while another died. Fred was quite surprised by his death, while George could not fathom a world without his brother. Both Lupin and Sirius raised an eyebrow after seeing their death. Amelia hugged little Susan after seeing her death and sighed. Meanwhile, Susan's parents hugged them together. Another person hugging his children was Amos Diggory. He could not imagine his proud son dying just like that. He wished he could kill Peter Pettigrew if he was not already executed. Lupin and Tonks, who were all watching these duels in a private room with all the members of the Order of Phoenix, looked at one another and blushed slightly. Something might be brewing between these two. The Malfoys gritted their teeth after seeing the psychological torture their son suffered at the hands of Voldemort. Neville Longbottom's grandmother looked at how her grandson slowly turned into a real Gryffindor, and she was very proud of him. For the first time in a while, she gave him some praise. As for his parents, they were happy that they did not have to spend the rest of their lives in St. Mungo's hospital. Lily Potter looked at Snape next to her, and she secretly sighed. She finally understood the extent of Snape's love for her, and the things he was willing to do because of that love. For a brief moment, she was confused about what to do. However, after gazing at Harry, she internally sighed and steeled her resolve. As for Harry Potter, he thought his future self was cool with all the adventures he got to experience with his two best friends. However, thinking that he could never see his mother again, and lose many people close to him, he did not want to live in that world. Tell me, what do you think of this future? Asked Edward. After Voldemort's fall, the Ministry was rebuilt and many of the old laws made by blood supremacists were eradicated by Kingsley Shacklebolt. However, the situation of the wizard did not change much. We were still hiding in a corner of the world. Meanwhile, Muggle society developed rapidly. Edward waved his wand again, showing an image of his past life of the year 2019. With the invention of the internet and smartphone, Muggles can communicate with anyone across the globe with a push of a button. On top of that, once the social media age arrived, everyone was constantly sharing everything with millions of strangers online. Now, in this world, how do you think wizards survive? With cameras everywhere, as long as someone used the slightest bit of magic, it will be captured and shared with billions of people across the globe. As long as one parent records their children awakening their magical abilities, this knowledge will also be known to the world. Many magical animals would find it very difficult to hide, and most likely be hunted down for sports or to be dissected. Tell me, how long do you think wizards would be able to hide? I can tell you that Muggles will develop all these technologies by 2010, so there are about 20 years left. Do you still think that what I'm doing is wrong? Dumbledore sighed and asked. Since when have you had such a prophecy? You can say since I was 6 years old. Is that relevant? No, but I can finally understand some things about you, replied Dumbledore. Nevertheless, this will not change anything. You are heading to a path where you will become an immortal ruler of an empire that spreads across the universe, across dimensions and worlds. No matter how I look at it, this story does not end well for the magical world. You may bring a brief period of peace and prosperity, but eventually, your pursuit of knowledge will end in disaster for everyone. So, you want to stop a bright future because of the slight possibility of failure, replied Edward. Slight? Could you say with the utmost truth that you will never conduct experiments that could possibly destroy our entire civilization? I cannot promise that. In my pursuit of the truth, I'm willing to risk my life, so should all wizards who follow me. You do not get to decide that, retorted Dumbledore. And you get to decide whether the magical world gets to experience years of prosperity on the basis that one day I might become corrupt, said Edward, who then sighed. It's obvious that we are two stubborn men who refuse to yield for their beliefs. In that case, let's end this war of words and let our wand decide the fate of the magical world. So, the two raised their wands to begin this battle. 110 Battle of the Century, 2. Both Edward and Dumbledore raised their wands at each other, and light came out of their wands to clash in the middle. The light from Edward's wand was blue, while the one from the headmaster was yellow. Sparks flew where the light met, creating a burst of wind that blew away all the dirt in the ground. This confrontation only lasted for a few seconds before the two stopped at the same time. In this brief test, they gauged the mana of their opponents and realized that they were somewhat evenly matched. So, the real battle finally began. Edward waved his wand to create more than 20 ice spears in the air, which then rushed towards the headmaster. Not being outdone, Dumbledore created 20 spears of his wand, but the flame elements. A massive exploding occurred after the spears clashed, creating a large amount of steam in the surrounding, obscuring the views of the two. Instantly, Edward activated an X-ray vision spell to locate Dumbledore. He waved his wand to control the steam in the environment to rush towards his opponent. However, the headmaster was prepared as a shield appeared in front of him blocking the burning stem. However, he also knew that his shield would not last long, so he waved his wand upward, creating an earth wall in front of him, blocking the attack. Without pausing, a light flew from Edward, and after hitting the wall, it slowly turned into mud, rendering it useless. Nevertheless, the headmaster had bought himself enough time. A vast amount of water was summoned from his wand, turning his surrounding into a river. Then, under his control, a tsunami large enough to destroy a city rushed toward Edward, wanting to swallow him whole. With a wave of his wand, a gigantic earth wall also appeared in front of him, the wall as high as a skyscraper. So, when the tsunami hit it, the water was separated into two and did not even touch Edward. Seeing that his attack failed, Dumbledore prepared for his next move. However, the earth wall suddenly turned into metal, and a spark of electricity flashed from it. In just a split second, a large amount of lightning traveled from the wall through the water, heading towards Dumbledore. Without having much time to react, he instantly apparat away from his original position. Unfortunately for him, as soon as he appeared in his new spot, a pillar made of lightning rushed from the water towards him. Without much options, he once again apparat away. However, no matter where appeared, a pillar of lightning will instantly rise from the water. Is this the reason that he did not place anti-apparition charm in the surrounding? Because he can predict where I'm going to appear. With his mind running quickly, Dumbledore apparat again. However, he instantly placed a shield around. The pillar of lightning pushed him upward, but he still resided it for a while, then taking the opportunity, he waved his wand, instantly freezing all the water and stopping the lightning. Dumbledore's breath was heavy after stopping this attack. Nevertheless, he still did not have the time to rest. He saw Edward create a giant hammer from the ice in the surroundings. Pointing his wand at it, a massive tornado appeared and blew the ice hammer away. It crashed on a forest on this island, creating a massive crater. Additionally, many trees instantly turned into ice afterward. Dumbledore's tornado did not stop there but rushed towards Edward with the utmost momentum. Not only was it powerful, but it was also very fast. With no choice, Edward erected a barrier around him, yet, he has still pushed away a few dozen meters. On top of that, he could feel the tornado slowly grinding his shield. So, he tried to apparate away, however, the headmaster blocked the surrounding space. Edward could feel that even the house elf magic was also blocked. Fortunately, he still had the phoenix's ability. Turning into a flame, he appeared away from the center of the tornado. However, no long after he appeared in his new location, the tornado followed him under the control of Dumbledore. So, Edward pointed at it and created a large tornado of his own. The island trembled after the two tornadoes clashed, creating massive winds. Trees were instantly uplifted from their roots and flew away. Fortunately, this was an inhabited island, otherwise, the people there would also be flown away. As for the two of them, they were intact during the confrontation, with shields surrounding them. Edward used the power of gravity to remain in place and not be blown away, while Dumbledore used earth magic to glue himself to the ground. While his wand was still creating a tornado to clash with the headmaster, he raised to make a clenching motion. Suddenly, Dumbledore felt a tremendous weight around him and his shield. Cracks started appearing on the floor he was standing on. Identifying this power as gravity, he raised his hand and powerful force came out from his body to resist. Telekinesis, thought Edward. He was not surprised that the headmaster could use telekinesis, as even young wizards could control things with their minds. He even saw Grindelwald, who was camouflaging as Percival Graves, flip an entire car with a wave of his hand, and he could do the same. He was slightly surprised at how Dumbledore could use it to block his gravity magic. Nevertheless, he soon focused on this battle. He waved his wand upward, forcing the two clashing tornadoes to fly upward, then with his left hand, increased the gravity on the headmaster. He tapped his wand on the air, then the space trembled. Dumbledore's eyes widened for a moment. He saw the space around broke apart into many space circles. Then, spears appeared from them. These spears were of different elements: flame, ice, thunder, etc. The headmaster immediately wanted to apparate, but the space around him was also blocked. He secretly sighed as he realized Edward's deep understanding of space magic on top of elemental magic. However, it did not take him long to realize the reason. From his interview with him a few years ago, Dumbledore believed that Edward was trying to travel to other dimensions on his own. So, his research on space magic is probably very deep. Dumbledore knew that this time he was in deep trouble. With the power of gravity restraining him and the inability to apparate, he did not believe his shield could stop all these elemental spears. Nevertheless, he still remained calm. As soon as those spears rushed towards him, the frozen ice under his feet opened up and Dumbledore buried himself a few hundred feet beneath the earth. However, he still felt the tremor of that previous attack. Following this, he created a tunnel to appear above ground a few meters from his original location. Dumbledore looked solemnly at Edward, knowing that his current tactic was not working. He waved his wand to control the ice in the surroundings into 10 giant soldiers wearing full body armor and holding weapons. Transfiguration, muttered Edward to himself. 111 Battle of the Century, 3. After seeing that the headmaster switched to using transfiguration magic, he secretly shook his head. According to his understanding of magic, there are two kinds of ways to study or improve transfiguration, to be precise, two kinds of transfiguration wizards. The first one is the natural gifted at the subject. With the right incantation, the proper control of mana, they can use their thoughts or imagination to accomplish the right transformation. The headmaster and Professor McGonagall are in this category. The second type is the one that studies different materials and their properties in great detail, then they can achieve the proper transfiguration. The more knowledge they have about their intended target, the better the transfiguration. The majority of wizards fell in that category. As for Edward, he falls under both. His natural gift for magic also applied to transfiguration. Additionally, he has dissected so many magical animals at this point that he can understand them to the cellular level. So, his transfiguration, especially the biological one, is quite powerful. With a wave of his wand, the few remaining ice and debris slowly transformed into 5 wyverns and 5 thunderbirds. Under Edward's command, the Welsh green dragons started attacking the giants created by Dumbledore. They tried to bite them with their powerful jaws, but the armor on the giants was not just decorations. After their attacks were proven futile, the wyverns started using fire breath. On top of that, the thunderbirds flew into the sky, creating thunderstorms that covered the entire island. Heavy rain started to fall, followed by powerful gusts of winds. Lightning fell from the sky attacking all the giants. Although Dumbledore quickly placed a shield on them, some of them were still hit. Fortunately, these giants seemed to have powerful magic resistance just like real giants. A light flew Dumbledore's wand to hit of one the giants, and suddenly, his body grew by another 10 meters, reaching the height of 80 meters. He then raised the shield he was holding to the sky. The shield then expanded until it covered all the other giants, and protected them from the thunder. Instantly, the situation changed. Without the help of the thunderbirds, the wyverns were at a disadvantage even with their flying ability. The giants used their weapons to smash, cut, or stab them. Blood spilled as the island trembled with each swing. Fire raged and burned everything in sight, including some armors of the giants. Upon seeing the situation, Edward acted. He transformed a few stones on the ground into armors fit for wyvern, then he placed a few instant enchantments on them. And with another wave of his wand, these armors perfectly fitted the wyverns. Immediately, they felt their strength, agility, defense, and stamina dramatically increase. Thus, with newfound power, they attacked the giants with more ferocity. Dumbledore frowned for a moment, then controlled a few tree branches around him. To Edward's surprise, they turned into an army of status holding modern weapons like guns. There were even a few tanks, along with planes flying in the sky. However, he also quickly realized that the technology was actually based on World War II. Is he recreating a scene he saw during World War II, though Edward after seeing this? Then, he also controlled the stones and debris surrounding him to turn into an army, recreating the events he experienced a month ago. However, his army was also not made of humans or status, but golems or robots. They held guns, bazookas, drove tanks, helicopters, and fighter jets. After Edward made his move, the battlefield turned chaotic. A modern army was fighting one from World War II, 10 giants clad in armors were fighting 5 wyverns, while a bunch of thunderbirds messed up the weather. All the wizards watching this battle were shocked. They felt that this was a battle between 2 gods. No one expected that wizards could actually become so powerful. Some of the former squibs who used to live in Muggle society imagined what it would be like if those 2 actually fought in a place full of people. They discovered that individually, they could destroy a city of their own, not to mention clashing together. Inside the Black family house, the Order of the Phoenix had a private viewing of the battle after asking Trelawney to set it up for them. I feel that something is wrong, but I cannot say what it is, said Tonks, who was brought to this place as a possible future member of the Order. Unfortunately, she did not have the opportunity to officially join, as Dumbledore basically disbanded the group and went to fight Edward alone, as the headmaster did not want to make his colleague do something that they did not want to. After she said these words, many people agreed with her. They were awed by the power displayed by these people, but they also felt that something was wrong with this battle. Of course, something is wrong, replied Alastor Moody, drawing everyone's attention to himself. It's not a secret that Edward is a master of the dark arts, and from the information I gather, the so-called arcane grand library that he has been preaching about to everyone contains some truly powerful and lost dark magic. Yet, he has no use a single dark magic spell throughout the entire battle. Immediately, the other members realized the issue. Alastor was correct. A lot of them knew Dumbledore quite well, thus knew that the headmaster refused to use dark magic in his life, and he will probably not do so in this battle. Additionally, among all these people, only Lily has seen Edward's library, or as Alastor said, the Arcane Grand Library. She saw the section on dark magic and knew how large it was. Why is he doing this? Asked Tonks back, a question many others were also asking. To show the world that he can defeat the greatest white wizard using only white magic. That way, none can complain about the outcome of the battle, replied Alastor. If he wins in that way, his prestige will reach the highest level possible, and all the people who still remained neutral will have no choice but to support him, including some of us in the room. The room became quiet after Mad Eye said these words, as he was right. Many members of the Order supported Edward's idea of integrating with the non-magical to build a better and more powerful civilization. Some people remained neutral, deciding to wait for Dumbledore's next move. However, once the battle is over, they will have two choices: pick a side, or remain secluded from society for the rest of their lives. Back to the battle. In just a few minutes, the battle reached a different height. Dumbledore's World War II army had no chance against Edward's more modern army, while the giants were slowly losing the battle. Even the one who covered the sky with his shield was destroyed by the constant bombardment of thunder. Upon seeing this, Dumbledore pointed his wand and massive light gathered before rushing into the middle of the battlefield. After landing, it soon expanded until it covered everything. Then Edward's transfiguration turned into their original shapes of stones, ice, and debris. Untransfiguration, thought Edward after seeing this. This was a type of magic that revert transfiguration spells to their original state. With a snap of his finger, a magical wave emanated from Edward's body, also turning Dumbledore's transfiguration back to its original state. The headmaster was not surprised. With a calm look, he said, "I did not want things to go this far, but I have to do this, for the greater good." Suddenly, Fawkes appeared next to him, then the two fused together. Flaming wings appeared behind Dumbledore. He turned into a middle-aged version of himself. He had a crown made of feathers, and a robe made of flame. However, this was not what caught Edward's attention, it was what happened next. Dumbledore's mana level suddenly raised beyond the 100x threshold, reaching another level. He then pointed the Elder Wand at Edward, and powerful dark energy suddenly manifested from it. And Edward immediately realized what it was: Death Authority. Immediately, for the first time since the battle, he felt the threat of death. A massive dark light energy beam with the power to instantly annihilate everything rushed from the wand headed straight to Edward, without giving him any room to dodge or evade. 112 Battle of the Century, Finale. After the dark light beam disappeared, everything in its path was annihilated. All the mountains and forests behind Edward completely vanished. As for him, he was in terrible shape. Half of his body was completely gone, his clothes were tattered. What's weird was that there was no blood coming from the remaining half of his body. Instead, there was dark energy located in that spot that was slowly corroding him. Edward looked at his body and sighed. It has been a long time since he was in true danger of death. If he did not use a space spell at the last minute that allowed him to bend the surrounding space to form a shield around him, he would have been completely gone. Edward then looked at the broken wand in his hand and sighed again. He had this wand from Ollivander since he was 11 years old. Although he could make a more powerful one, he never replaced it because of the memory of his parents taking him there to get it. But now, it was broken. Using a reverse summoning spell, the broken wand was sent to another location. Then, Edward focused on his injury. Immediately, he felt a force in his body that was slowly destroying it, and also prevented healing. So, without hesitation, he waved his hand and cut another big piece of his body, to be precise, the pieces that still had the corrosive force. Then, Edward burst into flame, and a few seconds later, a complete body appeared wearing clothes made out of flames as well. He then raised his head, wondering why the headmaster gave him so much time to heal. Instantly, he noticed that Dumbledore's breathing was heavy, and sweats all over his forehead. With difficulty, he raised his arm to point his wand, and another dark beam started to form again. Without the slightest hesitation, Edward flew into the sky, trying to use his mobility to evade. His plan partially worked as he evaded the dark beam, but Dumbledore flapped his phoenix wings to fly into the sky to follow him. As he did so, he continued to shoot devastatingly powerful dark beams. At first, Edward was able to evade them, but the process became continuously more difficult. So, he went on the defensive. He raised his hand in the sky, then more than 100 spherical rocks appeared. Then, these rocks turned into flames. Then, he used gravity to accelerate these rocks as they rushed toward Dumbledore like meteors. Unfortunately, once these rocks reached 10 meters from the headmaster, the flames went out, and the rocks turned gray before disintegrating into countless tiny particles. They decayed, thought Edward, realizing that he was truly in some trouble. That last attack was one of his most powerful spells created from dragon chant magic. Should I use the stone? Or dark magic? Thought Edward. Not yet. This battle is a perfect way for me to calm down all dissonance voices amongst my followers. So, unless necessary, I won't use these things. So, I can only use that method. Nevertheless, my mana is at all high time low after using that last space barrier spell. Plus, I will need a lot of mana if I want to use that spell to defeat him. Dumbledore pointed the Elder Wand at Edward again, but this time, a beam did not appear. Instead, a mysterious suction came from it. Immediately, Edward felt that something was being forcefully pulled out from his body. It was his soul. With great horror, he instantly activated the enchantment he engraved in his soul, creating a soul barrier. Unfortunately, that only reduced the effect of the attraction and bought him so time to react. Albion, roared Edward as he used a summoning spell. Cracks appeared in the space around, then a giant beast with 4 legs and a massive wingspan appeared. He had horns and was golden in color. Everyone wizard watching this godlike battle was shocked after seeing this, including Dumbledore. Meanwhile, the Gryffindor trio along with the excited Hagrid immediately realized that this was the real dragon that Edward told them about. Hagrid was so excited that he wanted to run to this island to see this cute creature and become friends with it. Human wizard, why have you disturbed my slumber? This is not the time for you to be acting up. Look at the situation, responded Edward with gritted teeth. Albion then finally noticed Dumbledore. A lesser phoenix with bloodline really close to a real one, muttered Albion. Wait, this wizard managed to activate the authority in the wand. While the dragon was talking, Edward placed his hand on him and fused with him just like Dumbledore and Fawkes. However, unlike the first fusion, wings did not appear on his back, nor scale or claws. After all, he was being watched by so many people, he had a reputation to uphold. Unfortunately, his transformation was not as cool as Dumbledore's. The only change that occurred was that his eyes turned reptilian-like. After the fusion, Edward's mana was refilled, and with his connection with Albion's soul, he was able to prevent his own soul from being sucked. I have to say, wizards on this planet are truly weird. Space magic is usually something that only powerful mages can use, but children 17 years of age can do so on this planet. On top of that, you guys created a sage stone, something that many alchemists have spent countless millennia studying to no avail. Then, you guys have time artifacts to increase intelligence, and even created magic similar to a lich's phylactery. Now, there is another wizard that activated a authority with his meager amount of mana. What the hell is wrong with this planet that looked so weak and backward on the surface? Do you think that this is the time for this? Asked Edward, who noticed the headmaster's next attack. This time, it was not a beam, but a black sphere that was rapidly gathered. The sphere then rushed towards Edward, who evaded it. However, the sphere seemed to have the ability to follow him, so wherever he went, it followed. Without much choice, he tried to teleport, but the space was blocked by Dumbledore. Even his phoenix teleportation was not possible. Nevertheless, he still had another way. By using a large amount of mana, he forcibly opened the blockade and teleported away from the sphere. Of course, the black sphere followed him, but he still bought himself enough time for his next spell. Wyvern Summon. Just like Albion, countless lesser dragons or wyvern appeared around Edwards. There were Chinese fireballs, Norwegian ridgebacks, Hungarian horntails, etc. All the different types of dragons appeared, thus making the sky full of flying dragons. And these dragons came out of nowhere, but from Edward's farm, and from wild areas where they were located. As soon as the wyverns appeared, they formed a circle around Edward, then a powerful shield appeared around them. Then, the shield connected into a larger and more powerful one. Once the black sphere hit the shield, it was stopped before exploding. Nevertheless, the attack was still blocked, a fact which greatly relived Edward. Meanwhile, Dumbledore frowned after seeing this, then his eyes flashed ruthlessly. He suddenly aged and returned to his old man self, then he pointed his wand again. A black sphere slowly started to gather, and in just a few seconds, grew bigger than the previous one. After seeing this, Edward hurried to make his next move. He started to chant. In nomine meo, tan quam minister magici, principio tibi ut mea mandata audias, omnis spati potentia turbabitur vel impotens. As he said those words, they appeared in golden letters written in the air. His mana rapidly decreased. This was a new form of magic that he created that relied on long incantation. It was based on alchemy enchantments and dragon chant magic. Although this kind of magic was powerful, the downside was that it requires a lot of mana, and it took time. By the time that Edward finished his long incantation, Dumbledore's death sphere also finished gathering and headed for the shield created by all the wyverns. As for Edward, the golden letters in the air shined brightly, then the space around started to tremble. Cracks started appearing around Dumbledore, then an explosion occurred. Space exploded, leaving turbulent energy in the surroundings. The death sphere was instantly teleported to somewhere unknown. The remaining half of the island was destroyed. As for the people watching this battle, they only felt everything shake, then the divination magic stopped working. They could no longer see the fight. So, everybody started to wonder who was the victor. Meanwhile, as soon as Edward finished the spell, he fell from the air as his mana was dry. Luckily for him, Albion stopped the fusion and caught him before he fell in the ocean. While breathing heavily, he said out loud, Momo. His Housel elf suddenly appeared next to him, floating in the next. She did not dare to stand on Albion's back. Momo then threw a bag to Edward. He took out a few potions from them to drink, replenish some level of mana. Immediately afterward, he used a spell to detect any life around him, and soon he found something. He found Dumbledore's body lying on the ocean. Only his torso was left intact, and he should be dead by now. However, a white flame seemed to be keeping him alive. With a wave of his hand, he took the headmaster's body and had Albion fly away. 113 Public reveal. Edward took Dumbledore's body to an isolated castle. Using his own phoenix flame, he regenerated the lost limbs of the headmaster, then fed him some elixir of life to extend his overdraft life force. A few minutes later, Dumbledore opened his eyes. He looked around before muttering, I'm not dead. No, replied Edward. Fawkes used some kind of sacrificial magic to save your life. So, he's gone? Leaving me all alone. I've managed to gather a small piece of his soul. With the right method and enough time, he might be revived. Although, the chances of that are quite low. Dumbledore nodded his head in thanks, but he did not say anything else. Edward took out a contract before saying, I need you to agree to the terms in this contract. Without saying anything, Dumbledore just nodded his head in agreement and placed his hand on the contract, signing it. Then, countless grey strings came out from his temple, and Edward placed them into an orb. Edward quickly scanned the memories as he wanted to know the answer to certain things, and he did find the answer. For example, how did Dumbledore manage to break all his limiters and increase his mana so quickly? The answer to the first question was as he theorized. Dumbledore used his bloodline bond with Fawkes to break the second limiter, then asked Grindelwald's help to break the last one using the Elder Wand. As for the increase of mana, the answer was actually quite simple, it was from his body. As wizards grow older, the mana inside their bodies keeps increasing. If they do not break the limiters, the mana is then scattered through their bodies without any use besides nourishing the body and prolonging life. What Dumbledore did was to gather this mana from his body and guide them to his magic core. And with his talent and more than 100 years of growth, it was more than enough to reach the level of 100x. However, Edward did notice something odd. During the process of breaking the third limiter, Dumbledore heard a whisper. From the memory, Dumbledore only thought that he was hearing things since he was a little on edge, but Edward knew it was not so as he recognized that voice, Death, or Herpo. Soon after that whisper, Dumbledore became a little obsessed with finding a way to activate the authority in the wand and to stop Edward at all cost. I was right to be cautious. Although Herpo cannot leave the afterlife, he can still influence the material world in some shape or form. Edward then looked at Dumbledore before sending him a bunch of memories. A slight surprise flashed from his eyes, followed by a somber look. Do you understand the real enemy now? Dumbledore did not answer him but looked around with his eyes. You do not need to worry about his gaze. This castle was built personally by me with a magic metal called Magicium, it can effectively block him from spying here. I'm sorry about my actions, said the former headmaster. There is no need for apologies, but there is something you can do for me. Dumbledore paused for a few minutes. What is it? Then, Edward explained to him what he needed to do, and he accepted. You should get comfortable in this castle as from now on, to the outside world, you're a dead man, added Edward. Although I can allow you to say goodbye to your friends, they will have to keep a secret. After that, Edward took the Elder Wand and apparat away. This time, he appeared to Nurmengard Castle to see Grindelwald. As soon as he entered the cell, he saw the old man smiling, and waiting for him. Edward threw something at him and said, sign it. Without hesitation, he did so. For him, he did not care that he would sign his soul away. As long as he can see wizards free from their current situation, then he can pay any price. Anyway, his dream will finally be accomplished. After he signed the contract, Edward handed him a potion. Soon after drinking it, Grindelwald turned into a middle-aged man. Then for the first time in decades, he left the castle, his prison. After giving Grindelwald something to do, Edward returned to his Aunt Amelia's house. Thank Merlin you're all right. I thought you perished with Dumbledore. Many of your followers are starting to freak out, said Amelia. Don't worry, I'm fine, just a little tired. As for my followers, I will address the situation. Amelia nodded her head. What about Dumbledore? He's still alive. You did not kill him? Why? Edward paused for a moment, then he answered, he was partially right. In case something happens to me, whether that I was mind-controlling, corroded by some force, or let power get to my head, I need a failsafe to stop me. He's part of that failsafe. Aren't you being a little too paranoid? I have recently learned that no matter how cautious I think I am, it is not enough. So, it is better to be safe than sorry. After that, Edward used divination magic once again to address all the previous spectators of the duel, showing them that he was the winner of this match. Furthermore, he did not vilify the headmaster for his actions but stated that it was merely the result of different ideas or philosophies for the future of wizardkind. And, he also stated that Dumbledore will forever be remembered as one of the greatest wizards that ever lived, forever engraved in history. After this battle, Edward's status as the leader of the entire magical world was set in stone. People started addressing him as Lord, Your Majesty, and even Wizard King. Additionally, with the way that he handled Dumbledore's affair, the neutral groups among wizards finally acknowledged his status as the leader and followed him. For the next year, he spent most if not all of his time securing his power and uniting all the wizards from different countries, placing them under one body of law. More importantly, he created the Bones Advanced School of Magic, which was basically a university for wizards after they finish their 7 years in school where they can learn advanced knowledge. Of course, it was not only young wizards that have just graduated that were allowed to attend. Any adult wizard of any age could attend this school. Plus, Edward created a specific program in this school where they can graduate in just 3 months. In this program, wizards will have access to a diadem, then have knowledge forcibly installed in their heads just like Bellatrix and the Death Eaters did. This way, they can learn years of knowledge in just a few months, with the cost of constant migraines. Of course, wizards with weak wills cannot survive these methods. Then, in the summer of 1994, another major event occurred. Not only in the magical world but the entire planet. The UN suddenly asked all the countries in the world to gather together to broadcast important news. Oddly enough, everybody complied. All TV stations were prepared to broadcast the same thing. Large televisions were established in public areas, gathering large crowds to watch this announcement. When the time arrived, Edward's face showed up on all these screens, but he was not alone. Albion was sleeping behind him. So, to the horror of close 7 billion humans on this planet, they saw a man standing in front of a dragon on their television. At first, some people thought that this was some kind of movie effect, but when they realized that no movie could have such a vivid effect and the fact that this was actually a live event. Dressed in a black suit, and with a smile on his face, Edward started speaking, "Greetings, citizens of Earths." As he said those words, they were translated into different languages. "My name is Edward Bones, the current leader of the magical world. Now, I'm sure many of you are somewhat confused, so I will explain. Amongst many humans on this planet, there exist a few individuals born with the extraordinary gift of magic. They are collectively called wizards. After saying that, he paused for a moment, raised his hand. Then, flame, lightning, ice, wind manifested one another in his palm. As you can, this group of individuals can do many mysterious and magical things. Unfortunately, due to the low number of our kind and the persecution we endured during the Middle Age, we decided to hide from society. That isolation lasted for more than a millennia. And during that time, we never interfered with the affairs of the non-magical world. Since we are a peaceful people by nature, we believed that this was the best course of action. Unfortunately, our peaceful life was destroyed not long ago. A group of individuals from the non-magical world attacked us, killing many of our children and women. After Edward said that, the camera shifted to the soldiers who were part of the anti-wizard alliance. The viewers soon noticed that these soldiers were from different races, countries, and ethnicities. Following this, a short clip was shown of these men killing children and women, with no remorse whatsoever. Although we managed to apprehend these individuals, the magical world has realized that our seclusive approach may not be the best approach for our kind, that even we are peaceful by nature. It did not mean that our neighbor was. We realized that we needed change. So, I'm speaking to you today, not out of hatred, nor for a declaration of war. No, I'm speaking to all of you today, to ask for your help. I'm asking you to help our kind integrate into society so that such a tragedy no longer happens. I'm asking you to work together with us, and build a better world for both the magical and non-magical. 114 time skip after the reveal of wizards to the world, everything changed. Wizards started to live with muggles and showed themselves to the world. Under Edward's control, they integrate into society by helping. Videos of them using magic to help people build infrastructure, curing incurable diseases, and increasing farming productivity was shown all over the world, creating a positive image for all wizards. Additionally, in that same year, the Tri-Wizard tournament was supposed to take place. Edward instead organized a tournament for all the 11 magical schools of the world, then broadcast for everyone, both wizard and muggles, to see. In this tournament, Edward did not place an age restriction, so everyone could participate. In the end, Hermione was chosen for Hogwarts, and she ended up winning the entire competition, granting her worldwide fame. In the summer of 1995, after the tournament, Arthur Weasley created the first MageTech product, a monster dueling disc that functioned with mana crystals. With this invention, the non-magical could play Yu-Gi-Oh card. In January 1996, a worldwide dueling monster competition was held, with both Muggle and wizards participating. The success of this event further strengthens the integration between the magical and non-magical world. In that same month, the sport of Quidditch was officially introduced to Muggles. Arthur Weasley invented another MageTech invention, a flying broom. The broom was powered by mana crystal and was enchanted with a mind-controlling charm which allowed ordinary people to control the broom with their minds, just like any wizard. After the mana flying broom was invented, Quidditch became a mainstream sport amongst ordinary people. It was played in schools, official sports teams were created based on different regions or countries just like soccer. And when it came to the Quidditch World Cup, players were chosen based on the skills of both wizards and normal people. In November of 1996, an event that was out of Edward's control occurred. The Pope, who was supposed to be under control, somehow managed to break free and went on live air, denouncing wizards as pawns of the devil. As a result of this, many religious believers around started to protest, and the peaceful integration of these two worlds reached a stumbling block. After a quick investigation, Edward quickly found a group of people that did not really surrender, but bid their time. These people were even willing to suffer the backlash of soul contracts to accomplish their goals. After the Pope's announcement, tension began to rise between the magical and non-magical. Jealousies that were buried deep started to resurface. Edward and Amelia quickly took control of the media to change the narrative. News like if Jesus Christ was real, then he was probably a wizard started circulating 24/7 all over the world. Videos of wizards and even children doing miracles like walking on water, changing water into wine, and healing the blind, etc., appeared all over the media. And he did not stop there, he began to wage a war of words on religion. All the inaccuracies found in the Bible were broadcast to the world. For example, the fact that the picture of Jesus Christ that most Christians worshipped was in fact Cesare Borgia. The fact that, logically speaking, he was a Jewish man born in the Middle Eastern, there was no way for him to be a white man. And they did not stop there. They broadcasted all the dirty secrets that religious leaders have hidden for centuries. Edward did not want any religion interfering with his rule, but he also knew that it was impossible to get rid of it, and straight up outlawing it would lead to constant revolt. So, he made sure to reduce their presence and power to the lowest level possible. In the future, any kind of religion can only be used as a form of spiritual relief for people, nothing more, nothing less. After this event, the world became peaceful and quiet for some time. Wizards naturally integrated into society. Magic and technology increased at a rapid pace beyond anyone could imagine. Then, in 1998, another major event occurred. Space cracks appeared all over the world. Then, an interdimensional race known as Dementors invaded planet Earth. These creatures that looked like the embodiment of death used humans as their food and sucked their souls out of their bodies. In just a short amount of time, they spread terror throughout the entire world. Different countries tried to fight the threat, but modern weapons proved to be useless. Even a nuke could not kill these intangible creatures. If it was not for mage tech, people might not even be able to see them after their first grand entrance to this planet where they intentionally revealed themselves. Luckily for the citizens of Earth, wizards have heard of dementors before and have developed some magical spells that could still fight these creatures. So, wizards became the main fighting force against this invasion. Unfortunately, issues of diplomacy made traveling to other countries very difficult, meaning it was hard for some wizards to respond quickly. So, the UN decided to form the Earth Defense Alliance by gathering the power of all nations to fight this foreign threat. And since Edward was the most powerful wizard around, and the leader of the magical world, he was nominated as the prescient of the alliance. His first order was not to bury the people who had their souls sucked away. He promised all the people of Earth to find a way to save them. Of course, many members of the alliance disagreed with this, saying that it was too costly to keep the body of these people alive and that there was no evidence to even suggest that they were still alive. Nevertheless, Edward insisted an act which greatly increased the general people's empathy and support of him as the leader. In 2 years, the alliance fought an all-out war with the Dementors. Unfortunately, the number of wizards capable of fighting these creatures was very small, so the loss was very high. More than 100 million people had their souls sucked out of their bodies, turning into a vegetative state. Luckily, in the year 2000, a new invention turned the war around. A new mage tech gun that was enchanted with a spell that could kill dementors was finally created, and it was possible to mass produce. So, the war finally turned around in just a few months. Finally, the leader of the Earth Defense Alliance, Edward Bones, located the Dementor King, which was the leader of this invasion. He fought a legendary that was watched by all the people of this planet. This battle would be recorded as the Battle of Gods by history due to how powerful these two individuals were. After defeating the Dementor King, the hero of the Alliance, Edward Bones managed to recapture all the souls that the Dementors sucked away, and placed them back to their owner's body, thus saving more than 100 million people. However, soon a piece of terrible news soon quickly spread throughout the world. The hero of Earth, the leader of the Alliance, was stepping down from his role and giving up his power since according to him, the Alliance was only temporary. Many people became fearful after hearing this and started to protest. The recent events proved to the people of Earth that they were not alone in the universe. Thus, they needed to unite to face threats from the cosmos. More importantly, they needed a strong and charismatic leader to guide them in these unprecedented times. Although it was honorable for the Alliance leader to give up all his power, this was not what the people wanted. So, after 3 months of people rioting and protesting all over the world, Edward finally answered their call. He established the Arcane Empire, and he became the Arcane Emperor. However, in order not to let power corrupt him, he established the 10 Rings Council to govern in his place. The council is made up of 9 members that are voted by the people, while the elder of the council was elected by Edward himself. Although the Arcane Emperor has absolute power in the empire, he will not easily intervene in politics. Just like that, 35 years passed by since the inception of the Arcane Empire. 115 Arcane Empire. Inside a space station, Harry stood next to Ginny and Ron, who was holding hand with Lavender Brown. He looked at his son and said, "Albus, is everything ready?" "Yes, father. We can leave now." "Why do we have to take the space elevator? Wouldn't it be better to just use the warp portal to instantly travel from Mars to Earth?" complained the youngest daughter, who was named Lisa Lily Potter. "Since it is a family vacation, then we have to enjoy ourselves as much as possible," replied Ginny. Meanwhile, Ron was also talking to his only son. "Do you have everything prepared for school?" "Yes, father." "That's good." After that, the two families entered a private room. They sat down, strapped themselves down. When it was time, the room started to descend like an elevator. Immediately, all of them looked to the glassed windows, looking at Earth from outer space. The blue planet looked vivid and alive. "Every time I see this sight, I'm still fascinated," said Lavender. "Me too. I never imagined in my lifetime that I would ever get to experience such a magical sight," replied Ginny. Both Harry and Ron felt similar sentiments. Unfortunately, their children were looking at them weirdly. Harry noticed his children's gaze, but he just secretly shook his head. These kids were born after the establishment of the Arcane Empire, so they were not aware of the old days. To them, that period is nothing but history. 3 hours later, the elevator arrived on Earth. To be precise, it was in Brazil, which was the location of the elevator. After that, they went straight into a special room. Inside the room was a massive door frame with a circular platform in front of it. As soon as they entered, they were received by a female attendant. "Welcome customer to the warp portal. Can you please tell me your destination?" said the attendant. "Bones Advanced School of Magic," said Harry Potter. "Oh, the famous Academy City. Unfortunately, without a sufficient level of authority or a permit, you cannot directly teleport there." Harry raised his hand to show his watch. A holographic image appeared in front of the attendant. "Name, Harry Potter. Level of clearance, 3C. Such a high level of clearance," thought the attendant. "And why does the name Potter sound familiar?" The attendant took out a device to scan Harry's watch, then she said, "Sir, according to your level of clearance, you and your family can indeed teleport to your destination." Then, she looked at Ron, who also showed her his watch. "Unfortunately, sir, you only have level 2B clearance and cannot directly teleport there." "Check your record," said Ron. My son is attending the school, so I should have a permit to enter. The attendant hurriedly checked before saying, my apologies for the error. Now, do you guys want to pay with arcane points or arcane coins? Arcane coins, replied Harry without hesitation. Arcane point was the new name for reward point and is a very valuable resource. Meanwhile, arcane coins are merely the new currency of the Empire. In just a few seconds, the two made an online transaction and paid for the services. Then, all of them stood on the circular platform. A white veil appeared on the door frame, acting as the door. I still cannot believe how expensive these things actually are, said Lavender. It's not like our family cannot afford them, replied Ron. Your Weasley family might be wealthy, but it does not mean that mine is, added Lavender Brown as she glared at him. Although Ron wanted to say that you're now a Weasley, he quickly shut his mouth after seeing the look Harry gave him. After charging for a few seconds, the white light from the gate enveloped them, forcing them to close their eyes. Once the group opened it again, they found themselves in a different location. There was still a large gate behind them, but the surroundings were different. A male attendant waited in front of them and said, "Welcome to Bones Academic City." After politely saluting the attendant, the family left the location of the war portal, and they soon found themselves in a busy city. People of different colors and races walked together, dressed in strange clothes. The majority of them had magic robes found in fantasies with a hood on the back, while other people dressed in clothes that were a combination of Middle Ages and modern style. And that included the Potters and Weasley. In the past few decades, the fashion trend of the Empire has greatly changed to look more similar to a fantasy world. The kids looked at everything around them with awe. They looked at the sky-high buildings, the flying cars, and the golem operating the traffic lights, and cleaning up the trash. Look, it's the magic towers, said Albus with excitement as he pointed to a group of towers that were as tall as any skyscraper. Powerful mana could feel from them even from a few miles away. Which one is Grandma's? Asked. It's the 6th tower, responded Harry as he pointed to it. Albus, Lisa, and James were quite excited after seeing it. In the Empire, only a few wizards are worthy to have their own tower, and each one is not only powerful but has contributed greatly to the development of the Empire. So, it is the highest of honor for any wizard to be granted their own magic tower. Meanwhile, Ron's son Hugo looked up at his father with questioning eyes. So, Ron pointed to a building. Your grandfather is a mage-tech engineer, so he has his own research building. However, your uncles George and Fred are the owner of the 9th tower. Hugo nodded with a smile. Since childhood, he has always adored his grandfather and uncles. Is it true that Uncle George and Fred will soon get the title of alchemist? Don't listen to their bragging, responded Ron. Currently in the Empire, alchemy is divided into 3 fields: potions, magic crafter or artificer, and mage-tech engineer. If anyone wants the title of alchemist, they have to have accomplishments in at least 2 of these fields. Although your uncle's talent for magic crafting is truly amazing, the same cannot be said for the other 2 fields. Hugo nodded his head, but his worship for his uncles did not diminish because of this fact. Soon, after that, the 2 families went on a tour of the entire city. The city had an academic air surrounding them. Everyone, you can see scholars, scientists, engineers, and wizards of different fields. This city deserves the title of the academic center of the world, commented Ginny. Well, more than 95% of the Empire's magical and technological development came from this city, so it is normal. What I'm more curious about is how this man-made island was created for the site of this city, said Lavender. According to my father, the Arcane Emperor designed the blueprint himself, and my father helped build it along with many other mage-tech engineers, replied Ron. It's still a surprise to me. How is that a surprise? Added Hugo. The Empire has colonized most of the solar system, and you think a small man-made island is something amazing. Ron tapped the back of his son's head. Have some respect on how you speak, boy. Father, I'm 17 years old now. You can't just beat me whenever you feel like it. As long as you are my son, I can still beat you. Although Hugo was upset, he did not say anything. His father was a wizard knight, and those people were barbarians. After spending a few hours touring the city, the family headed to the location of the Bones Advanced School of Magic and Witchcraft. 116 Arcane Empire. 2. Since Hugo and Albus were best friends since young, they decided to share the same dormitory just like they did at Hogwarts. So, after registering, the family took the kids into their dormitory. Inside Albus's room, Harry gave his son a private lecture. Albus, I'm sure you are wondering why I insisted on you becoming a magic researcher instead of following in my footstep and becoming a battle mage. Albus nodded his head. That's because of your grandfather, James. Throughout the years, our family has been trying to raise enough arcane points to resurrect him. Unfortunately, the amount required is truly enormous. Albus frowned after hearing this, then he asked, then, how did all those people in the news manage to gather enough points? Harry looked at his wife after hearing this question. After she nodded his head, he explained, well, I will tell you a little secret. None of these people have gathered enough arcane points to resurrect someone. The reason that they were granted such an opportunity was that the Empire wanted to show the world that it had this ability, so a few people were chosen at random and displayed to the world. Of course, this was a way to raise the prestige of the Arcane Emperor and solidify his control over the Empire, but that is not something that he should know for now, secretly thought Harry. So, that's how it is? But, couldn't I still get plenty of arcane points as a battle mage? Harry sighed deeply. The sad truth is battle mages are considered thugs by most scholar mages because we only learn how to use magic and never contributed to its creation and innovation. And with the Arcane Emperor greatly encouraging innovation and deep study of magic, scholar mages have a higher status than battle mages, and it is easier for them to acquire arcane points for their research, development, or discovery. The only way for a battle mage to quickly gather arcane point is to invent new spells, but as I said, all of us are trained to use magic and skills to the highest level, but not innovate. How is that fair? Said Albus. The majority of battle mages will easily defeat a scholar mage in a magic duel. Harry looked at his son thinking about how young and ignorant he was. Although his statement may be true for some low-level scholar mages, the truly powerful ones are really scary. Because of how deep their understanding of magic is, these scholar mages are the real powerhouse of the Empire. Furthermore, these scholar mages will also study dueling techniques of battle mages to improve their strength. Patting his son in the head, Harry said, "There is no need to worry about anything else, just focus on your study so that you can graduate with the utmost honor. Then, with your grandmother's influence, you can choose any of the towers to intern with. Hopefully, one day, you will also become a tower master." After setting his son in, Harry left with his wife. "I don't think we should have placed so much pressure on him," said Ginny. "I know, but we do not have much of a choice." After saying that, Harry started thinking about a conversation he had with his mother not too long ago. Scene break. Harry was having dinner with his mother Lily, who has not aged a single bit in the past 35 years. "Is there something wrong? You looked more weary than usual," asked Harry. "My recent experiment failed. Despite all my effort, no one besides me has ever managed to wield love magic in the past few decades. Is the Empire going to reduce your fundings?" asked Harry. "Not really. As matter of fact, as long I'm the only one capable of wielding that magic, I am invaluable to the Arcane Emperor. So, why are you in such a rush to have another person wield love magic?" asked Harry with a frown. Lily paused for a moment, took her glass of wine, and drank a sip. "I guess there is no point in hiding this from you now. I strongly believe that the Arcane Emperor is suppressing the number of arcane points that I can receive for my accomplishments. Recently, he had been using the fact that no one else could use love magic to dismiss or diminish my results. Why would he do that? From what I know, he is usually very generous, especially to the tower masters." Lily swirled the wine in her glass, then she answered, "If I were to guess, it should have something to do with Severus. Uncle Snape? What does he have to do with anything?" However, Lily did not respond this time. Harry thought quickly before saying, "Are you saying that the Arcane Emperor is intentionally delaying you to revive my father to provide Uncle Snape a chance to get with you?" Although this sounds absurd, Harry knew of Snape's love for his mother. In the past decades, he has been very present in their lives, spending a great deal of time with them. "Why would he do that?" asked Harry, bewildered. "Snape is one of the most powerful and influential tower master of the Empire. He has made so many accomplishments in the potion field over the past decades, adding to the fact that he is one of the earlier supporters of the Arcane Emperor. It's normal for him to be favored." "Did you talk to him?" "I did confront him, and he admitted himself," replied before taking another big sip of her wine. "So, what are you going to do?" asked Harry. As an adult, he can look at things differently. He could tell that over the years, his mother had developed some form of affection for Snape. However, because of him and her devotion as a wife, she wanted to reunite their family. Scene break. Back to the present, Harry regained his bearing as he walked out of the dormitory. However, he noticed that his other son, James, was unusually quiet. "James, is there something wrong?" "No, I'm just wondering whether I can be admitted to the Bones Advanced School of Magic and Witchcraft." The family suddenly became quiet, until Lisa Potter said, "With your grades and talent, keep dreaming." Ginny quickly reprimanded her daughter, then said to his son, "Don't listen to your sister. Grades and magical talent are not the only factors that determine whether you get in. Look at your Uncle Ron. He only got onto the military strategy division because of his talent for wizard chess. Later on, he was discovered to have the talent to be a wizard knight. After you graduate from Hogwarts, we will pay for a potential test for you to see whether you have any hidden talent that can get you into the school. And if all else fails, your grandmother can still use her connection to get you in." James nodded his head, but he was not happy. He knew how people who got into this school through connection are treated. Harry patted him on the shoulder and said, "There are many other magic universities you can still attend. Just because you do not get into this one does not mean you cannot be successful in life." 117 Arcane Empire, 3. In another dorm, Draco Malfoy was speaking to his son, Scorpius. "I know the people of the Dark Magic Division in the school are strange, so be careful not to have an accident." Scorpius nodded his head without saying anything. Noting the distraction of his son, Draco said, "There is no need to worry. The stigma and infamy surrounding dark magic have long been removed by the Empire. It's not that. I'm just wondering why both grandfather and you insisted on me becoming a battle mage. Wouldn't be better to become a scholar mage and even one day own a tower like Grandma?" Malfoy paused for a moment before asking, "Tell me what you know of our family? In terms of status and power, how are we in the Empire?" "Of course, we are one of the most powerful families in the Empire," replied Scorpius. "As one of the earliest followers of the Arcane Emperor, Grandfather is the commander-in-chief of the Earth Defense Army. Basically, he controlled the entire army of the Empire. So, our family is very powerful. This is where the problem lies. What do you mean? Do you know the horror department? Yes. They are basically the police force of this planet. Anything a crime occurs both magical and non-magical, they are in charge of capturing the individual, replied Scorpius in confusion. 10 years ago, the horror department was under your grandpa's jurisdiction. However, the council voted to separate them and the Arcane Emperor agreed. 5 years ago, the Space Marine was also under your grandfather's jurisdiction, but now, they are a separate division of their own. Do you see where I'm going with this? Are you saying that grandfather's power is slowly being divided? That's correct. Recently, there are even been rumors that the Earth Defense Army will also be further divided. Why? Our family has always been loyal to the Arcane Emperor. That may be true, but it does not change the fact that we held too much power. Adding to that the fact that my father has proven incapable of actually controlling such large forces, it is only natural for our power to reduce. Scorpius was silent for a moment, then he asked, is there anything that we can do to prevent it from happening? No, but we can take measures to ensure that our family still retains some power. For example, I have been slowly climbing the ranks in the Royal Guard, and hopefully, I can one day become its commander. Scorpius knew about the Royal Guard, which was an elite army that reported only to the Arcane Emperor. Only he has the power to dispatch them. According to rumors, under the same conditions and with the same equipment, the Royal Guard can defeat both the Earth Defense Army and the Space Marine, at the same time. Adding to the fact that they are privy to the best and newest equipment and resources, they are truly the elite of the Empire. As for you, continued Malfoy, your grandfather and I want you to enter the Ghost Squad. Ghost Squad? I've never heard of them. That's the point. Only a few people know of their existence, while the others are dead once they do. If the Royal Guard is the right arm and positive light of the Emperor, then the Ghost Squad is the left and dark side, the shadow. Scorpius was shocked by this sudden news, then he became scared, thinking whether someone will kill him for knowing such information. Do you remember the rumors about the Royal Guard? Asked Malfoy, who was unaware of his son's internal turmoil. Scorpius nodded his head. Well, they are not true. The Royal Guard can beat any of the other armies individually, but not at the same time. However, the Ghost Squad is different, they are simply unstoppable. What makes them so strong? Every member of this squad signed a contract giving his soul to the Arcane Emperor. In return, they are personally trained by him and with all the resources of the Empire. An example, even the Tower Masters need arcane points to exchange certain knowledge, potions, or ceremonies from the Arcane Grand Library. It is the law that all the people of the Empire have to follow except for the members of the Ghost Squad. Anything they want or desire, they will be given to strengthening themselves. Malfoy patted his son's shoulder and said, according to the potential test, you have a very high talent for dark magic. Develop that talent to the best of your ability, and after you graduate, your grandfather can ask the Arcane Emperor to give you a spot in the Ghost Squad. Scorpius nodded his head in acknowledgement before muttering, anyway, our family will still be more powerful than the Potters. Don't underestimate the Potters, said Malfoy. Lily Potter is one of the few individuals not a member of the royal family or directly served the Arcane Emperor to gain level 4 access. That's how important she is considered by the Arcane Emperor. After having this chat with his son, Malfoy left. Scene break. Albus said goodbye to his parents, then he returned to his room. He saw Hugo, who was excited at the prospect of not having his father around all the time. What are you going to do now? Asked Albus. I'm going to play some games. What about you? Study. Don't be such a nerd. Come play with me. However, Albus ignored him and entered his room, and closed the door behind. To be exact, he entered his section of the dorm. His so-called room or section was very large, as an extended charm was placed on it. Inside, there was 3 rooms, 1 bedroom, 1 study room, and a bathroom. Albus entered the study room and immediately took notice of the sleeping chamber inside. Without hesitation, he opened the lid up, laid inside, and closed it. Scanning facial recognition. Scanning soul imprint. Detecting mana. Scanning mana signature. Welcome to Skynet, Sir Albus Potter. Reminder, your security level is 1A. Do you want to use Neural Link or Soul Link? Soul Link. Warning, although Soul Link has a 100% realness compared to Neural Link's 90% of realness, there is still some potential danger that comes from it. Do you still wish to continue? Yes. Very well. According to your soul strength, you can only stay connected for approximately 2h 39 minutes 23 seconds. Activate the soul-soothing potion in the pod, ordered Albus. As you command. Activating. Your current time is now exactly 5 hours. Soon afterward, Albus found himself in a white empty room, and his appearance was that of his virtual avatar. He waved his hand and a holographic image of different icons showed in front of him. There was one for the internet, social media, game, etc. Albus quickly picked the app for the Bones School and registered. Immediately, a list of online classes he could take appeared in front of him. These classes contained lectures from different professors, tower masters, and even the Arcane Emperor himself. Since Albus was interested in illusion magic, he chose lessons in those categories. Soon, Albus spent weeks studying illusion magic. From theory to practice, to application. He learned many things. However, once the 5 hours arrived, he was kicked out from the Soul Link. So, he opened the pod to go take a shower since he knew he could not link again until the next day. While taking a shower, Albus was thinking about all the things he just learned. Although only 5 hours passed in the real world, he spent weeks learning in the virtual world because of perception time dilation magic. So, he had a lot to review. Once he finished, he went to bed. Tomorrow was the first day of class, so he wanted to get some rest. 118 Arcane Empire. 4. After Harry sent his son Albus to school, he used the warp portal to return home. Hogwarts will start in a few days, so James and Lisa were still on vacation. Do you have Quidditch practice today? Asked Harry. Yes. The club just invited a new talented player, responded Ginny. Hopefully, we can finally win the Euro Championship this year, and even the Arcane Cup. Harry nodded his head. Is this new player a wizard? No, but does that matter? No, I was just curious. Instead of being curious, how about you quit your job as an Auror and join our team? I still remember how you lead Hogwarts to win the Global Magic School Quidditch competition and even the International Youth Quidditch Cup. Those were the good old days, muttered Harry. However, you know that I never truly wanted to play Quidditch professionally. Ginny nodded her head but no longer insisted. After a brief chat with his wife, Harry left for work. He went to his backyard, entered his private jet which looked eerily similar to the one the Shield Quinjet except for the glowing runes that shone on it. After entering the jet, Harry activated the automated driving system and entered his destination. A few minutes later, after traveling at a few Mach speed, he arrived at a tall building in Germany. The building had the words, Auror Department, Europe Division. Since there was a specific parking spot for private jets, Harry parked it on his private spot. Then, he walked to work. He used his watch to scan for his identity and level of security, then he headed to his office. However, as soon as he entered the building, countless voices assaulted his senses. People were chatting over one another, with their voices overlapping. Everyone looked excited. With a frown on his face, Harry approached one of the Aurors and tapped her on the shoulder. What's going on? Why is everyone so excited today? Vice Director, you're here. You can forfeit the formal greetings. Tell me what's going on. Well, Johnson has just finished his second genetic enhancement, so he is currently challenging Captain Barrick. Johnson should be smarter than this. Captain Barrick is a wizard that has broken the first limiter and survived the first dragon magic vein operation. His chances are slim, replied Harry. According to him, he has been secretly training with his brother, who is a space marine. Harry nodded his head. Although many people often complain that the space marines have nothing to do, their training is truly intense and only the elite can finish it. After that, he headed to the dueling area. He saw two people standing opposite of another. One of them was wearing a wizard robe with a hood, holding a long staff. Meanwhile, the other participant had an all-black combat uniform, a sword in his hand, and a gun in his waist. As soon as Harry arrived, many people stood up to salute him, but he just motioned them to continue doing their own thing. After taking a seat in the private booth, he started watching the fight. As soon as the battle commenced, Johnson rushed towards his opponent with his sword. His speed was so fast that he would make Usain Bolt look like a child racing against an Olympian champion. In less than a second, he traveled more than 20 meters distance, reaching in front of Barrick, who remained calm throughout the entire process. However, when he was about to be slashed by the sword, his staff light up green, and plant roots appeared from the ground trying to entangle Johnson. The latter tried to cut off these roots. Unfortunately, they grew quicker than he could cut them. After a few seconds of non-stop hacking, Johnson realized that his opponent was slowly exhausting his stamina, so he changed strategy. He concentrated on the sword in his hand, then, the blue crystal at the hill suddenly lit up, and a red flame appeared on it. With a swing of his sword, a small flame tornado rushed to the roots, burning them. However, before Johnson could celebrate his victory, a light flew from Barrick's wand rushing towards him. His instinct kicked in, and he rolled on the ground to evade. Expelliarmus charm? Is he trying to disarm me of my mage-tech sword? Johnson still did not have the time to react as the ground started to shake, and before long, spikes grew from the ground trying to impale him. Earth magic? No, it should be transfiguration. He jumped more than meters in the air, do a backflip, and landed a few meters away. Nevertheless, the spikes still grew from the ground. Suddenly, Johnson's boots light up, and runes appeared on them. Then, his speed drastically increased. Leaving shadows behind, he easily managed to evade the earth spikes. He then took out the gun from his waist and fired at Barrick, who instantly used a shield to block the attack. Then, the wizard used the spell projectile misdirection. After seeing his bullets missed, Johnson pressed a button on the gun, then it suddenly morphed into a slightly bigger gun with writing or runes appearing on it. Bang! The bullet traveled very fast and pierced Barrick's shield instantly. However, before hitting him, the ring in his finger lit up, and another shield appeared to block it. Johnson, you're playing dirty by using enchanted bullets, said Barrick for the first time since the battle began. This is part of my equipment, just like your alchemy items, replied Johnson nonchalantly. True. I have to say, you have improved tremendously to be able to last so long against me. However, if this is all you've got, you're bound to lose. Don't worry, I still got some things up my sleeve. After that, Johnson held the sword with two hands as he concentrated on it. His memories flashed back to his training with his brother. What do you know about mage-tech equipment? Asked Harry, who was a muscular man with a military haircut. Mage tech equipment are essentially magic artifacts but imbued with mana crystals on them to serve as activation energy. As such, ordinary people can use them. Anything else? That should be it. Well, you would be wrong. What you describe are only civilian mage tech items. When it comes to military grades 1, there is more to them. What do you mean? All military grade mage tech artifacts have a specific enchantment on them called will-wielding enchantment. What it does is that it allows ordinary users to control the amount of mana that is released through the mana crystals, based on the user's will. So, the stronger the will of the user, the more mana he can release from the mana crystal, thus the more power he can bring out from the equipment. Johnson frowned after hearing this. I don't quite understand what you mean. In that case, let me show you. Terry took out a sword and a flame appeared on it after he activated it. The flame was red and only enveloped the blade of the sword. However, a few seconds later, to the horror of Johnson, the flame slowly turned blue and rose to more than 2 meters into the sky. Whether it is the Earth Defense Force, the Royal Guard, or the Space Marine, we are trained to hone our wills so that we can better control mage tech artifacts. Why doesn't our Auror department know of this? The people that should know already do, replied Terry calmly. After hearing this, Johnson nodded his head with a sigh. Back to the present. After concentrating on the sword for a few seconds, the flame on it turned blue, and it rose a few inches into the air. Johnson swung it, and a massive blue tornado rushed towards Barrack, who was greatly surprised. However, his instinct overcame his body and used an ice shield spell, encasing his body in ice to block the attack. A massive explosion occurred as the dueling ground shook like an earthquake. Luckily, the entire ground was magically enchanted, so there was not that much damage. After the smoke of the explosion cleared, Barrack was intact, but Johnson was breathing heavily. He looked drained. I lost, he muttered. You should be proud to force a wizard to such a degree, replied Barrack. However, Johnson just lowered his head and left the dueling grounds. He knew that this match was not as close as Barrack made it out to be. For example, never once was his opponent use apparition, and he only used one magic artifact. Nowadays, most wizards carry a bunch of magical artifacts around them to make up for their deficiency and planned for unexpected outcomes. No to mention the fact that mage tech requires people to constantly recharge the mana crystal embedded in them. And after using it for a certain amount of time, the crystal will be destroyed and a new one has to be bought. After the duel ended, many people were talking about it out loud. It's really difficult for ordinary people to beat wizards even after being genetically enhanced. Well, that's normal. After all, they can also genetically enhance themselves. They can even enhance their bloodlines, something that we cannot do. Oh, I wish I was a wizard. Using magic through mage tech and wielding on your own is not the same thing at all. Don't say such a stupid thing. How do you know what it feels like to wield real magic? I'll have you know, my father has a high-level security clearance, and he allowed me to soul link to Skynet. There I play the game, Hogwarts, School of Magic and Adventure. With 100% realness, I know how it's like to be a real wizard and wield magic. Unfortunately, my soul strength only allows me to play for 24 minutes a day. Why didn't you buy soul-soothing potions? Those things are too expensive. Forget about that. How was the experience of being a wizard? Hey, you over there. Instead of answering this guy's question, you should be more worried about yourself. Doesn't your father know that it's a grave crime to allow someone else to use your security clearance? Of course, I know that. So, we went through the proper method. In that case, that's fine. While everyone was still talking about the recent fight, Harry headed to his boss's office as he just received a summon. He reached an office with a door plaque labeled, Kingsley Shacklebolt, Auror Director General. 119 Ten Rings Council. After entering the director's room, Harry saw an old man with white hair waiting for him. He closed the door behind him before saying, Sir, you called me. Yes. How was the fight? Johnson still lost, but he put up a better fight than usual. Kingsley nodded his head before changing the topic. I've called you for 2 things. The first thing is about the selection for the next Director General. I've chosen you as my replacement. But, sir, your term is still a long way from being over. Kingsley sighed. I'm approaching my 90s now, so my energy is not the same anymore. Sir, with genetic engineering, every ordinary citizen of the Empire can live up to 200 years old now. Plus, there is still the elixir of immortality. There is no need to hurry to retire. Aging and death is a natural process of life, Harry, said Kingsley. I have accepted that fact, so I have no desire for long life. Harry sighed but did not continue to persuade. In that case, why don't you choose Moody as your replacement? He is more deserving of it than me. In fact, all the other 5 vice directors deserve it more than me. I've talked to Alastair, and he has no interest in becoming director and being stuck behind a desk. You know him as much as I do. All he cares about is catching dark wizards and criminals. As for the other vice directors, the reason that I did not choose them is that they do not have your talents or your connection. My job requires someone who is not afraid of pointing his wand at the powerful and wealthy figures of the Empire. A person who can execute the law no matter who breaks it. Harry was silent for a moment as he realized that his mother was one of the reasons that he was chosen for this position. After all, no one would dare to use their power and influence to threaten a family member of a Tower Master. As such, Harry can do his job without worrying about politics and corruption amongst the Auror. At least, not in his department. I accept the position, sir. What's the second thing you wanted to see me about? Kingsley nodded in satisfaction after hearing this, then he took a case file to hand over to Harry, who secretly shook his head at his director's old-fashioned methods. He quickly read through it. A case of people suspected of doing illegal experiments in Italy? Can't the local official do anything about it? If they could, they would not send the case to us. That's true. He then sighed out loud. I never understood why these people will commit such atrocities. Harry looked at the pictures of mutilated bodies that were dissected. There was all kind of different races like human, vampires, etc. It's quite easy to understand their motives. We live in a time where knowledge equates to power, fame, money, immortality, and eternal youth. Of course, some people will go to extreme length to acquire these things, replied Kingsley calmly. All they had to do was ask the Empire permission to set up their labs, and many of these innocent lives could be saved. The Empire does countless experiments every day, are we any different than those criminals? The difference is that only clones are used, rebutted Harry. Officially, but is it really? Plus, aren't clones also people? Don't they have their own souls and will? Harry was silent as he knew his boss was correct, but he also knew that he was also part of a group of people that believe that the Empire's rapid rise of technology through inhumane experimentation should be stopped. These people are dedicated to stopping this. However, Harry also learned from his mother that the Arcane Emperor is aware of these people's existence, and allowed them to exist to give people the illusion that things like freedom of speech still exist. The sad truth is that the Arcane Emperor has total and absolute control of the Empire, and no one can shake that control. Taking a moment to regain his thoughts, Harry said, what about the diviners? If we had some of them helping, unless these criminals have anti-divination magic, this case will be solved quickly. You know how stuck up these diviners are. While waiting for the proper paper to be filed and receiving help from them, more people might disappear, or the clues in the case might be cleaned up, replied Kingsley with an unpleasant tone. Plus, the majority of diviners are busy recently helping the council with something. Harry nodded his head before saying, in that case, I will take a few people with me to the site and investigate. Scene break. North Atlantic Ocean, a man-made island was floating in the air. On it was a vast building designed with different architecture designs from different cultures. Despite being mashed up with so many different architectural designs, it looked extremely beautiful. Inside the building, a large number of people were sitting and talking to one another. In this room, there was human, wizards, werewolves, vampires, centaurs, and even a mermaid encased in a water bubble. All intelligent races were represented in this meeting, and people of different races and ethnicities. After everybody arrived, a bell ringed inside the meeting room, making everybody quiet. Soon, 10 people dressed in elegant robes with Ouroboros making a ring on them appeared and sat on the elevated seats. Among these people was Amelia Bones, who sat in the seat in the middle. Her robe was blue instead of red like the others, and her Ouroboros symbol had a crown on top. She was the last of the 10 people to arrive, and as soon as she entered the room, everyone stood up and saluted her. Welcome, the Honorable Great Elder. Amelia nodded her head then motioned for everyone to sit down. Let's begin today's meeting. 120 Ten Rings Council. What's on the agenda first for today? Asked Amelia. One person stood up and said, the first issue is regarding poaching. In the past year, the number of magical animals captured and secretly sold on the black market has dramatically increased. Is it the Animaniacs group responsible for this? Asked one of the 10 rings sitting next to Amelia. No, we destroyed their main group in Saturn a few years ago. This is a new group, responded the person who brought the issue. How serious is the current problem? Asked another 10 ring member. Very serious, responded one of the centaurs in the room, who was wearing a tuxedo on his upper body. Many members of our race have gone missing in the past few months. We would like to catch whoever is responsible for this, and if possible, bring their bodies back for a proper burial. The mermaid in the room, who was actually quite beautiful due to bloodline atavism, suddenly started to sing. Then her voice was translated for everybody to hear. The same can be said for members of our clan. Many people secretly looked at her. Some lust after her beauty, while some people did not like her because she could speak in human tongues, but refused to do so. After those two races talked, many people came forward to talk about the disappearance of these magical races. Order, said Amelia, her voice echoed loudly like a speaker in the room. Everyone then quiets down. Did the diviners not track these people? No, Council Elder. They seem to be very proficient in anti-divination magic. In that case, I propose we use the Sorcerer's Eye designed by Your Highness, Seer Luna Lovegood, to scan the entire solar system. Wouldn't that be wasting too many resources? Asked one of the 10 rings counselors sitting next to Amelia. Do you think that resources are more important than keeping the interspecies relationship of the Empire? Asked another 10 rings member while glaring at the previous guy. You know that's what I meant. How do I know what you mean? Enough with you two's bickering, said Amelia. Notified the relevant department to use the Sorcerer's Eye to find these traffickers. Everyone nodded as they knew that the situation would be quickly resolved with this method. The Sorcerer Eye is basically a satellite with many other magical enchantments. For example, it had the ability of the Marauder's map, thus the location of everybody in the Empire could be located when needed. Additionally, it was personally enchanted with a powerful divination spell personally placed by Luna herself. And unless someone was a better prophet than her, no one can escape her sight. And she is currently the most powerful prophet of the Empire, with Albion recognizing that she had a noble seer bloodline hidden inside of her. After finding this out, For the first time, Edward found a person that Albion did look down upon, including him. According to the Dragon King, seers are the most respectable bloodlines in the universe, and even dragons have to respect them. What's next on the agenda? Asked Amelia. The movement to oppose clone experiments has drastically increased in the past few months. Large gatherings and protests have occurred not only on Earth but on the other colonies as well. Here we go again. Last year, we listened to these people and banned experiments on death row prisoners, but now, they even want to place their claws on clones. Don't they know one of the reasons for the rapid development of genetic technology and many other fields is because we can experiment on clones? Let's not complain, but deal with the situation. I propose we use force to deal with these protests. It's about time we showed them that the Empire is a monarchy, not a democracy. This would only be a temporary solution, replied Amelia. We need something permanent, or long-term. We can order the large media to stop covering these protests, control the information on Skynet. Additionally, we can ruin the reputation of the leaders of these protests, thus decreasing the number of supporters. That's indeed a good method. Just like that, the decision was made. The next step on our list is regarding religion. What's the issue this time? The person who spoke this time hesitated for a moment, then she said, well, the rise of the arcane god religion has dramatically increased. According to the law, no one can worship the arcane emperor as a god, but many people have done so. And with how much the religion has gained ground, there is a high chance that they are supported by powerful people including members of the council. The room instantly became quiet as everyone looked at one another. After a few minutes of awkward silence, one of the 10 rings looked at Amelia and said, Council Elder, I don't think worshipping the emperor as a god is necessarily a bad thing. It could help weaken the other religions still existing, and increase the cohesive strength of the empire in general. After all, faith can be a very powerful weapon for control. I understand your point as I already mentioned this to him, but Edward is very adamant regarding this issue, replied Amelia. Could we at least know why? Amelia nodded, then with a wave of her hand, a large holographic screen appeared in front of everybody. With people worshipping him, the emperor has already noticed a new energy or power created by faith. However, according to a preliminary study of it, it is very corrosive to the mind and soul. So, until it is further studied and understood, he does not want to use it. In that case, wouldn't it be better to just let those people so that we can gather more faith to study? There is no need to support them, but we do not need to prevent them as well. That's indeed a good idea, replied Amelia. However, their growth should be controlled as well. All these politically savvy people knew that these words were a warning to those people secretly supporting the religion. What's next? This time, it is concerning the death cult. A new leader might have been chosen. So soon? We only killed the last one 3 months ago. Although not entirely sure, the recent activities of the cult would suggest so. All the council members begin to whisper to one another, thinking of a possible solution to this problem. One young man stood up and said with passion in his voice, since the empire allows freedom of religion, why not grant the same privilege to the death cult? After all, our previous actions have proven that suppression is not the ideal method. As soon as he said these words, many people looked at him in shock, thinking this guy was crazy. Then, they realized that he was a newbie that was recently elected to the council. One of the 10 Rings council members who was the one who endorsed this kid in his election quickly took out his smartwatch, downloaded a document, and sent it to him. The newbie, knowing that he did something wrong, quickly read over the file sent to him. Instantly, cold sweat started to drip from his back. Not only because he just learned of the afterlife, but because he knew the existence of the Empire's current greatest enemy, the Death God, Herpo the Foul. And according to this file, this powerful god is secretly influencing the Death Cult to do his bidding, which is currently unknown. So, the Empire will destroy any person related to the Death Cult in any shape or form. 121 10 Ring Council. 3. After reading the document, the new council member quickly realized that he might have made a mistake that would cost him his career, so he apologized. The meeting then continued. How is the research on cracking the reincarnation spell that the leader of the death cult used? Asked Amelia. One of the reasons that this cult is so hard to remove is because their leader used a special spell that allowed them to reincarnate after death. To be precise, the spell chooses a random person to inherit the memories, ideas, and beliefs of the previous cult leader. Then, the new leader will secretly start spreading the ideas of the death cult among the population. With this method, every time the Empire kills one leader, another person will just appear replacing him, making it virtually impossible to get rid of the death cult. So far, we only know a few things. First, the chosen person is always non-magical. Second, after being chosen, the non-magical person will also develop magical abilities. However, we have never detected any mana from the leaders' bodies after capturing them. Could it be another power system unknown to us? Most likely. However, this does not change the fact that we do not have any method to deal with the situation, especially since we know little about what power they are using. So, what should we do in this situation? I think it's best to increase the manpower of the division in charge of dealing with the death cult. Ask the army to intervene and lend some soldiers, said one of the 10 rings. That's a good method. Let's discuss the number of people that will be allocated, added Amelia. After discussing and negotiating on the allocation of the army, the next issue was brought up. Surprisingly, the council member who was in charge of this issue was Percy Weasley. Dressed in a luxurious magical robe, he stood up and said, "There has been a rise in the number of N.E.T.S as the East called them in the Empire. According to recent statistics, 5% of the Empire's population does not work, study, go to school or contribute anything. All they do is play games on Skynet. 5%? With a population of 50 billion people in the Empire, this is a total of 2.5 billion people. That's too high," asked one of the council members. "We have provided free education, healthcare, and even provided great welfare to people to alleviate people from the worries of living cost, and to encourage them to contribute to the Empire, but this does not seem to be enough. We even prevented the widespread use of golems or robots to leave certain jobs open to these kinds of people, but now it seems to be useless. Do we know the reason for their behaviors?" asked one of the 10 rings. "It cannot be just because of addiction. One focus potion is enough for them to get rid of this kind of addiction. Plus, they can easily get access to many psychologists in Skynet. According to surveys we did and analyzing these people, we came to the conclusion that they resent the fact that they are not wizards, but in the game, they can experience having magical abilities," replied Percy. "So, it comes down to the class difference between magical and non-magical. Although mage tech allows ordinary people to wield magic, it's nothing compared to real wizards. Adding to that the fact that the majority of wealth and influence is in the hands of wizards who are the minority in the Empire, this has indeed become a problem," analyzed one of the 10 rings. "The issue we have to deal with now is those unproductive people, not the class problem that is plaguing the Empire," responded another 10 rings counselor. "We can just prevent them from logging into Skynet, forcibly stopping them from playing games all day. That's a terrible idea. I can already guess that if we did something like that, the suicide rate would drastically increase amongst these people. In that case, we limit the time that they log in, and pass a mandate to them that they have to work for a certain amount of hours every week. That could work, but I do not like this solution." "Excuse me, but I may have a solution to this problem," suddenly said Percy. Everyone then looked at him, waiting for him to continue. "As you all know, many people resented the mandate to donate their emotions to create the lesser stones. The Empire has received much critics for this reason, but now, we could use this situation to ourselves. We could use Skynet to gather emotions from these groups of people alone, not having to bother the general population. That's an excellent idea. These unproductive people can finally have real values, and the critics of the Empire will be decreased. It's better to announce to the public that this was the Arcane Emperor's idea, thus increasing his prestige and control over the Empire," said one of the 10 rings. Many people secretly cursed after hearing this, thinking why they did not think of this first. Amelia nodded her head. "This is indeed a good plan." She then looked at Percy. "Do you have any other ideas regarding this subject?" "Yes, Council Elder. We can secretly give these people soul link access to make it easier to gather emotions. However, to ensure their safety, more soul-soothing potions have to be given to them. Since this is your idea, you can be in charge of handling the process." Percy immediately became excited after hearing this, while many people nodded at this young man's political talent. Of course, a few people despise Percy and think that he only got to this position because of how powerful the Weasley family was. After Percy presented to the council, they spent the next few hours discussing the different issues of the Empire. After everything ended, Amelia sat in her office, pondering about the recent meeting. Most of the issues the Empire is currently facing can be summarized to the fact that it is too young, and many people have not forgotten the old days. Although the concept of countries was abolished, the older generation still identified with the old countries and passed these ideas to the new generation. In other words, not as many people identified as citizens of the Empire as they should. There is not enough unity. Adding to that the rapid advancement of magic and technology, the problem became more aggravated. Amelia paused as she tapped her fingers on her desk. "There are currently 2 ways I can think of to deal with these issues. One is to wait. As time passes, these old ideas will slowly be forgotten, and people will slowly recognize the autonomy of the Empire. The other is to start an intergalactic war where we are forced to band together to face a foreign threat just like the Dementors' invasion." After making a brief plan, Amelia sent the information about today's meeting to Edward, along with her thoughts on how to solve the current issue. 122 Preparation. A small floating island that was invisible to the naked eyes traveled in the clouds. Vast energy emanated from it. In the middle of the island lies a palace that looks eerily similar to Asgard's palace from the MCU. This was the royal palace of the Arcane Empire, the residence of the Emperor, Edward Bones. In one of the main bedrooms, he sat with his eyes closed, while his long black hair reached his back. Suddenly, he opened his deep blue eyes and muttered, "Another defeat." As soon as he said those words, a little fairy with purple hair appeared next to him. She was a few centimeters in height, had 2 pairs of small wings constantly flapping. "Master, you do not have to be discouraged. This time, you lasted longer," said the little fairy. "You do not have to console me, Morgana. I'm not that fragile." "That's right." The little fairy was the physical manifestation of Edward's artificial intelligence in his gate, Morgana. Edward used Voldemort's soul as material to give birth to her. So, she is essentially a real artificial intelligence. Of course, as someone who has seen the movie Terminator and countless others about the potential danger of artificial intelligence, he also took precautions. When creating her, he used a small part of his soul as well as Voldemort, so she is part of him. Additionally, since she has a real soul now, he placed the most stringent contracts on it, thus making it impossible for her to go rogue. Summarize the results of the past few years, ordered Edward. Then, a keyboard appeared in front of the little fairy and she began to type. Edward knew that she did not need to do such a thing. However, her personality is showy and whimsical, so she often does weird things like this. In the past 30 years, you've fought a total of 14,234 simulated battles with the individual labeled as Death God, Herpo, and you have lost all of them. Based on the fact that Herpo's abilities are only estimated based on the information we gathered on authority, it can be guaranteed that his strength will be even greater than estimated, not lower. Is there any good news at all? Asked Edward. Yes. Every time you lose, your control of magic increases drastically. Having an unbeatable opponent has proven to be very helpful to your growth, Master, allowing you to absorb and learn to utilize all the magical knowledge of the Empire. Additionally, according to De Leon basic law of soul, the more knowledge a wizard learned, the more powerful their souls become. Since you have learned all the knowledge of the Empire, your soul has drastically increased compared to a few years ago. I never understood why wizards like to place their names in front of their discoveries and newly invented spells. How narcissistic of them. Master, you've done the same thing as well. Do not focus on the small stuff. I'm sensing there is a but. What is it? Morgana paused for a moment, but, in the past 2 years, you have made little to no progress. Edward was silent for a moment as he felt the mana rushing throughout his body. Over the past few decades, his mana still remained at the 3-meter level as he had not found a way forward yet. So, he followed the path of magical beasts and stored mana inside his body's muscles, bones, organs, and magic veins. As a result, his physical strength and magic resistance have increased dramatically. So did his mana reserved. It seems that it's about time that I leave, muttered Edward. Master, I think it would be best to wait for both Project Magic Core and Project Uranus to finish before leaving, warned Morgana. Show me the recent progress of Project Magic Core, asked Edward. Then, a holographic image of a bunch of wizards' experiments appeared in front of him. From what Edward learned from Albion, other wizards or mage civilizations in this universe follow a similar path. They all have a magic core. Of course, each civilization calls it differently, like mana core, mana room, mana pool, etc. After a wizard's mana reaches a certain level, it will fill the magic core, thus preventing them from further gathering mana and growing. When that happens, they will use different methods to expand the magic core to be able to contain more mana. After hearing this, Edward asked him if he knew the method of expanding the magic core, and the dragon responded negatively. According to him, dragons have a completely different system than ordinary wizards, as they do not have magic cores, but dragon heart. Dragon heart is essentially an organ made of pure condensed mana, which is one of the reasons that dragons are so powerful creatures. As for the reason that Albion had a magic core after being born, according to him, it was because the environment did not allow him to create his own dragon heart. So, his body adapted to the situation and created a core based on information from his memories and surroundings. As such, Edward started to research a method of his own. Immediately, he had the idea of enchanting his magic core with the extension charm, which had the ability to expand internal dimensions. Unfortunately, even with his knowledge of how to enchant the soul, he failed after so many decades. After checking the slow progress of the Magic Core project, Edward sighed as he shook his head. Both these projects are not nearly close to being completed, so I cannot wait. Moreover, I have not given up on the idea of following the Xiangxia idea of liquefying mana. It would be best to do so, then expand the Magic Core. That way, our civilization would have an advantage over other magical ones in the future. As you wish, Master, added Morgan helplessly. So, what's on my agenda for today? First, there is the recent council meeting. I will send you what happened directly to your mind. Morgana connected to Edward's soul, then sent him all that happened in the meeting. An intergalactic war? That's indeed a good method. However, the target should be chosen carefully to properly control the flow of the war. Send my approval to my aunt. What's next? Your mother and father called you while you were still fighting in virtual reality. Call them back. A few seconds later, a large screen appeared in front of him, and 2 middle-aged people dressed in casual clothes, hugging one another, appeared in front of him. Mom, Dad, are you guys on Venus? Yes. We suddenly wanted to take a vacation, so we chose here, said his father. So, how was it? It was fine until the royal guards came and started protecting us. As if we needed their protection, complained Edward's mother. Well, I understand your frustration. They even follow me everywhere. As you know, Auntie Amelia complains a lot when I dish them, talking about proper royalty protocol. So, just ask them to enter stealth mode, then pretend like they are not here. That's indeed a good idea. Then, Edward's mother, who was also called Morgana, rushed out of the frame. Meanwhile, Edward's father, Edgar Bones, looked at his son and asked, "Are you preparing to leave?" Edward paused for a moment before nodding his head. His father sighed out loud. "Is it dangerous?" "Yes. You know that I support all you do, but your mother has become more sensitive after being revived. So, do not tell her, and make sure to create a way for her not to find out." Edward nodded his head, and once his mother returned, the family had a long conversation about many things before ending the call. "What's next, Morgana? The Empress is waiting for you to have lunch. What about the other imperial concubines? Most of them are preparing for the inspection 3 days from now. Edward, who was in a large bath with many maids bathing him, asking, Continue. You have to attend the launch 5 days from now. Is there anything else? Yes, master. Recently, I have noticed that the stress level of Imperial concubines Fleur Delacour has risen quite significantly compared to usual. I'm afraid that she is quite worried about the inspection. You should probably do something about that? Edward pondered for a moment, then he said, If I remember correctly, I've prepared gifts for all of them for the next 100 years. Take one of them and send it to her with a card saying that everything will be fine. Do not forget to copy my handwriting. Wait. The last time I had you copy my handwriting, Luna discovered the truth and I was labeled as insensitive. All of them except for Bellatrix did not talk to me for 3 months. So, I'll write the note instead. 123 Inspection. After taking a shower, Edward went to the dining room where he saw Rowena sitting and waiting for him with a table full of different kinds of dishes from different parts of the world. Like Edward, she was wearing the robe of Archmage from D&D, but hers was blue, while Edward's was white and grey. Powerful magic could be felt from these clothes due to how powerful they were. My Empress, said Edward as he kissed her on the cheek, to which she just smiled at him. How have you been? Not very good, replied Rowena. Did something happen? Asked Edward, who was preparing to put a piece of bread in his mouth. Unfortunately for him, a magic light hit his hand, preventing his movement. I have not checked for poison yet, said Rowena as she stared at him. Then, white light flew from her hand to the food as he used the spell poison detection. Meanwhile, Edward rolled his eyes to indicate that she was overcautious. His body is modified to create a new organ to store poison in case he was indeed poisoned. Plus, he still has nanites in his body to deal with the issue in case the poison sac did not work. After checking the food, Rowena motioned for him to start eating. So, why are you not happy? I don't know, maybe because you are leaving without me. We already talked about this. You can go with me on the next voyage, but not this time as it's too dangerous. Even you admit that it is dangerous, so why not bring us to support you in case of danger? Nevertheless, Edward was adamant about his decision. In that case, why not wait until Project Uranus is finished? That way, your safety would be more guaranteed. I cannot wait that long. Plus, it's not like I'm being as reckless as the first time. I have prepared for many things for my departure, even my possible death. I have left a piece of my soul here, so if I were to die in the void, with enough soul crystals, I can revive myself. And if I'm unlucky enough to encounter a being that controlled causality and managed to destroy the piece of my soul left all the way here, I left a copy of my consciousness somewhere to be transferred to a clone. Although technically speaking that this kind of resurrection would just be another soul with all my memories and abilities, it's still better than nothing. Rowena sighed as she knew how stubborn her husband can be, so she did not mention this topic anymore. The two ate breakfast before spending a few hours together, then Edward went to Academy City, while Rowena had some diplomatic affairs she had to deal with. Scene break. Academic City, 7th Magic Tower. Luna Lovegood stood at the very top of the tower, looking in the sky, a little distracted. Suddenly, a voice sounded around her. Master, someone is requesting entry to the tower, asked the tower AI, which is more often referred to as Tower Spirit. Who is it? It's the Emperor. Let him in. Soon after that, Edward appeared on the highest level of the tower. With a smile on his face, he walked behind her to hug her. How are you doing? Not very good. Why is everyone not feeling well recently? That's because of your selfish decisions, replied Luna calmly. She sighed out loud. I've tried to look at your future, even to see the most basic information of the amount of danger you will face, but I could not see anything. I even almost accepted their offer, thinking that they might have the power to help me divine your future. So much for the noble seer bloodline. There is no need to blame yourself. Plus, I'll be fine. And under no circumstances should you even be communicating with these things until we know for sure what they are, replied Edward. The two remained quiet for a while as they stared at the blue sky. Although they have seen such a sight countless times, for some reason, it appeared different today. It appeared more beautiful. Do you remember what I said to you countless years ago when you started courting me? Asked Luna as she turned around to look him in the eyes. You said that the only reason you accepted my advances was that fate told you that we were meant to be together, but you refused to easily accept this fact. So, I had to work extra hard to gain your approval. Luna raised her hand to caress his face. You have to survive and come back, otherwise, you will never gain my approval. As you wish, my queen, replied Edward as he embraced her tightly. 3 days later. Academic City. Amelia, the 10 Rings Council members, along with a few other ordinary council members stood waiting for something. Surrounding them were a few hundred soldiers dressed differently. Some had armors shined with magical light, holding things like swords, spears, or bows and arrows. Some had modern combat uniforms with guns, while the others had long staff in their hands, dressed in magical robes. Despite the differences of these people, all of them had one thing in common: they all had an excited look on their faces. After a few minutes of waiting, they finally saw what they were waiting for. Something came flying from afar, landing in front of the council members. Welcome, Your Majesty the Arcane Emperor, said the army as they knelt on one knee. As for the council members, they placed their right hand to their left shoulder, their left hand behind their backs as they saluted him. The only person not doing anything was Amelia. After landing, Edward smiled after seeing the pose of the council members. As a transmigrator, the greatest pleasure is to change the world to your liking. And, for anyone who does not know, their pose is the one from Attack on Titan. At ease, said Edward before focusing his gaze on his aunt. How are you doing? Please do not say you're not doing all right as well. Having a rough few days, asked Amelia. You can say that. Well, mine has not been good as well. Another argument with Susan. Yes. I just do not understand why she wasted all her potential by becoming a painter. What's wrong with painting? She likes it, and is very talented and successful. I know this, but I just think that it's a waste. She could do so much more if she focused on magic research. Sigh, I just do not understand how things turned that way. It's actually very understandable, replied Edward. She spent most of her lives under the shadow of the arcane emperor's cousin, with many people often comparing her with me. So, it is completely reasonable that she chose a profession completely unrelated to me. I never thought of it that way. Maybe you're right. I should probably stop bickering with her and her parents as much. Yeah, let the poor girl live her life the way she wants to. While these two were casually conversing, the other members had to pretend not to hear anything, or even exist. After all, this was related to the royal family's personal affair or drama. It was not their turn to intervene. After chatting with Amelia, Edward finally looked at these people. All right, let's begin with the Tower Master inspection. Let's begin with the second tower. However, as soon as he finished, a commotion occurred around this group. 124 inspection. 2. A man dressed in armor with a sword in his side rushed to the delegation where Edward and the council members were, yelling, Your Majesty, I just want a few minutes of your time. However, none of the guards listened to him. They gave him a warning not to approach, but the guy did not listen. So, the members of the royal guards attacked. One of them created a fireball 10 meters in diameter, rushing straight to that oncoming visitor. However, the guy took out his sword and slashed the fireball into two, thus completely negating the attack. Unfortunately for him, what followed after the first spell was a rain of bullets. Nevertheless, this guy was quite skilled. Controlling the mana from his core to strengthen his muscles and nerves, he swung his sword so rapidly that he blocked most of the bullets. But a few still managed to hit. Luckily for him, his armor was powerful enough to block some of these bullets except for the enchanted one. However, once these bullets hit his skin, a white light flashed on his body, protecting him. Seeing that the opponent was more skilled than anticipated, they prepared to use more force to take him down. However, they all stopped as Edward raised his hand. Seeing that no ordinary wizard knights are as skilled as you must have some sort of reputation. So, who are you? Asked Edward. Your Majesty, my name is Mark Griffin and it's a pleasure to meet you, replied Mark while breathing heavily. Oh, you're the wizard knight who created the method to condense the shield and layered it around the skin to increase protection. Your method was quite ingenious and has revolutionized the wizard knight path. So, what do I owe for this visit? It is my honor for your Majesty to know me. The reason that I'm imposing on you is that I would like to ask your Majesty to find a way forward for us Wizard Knight. If I remember correctly, didn't Tower Masters Adela Obi and Ahala create a way for Wizard Knight to place enchantments on the body, thus allowing them to increase their strength beyond superhuman levels? This method has many flaws, plus it is not the right way, replied Mark with a stubborn look on his face. So, you're one of those mana purists who believe that the path of Wizard Knight lies in finding better ways to control mana to strengthen the body. Mark did not say anything. Edward gave him a look before saying, The sad truth is that Wizard Knight is a very new field with little knowledge to go on, so progress will indeed be slow. Adding to the fact that most of you are very stubborn and might even hold some prejudiced notions clearly outlawed by the Empire, it is no wonder that your general progress has been slow. So, my advice to you is either slowly develop your field as you have been doing, or work with other branches of the Wizard Knight path that have been created. The Eastern Wizards have recently identified the energy known as Ki and its relationship with mana. Many of them have been trying to recreate martial arts based on their cultures. So, maybe you guys can try discovering the concept of aura, and whether it is the same as Ki. Mark's eyes light up after hearing, got on one knee to salute Edward before departing. Meanwhile, one of the 10 Rings Council member hurriedly said, Your Majesty is wise, always guiding our civilization in the right path when we are blind. You do not need to praise me, replied Edward with a smile. Over the years, I have greatly supported all types of artists from writers to movie makers, to game designers. All because I want the Empire to take the wild ideas from these people's minds and try to turn them into a reality. Unfortunately, not many people have discovered such benefits. Many people had a sudden realization. Over the years, they all thought that the reason that His Majesty supported these industries was that his cousin was a painter, but it turned out that he was using them as an idea machine to further develop the Empire. After figuring this out, the gaze that these people looked at Edward became more respectful, their reverence for him drastically increased. As the commotion ended, the group headed to the second magic tower for the inspection. Did you plan all of this? Asked Amelia through mind communication / Luna's prediction. She wanted me to use this event to further stabilize the Empire before I left. Scene break. The group entered the magic tower, and the first thing they saw was Narcissa Malfoy and Soleil Greengrass. After a brief introduction, the group was teleported to the 5th floor where her main research took place. As you all know, many years ago, I researched placing a magic beast's soul into a human, said Soleil. At first, the majority of subjects died due to their souls being destroyed. However, after implanting a non-magical soul into a human body, one subject survived and transformed, to be precise, a genetic transformation. So Lyle showed a video of the first patient she mentioned. In the video, the subject displayed the ability of echolocation. Unfortunately, not many people in the council paid much attention to this information as she showed the same thing in the last inspection. Nevertheless, they knew that this was an introduction that would lead to her real experiment, so they waited patiently. This mutation was the result of the connection of the soul and body in the life code. So, after placing the soul of a bat inside of him, he acquired the animal's echolocation ability. Meanwhile, during that time, I conducted a different experiment that resulted in similar results, added Narcissa. After implanting the organ of a werewolf inside one of my subjects, she did not acquire magical abilities as I speculated, but her gene also mutated. The subject displayed an increase in strength, reflexes, acquired sensitive smell and even grew fangs. After that, the two of us started working together. We placed different animals' souls into people's bodies. Although only a few survived, they all underwent genetic mutation and acquired some characteristics of the animals whose souls were placed inside of them. By studying these individuals' genes, the Empire's genetic technology developed rapidly to the point of being able to genetically modify the body without implanting another soul into the body. Fellow Tower Master, interrupted one of the council members. We all know that the Empire's current genetic technology is due to all your efforts, but please show us your recent findings instead of wasting time. Both Narcissa and Solile glared at the person who spoke, and that person was immediately scared as he remembered that these two were wizards that have broken through their third limiters, and are classified as walking city destroyers according to the Empire. Despite being outraged, these two did not say or do anything else. So, they continued their explanation. One of the failures of our research has always been the fact that most magical animals' souls or organs, after being implanted on people, would always lead to death. However, recently, after implanting the soul of the newly discovered magical beast Nuaz, a new power was discovered. A video appeared in the air showing a few different individuals. One of them was levitating things around him, one was floating in the air, while another was bending a metal plate with a wave of his hand. However, none of these individuals had any mana. We have discovered a new energy in their brain which is currently labeled as psychic energy, added Narcissa with a hint of joy on her face. Unfortunately, she was one of the few who thought that way. Is that it? Said the previous council member. Telekinesis? There are countless spells in the Grand Arcane Library that grant such ability. These words instantly made these two upset. However, they soon realized by these council members' facial expressions that many other people felt the same way. Although angry, Narcissa and Solile did not say anything as these council members would decide the number of fundings they will receive for the next 20 years. This was a method to balance the rising influence and power of wizards, especially Tower Masters in the Empire. Meanwhile, Edward, who was silent for most of the time, finally spoke. You guys fail to see the potential of this discovery. Your Majesty, how so? Everyone looked at him, including Amelia, who also was not that impressed with this discovery. Let me paint a scenario for you guys. Our arcane empire encounters a civilization that studied magic extensively and has even developed anti-magic technology. They managed to bypass our security system and dropped an anti-mana bomb on Earth, rendering all our technical and magical creations useless, thus turning our civilization back to the Stone Age. How is that possible? Why is it not possible? I've warned all you countless times not to get complacent of our achievements. The Arcane Empire is not the only magical civilization existing in this universe, and we are way too young compared to the vast majority of them. The council members quieted down after hearing this, then someone asked, what does this scenario have to do with anything? The answer to such a problem is right in front of us, replied Edward with a smile. This psychic energy is a brand new power system not inferior to magic in terms of potential. As such, we can build an entire system based on it. For example, if we could recreate all our magical and technical advancements to make sure that they run on psychic energy instead of mana, then we can deal with the scenario I just spoke about. Not to mention that there may be things that psychic energy can do better than magic, so we can take advantage of that and combine the two together just like we did with technology. These council members finally understood the importance of Narcissa and Solile's discovery. So, after discussion, they agreed to increase the number of fundings for these two so that they could better develop psychic energy. Then, the group headed to the next tower. 125 Inspection. 3. 9th Tower. The council delegates walked inside to see someone waiting for him. However, that person was not dressed properly and only had a regular shirt and jeans with a lab coat on. Tower Master George Weasley, where is your brother? I'm Fred. Sorry about the mistake. No problem. As for my brother, our shop is having a week-long discount, so he's attending to it. The council members were speechless after hearing this. Oh, did you guys come up with a new catalog of joke objects? Asked Edward. Show me. Immediately, George showed Edward a holographic image describing some of their new inventions. Oh, a potion that allows people to taste color? That sounds interesting. I'm sure you guys went through the proper review before selling them, right? Of course, Professor. We are law-abiding citizens. Yes, said the guy that just lied to officers of the Empire by taking his brother's identity. Professor, why can you always tell us apart when even our mother cannot? We even developed special magic to make us indistinguishable. For one, I always assumed you guys were lying about your identity. Plus, I have a few tricks up my sleeve. Do tell. Ahem, suddenly coughed Amelia lightly. All right, let's get back to business, said Edward. Then, George led the group to show his result. So, he led them to a room that was generating massive amounts of electricity. However, all the electricity was directed to another connected room that had a massive floating crystal ball with blue light in the middle. As you all already know, our task was to create a magic item that could convert other energies into mana. After many experiments, we discovered that electricity could be converted into mana. Although a large amount is needed for even the smallest amount, with nuclear power plants, the amount of electricity generated is nothing, explained George. Excellent, added Edward. Although the solar system has plenty of ley line nodes that generate mana, we can never be too sure whether one day they will stop. However, with this method, we will not have to worry about mana in the future. Let me see the data for the experiment. After receiving and reviewing the data, Edward said, it should be possible to also convert solar energy into mana if you change the enchantments a bit. On the spot, he designed the basic enchantments to accomplish this, then he said, you guys can finish the rest. Professor, I was planning to take a vacation, complained George. Then do so, but get back to work after that. However, if you procrastinate longer than necessary, the royal guards will arrest you to send you back. Ignoring George's angry look, Edward and the delegates headed for the next inspection. 8th Tower. Cedric, how have you been? How is the wife? Everything has been fine, Professor. As for Cho, she just transferred to a new team, so she has been busy with Quidditch training. That's good. Now, let's begin. Nodding his head, Cedric led the team to show them his result. What appeared in front of them was a gigantic spider with 12 legs. For the spider eyes, there was only a giant red glowing orb. In front of you is the 8th generation AG-23 spider golem. It comes in 3 modes, water, earth, and sky. After Cedric Diggory said that, the spider started to fly under his command. Then, he led it to the large ocean that was inside the room. The spider's legs entered his body as it floated on the ocean, acting like a boat. Finally, it dove deep inside the water, resurfacing a few minutes later. It can serve as both a weapon and a reconnaissance drone. Many modern and magical weapons including laser cannons appeared from the spider's body. Some of the cannons shot elemental magic, and one was enchanted to shoot Bombarda spell. It can scan a planet's basic conditions, search for life forms, minerals, and plants. It can even serve as a mining golem although not as efficient as one, its multi-purpose abilities more than made up for that. Controlling the holographic screen in front of him, Edward asked, can they be mass-produced? Yes. With the recent 3D printing technology that is enchanted with the same enchantment as the Room of Requirements, as long as the necessary materials are available, they can be mass-produced. This is indeed a great invention. With this, the Space Fleet's next expedition will be much safer, commented Edward. 5th Tower. Neville, how are you doing? I'm fine, thank you for asking, Professor. How about your mother and father? Your grandma, father and mother are fine, they are now working at St. Mungo's Hospital. As for grandma, she is quite healthy. And she asked me to hand over some tea she personally made for this inspection. Tea? You can hand over it to me now, replied Edward with a smile. After doing so, Neville said, she wanted me to thank you for supporting my promotion as Tower Master. There is no need to thank me. You are one of the most talented herbalists of the Empire. You deserve that title. Now, show me the result. Inside a very large room that was expanded with the extension curse, an enormous tree stood in the middle. The tree was as tall as a 10-story building. The leaves on them were entirely blue. In the dark, they might glow. Powerful energy could be felt coming from them. As soon as the delegates walked into the same room as the tree, the wizards amongst them instantly felt like their mana was alive. Their minds became clearer, and using magic became easier for them. After years of studying, with the combination of genetic engineering and herbology, the mana tree was finally created. After being planted on a ley line node, they absorb mana from them and release it on the surrounding through photosynthesis. More importantly, the mana in the surroundings did not dissipate after being released, but remained active in the environment. Excellent job, I knew that I could count on you, Neville, said Edward. What about the effect of the tree on the nodes? Have they shown any sign of activation? Yes, they do, however, the process is very slow. According to our calculation, even the node with the least concentration of mana would take more than 500 years to activate. As for the more powerful one, an estimate of over 100,000 years is the smallest number we could calculate. That's indeed too long, replied Edward. Could the process be accelerated if the tree was planted all over the world at the same time? It's possible, replied Neville. But there is not enough data to support this claim. Then study. As you wish. This should be enough to placate death and not make him act rash. As long as he has hopes to activate the ley line nodes to escape, he should continue to remain patient as he has been in the past few decades. So, the group headed for the next tower for inspection. 126 Inspection. 4. First Tower. Edward walked inside with the council delegates following him. The first thing they saw was a breathtakingly beautiful woman dressed similar to Edward. Her magic robe shone with magical light, giving her both a regal and mighty presence. Without caring about anyone else, Edward hugged her and kissed her. After lightly reciprocating, Hermione said, "You're in front of people, act more appropriately. Why do people keep telling me to behave? As a ruler, shouldn't I be able to do whatever I want? Complained Edward. No, on the contrary, as an emperor, you have a certain image and reputation to uphold, replied Hermione with a stern look. It's not like these people will say anything, added Edward as he looked at the council members, who quickly looked away, pretending not to see anything. Of course, the exception was Amelia. After seeing how she was glaring at him, Edward knew that it was time to get back to business. All right, you people always take the fun out of everything. Hermione, show us the result of your research. She then led them to a room with a man in deep meditation. An image appeared in front of everyone with data from the experiment. After years of experiment and testing, Project Magician is finally completed. Many people became excited after hearing this, especially the non-magical members of the council. Your Highness, could you please elaborate further? Asked one of the council members. However, he soon realized that he made a mistake by speaking before the Empire and hurriedly apologized. However, Edward just waved his hand to motion him to relax. Then, Hermione continued her explanation. Through experiment, we discovered that by gathering mana and condensing it on a specific spot, a core can be formed. It is similar to the Philosopher's Stone. The user's soul combined with the mana to form a small crystal containing a small dimensional space inside that can hold mana. She then showed a video of two people slowly creating their cores. The person was in a specifically designed room that had mana in the environment. As you can see in the video, we have discovered 3 places that the core can be made: the heart, the brain, and the navel, or danshan as the Eastern cultures referred to it as. However, the best and most effective place seemed to be the heart, like wizards. What are the qualifications needed to become a magician? Asked Edward. Could anyone become one? All the excited people quickly calmed down, listening to the answer to that question. Unfortunately, no, replied Hermione. She showed them a different type of date. According to our experiments, 2 things are needed to become a mage. One is the ability to sense mana. After many studies, we discovered that many people do not have that talent. Without the ability to sense mana, it's impossible to gather or control it. Your Highness, how do we sense mana? Asked one of the council. We have developed meditation techniques for that, and even potions to aid in the process. Nevertheless, depending on their talents, it is easier for some people than for others. Have you discovered any factors that decide talent to sense mana? Asked Edward. So far, we have discovered that people with more powerful souls are more sensitive to mana. People that are more spiritual by nature, and people with higher IQ tend to be more sensitive. Additionally, according to one of our studies, the optimal age for people to sense mana is between the ages of 8 to 11. However, children that age usually have a harder time focusing on meditation. It's similar to when young wizards and witches developed their magical abilities. Is there a certain age requirement to become a mage? Asked Edward. So far, we have not discovered any. Some subjects who are over the age of 100 years have managed to become mages. However, the process took longer than the others. Edward pondered for a moment before saying, since deep meditation is the key, we can develop a set of basic meditation for children to prepare them beforehand. It can become a mandatory requirement of the curriculum for all the schools. That's indeed a good method. That way, when these children are detected to have magical talents, they could be prepared in advance, commented Amelia. All right, you said that there were 2 requirements to become a mage. What's the second? The second requirement is something that we referred to as mana body. According to our research, not all individuals' bodies can properly bear mana. For some of them, mana is like poison. After entering it, it makes them sick. The second step of becoming a mage is to create magic veins in the body like wizards. Unfortunately, not all of them can go through that process as a result of that. While looking at the data, Amelia said, this mana poison could be a great problem once the ley line nodes are activated and mana return to the surrounding. In an environment with a high level of mana, it is foreseeable that it will enter people's bodies unknowingly. Many people could get sick as a result. That's true. Let's put it in the agenda of things to study and solve, replied Edward. He then looked at Hermione and asked, what is the level of mana that the mage's core can hold? The minimum is lower than even some young wizards, while the highest level so far is 20 units of mana. 20 units of mana? That's 20 times that of an adult wizard. This amount is a little far from the amount before the first limiter, commented one of the council members. Is there any way for the amount to increase, just like it does for wizards after breaking the limiters? Unfortunately, no. As recently discovered, the limiters are both a bloodline restriction of wizards and a restriction of the world. Since mages do not have bloodlines, they do not have such restrictions. So, if they want to increase the mana in their magic core, we have to find a way to expand the interior dimension of the core. Unfortunately, the research of the Empire has not had any result as of yet. What about the growth of mana? Can mages naturally produce mana as they grow up like wizards? No. Wizards' mana is also a product of their bloodlines. If a mage wants to increase his or her mana, they would have to draw it from the environment, or potions. So far, mages sound like an inferior version of wizards, complained one person. Are there any advantages that they have? There are. Since mages have to begin their journey by sensing mana in the environment, controlling it, and entering their bodies, their general control over mana is much better than most wizards. Furthermore, in the future, when the ley line nodes are activated, using spells will require to control mana in the environment to increase their strength. Mages will have a way easier time doing so than wizards. Many people finally felt relieved after hearing this. Meanwhile, Amelia was thinking to herself. Project Magician was supposed to decrease the discrimination and division between the magical and non-magical citizens of the Empire. But now, it's more likely that it will further divide people into mages, wizards, and ordinary people. I need to prepare for this in advance. She was not the only one who discovered the issue. However, Edward did not place too much emphasis on this kind of thing since he had his aunt do it for him. So, he asked another question. You said that there were 3 places where a magic core could be made. Have you tried making 3 cores at once? Yes, we have. However, the result was that as soon as the second core was made, it immediately resonated with the first one, resulting in both of them being destroyed. After that, the subject has lost its ability to wield magic forever. Edward reviewed the data one last time, then said with a smile, since everything seemed fine, we can begin a worldwide test for people with talent to become mages. I can see another boom in the Empire's rise in strength. Right now, the Empire had a total of 100 million wizards and another 15 million humanoid or intelligent magical races. That may sound a large number especially compared to the measly 5 million wizards before Edward announced the existence of magic to the world. However, compared to the 50 billion people in the Empire that spawn across the entire solar system, it's nothing. Of course, there is the issue of clones. Cloning wizards is possible. Unfortunately, only 1 out 100,000 clones will be born with magical abilities, while all the others turned out ordinary. Still, with the Empire's ability to mass-produce clones, it's not a big problem. Unfortunately, the magical abilities of these clones are truly weak due to their weak souls. Even a 12-13-year-old young wizard could easily defeat them. As such, they are mostly used for cannon fodders or experimental subjects. After finishing the inspection, Edward prepared to go to another tower. However, he received a mental message from Hermione. If you secretly leave without saying anything, I will never forget you. My love, you should know that I'm not that insensitive. If that was the case, you would have taken us with you. We discussed this long ago. Next time, you guys can accompany me. 127 Inspection, V, 3rd Tower. In front of the tower's entrance, a beautiful woman with silvery blonde hair that fell nearly to her waist. Her large blue eyes displayed a little nervousness. Just like Hermione, she was wearing a gorgeous robe of the Archmagi. After arriving, Edward kissed her as well. However, unlike Hermione, Fleur Delacour did not admonish him for his behavior, nor was she embarrassed by the public display of affection. Truth be told, she became calmer after the interaction. So, after Amelia's reminder, she led them inside the tower, then began her introduction. As you all know, I was in charge of Project Wizard, which was the task to find a way to turn ordinary people into wizards through bloodline transplants. Unfortunately, it was proven impossible to do so. All the people who were injected with both magical and wizard's bloodline died tragically due to rejection. Fleur showed them a bunch of videos of clones and ordinary people who had seizures, with blood coming out of all the orifices of their bodies. Even after purifying the bloodline of these magical animals, the process was not successful. On the contrary, the rejection became even more prominent. The string of failures continued until Project Magician was successful. Mages with mana protecting them can indeed survive the bloodline transfusion process and become wizards. She showed them the subject that survived the operation. However, the council members who were excited about this news quickly noticed something odd about these people. As you can see, these bloodline wizards have inherited some of the characteristics of the magical animals that their bloodlines came from. For example, growing tails, claws, reptilian pupils, scales, etc. Through training, they can return to their normal self, but once agitated, they can easily lose control. Did they inherit the animal characteristics of the magical animals their bloodlines came from? Asked Edward. That's correct. Through our study, we discovered that ordinary magic animals cannot be used for bloodline transfusion. For example, we cannot just take the bloodline of a Niver and place it on a mage's body. We have to first purify its bloodline. However, by doing so, we have discovered a strange will in these bloodlines. And in the process of the transfusion, the mage has to fight and conquer that will. Failure to do so will usually destroy their souls. However, even if they succeed, the will remain in their bodies, slowly affecting them. While reviewing the data of Fleur's experiment, Edward said, based on the life code, their bloodline seemed completely different from ours. That's correct, replied Fleur. To be precise, our bloodline could be considered a human bloodline. It may have originated from magical beasts in the past, but after years of passing it down, it has turned into something new, something unique to us humans. Although we have lost many bloodline abilities, in exchange, our bloodline has become more stable, more versatile, and with fewer restrictions. Edward nodded, then said, we can slowly develop ways for them to control their urges or instinct, and study better ways of bloodline implantation in the future. Now, what about Project Dragon God? After hearing this, Fleur paused for a moment before leading the group to another floor of the tower. On that floor, there were many rooms with glass windows. In one of the rooms was a gigantic blue dragon with horns in its head. It looked similar to Albion. In the other rooms, there were many other four-legged true dragons, while a few had dragon eggs. After years of research, I've only managed to recreate the Ice Dragon King through bloodline purification. As for the other dragon's eggs, they only turned into true dragons, but not dragon kings. To be honest, I'm at a loss. I cannot find the reason for this phenomenon. Some eggs can create a dragon king, while the others just created ordinary dragons. You do not need to blame yourself. If I'm correct, this has nothing to do with you. Oh, do you have a theory? If I guess correctly, then each dragon king is unique, and there can only be one in existence in the entire universe, replied Edward. Are you saying that the other dragon kings are alive somewhere out there in the universe, and the only reason that we managed to recreate Albion and this ice dragon king is that the previous one died, and this is a form of resurrection for them? Asked Fleur. Given the fact that they have some way to pass on memories through bloodline, it's not such a far-fetched idea. After one of them dies, once the new dragon king is born in their races, he or she inherits the memories of the previous one, added Edward. Did you ask Albion about this? I did, but he refused to say anything no matter how I tempted him. While looking at the sleeping dragon, Edward thought to himself. It seemed that my plan to combine the bloodline of all the dragon kings to create a dragon god bloodline will have to wait. What's with this ice dragon king? Asked one of the council members. Why is it not moving? Ever since she was born, she immediately entered a state of deep sleep. It has been going on for more than 10 years. While everyone was chatting and overviewing the data of the experiment, Edward and Emilio were having a secret conversation through the mind. If what you said is true, then there is a high chance that someday, these other dragon kings will come to retrieve the member of their races. From what we know about Albion so far, we can deduce how powerful the dragon race is as a whole, and with their arrogant disposition, they will likely start a fight with us. I'm aware of this. Why do you think I'm in such a rush to leave to other worlds? Despite how prosperous the Empire looks, we have so many hidden dangers. Herpo and the dragons may not be the only ones. Only by acquiring other worlds' knowledge can our magic and technology advance rapidly to deal with these threats. After making sure that everything was all right, the delegate moved on to the next tower. 10th tower. 2 people waited for the council delegate. One was a wizard, while the other was a house elf. To be exact, a free elf. Before the empire was established, the bloodline curse that was placed on house elves was removed, thus ending their servitude to wizards. The house elves who had regained their freedom could function normally, and with their magical abilities, proved to be invaluable. They were granted access to magical schools to learn magic, thus better developing their capabilities. After the empire was established, they petitioned the council to officially change their name to the elf. However, the council, who was influenced by the idea that elves were a race of beautiful men and women, could not accept the name change. Experiments were then made to discover whether house elves were related to the elven race, but they were not. After their bloodlines were purified, it only decreased their ugly look a little, increasing their intelligence and magical abilities. In the end, as a compromise, the house elves changed their names to free elves. After arriving in front of the tower, Edward said, Tower Master Abduiwaro, Tower Master Salak, how was your evening? Excellent, thank you for asking, Your Majesty. In that case, let's begin. The 2 tower masters led the group inside. What appeared in front of the group was something that looked like a spaceship, except that it looked worn out and tattered. Furthermore, the design was strange, and the ship looked like it was very old. As you all know, many archaeological discoveries have uncovered relics about the Lemurian civilization that existed 12,000 years ago. As the precursor to modern magic and technological civilization, the Lemurian people did achieve interstellar travel, or at the very least, they could travel to other planets in our solar system, explained Tower Master Iwaro. In the past few years, the Empire has done a great deal in recreating their language. As such, we were able to analyze a little bit from this spaceship, added Tower Master Salak, the free elf. According to our discovery, the engine of this ship used something called elemental pools as a form of energy. Our current theory is that the elemental pools are created by drawing different elemental energies from other dimensions. To be exact, elemental dimensions. If that theory is true, elemental pools would essentially be the same as the Empire's Philosopher's Stone, a fundamental aspect that their civilization was built on. Edward looked at the data of their experiment. Have you guys tried to find these elemental dimensions? Yes, we have, but it was not successful. For some reason, it is very difficult to gain access to other dimensions around here. Edward nodded his head as he was also aware of that problem. For example, it was very difficult to summon demons from hell even though he learned how to from the book The Key of Solomon that he stole from the Vatican. Additionally, the demons he summoned were very weak and useless. Any explanation for this phenomenon? We have asked other tower masters that studied dimensions, and the current theory is that the fact our solar system is a mono-dead zone makes it very difficult to access other dimensions. Additionally, they believed that the cataclysm that destroyed the Lemurian civilization may have severed our connection to those dimensions. So, when the ley line nodes are activated, will those dimensions also reconnect with us? Well, this might be a problem, commented Edward. All of the people present had a high level of clearance in the Empire, so they knew many secrets. So, they immediately understood what he meant. After leaving the 10 tower, the delegate visited many others, while a few were left without inspection. Among them was the 4th tower. After the inspection, Edward and Amelia visited it alone. 128. The launch in the 4th tower, Edward and Amelia met Nicholas Flamel and his wife, who were the tower masters. The two led Edward to a floor that had an enormous city with powerful mana emanating from it. Many people could be seen working on the city as it was unfinished. Strange machines controlled by wizards could be seen engraving small letters on the ground, the buildings, or the towers in the city. Wizards used their staff to directly enchant some places. As you can see, Your Majesty, Project Uranus is nowhere near close to being finished. I know how difficult it would be to create the floating city with all the requirements that I asked for. So, I'm just here to check the progress, said Edward to reassure the couple. Nicholas nodded, then he explained the progress. The anti-gravity enchantments needed for the city to float is not a big deal, but the fact that you require it to serve as a spaceship that can survive in the void is a big deal. The entire city is made of magicium, so it will not be corroded by void energy, but the same cannot be said for the enchantments. As such, a powerful shield is needed to surround the city and protect it. This is one of the problems we are currently facing. As the group, they were led to a specific room deep inside the city. Inside was a giant blue stone the size of a football stadium. It was a philosopher's stone. With this philosopher's stone, we do not have any issue with energy to power the floating city. However, we do have some problems with the core enchantments. Edward reviewed the data. The reason that there was a problem with the core enchantments was that they were the same as his world gate. He wanted the floating city to have the ability to travel to other universes and serve as a base and weapons of mass destruction. That way, he would be capable of dealing with any trouble he encountered in the void. Unfortunately, as a result of this, the difficulty of creating the city drastically increased. Let's see, the shield has problems, the void cannon is absorbing too much energy, all the different enchantments are having a hard time connecting, muttered Edward. The majority of these problems is because our alchemy system is based on writing runes or words for enchantments. This system is fine for small objects, but when it comes to larger ones, things become more problematic, commented Perevely. The link enchantments method that Your Majesty created allows us to engrave many runes or words together, thus forming a larger and more powerful enchantment, but this method is more effective for homogeneous enchantments. When it comes to heterogeneous enchantments or amalgam enchantments, the problem becomes greater. At this rate, we might need another 50 years before even beginning the testing phase of the floating city, let alone make it operational. And that's just our best estimate. And, for a reminder of these enchantments, read chapter 40 again. Edward nodded his head, then proposed some suggestions on how to move forward. Edward, said Nicholas Flamel, I understand your need to explore the unknown, but wouldn't it be better to wait until the floating city to finish before going to explore the void? That way, your safety will be more guaranteed. Edward paused for a moment after hearing this, then he said, At first, I created the Empire just to find people to help me develop magic. But as time passed, as I watched the Empire rapidly develop under my care, I've grown to care about it more than I expected. However, with this new attachment came the fear of losing everything that I created. You have no idea how many times I've woken up in the middle of the night because I had a dream that Herpo left the afterlife and destroyed the Empire. Or that some other powerful civilization discovered us and annihilated us. After hearing this, the three of them immediately realized that the man in front of them was the ruler of more than 50 billion people. And as a ruler, it was his duty to protect his people. Alright, there is no need for the mood to become somber. It's not like my trip this time will be like the last time. I've prepared plenty beforehand. The floating city is just a reassurance. A few days later, planet Jupiter. Edward and the council delegates used the warp portal to teleport there. As soon as they arrived, Amelia, who noticed Edward's absent-mindedness, asked, What's wrong? Just feeling a little nostalgic. I remember a few decades ago when I led more than 10,000 wizards to terraform this planet. It took us more than a month. But now, the Empire has the technology to terraform any planet in just a few hours. Isn't that a perfect example of the Empire's motto of in pursuing the truth, we will never stop progressing? True, replied Edward. Alright, let's witness this momentous event that will go in the Empire's history books. Soon, they arrived at a building where two people led another group, waiting for them. Arthur, how have you been? Asked Edward. Excellent, Your Majesty, replied Arthas Weasley. I would like to take this opportunity to apologize for Fred not participating in his Tower Master inspection. I'm used to their mischievous temperaments by now. As long as they do not forget to finish their tasks, it's fine. Don't worry, my wife and I will ensure that. That's good. So, how is Molly? She's also fine, writing a new book. Oh, I enjoyed her last book. All the little spells that help with housework were very interesting and unique. Hopefully, this new one will be as popular as the last one. After chatting with Arthur, Edward then looked at the other person standing next. The person immediately got on one knee and said, Commander Sherperd of the 101st Space Fleet salutes Your Majesty. At ease, Commander. The next operation will depend on you. The group was then led inside the building where a large screen was displayed. The screen showed a bunch of spaceships floating in space. Some of them were as large as a few hundred kilometers, while some of them were a few hundred meters. A special seat was created for Edward and the council members. After taking his position, he ordered, begin the live broadcast. Immediately afterward, all the citizens of the Empire from different planets started watching. They first saw Edward's face appear on their screens. With a smile on his face, he said, Hello, citizens of the Arcane Empire. Today is a great day for our civilization as we take our first step into the stars, traveling beyond our solar system for the first time in search of other planets with life, of other civilizations, and new knowledge. Many great men have chosen to risk their lives in this journey that may prove perilous. In honor of their spirit, let us take a few moments to offer them a blessing. Edward along with the council members stood up, and with a wave of his hand, a beautiful long staff with a blue stone on top appeared in his hand. He looked in the direction of the camera and said, "May the arcane truth guide them in their journey." Immediately afterward, all the people of the Empire said the same thing at the same time. May the arcane truth guide them in their journey. After that, the broadcast showed the space fleet that was about to leave on this expedition. Arthur Weasley that had already made sure that everything functioned properly on the spaceships gave the all-right signal to Commander Shepard. The commander then connected to the captain of the fleet, activate the Void Drive. 129 Departure. The Void Drive is a new engine designed by Arthur and Edward together, to replace the old one that the Empire's spaceship functioned on. The old engine, which was called the Apparition Drive, was essentially designed to use apparition to teleport the spaceships to different parts of the universe. However, this engine had a problem as it required a massive amount of energy to function. The further the distances needed to apparate, the more mana needed. With the Philosopher's Stone as an energy source, it was no problem operating a few 100,000 light-years away. Any greater distance than then would require additional stones or a larger one. After seeing this problem, Edward designed a new engine based on his study of the Void and his world gate. The spaceships would instantly appear in the Void, outside of the current universe. Then, from there, they can teleport to any place in the universe. It did not matter how far that place was from the Milky Way galaxy. So, after the order was given, all the citizens saw was that the fleet turned into a white light. Then a few minutes later, they appeared in another star system. Soon after that, the fleet reported their status, then started to search for planets with life. The broadcast ended, and the Empire celebrated this great event in history. Meanwhile, Edward was having a secret meeting after the launch. In front of him was a large screen that displayed an old man wearing a black hood. "Your Majesty, do you have any new orders?" asked Dumbledore. "The Empire just launched its first expedition in the universe, so I'm worried that something might go wrong, so I need you to look out for any information that you hear about us. From the information I've gathered over the years, only the Galactic Federation and a few other civilizations are on par with us, so why worry? That may be true when it comes to technology, but when it comes to magic, we still have a long way to go, especially when we have not dealt with our issue of the magic core no longer capable of holding more mana. In that case, I'll do my best." Edward nodded his head, then asked, "What about the mission I gave you? Any new information?" "Nothing has changed since I last reported to you. I've been trying to acquire any knowledge about gods and authority, but this kind of information seemed very closely guarded. The few magic civilizations that worshipped real gods are not that easy to infiltrate." "I understand, so you can take your time. There is no need to take any risks." After that, Edward headed to the small dimension that existed in the Bermuda Triangle, which has become his main laboratory with Rowena. In the center of the laboratory, there were 2 gates. After entering one of them, Edward had to place a room similar to the Room of Brain. However, it was smaller in size. After doing that, Morgana's little elf appeared on his shoulder. "Master, have you moved one of my servers?" "Yes, the main one will remain here in this universe, while the other one will go with me. Unfortunately, I doubt you would be able to connect with the main one from another universe," replied Edward. "Master, if you could use the full power of my main server, it would be possible." Edward sighed after hearing this. From Albio, he learned the real identity of these mystery rooms and how valuable they are in the entire universe. And after hearing about it, he was forced to remove all information about them from records, and erase the memories of the majority of people who knew of their existence, including Albion himself. He did not want knowledge about them to be accidentally released, causing some powerful cosmic entities to come after the Empire in search of these powerful relics. Additionally, Edward also finally understood one of the reasons that Herpo was able to use the Death Chamber to ascend from a mortal to a god. After learning of the true capabilities of these rooms, Edward decided to use the Room of Brain as a computer to create an AI connected to his soul. As a result of this, he gained unimaginable computing power, and with it, he rapidly propelled the technology and magic of the Empire. Unfortunately, he also knew that he was just using a fraction of the ability of these rooms. After placing the server inside the gate, Edward started to deal with all the things he needed for this trip. Midway through, Bellatrix and Rowena came to see him. Bellatrix handed him a ring as she said, "This is for your safety. Inside is more than 100 obscurus that can be controlled. If you meet any gods with the power of authority, this should be enough to buy you enough time to escape." Edward smiled after hearing this, then he gave her a kiss. Meanwhile, Rowena took out 5 small metal balls. "Inside is the latest result of my research. As you know, void energy is very corrosive or destructive, even more so than obscurus. I managed to condense a small amount of void energy and contained it in this metal case. If you encounter any trouble, you can just release them. Just one of them can release an explosion strong enough to destroy a planet the size of the sun. So, use them as a last resort in case the obscurus do not work, and make sure to not remain anywhere near the explosion." Edward nodded his head as he hugged the 2 of them with a smile. In fact, he was not immediately leaving as he still had 2 things to deal with before his departure. The first was a goodbye dinner with his family. His mother, father, Susan, and her parents, Amelia, and the brothers and sisters of his parents were also revived. His wives, Rowena, Luna, Hermione, Fleur, and Bellatrix all attended it. Although this was a farewell party, people had to act happy as they did not want Edward's mother to know that he was about to take a dangerous trip into the unknown. After the dinner, Edward held a secret meeting. This meeting was attended by all his wives, Grindelwald, Amelia Bones, Flitwick, Lily, and Snape. All of them sat at a long table with Edward at the head of the table. Behind him on the wall was the mark he placed on the Death Eaters, with the word Illuminati written in large letters. Before I leave, I have a few things that I need you guys to watch out for. He then looked at Grindelwald. As the commander of the Ghost Squad, I need you to monitor both the Atlantean and the Martian, especially the former. It is very rare for the Martians to leave their underground cities, especially with their current civil war. However, the same cannot be said for the Atlanteans. With how hostile their kind have been, you should pay more attention to them. I understand, but I still think that it would be best to either annihilate them or forcefully subdue them, replied Grindelwald. I have my reasons for not dealing with them for now. Edward then looked at Lily Potter. I'm sorry for what I did to you, it was just a calculated move. I understand, Your Majesty. I need you to do one last thing for me, then immediately afterward, Rowena will conduct a resurrection ceremony for you. On top of that, all the arcane points that I owe you will be compensated. What may that be? I need to absorb some luck from Harry. Will he be alright? Asked Lily with a frown on her face. According to my calculation, he should just be unlucky for a while but will be fine afterward. However, it's best to keep an eye on him. If you need, you can have a few members of the Ghost Squad looking after him. As you wish. Then, Edward looked at Luna. From the moment I leave, I need you to use the Sorcerer's Eye to monitor everything in the Empire. Do not miss the tiniest of anomalies, no matter how small it may seem. I understand, nodded Luna. Finally, Edward addressed everybody. All of you here have the highest power in the Empire after me, so you should know who our biggest enemy is. According to my calculation, Herpo should have the ability to leave the afterlife for a short period of time. If he does so, you can activate all the protocols I have left to deal with him, or stall him long enough until his time runs out. If he is proven to be more powerful than we can handle, I have left another gate here that will take all of you, including my parents and families, to a safe place. When I return, I will find a way to deal with him. And if I do not, the gate contains all the knowledge of the Empire, enough for you guys to rebuild our civilization from scratch. Edward, don't say such ominous things, scolded Rowena. I'm just being prepared for the worst-case scenario. After this meeting, Edward spent the last day with his family and enjoyed the bliss of his wives. For this special occasion, they allowed him to indulge in the pleasure of the flesh with all of them at the same time. The next day, Edward did not immediately leave. A feeling of nostalgia came to him, so he went to visit one last place, Hogwarts. Placing an invisible spell on himself, he visited many places, including his and Dumbledore's statues that were created to commemorate them. He then suddenly appeared inside the headmaster's room, startling Headmistress McGonagall. Boy, just because you're an emperor now does not mean that you can do whatever you want. Have some respect for the elderly, said McGonagall. Sorry about that, I thought you would not be here, replied Edward with a smile. I had some last meeting things to take care of. I'm sure Elphinstone would not appreciate you working so late. What can he do about it? Anyway, he's stuck with me. This time around, I will not even allow death to take us apart. Edward laughed after hearing this, then he took notice of the Sorting Hat that was muttering happily to himself. Sorting Hat, what has made you so happy? Edward, my boy, you finally came to see me after so many years. While you're here, I have some complaints that I would like to address. Do tell. Every year, many wizards attend Hogwarts, and it's my greatest pleasure to sort them in their proper houses. But all of them keep asking me to place them in Ravenclaw since it's the house you attended. I keep telling them that this is not how things operate. They refuse to listen to me. Some even threaten me with their parents' or family's power if I do not place them in Ravenclaw. I cannot stop the desires of these young children. However, you do not need to worry about their family's influence, as none of them dare to lay their hands on Hogwarts. In that case, I'm relieved. Edward then spent a few minutes talking to McGonagall and the Sorting Hat. Right before he left, the headmistress stopped him and said, I've heard a little about your next endeavors from Phileas. All I can say is take care of yourself. You have billions of people counting on you. Edward paused for a moment, then said, Thank you, and I will. Without any hesitation, Edward returned to the Bermuda Triangle, entered his World Gate, then entered the Void for his next adventure. 130 New World. The World Gate floated in the white space known as the Void. This place, which was the space between universes, was quite a beautiful sight to see. However, Edward had no time to admire it. Morgana, first activate the camouflage enchantments. As you command, Master, said the little purple-haired elf. Immediately after that, the gate turned white and blended into the surrounding. If anyone were to come next to it, they would think that they were just looking at the void. After seeing this, Edward sighed as he muttered, To this day, I'm still in awe of that old man, Merlin. I do not believe for a moment that the one I met is just one of the many clones of persona that he has scattered all over the Omniverse. After complaining for a moment, he said, Use Harry's luck to locate the next world. And while I enter cryosleep, record all the process of the voyage. No problem, answered Morgana. After entering a cabin, Edward entered a deep slumber. Meanwhile, the World Gate, who seemed to have launched onto something, rushed in a particular direction. Not long after that, Edward was woken up from his cryosleep. For him, it felt like only a few seconds passed. How long have I been asleep? 120 years, replied Morgana. Edward nodded his head. However, He was not worried that such a long time passed back home, as he theorized that there would be a difference in time flow. And if not, he just has to travel back in time using the gate once he returned home. He then asked, "Can you feel the location of our main universe?" "Yes, I can still feel Harry Potter's faded star." "Can you connect to your main server?" "Unfortunately, no." Without much sadness, Edward then said, "Show me the site." Soon afterward, a projection appeared in front of Edward. He then saw a crystal sphere floating in the empty void, the source wall of another universe. "What a magnificent cage," commended Edward. He then spent a few more minutes looking at it. Part of him was excited, while the other was scared. Since he had to use luck to locate this world, he did not know how powerful it was. Whether some powerful individuals or beings would be able to notice his presence or arrival. "I need to find a way to be able to choose which world I go to." After taking a deep breath, Edward said, "Activate the reincarnation spirit enchantment and the temporal spatial energy prevention enchantment." "As you command, Master." These two enchantments were given to Edward by Merlin. One of them prevents him from creating a disturbance when entering a new world by masking the temporal and spatial energy of the gate. The other one masked his presence and made him look like another individual of the world so that he would not immediately be identified as an intruder. However, Merlin warned him that these two enchantments were not absolute, and if someone was powerful enough, they would be able to instantly see through them. After Edward gave the order, the world gate blended with the source wall that surrounded this universe, then he entered it. Soon after he found himself in a large city with people that looked European, and dressed similar to World War I. However, they were speaking a language that he did not know. Edward did not immediately leave the gate that was in invisible mode but waited for a few hours in case someone would notice him. After seeing no movement, he exited. Then, under his command, the gate shrunk to the point where he used it as pocket key. Unfortunately, in the past decades, he has not found a way to place the gate in his soul dimension. After leaving the gate, the first thing Edward did was use legilimency to quickly learn the language of this world, and have a basic understanding of the world he was in. In these people's minds, two words caught his attention: Ames tries and state alchemist. Immediately, Edward knew that he came to the world of Full Metal Alchemist. Immediately, Edward started to worry. With how powerful of a being that truth is, he did not believe for a moment that it did not detect his intrusion in this world. So, he pondered whether to retreat and leave in search of another world. However, a part of him was a little unwilling when he thought of the possible benefit he could receive from this world. "In that case, I will wait 3 days without doing anything. If it contacts me during this time or warns me, then I will leave. If not, then I will slowly start to test the ground." After making a preliminary plan, Edward rented a hotel while dealing with some problems he encountered. "Morgana, use the nanochips to scan my magic core." "As you command, sir," said Morgana, who manifested herself in the little elf appearance. A few seconds later, she said, "From the scan, it seems that you can only use 25 units of mana, while the rest are unresponsive or locked. My theory was correct. Since other universes follow different laws and regulations, an outsider like myself will suffer some backlash or restriction." "The problem does not seem to be too big," said Morgana. "From what I detected, your body seemed to be slowly adapting to this universe. So, your magic core should start working properly after a while. How long will it take? Since I do not have enough data, I can only roughly calculate that you should be regaining your full strength between 3 months to a year." Edward nodded his head without caring much. Even with his mana that is less than breaking the first limiter, only one person could pose a threat to him: truth. Even the father of the homunculi is not his opponent even after he managed to swallow God. Of course, Edward also knows that the reason that father was so weak was that he was plotted by Hoeinheim and the Elric brothers. Additionally, he could still use the mana stores inside his body in his muscles and bones. Just like that, 3 days passed and nothing happened. Edward only stayed in his hotel without leaving. "Master, I've hacked the radio signal of the military and found news of the people you asked me to look for," said Morgana. "Oh, where are they?" "The Elric brothers headed north to the city of Lior." "Is that so? In that case, the plot has just begun and Isaac McDougall just died. However, the entire plot happens in just a few months, so I do not have much time if I want to intervene." After making a decision, Edward finally left his hotel. He planned to get back to his old job in his younger days, a thief. Using an invisible spell, Edward operated all over Ames tries stealing knowledge about alchemy. And he did not stop at books or manuscripts. No, he read the mind and memories of all the famous alchemists in the country to steal, no, acquire their views and understanding of alchemy. He even visited Dr. Marco, the creator of the Philosopher's Stone, to get the recipe from his mind. After doing this non-stop, he used gold that he brought with him to buy a house and create a lab for himself. Then, he began to study the knowledge he acquired. 131 Alchemy. Edward sat in a chair in front of a fireplace. Numerous books floated in front of him as their pages kept flipping on their own. And as quickly as those pages flipped, as quickly as Edward absorbed the information inside. Once he was finished, he muttered to himself, "Damn those alchemists. All of them are so paranoid that all their research is in code, making waste so much time and effort." After complaining, he walked to one of the empty rooms. He took a piece of chalk, then talked out loud. "Alchemy is the scientific technique of understanding the structure of matter, decomposing it, and then reconstructing it. If performed skillfully, it is even possible to create gold out of lead. However, as it is a science, there are some natural principles in place. Only one thing can be created from something else of a certain mass. This is the principle of equivalent exchange. Although this is a summarization of alchemy in this world described in many books, it is not completely accurate. Although most alchemists clearly state that their practice is science, alchemy also involves things that the majority of scientists would consider pseudoscience. For example, things like spirit and the soul. After talking out loud to himself, Edward used the chalk in his hand to draw a circle on the ground. One of two essential components of alchemy is the transmutation circle. Just like wizards, alchemists cannot accomplish such miracles without the need for a power source or energy. In their case, they use the energy from the movement of tectonic plates deep in the Earth's crust. The transmutation circle served as a way to allow the energy to flow within a controllable range determined by the alchemist. After making the circle, Edward drew a few more runes inside the circle. The second essential component of alchemy is runes. Runes served as a formula to guide the energy trapped in the circle to do their desired outcomes. After finishing drawing the alchemic runes that looked like a few triangles placed together, Edward placed his hand on the transmutation circle and activated the energy needed. Soon afterward, electric light flashed in the center of the circle, then the ground turned into a spear standing at the very center. Looking at this, Edward had a pondering look on his face. To become an alchemist, a gate of truth is needed. From what I know from the anime, it was stated that all living beings have their own gate of truth. Does this rule apply to every being in existence across every universe, or just the one in this world? Since I can perform alchemy, meaning that I also have a gate of truth, then the answer should be the former. However, there is also the possibility that the laws of the world affected me and created a gate of truth for me after entering this world. Furthermore, if only the laws of this universe allow people to perform alchemy, then this knowledge might be useless to the people of the Empire. Wait, not necessarily. If the gate served as a way to allow ordinary people to sense and control energy to perform alchemy, then wizards would not have such limitation. They can be trained to sense tectonic plate energy in the Earth's crust to perform alchemy. Wait, I'm thinking too small. Alchemy is an art that can be performed with different kinds of energy. Alchemy of seeing uses something called dragon pulse as energy, while in Ames tries, the soul can be used as energy to conduct alchemy. So, there is no reason that mana should not work. After coming to that conclusion, Edward did not immediately test his theory. In his first attempt at alchemy, he felt something wrong with the energy he used. From the anime he watched in his previous life, he knew that alchemists in Ames tries did not actually use energy from tectonic plates or earthen energy, but the philosopher's stone inside Father's body, as he is connected to an underground system that travels all around the country. As a result of this, Father can prevent all alchemists in Ames tries from being able to perform alchemy by disconnecting them from the power source, the underground system, he controls. Knowing this, Edward began to truly connect to the earthen energy that alchemists were supposed to use. After a few trials, he succeeded. Electric lights appeared in the circle, then an axe appeared this time. Nodded in satisfaction, Edward proceeded to use mana as energy to perform alchemy. Immediately afterward, a giant axe appeared in the middle of the transmutation circle. The axe looked like it was the weapon of a giant. Edward calculated that if his body was not strengthened by mana, there was no way that he could lift that axe. Well, that was unexpected, muttered Edward. It seems that mana served as an amplifier for alchemy. No, the mass of the axe should not increase as alchemy follows the law of equivalent exchange. With excitement, Edward quickly did a few more experiments. Mana can actually allow me to break the law of equivalent exchange just like the philosopher's stone. Well, this is wonderful news. After that, Edward spent the next few days learning alchemy and doing experiments. With his knowledge of science that was far ahead of this time, and his natural ability to control energy, mana, he learned everything quite quickly. Now, it's time to perform human transmutation and meet truth. Without getting answers from it, I'm not relieved to do things. Plus, I need to confirm a few things about the gate of truth. If my theory is right, it could fundamentally change my trajectory in life, and the trajectory of the Empire. 132 Human transmutation. After absorbing and digesting all the knowledge he acquired about alchemy, Edward was prepared to attempt the ultimate taboo in alchemy, human transmutation. So, Edward drew the transmutation circle along with the runes for the process. He did not use the same one either Edward Elric or Izumi Curtis used. Instead, he designed it himself based on his understanding of the human body and life code. That way, Edward knew for sure that he could create a perfect body with alchemy. In fact, he tried to make a clone of himself before this and succeeded. Just like Edward Elric said in the anime, the chemical components of the human body are actually quite cheap and can be bought for a few cents at a store. After designing the entire transmutation circle, Edward placed a bone in one of the spots. This bone belonged to the random person that was about to be resurrected. The reason that human transmutation is believed to be impossible is because of the law of equivalent exchange. After all, what can equal the value of a soul? Of course, it's another soul, muttered Edward. After that, he brought one living prisoner and placed it inside the circle. To be sure, let's place another. So, he placed another. After everything was finished, he began to transmute. Electric sparks appeared as the chemicals materials for the human body slowly started to change shape. Based on the soul data of the bone, a new body was created. It was an individual with red eyes and brown skin, an Ishvalan. After the body was created, the soul was next. Edward tried to recall the soul of that Ishvalan and brought it back to his body. Unfortunately, a rebound occurred during the process. Failed? Why? My calculation was correct. Soon after that, an eye appeared in the middle of the transmutation circle. Luckily for him, he did not have to pay any toll as the two people inside the circle was the toll he prepared beforehand. So, the two prisoners along with their souls slowly decomposed in front of him. And after that, he was swallowed by the eye. Soon, Edward found himself in front of a gate. The first thing he noticed was that the gate had the design he placed in the Death Eaters, an Ouroboros with a pyramid inside. Inside the pyramid was a lotus with a single eye at the center. After seeing the gate, it opened and swallowed Edward. Then, countless knowledge about alchemy was instilled inside his mind. Since he paid an entire body plus a soul as toll, he learned plenty of things. Nevertheless, it was still not enough. Edward had the urge to swallow all the knowledge inside the gate. Of course, he still controlled himself. After being sent out the gate, Edward was a little distracted as he reviewed what he learned. So that's why I failed. In this world, after a soul dies, it does not go to the afterlife but turns into energy that flows through the world. This is in line with the alchemy theory of Izumi Curtis that all is one, and one is all. So, even if I recreated the dead Ishvalan's body, his soul has long returned to the universe, so I cannot call it back. In short, human transmutation is impossible at least in this world. So, you've finally figured it out, foreign wizard, said a vague shadowy figure. Who are you? Asked Edward, not surprised that this person knew his identity. Don't you already know? I thought it would be polite to ask. So, foreigner, for what reason did you come to see me? Truth, your highness, should I call you that? Or, you can call me what you want. In that case, I'll just call you Truth. So, I have a few questions I would like to ask you if that's all right with you, said Edward. And I cannot guarantee that I will answer them. That's fine. First of all, am I allowed to interfere in the affairs of this world? Truth paused for a moment, then said with his usual smirk, I'm surprised that this is the first question you asked. What if I said you're not allowed? Well, this is your world, of course, I would listen to the owners. Interesting. I pegged you for an arrogant wizard who despised being known as gods and so on, thinking that they can do whatever they pleased in their search for strength. But, you're rather, what's the appropriate word, malleable. Well, you're right about me, but I also know when to bow to the circumstances. If I was as strong as you, of course, I would not be so amiable. Straightforward, I see, said Truth. As for the answer to your question, you can intervene as much as you like, but you cannot kill anybody. Even the homunculi, even them? That's fine by me, replied Edward. Second question, what is your relationship with the Akashic record? What do you mean? Asked Truth, whose smile faltered for a brief moment. In my world, there is a legend about something called the Akashic records. It is said to hold all the knowledge, thoughts, events, and emotions of all living beings from past, present, and future. At first, I thought that this gate of truth was actually connected to you and held all your knowledge. When an alchemist gets access to it, they are granted some of your knowledge. But then a thought came to my mind after entering the gate. What if the Akashic records is real, and you were granted access or authority to all the alchemy knowledge from it? Edward stopped talking, waiting to hear an answer from Truth. A few seconds later, the latter said, you know, being too intelligent can be a problem, especially when you are this weak. Immediately after that, Edward was sent away from Truth, returning to the material world. Meanwhile, Truth had a pensive look on their face as he muttered, Merlin actually sponsored this guy? Interesting. Meanwhile, after Edward returned to his laboratory, he started laughing out loud like a madman. Luckily for him, the round was sound isolated. The Akashic records are real. Endless knowledge. Since Truth can get access to it, so can I. More importantly, I already have an idea how. Edward's mind rapidly moved as he concocted a crazy plan to find the Akashic record. For me to be successful, the main thing I need is to understand the countrywide transmutation circle that Father used to become a god. In that case, I need to learn and observe the process myself. After making a preliminary plan, Edward finally regained his bearing. He first checked the Ishvalan that he transmuted. He saw that the body was wiggling on the floor, and quickly learned that the reason for that was that soul energy entered his body, making it activate. It was similar to the immortal soldiers or homunculi that the upper level of the Aimstries military was secretly created with the Philosopher's Stone. Unlike the 7 deadly sins homunculi, these ones had no intelligence and acted purely on instinct. Of course, the one Edward created actually looked like a human instead of the white humanoid monsters. However, since this one only had a little amount of soul energy inside of it, it would not last long and is not immortal like the others. So, after killing it, he buried the body and proceeded with his next plan. An disclaimer for all the people who have not seen the anime. The concept of Akashic record is not a canon thing but made up by this author for this fiction. 133 Gate of Truth. Edward sat in his alchemy laboratory while thinking about his meeting with Truth. He then looked at Morgana and asked, You're more sensitive than I am, so what did you sense during our conversation? The little elf placed her hand on her chin, making a thinking posture. Although I did not dare scan him, I did feel something familiar, authority. And it was way more powerful than Herpo. Oh, which one? A lot of them, and maybe all of them. Edward had a frown on his face after hearing this, then he said, this should make sense since he might truly be an omnipotent being, especially since authorities are the fundamental rules or concepts that govern a world. By controlling them, truth can probably warp or bend reality to its whim. However, the real question is whether this power is only in this universe, or in all universes. Unfortunately, we do not have a way to answer this question, replied Morgana. At least for now. True. In that case, let's get back to business. Edward closed his eyes. Soon after that, he found himself in a white room with nothing in sight. In front of him was his gate of truth. I was right, the gate of truth resides in a person's soul space or dimension. That's indeed an extraordinary discovery, said Morgana, who appeared in the soul space as well. More importantly, it seems that I have my own gate of truth. The two of them turned around and saw another gate behind them. The gate's design was different from Edward's as it had many brains drawn on it, along with something that looked like a supercomputer. Since my soul is connected to yours, it's normal for your gate to be in the same space as mine, just like the Elric brothers were connected to another after attempting human transfiguration. Morgana nodded her head, but she was strangely focusing on the gate. Is there something wrong? I can feel the connection of my main server through the gate of truth. Edward was slightly surprised after hearing this, then he said, well, technically speaking, the current server and the main one share the same soul. So, this should explain the connection. Is there any benefit to the connection? Yes. I can now use 30% of my calculation powers instead of the previous 10%. Additionally, I can use the connection as a space coordinate to return home. That's excellent news. Alright, let's begin our next experiment. Both of them then left the soul space and Edward returned to his body. He then entered his world gate, headed straight for one of his laboratories. He took 4 people, 1 wizard, 1 muggle, 1 wizard clone, and 1 muggle clone. He placed his hand on the wizard's head and entered his soul space. This time, however, he did not see a white room. Instead, he saw a world where the captured wizard was having fun torturing a group of women. Without caring about what was happening around him, Edward began to search the small dimension of this person's soul to find a gate of truth. Unfortunately, even after searching everywhere, he could not find anything. Could it be that only the people in this world have a gate of truth? I thought that all living beings with a soul had one. Edward paused for a moment as he contemplated, then he muttered, maybe I'm going about this the wrong way. Immediately, he connected to his gate of truth. Then, he connected his soul space with this one. As soon as Edward's gate of truth appeared in this wizard's soul space, a strange vibration came from it, traveling throughout the entire dimension. Then, the image of torture vanished before the room turned all white. The wizard found himself standing in front of Edward. Your Majesty, he screamed as he walked backward without looking back. However, he soon found himself touching something. With confusion, the wizard turned around and saw a black gate slightly floating in the air that had a strange design on it. What is this? Nevertheless, Edward ignored him as he looked at the gate with a smile on his face. So, it is true. Every living being with a soul could have a gate of truth of their own. After making this discovery, Edward left this wizard's soul space to check the others' people. And they all had a gate of truth. The clone's gate seemed weird as there is no design on the gate. Moreover, something just feels off about it. Well, I can study that later. After discovering that everybody has a gate of truth just like all the citizens of this universe, he was satisfied since the Empire will be able to use this world's form of alchemy that he labeled gate alchemy. Of course, just because someone has a gate does not mean that they can become an alchemist. After all, gate alchemy is a form of science that requires scientific knowledge as a basis. Additionally, each alchemist has different talents that manifest in the form of their ability to sense energy and properly control it. No matter what world, the concept of all men being equal is still the biggest lie. Talent is often the divide between extraordinariness and mediocrity. After making sure that his empire will be able to use gate alchemy to further increase their strength and foundation, Edward prepared to review the gain he acquired after surviving human transmutation. So, he entered his alchemy room, placed his hands together like he was praying, then transmuted a spear from the ground. Well, there is no need for a transmutation circle. But I can go even further. Electric lights came under his feet, then the ground turned into a giant fist that punched the wall. Well, I can even use my feet instead of my hand. Quite convenient. All this time, he was not using magic, but alchemy. Edward then snapped his finger, and a raging flame appeared before hitting the wall again. Well, I have to say, Colonel Mustang's flame alchemy is truly overpowered in this world. Maybe I should develop alchemy unique to me. Maybe I could get a title like the Electricity Alchemist? No, the Lightning Alchemists. That's a cool name. Master, your narcissism is showing again, said Morgana, who suddenly appeared on his shoulder. Just let me be. What's next on the schedule? You have to study this world's Philosopher's Stone, the Chimera, Mechanical Repair, Seeing's Alchemy, and the Homunculi. Edward nodded. Then he said, let's study the stone first, then go meet some people and establish a plausible and trustworthy identity in this world. As you wish. 134 Philosopher's Stone. After dealing with the issue of the Gate of Truth, Edward began to study this world's Philosopher's Stone. He had read the mind of its creator, Dr. Mako, and also sneaked inside the 5th laboratory in Central and secretly stole all the research inside. In fact, he stole all the research in all the different laboratories. So, Edward drew the transmutation circle needed to create the stone in his laboratory. Since I cannot kill anyone in this world, I'll have to improvise. Morgana, get me 1,000 clones. Yes, master. Soon the space fluctuated, then 1,000 people dressed in white clothes appeared in the room, lying down on the floor as if passed out. Edward had used an extension charm on the room, so it could hold all these people. After placing the clones in the center of the circle, he activated the circle. Soon after that, the clones disintegrated into small particles, leaving a dark red stone in the middle of the transmutation circle. Edward took the stone and began to analyze it. A few minutes later, he sighed, "This thing is quite disappointing." "Indeed," replied Morgana. "This is just a combination of life energy and countless souls together. Additionally, the souls still have some level of consciousness, making it very easy to influence the user." Edward nodded his head. The Philosopher's Stone is considered one of the real immortal substances, meaning that without outside influence, it would never be destroyed. As for this one, after a certain amount of use, it will destroy itself. Meanwhile, the one in our world can self-generate mana on its own after the energy inside has been used. Well, at least, the greater stone does. After analyzing further for a while, Edward said, "Let's do a few more experiments." He then proceeded to create 2 more stones using gate alchemy, one from Muggle prisoners, and one from wizard prisoners. Finally, he compared the final products. As expected, the one made from wizards is more powerful since their souls and life energy are naturally more powerful, followed by the Muggle-made one, then the clones. However, the resentment from these wizards' souls is at least 5 times more prominent from the Muggle one, and 10 times more from the clones, commented Morgana. "Yes, but I did not expect to have an unexpected discovery," said Edward as he focused on the stone made from wizards. This one was not just dark red but had a hue of blue deep in the middle. "This stone contained mana inside," pointed out Edward. "How fascinating. This is like a perfect combination of soul energy, mana, and life force." "Yes, according to my calculation, by studying this stone, we should be able to create a stone made of these 3 energies and increase the power of the greater stone by approximately 254%. And that's just the lowest estimate. In that case, begin the calculation to find the perfect ratio of these 3 energies to making a real philosopher's stone." "As you wish. How long will the calculation take?" 3 days. "That long," said Edward. "Well, given that you're not at full capability, it's understandable. All right, I guess it's time to move a little bit." Scene break. Edward was in the southern region, in a small town named Dublith. In front of him was a small shop with the words meat printed in large words. Without hesitation, he entered the shop. Immediately, he was greeted by a slightly muscular man with black hair. "Hello, sir, how can I help you?" asked Mason, the shop assistant. "Am I in the wrong place?" said Edward with a confused look on his face. "I was told that a couple was the owner of this shop." "You are correct, as I'm just here as an assistant. Since you want to see the owner, I'll get them." "I appreciate it," said Edward with a smile. A few seconds later, Izumi and her husband Sig walked out from the back of the shop. She looked up and down at Edward before saying, "I don't think I've ever met you in my life, so who are you? And why are you looking for us?" "My name is Edward Bones, and I'm looking for the alchemist known as Izumi Curtis." "I'm guessing that's you." "I'm just a simple, kind housewife," replied Izumi. "Plus, you have not answered my question, why are you looking for me? I am also an alchemist, and I've traveled the world on a journey to exchange knowledge with different alchemists. However, so far, I've been very disappointed by the alchemists of Ames Tries as they are a bunch of military madmen that only use alchemy, but do not study or truly understand it. So far, there are only 4 alchemists that I think could truly have an exchange with me, and you're one of them." Izumi squinted her eyes at Edward, then said, very confident, "I see. All right, let's see if you're as skilled as you are handsome." She invited him to her house, then for the next 2 hours, the two of them had an intense conversation about alchemy. They talk about history, theories, runes, and symbols, and the practical aspect of alchemy. Izumi was quite surprised by how deep Edward's knowledge was considering that he looked like a young man in his 20s. Meanwhile, after gaining a certain level of trust with Izumi, Edward proceeded to his next step. He took a piece of chalk to draw a very complicated transmutation circle in the table that they were discussing on. As for Izumi, she was on alert as the transmutation circle had some resemblance to human transmutation. However, it was also completely different. "What is this?" she asked with a frown on her face. "You can consider it the law of equivalent exchange for knowledge." "Please," said Edward as he motioned her to place her hand on one of the spots of the circle. Izumi hesitated for a moment, then curiosity got the best of her. Plus, she was quite confident in her skill. To her, Edward looked like a weak son of a wealthy family obsessed with alchemy. As soon as she placed her hand on the circle, a light flashed in the center, then, to her horror, an eye appeared. Izumi had seen that eye when she performed human transmutation. Since then, it has been her nightmare. Before she could react, she found herself in a white space with the gate of truth in front of her. Turning her head, she saw Edward was also there with another gate behind him. "You don't need to panic. As I said, this is just an exchange of knowledge." Soon after he said this, both the gates opened and some black tentacles that looked like arms appeared from them. Unlike when these two performed human transmutation, these tentacles did not swallow them inside the gate but connected. Immediately afterward, Izumi felt countless knowledge regarding alchemy being implanted in her head. No, to be exact, her knowledge was being exchanged for one of equal value. The process only lasted a few minutes, then she found herself back in her house, sitting at the same table. So, human transmutation was impossible in the first place. And my formula was not even close to being enough, muttered Izumi. She then looked at Edward and said, "Thank you. You have greatly helped me." Edward nodded his head to receive her thanks. He knew that the reason she thanked him was that she learned that when she tried to transmute her child, what she summoned was not even him. As such, her child did not have to suffer twice. "This exchange was quite beneficial to me as well," said Edward with a smile. However, Izumi just sighed as she knew that he was just being polite. During the exchange, she could feel that her knowledge was a drop in a vast ocean compared to his. As such, she was wondering how a person could have such large alchemical knowledge. "By the way, are you interested in being my wife?" suddenly asked Edward. A question that truly shocked Izumi, especially on how random it was. Then she laughed out loud. "Although you're a handsome guy, I'm already married. Plus, you're not my type at all, you have no muscles whatsoever." Ignoring the killing glare that Sig was giving him, Edward smiled before saying, "That's a shame. However, I'll have you know, I could easily defeat your husband in a contest of pure strength." Sig, who felt that he was both insulted and challenged, flexed his muscles, then placed his hand on the table, challenging Edward to an arm wrestle competition. He was prepared to show this skinny young man who dared to try to take his wife from him. Still, with a smile on his face, Edward also placed his hand on the table, competing with him. Sig immediately used all his strength to defeat his opponent and show up to his wife. Unfortunately, it was useless. Edward's hand did not budge a tiny bit. Then, a tremendous strength came from Edward's hand and Sig's hand was slammed on the table. A look of confusion appeared on his face as he wondered what happened. Even his wife was surprised as she knew how strong her husband was. As Izumi noticed Edward looking at her with a smirk on his face, she said, "Still not interested?" "It's a shame," replied Edward, although his face did not show it. "Well, it's time for me to leave. Before I go, I will leave you with one last gift." Edward then took out a tube from his coat that had a blue liquid inside. "This is a potion that can cure your organs problem. Although it cannot allow you to have children again, it can solve your health problems. If you trust me, you can drink it." After leaving it on the table, he left. 135 Tragedy? Not on my watch. After exiting the meat shop, Edward smiled in satisfaction as his plan was going smoothly. The reason that he went to meet Izumi Curtis was for two reasons. 1. When he was stealing knowledge from alchemists' minds, he did not do so for her and the protagonists of this world, the Elric brothers. The reason for that was that these people had opened the gate Truth, so he was worried that his actions would alert Truth. So, he decided to be careful. So, his meeting with Izumi was a way to exchange knowledge. The second reason was that he needed a reasonable and upright identity when he interacted with the Elric brothers and the people around them. While walking away, Edwards thought to himself, "This Sig was quite strong, even beyond the limit of ordinary humans. Now that I think about it, certain individuals of this world like Izumi, Sig, Riza Hawkeye, Scar have abnormal physiques compared to ordinary humans. Plus, they did not achieve this level of strength through genetic engineering, but through pure training." Just now, Edward just checked both Sig and Izumi's life code and determined that they were ordinary people. This should have something to do with Qi. In this world, according to the eastern country of Xing, Qi is the life energy flowing through all things, from mountains to rivers, to flowers, and even humans. They called this flow the Dragon Pulse. The people of Xing use this life energy in their alchemy instead of earthen energy, thus making their alchemy more suitable for medical purposes. If the people of this world can passively absorb life energy from the Dragon Pulse while training to increase their Qi or life force, then their strength, speed, and endurance would increase beyond the normal level. From what I remember, Ling Yao and Mei Chang could sense Qi inside a person's body and even use it to track and identify enemies. As a result of this, they could also sense the countless souls inside the homunculi. Well, it seems that I have to visit Xing during my time in this world. After returning home, Edward again began to study alchemy. This time, he was focused on chimera. In just a few days, he managed to create a regular chimera by combining different animals. Then he went a step further, taking out the basic chemical compounds of these animals to create the chimera from nothing. Following this, he studied human chimera. A holographic image of DNA was displayed in front of Edward and Morgana. The DNA of these human chimera has been completely rewritten to include animal DNA. In some way, this could be considered a form of human evolution, said Edward. Yes. The effect is similar to Tower Masters Narcissa and Solisle's experiment of placing magical animal souls in a human body. Except the human chimera can transform into half human, half animal, while the ones in their experiment only acquire certain characteristics or abilities of animals while still retaining their human form, said Morgana. Strictly speaking, their experiment is way better. Nevertheless, studying these human chimera should greatly increase the genetic technology of the Empire. The little elf quickly did some calculation, then said, "With enough chemical materials, we could basically mass-produce these human chimera. However, the ones made strictly from chemicals instead of combining an animal with a human do not have a soul, they're just an empty vessel. We do not need a soul to control them," replied Edward. We could plant chips inside their brain, then have you control them. With your computing ability, it's easy to control a few quadrillions. Essentially, this technology will allow the Empire to have a massive army of cannon fodder. Master, do not forget to take into account the resources needed for such a thing. I know this, I'm just stating a possibility. Edward then continued to review the data he gathered, then, he seemed to think of something. Morgana, what date is it? September 4, 1914. After saying this, Morgana paused as if she just remembered something, then a look of horror and confusion appeared on her face. Didn't I ask you to warn me a few days before this date arrived? Master, I seem to have forgotten. Both of them became silent after hearing this. As an AI and a supercomputer, there is no way that she could forget something like a regular person. Even Edward with his perfect memory can be distracted and forget things, hence the reason he had Morgana. However, she should not be able to forget unless someone interfered and hacked her program. However, Morgan is both a technological invention and a magical way, making it virtually impossible for ordinary means to do so. And given the low technological tree of this world, this was even more impossible. Immediately, both of them thought of a person capable of doing this. They looked at each other but did not say anything. Edward left his house and headed somewhere. Scene break. Edward Elric and his brother, Alphonse, were standing in a dark room looking at a dog. Sadness, despair, and confusion could be seen on their faces or surrounding them. Shao Tucker lay on the floor with blood flowing on his face, laughing hysterically. Lieutenant Riza Hawkeye held a gun pointed at him. Meanwhile, Colonel Mustang was also looking at the dog. Although he had a calm look on his face, his clenched hands showed his true mood. Suddenly, a voice ringed into the room. Am I too late? All of them turned around looking at the sudden intruder. Riza pointed her gun at the handsome man that just appeared in the room. Mustang and the Elric brothers were on guard, preparing to perform alchemy at any moment's notice. Edward, who just operated in the room, ignored these people as he looked at the dog. He remembered how terrible he felt when he first watched the anime and witnessed Nina Tucker. Immediately after knowing that he came to this world, he decided to save this little girl, along with Moss Hughes. Edward raised his head to look at the symbol of Alphonse's left shoulder. The flamel symbol? Are you guys related to Izumi Curtis? She had the same symbol tattooed on her body. You know our teacher? Asked Alphonse. So, you're her student. I met her and had a pleasant exchange. She's quite the extraordinary alchemist. Unfortunately, she declined my invitation to be my wife. The Elric brothers immediately thought this strange man was insane. Knowing how crazy and powerful their teacher is, they wondered how he managed to survive after asking such a question. Who are you? And how did you get past the soldiers outside? Asked Riza. She was not as gullible as these children and was on alert. How did I get here? I just appeared here, of course. Then, Edward started walking towards the dog. Taking his action as a threat, Riza immediately shot her gun. However, once the bullet reached a meter from Edward, they evaporated on sight. What's going on? Asked the lieutenant. Decomposition, said Edward Elric. The bullet was decomposed into its basic element. Brother, he did not even use a transmutation circle, do you think? Maybe. Edward ignored those people and came close to Nina to examine her. With a frown on his face, he said. A shoddy method of making a human chimera. The human body was mostly decomposed to make a bunch of messed up and unnecessary organs inside the animal body. The most terrible thing is that the animal soul was mixed with the human soul. Although the situation is grave, it's not irreversible. He then took a piece of chalk to draw a circle on the ground, followed by a bunch of complex runes. Meanwhile, the Elric brothers who were quietly observing the transmutation circle quickly understood something. Edward Elric then yelled, "Are you crazy? Performing human transmutation? Boy, stay out of things that you do not understand," said Edward Bones as he glared at him, making the older Elric brother frightened. Those eyes were truly scary. In one spot of the circle, he then placed 35 liters of water, 20 kilograms of carbon, 4 liters of ammonia, 1.5 kilograms of lime, 800 g of phosphorus, 250 g of salt, and a bunch of other materials. After doing this, he placed his hand on the circle to activate. Then, a miracle happened in front of everybody present. The chimera dog decomposed before separating into two, one girl and one dog. The little girl was Nina Tucker. How is that possible? Screamed Shao Tucker. Not long after he said those words, the little girl opened her eyes. She looked around in confusion. After seeing Edward Elric, she muttered, "Big brother Edward." She then looked at her father. A look of fear appeared on her face as he looked on the floor, not wanting to look at him. Meanwhile, our protagonist nodded in satisfaction after seeing this. Although separating the soul was a little trouble, everything turned out fine in the end. You just successfully performed human transmutation, said Edward Elric, with both shock and happiness. 136 Introduction. Full Metal, you need to calm down, said Mustang, which was his first words ever since Edward showed up. Calm down? How can I calm down? Yelled Edward Elric. This man just recreated a perfect human body through human transmutation. No, to be precise, he recreated Nina's body matter by matter. Not to mention how perfectly he separated her soul. So, responded Mustang. That means that his method could help get our bodies back, added Alphonse. Can you guys quiet down, said Edward Bones. Then, he looked at Nina and asked, how do you feel? Big brother, I'm fine. Does it hurt anywhere? No, Although she said she was fine, Edward could tell that she was not, at least psychologically. Well, it was understandable as she was just fused with a dog by her father. So, he secretly used a mind-soothing spell to reduce the impact that this event would have on her. Once he was done, he used a sleeping spell on her so that she could rest. Finally, he stood up, looked at the Elric brothers, and said, "Unfortunately, you're wrong." "What do you mean?" hurriedly asked Alphonse. "Well, your body was used as a toll for opening the gate of truth. Logically speaking, it should have been gone, returning to the flow of the universe. Since the law of equivalent exchange is absolute, you can't recreate your body." "Are you saying that it's impossible to get our bodies back?" asked Edward Elric with gritted teeth. "I'm not saying that. However, the method I just used will not succeed for you guys." Meanwhile, Lieutenant Hawkeye, who still had her guns raised, suddenly said, "Have any of you noticed how easy this man was able to gain our trust and lead the conversation, and yet, we do not even know his name. On top of that, he seemed to know a lot about the conditions of you two." Everyone then noticed that she was right, so they once again became on guard. As for Edward, he just smiled before saying, "My name is Edward Bones, a traveler from distant lands. I'm currently in the process of traveling the world to learn about different countries' alchemy. My first step is Ames Tries. Soon, I'll be heading to Seeing." "Do you have a passport and a visa?" asked Colonel Mustang. "Of course," responded Edward as he took it out. The lieutenant slowly walked to him to check it. "He's from Creta, the passport and visa are real," commented Lieutenant Hawkeye. She then looked at Edward and asked, "Last question, how did you suddenly appear here? And how did you know that something bad would happen?" She remembered how this person asked if he was too late after appearing here. This was one of the reasons she was suspicious. "I cannot explain how I knew that something would happen here, I just knew. Think of it as intuition. As for how I suddenly appear, well, I just teleported here." "That's preposterous," said Edward Elric. "Alchemy is based on scientific principles. Meanwhile, teleportation is nothing but science fiction. It's impossible to use alchemy to teleport." "No, it's possible. All you have to do is decompose the body into atoms, then reconstruct it in another place. Of course, you would need some other dimension as a link to connect the two places. Like the Gate of Truth," muttered the older Elric brother. "Exactly," responded Edward Bones. "Even so, if even a single atom was missing, the process would fail. Controlling trillions upon trillions of molecules seemed an impossible task." "You are thinking about this too deeply," added Edward. "Alchemy is not 100% based on science. At a deeper level, it overlaps with spiritualism, the occult, and pseudoscience. For example, the soul is linked to the body through the mind. In the process of teleportation, once the soul passes through the gate and arrives at the desired destination, using the mind, all the atoms in the body will follow. And when it comes to the process of reconstruction, if we consider the atoms in the body as living entities with instinct, an alchemist just has to allow these atoms to follow this instinct and the body will reconstruct itself on its own. There is no need to rebuild it atom by atom." Edward was not just spewing nonsense. In the anime, Edward Elric did achieve something similar to teleportation when he was swallowed by the homunculi, gluttony, and the process he used was similar to the one that Edward mentioned. The Elric brothers seemed to be enlightened after hearing his words, so they stopped to ponder Edward's words. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Hawkeye was thinking to herself. This way this man behaved, he seemed like he was a teacher. More importantly, he seemed to enjoy teaching. "Wait," suddenly said Alphonse. "There is still the issue of toll. To open the gate, a toll must be paid. So, what did you pay?" "Good question. Unfortunately, I cannot answer that question." Edward Elric frowned after hearing this, then he said, "By chance. If you want to ask me if I have a philosopher's stone, the answer is no. However, I can warn you guys. Your search for this stone will bring you a lot of pain and misery." After saying that, Edward paused for a moment, looked at the lieutenant. "Could you please stop pointing a gun at me? It is very uncomfortable and useless. Quite frankly, if I wanted to do something to any of you, there is nothing you could do about it." "Oh, how so?" asked Colonel Mustang with a smirk on his face, obviously displeased by the insinuation. "Like this," said Edward, who proceeded to snap his finger. Then, flame surrounded him, then he snapped his finger again, controlling the atoms and electrons in the surrounding area. Then, a massive surge of electricity surrounded him. "Flame alchemy," said Colonel Mustang. "How is that possible?" muttered Lieutenant Hawkeye. "Her father was the creator of flame alchemy, and she only passed it on to one person. I can be considered one of the greatest alchemists in modern time," boasted Edward. "So, it was quite easy to recreate it after seeing the basic principle." He paused for a moment, turned to look at the sleeping Nina, and thought to himself, "'Tis good that I was able to save you." He then finally looked at Shao Tucker, who was trembling on the floor. Ever since Edward entered the room, he felt a horrendous dread overcoming his soul. This was the reason that he did not say anything. After taking a quick glance at this guy, he raised his head and said, "Well, now that I've accomplished the task I came here for and fed my vanity in the process, my job here is done. It was nice meeting all of you, folks." He then clapped his hand together, a transmutation light flashed from his body and he disappeared. This was not magic, he just bent the lights surrounding him to appear invisible. While everyone was still shocked by what just happened, Edward did not immediately leave the compound. Instead, he waited for the night. He waited until Scar found Shao Tucker and killed him. Edward did not know whether his action would prevent that guy's death, so he waited to see. Since he could not do anything himself, he was prepared to use magic to influence Scar to do his bidding for him. Luckily, he did not have to do anything as the Ishvalan Avenger did not have any mercy for an alchemist like Shao Tucker. Of course, another reason he waited for Scar was to see the transmutation array tattooed on his body, and use legilimency to acquire information about where he placed his brother's research on combining alchemy and alchemy. After getting the information he wanted, he left. 137 homunculi underneath Central, Führer Bradley stood along with all the other homunculi, waiting respectively while looking at his father. "You're saying that there is an alchemist that performed a perfect human transmutation to separate a human chimera?" asked father with a calm look in his voice. "According to the report made by Mustang, it seems so." "Did that alchemist have a philosopher's stone?" asked Envy. "According to the report, no." "Then the report must be a lie. There is no way a human is powerful enough to accomplish such a task without a stone." All the other homunculi agreed with her, even father. He knew how difficult it is to perfectly create a human body, especially without a philosopher's stone. The body he currently has was made using some of the souls from the people of Xerxes. Since he could not achieve such a task on his own, he did not believe a mere human would be able to. Nevertheless, even with a stone, this alchemist is quite talented. And from the information summarized, he likely opened the gate, said Lust. So, he can be considered a sacrifice. Wrath, have you located him? Unfortunately, no. In the past few days, I've sent people to find him, but there was no result. Since he said that he was traveling east, could he have already headed for Seeing? Asked Pride. Not likely, responded Führer Bradley. I received a report yesterday that someone with his exact description was seen not long ago in Central. So, I'm guessing that he is here, but very good at hiding. Why is he hiding? Does he know something about us? Asked Pride. Unlikely. If I had to guess, I would say it was because of his identity as a citizen of Creta. Maybe, he does not like to draw attention to himself in a foreign land. None of that truly matters, said Lust. What matters is to find this alchemist as soon as possible and control him. It's quite easy to accomplish both, said Envy with a grin full of malice. Since this alchemist went his way to save Nina Tucker, all we have to do is kidnap her and lure him. Based on his reaction, we might even use her to control him. That's a good idea, said Lust. Then, all the homunculi looked at father for him to make a final decision. In that case, Lust and Gluttony, you two go capture that small human. Scene break. East City. Lust was standing in front of a small house with Gluttony next to her. The latter had drools coming out of his mouth. This place should be where Mustang placed the little girl Nina Tucker. How nice of him. Can I eat her? Asked Gluttony. You can eat the old lady taking care of the little girl, but you cannot eat her. Also, you cannot eat the alchemist as well. After saying that, Lust entered the house calmly. However, she soon felt that something was wrong. It was too quiet. Could it be that Nina and the caretaker were not home today? With the utmost confidence in herself and her power, Lust entered the small manor with Gluttony following. However, when they reached the living room, they saw a man with black hair and blue eyes waiting for them. A smirking smile that made Lust angry for some reason was plastered on his face. You must be Edward Bones, correct? Asked Lust. That's correct. And what are you doing here? Waiting for you, of course, replied Edward. Lust frowned after hearing this. Are wondering how I knew you guys would be coming, continued Edward. Well, let's just say, you people are quite predictable. Let me guess, this was Envy's plan, wasn't it? A slight surprise flash across her eyes. It seems that I was right. Well, her personality is truly twisted, so only he would have no problem using a little girl for her plan. You seem to know us pretty well, commented Lust. More than you can imagine. Then, Edward ignored her as he focused on the idiot known as Gluttony. His eyes contained endless greed. Inside this idiot was an entire dimension that lies between reality and the soul space where the gate of truth exists. Gluttony is the result of a failed experiment by father trying to recreate the gate of truth so that he can gain all the alchemy knowledge in existence. However, after failing, he only used Gluttony as a disposable expert, an act which Edward considered truly wasteful. By studying Gluttony, Edward believed that he would be able to create an entire large dimension by himself, as right now, he could only use magic to create a small one the size of a bucket. After creating that large dimension, all he has to do is connect it to his soul space, place countless mana inside the dimension, then use that mana to cast magic and remove his limitation on his body. Of course, Edward knew that there were a few problems with his plan. For example, he still does not know how to use energy from different dimensions to cast spells. Maybe, he will have to wait one day when he goes to the Marvel world. Nevertheless, the first step of being able to create his own dimension will start by studying the homunculi, Gluttony. While Edward was staring at Gluttony, Lust immediately took action and attacked. Her fingernails grew longer and rushed towards him, trying to piece his arms and legs. She was probably trying to immobilize him. However, a weird blue shield appeared to surround Edward, protecting him. This was a force field that he created by using alchemy to control electromagnetic fields in the surrounding. Ever since he came to this world, he tried his best not to use magic to the best of his ability. After being attacked, Edward turned his head and looked at Lust. Although you're not as important as him, you still have value. After dissecting you, I should find a way to turn the Philosopher's Stone into my magic core. Lust was confused by the words magic core. However, she did not have time to respond. Edward snapped his finger, then both lust and gluttony fell to the ground and started seizing. Immediately after that, they found themselves unable to move. What did you do to us? With a smile on his face, Edward said, did you know that certain sound frequencies can affect the human brain and make it shut down the entire body? If it was a normal person, they would have passed out long ago. However, you, homunculi, are more resistant, so you can keep some form of consciousness. Alright, let's get down to business. Edward then walked to both lust and gluttony to take a few samples of blood. Then, he turned on the light in the dark house, displaying a strange transmutation circle that was already drawn. He placed the blood in the middle of the circle before activating it. Then, to lust's horror, two bodies that looked exactly like her and gluttony appeared inside the room. Meanwhile, Edward nodded in satisfaction after seeing this. He then took out 2 stones from his pocket, 2 philosopher's stone to be exact. He placed the stones inside their bodies. Morgana, can you take control of these bodies? As you wish, master, replied the little purple hair elf that suddenly appeared. Then she said, I have already scanned these people's memories and developed a behavior model based on their personality and ideologies. However, there are a few problems. What is it? Although I can replicate the woman's ability, I cannot do the same for the fat one. Well, it does not matter, their replacement is only temporary. So, just try not to use his ability until I'm finished. As you wish. After that, Edward took the real lust and envy to go back to his laboratory, while the fake one returned to see father. 138 The key ingredient. Envy slowly walked inside the tunnel that led to the place his father was. He was in a happy mood as he just finished burning down the central library, preventing the Elric brothers from getting any information regarding the Philosopher's Stone. However, as soon as he entered the room, he saw that everyone was looking at lust and gluttony with a somewhat somber tone. Lust, did you already get back? Where is the little human girl, or the strange alchemist? Asked Envy. I did not capture any of them. The entire situation was a trap. What do you mean? The alchemist seemed to know about our existence and was waiting for us. Gluttony and I were lucky to escape after dying more than 100 times. He's that powerful. More than you can imagine. How strong can a human be? Said Pride with a sneer. You're just trying to use excuses for your failure. Brother Pride, you are more than welcome to go after him yourself, said Lust nonchalantly. Tell me his location and I will gladly do so. There is no need to bicker, children, said father. The current issue we are facing now is whether this alchemist knows about our plan. Will he stop it? Finally, how did he know about it? Only a few people in this room know about the entire plan, and father did not believe that his children would betray him. There might be some leaks from the military, said Pride. Then he looked at Bradley. Wrath, you might want to check your subordinates. Although some military commanders knew about our existence, they did not know our complete plan. So, if this alchemist manages to gather some information from them, then we will still have some advantages, replied Führer Bradley. Father, there is still the possibility of greed betraying us and revealing our plans, said Lust. Indeed, that's a possibility, replied father. Envy, I need you to go check on him. As for you Lust and Gluttony, go deal with Scar, he's been causing too much trouble in Central lately. Meanwhile, inside his laboratory, Edward had gloves on. In front of him, 3 bodies had their bodies opened from the middle, displaying their organs. These 3 bodies were the 3 homunculi, lust, gluttony, and greed. The odd thing was that these guys were still alive, witnessing this process. However, they were unable to move. Edward looked at the red stone that served as their cores with a calm look on his face. Interesting. The Philosopher's Stone has completely replaced their essence. All the bones, muscles, and organs are nothing but decorations. They are the stone, and the stone is them. As long as the stone remains intact, they will live. Even if all their body parts were destroyed, it can be reconstructed if the stone is intact. However, if something happens to the stone, they will die. Edward paused for a moment, then he said, Morgana, are you done searching for their memories? Yes, master. The process took longer than needed as there were too many souls inside the stone, so I had to go through all their memories before finding the main one. Is that so? Then send me the important information and your analysis. Yes, sir. Edward then began to analyze the process of these people turning into homunculi. Essentially, a philosopher's stone was liquefied and injected into the bloodstream of a human, along with one of the 7 deadly sins that served as a fusion material. Then, all the souls in the stone fought together to be the final one that got to fuse with the deadly sin of father. Meanwhile, during the process, the energy of the stone will destroy and reconstruct the body. The intense pain is enough to make the majority of souls give up, but if one has a will strong enough, he or she will be the final victor, fused with father's sin and become the main personality of the homunculi. After reviewing that information, Edward muttered, well, I was right to be cautious and not immediately fuse the Philosopher's Stone with my magic core. After studying alchemy for a while, he did come up with a feasible plan to fuse the stone with his magic core. However, he wanted to be safe, so he decided to wait and study homunculi first. And after seeing the result, he knew that his bet was correct. Soon after that, Edward continued to gather more data. Soon, both lust and greed will not have much help to him, so he wanted to get as much value from them as possible. As for the homunculi, they wanted to scream because of the pain, but their throats were blocked by something. All they wished for was that they had some anesthesia. Meanwhile, little Morgana looked at the process while thinking to herself. Master seems extremely cruel this time. I wonder why he hates these homunculi so much. Scene break. Ed and Al sat with a bunch of books around them. It appeared that they have not moved out of this room for quite some time now, and their faces were one of horror and despair. They have just learned what the key ingredient for a philosopher's stone was: human lives. Ed clenched his hand in anger, then he remembered the warning that Edward gave him regarding the stone. He suddenly stood up. Brother, Al, do you remember the alchemist with the same name as us? You mean Edward Bones? Yes, him. He is probably the most talented alchemist we've met. So, why is he so powerful? He could create a miracle like human transmutation, but he did not have to use a philosopher's stone. But, look at us, we could not even save a little girl. Without him, we would be powerless and watch Nina live a life worse than death. What are you saying, brother? I'm saying that if we can find the reason he's so powerful without a philosopher's stone, then maybe, we can use that method ourselves to get our bodies back. Al paused for a moment. That's indeed a good way, but how do we find him? For all we know, he could be heading to Sing already. I know where he lives, replied Ed. How come? The day after we met him, I found a card in my hotel room with his address on it. Brother, why didn't you tell me? I forgot. How can you be so irresponsible with something so important? We were so busy dealing with Scar at that time, so it slipped my mind. Plus, there was a note that said not to reveal his whereabouts. While arguing, the two Elric brothers departed to find Edward's house. 139 human. Inside his house in Central, Edward sat in a chair next to the firehouse reading a book. After a few minutes, he finished the book, put it aside, and took the drink next to him to sip. How is it, Master? Well, the automail is quite interesting. Although the Empire can regrow limbs, it's not much use in the medical field. However, for the study of cybernetic enhancement, it should be useful. In the Empire, there is a small group of people who study how to turn ordinary people into cyborgs by replacing some body parts with cybernetic enhancement, turning them into living weapons. Because of magic and genetic engineering, this field is not that popular. However, Edward has been funding these people so that they can create a biochip that can be implemented in a wizard's brain, thus granting the computing power of a supercomputer. Although he already has Morgana and she has been bound to his soul and does not need it, his family members along with other wizards in the Empire will benefit greatly from this technology. So, how is the progress of reverse engineering the dimension inside Gluttony? Asked Edward as he took another sip of his drink. The process should take a few more days, replied little Morgana with frustration on her face. There is no need to blame yourself. After all, you're not at full capacity, reassured Edward. Then, he became quiet as if he was in deep thought. Morgana, do you think I should contact my family? The little elf frowned after hearing this. She knew that her master could contact the people in the Empire through the Gate of Truth and Soul Space since he left a piece of his soul there. As long as one person in the Empire used a spell to enter his soul space through the little piece of soul he left there, they could contact one another. As for how to make them use the spell, Morgana just has to connect to her main server and send a message through Skynet since she is Skynet herself. Even if it's possible to send a few words, this method has a high probability of working. However, there is a major problem facing them: truth. That's an essentially omnipotent existence. Although they have currently theorized that this omnipotence comes from this world only, and as soon as he leaves this world, he should be weakened drastically. Nevertheless, this is just a theory. There is no proof or sufficient data to back up this theory. So, Morgana knew that her master was worried that if he sent a message to his family, Truth might intercept the message, and even use it to discover their world. Morgana knows very well how paranoid her master can be. She guessed that he might even be worrying about whether Truth has read his mind and knew everything that he was thinking. So, after thinking about it for a while, she said, Master, it may be useless, but I think it's best to be prudent. Edward then nodded his head. You're probably right. It seems that we have visitors. Meanwhile, Ed and Al, who followed the address on the card, entered the house with a weird look on their faces. After seeing Edward waiting for them, Ed immediately yelled out loud, What was that? Why is it that only Al and I can see your house? Why can't Lieutenant Hawkeye enter the house even after standing right in front of it? Edward looked at the brothers and said, Boy, know how to behave when in someone else's home. Sorry, said both Al and Ed, who immediately felt like they were facing their teacher and her cruel training. As for the answer to your question, that's because I place a little magic on my house so that uninvited guests do not interrupt my peaceful life. The reason you two could come in was because of the card I gave you. Magic? There is no such thing, replied Ed. Alchemy is based on scientific principles and the laws of physique that govern our world. You're too closed-minded. In some places in this world, an alchemist would be considered a god because of their abilities. Why is that? That's because of ignorance, replied Ed. Exactly. The same can apply to you right now. Because you have never heard of magic or seen it, you're ignorant of its working and intricacies. Ed frowned after hearing this, then Al asked, Sir, in that case, what is magic? Magic is not so different from alchemy. The biggest difference is the fact that alchemists use earthen energy from the movement of tectonic plates to control the laws of physics and achieve extraordinary things, but magic uses a different kind of energy called mana. Alright, there is no need to mention this. I doubt any of you will ever encounter mana in this world. Edward then invited them to sit down in the living room while serving tea. The Elric brothers, knowing that Edward did not want to mention the topic of mana again, did not ask any more questions. So, what brought you two to visit this old man? Asked Edward. Both Al and Ed were a little speechless as they looked at Edward, who looked like someone in his early 20s. Ed then chose to ignore this before asking, "We are here to ask you a question." "Oh, go ahead. We want to know why you're such a powerful alchemist. Why could you save Nina so easily and we could not do anything about it? What differentiate you and us?" Ed stared at Edward, waiting for his answer. He did not think that the answer had anything to do with magic, since when Edward saved Nina, he only used alchemy. Edward paused for a brief moment as he was surprised by this question. Then, he answered, "The answer to your question is quite simple: humanity." "Humanity? What does this have to do with anything?" said Ed with gritted teeth. "Brother, calm down and let him continue." "Fine," said Ed as he stared at Edward. The latter smiled like an old man appreciating youth's vitality and exuberance. Then, his smile faded. "I did not lie to you. The truth of the matter is that you two have slowly accepted the fact that you're human and have limitations. I guess that after failing in human transmutation, failing to save Nina, and discovering the key ingredient in making the Philosopher's Stone, you have realized the consequences when alchemists try to play God: loss of their humanity. So, you guys have slowly decided to keep that humanity, to keep your moral compass. You have accepted your limitation. But I'm different from you. In my path of pursuing knowledge, I have slowly let go of humanity and have done many horrible things. As a result, or as a price, as equivalent exchange, I have acquired power beyond the limit of humans. This is the reason that I can save Nina and you cannot. In many ways, Edward and Father are the same kinds of people. The main difference is that Father refused to acknowledge his human origins and see it as a weakness. However, Edward never let go of human origin and saw it as an anchor to keep him from going over the edge. "Sir, do you ever regret your choice?" asked Al. "No, since when I made the choice, I perfectly knew what path I was taking. However, there are still times I regret being forced into situations when I have to do things I regret." After chatting with Edward for a while, the Elric brothers left his manor with a desolate look on their faces. 140 failed species. Al and Ed stood in front of Edward's house with a solemn look emanating from their bodies. "Brother, what should we do? Should we?" "No," replied Ed, "just like we promised not to use the stone to get our bodies back, we did not need to walk on Mr. Bones' path. I believe that we will find a way to get our bodies back, certainly." Meanwhile, Lieutenant Hawkeye, who had a puzzling look on her eyes after seeing the Elric brothers suddenly appear out of nowhere, rushed towards them. "Are you guys alright? What just happened? How did you guys suddenly disappear out of nowhere?" The two looked at each other, but they did not answer, they just left to do their things. Meanwhile, after the Elric brothers left, Edward had something else to do. He apparat to the house of the leader of Ames Tries, Führer Bradley. The latter was in his study reviewing some papers. Suddenly, he felt something and raised his head. After seeing the person in front of him, Bradley said with a calm look, "Are you the alchemist called Edward Bones?" "That's me." "So, what brings about this visit?" asked Bradley, still staying calm and composed. "You know, of all the homunculi, I have to say I hate you and Pride the most. I hate your arrogant demeanor and your level of coldness and indifference. It's a shame I cannot kill you lots. Is your opinion supposed to affect me?" As soon as Bradley finished saying these words, he rushed towards Edward with two swords in his hand. His speed far surpassed the limits of humans. He swung his sword intending to chop Edward's head clean. However, midway through, Bradley suddenly coughed, blood starting sipping from his mouth and nose. He looked down to see Edward right in front of him, in a punching position. What shocked Bradley the most was the fact that the force of this punch severely punctured one of his lungs. My ultimate eye could not keep up with his speed. How fast is he? Immediately afterward, Bradley tried to distance himself from his opponent, knowing that his opponent was faster than him. Unfortunately, he discovered that he could not move a muscle. "What did you do to me?" With a smile on his face, Edward said, "Do you know that all creatures with flesh and blood have something called pressure points? If you hit all of them, they will be rendered immobile. The human body has 18 pressure points, and since homunculi have the same physiology as a human, you also have the same pressure point." He paused for a moment, turned his head to the corner, and said, "I wonder if this fact is true for creatures like you whose flesh and blood are merely a container. Pride. I truly want to know the answer to this question." In the corner that Edward was looking at appeared a young child about 8 years old or more. However, unlike real or ordinary children, his face had an eerie smile. "Do not place me on the same boat as humans," replied Salim Bradley, also known as the homunculus. "Pride. I've heard about you, Edward Bones, and I have to say, for a human, you're quite special. I've taken some interest in you, especially your origin." While saying this, countless shadows appeared around him, some of them had mouths at the tip. "Capturing you should be quite entertaining." Edward was momentarily surprised, then he laughed out loud. His laughter echoed throughout the room. Oddly though, no one outside the room came to check, or realize that an intruder successfully infiltrated the home of the most powerful man of this country. "Why are you laughing?" asked Pride with a frown on his face. "I cannot believe that you're so arrogant that you even fail to see who is the hunter and who is the prey in this situation," replied Edward as he shook his head. "I have to say, as a species, you homunculi are quite the failure." "Failure? A mere human calls us failure? Ha ha ha, this is the most ridiculous thing I've heard in my life." "Really? Then, let's think about this logically. Homunculi are made by implanting philosopher's stones into a human's body. Philosopher's stones are made from human life. So, without humans, there is no stone. Without stone, there are no homunculi. Even if there was a philosopher's stone, without humans to place it inside, no homunculi can be born. In conclusion, your entire race is nothing but a parasitic race that can only exist and survive because of humans. Even your so-called father was created from a humble slave. So, am I correct to assume that you guys are failures? Said Edward with a smirk on his face. Meanwhile, Pride had the word furious written all over his face. Even the immobile Wrath was angry. Well, you seemed not convinced, continued Edward. Let me tell you another interesting fact. Humans can make homunculi, but homunculi cannot make humans. With all these facts, I truly want to know why you people always look down on humans, thinking that we're inferior to homunculi. Is it because of our emotions? Your father seemed to think that emotion is a weakness, and all of you seem to have inherited that idea. However, similar logic could apply to you guys as well. With each of you having only one of humans' 7 deadly sins, doesn't that mean that all of you are incomplete? How pitiful. Shut up, roared Pride as his shadow spike rushed straight towards Edward's eyes. He hated the look that the latter gave him. Unfortunately, a force field appeared, blocking the attack. Maybe it's because we are weak, continued Edward as he ignored Pride's constant attacks. The human race is indeed inherently weak, however, we are a race of endless possibility. With our weakness and limitations, we can create wonders beyond anyone's imagination. Edward paused for a moment, looked at truly outraged Pride, then said, well, I guess it's time for my sermon to end. All right, let's get back to business. He raised his hand to create an intense light that enveloped Pride. Immediately after that, the latter shadows disappeared. Edward knew that one of Pride's weaknesses was the fact that he could control shadows, not create them. So, as long as there are no shadows around him, he is powerless. The intense light served that purpose. After rendering Pride powerless, Edward made a clenching motion, then the earth underneath Pride's feet moved to form a sphere that imprisoned him. The intense light disappeared, making Pride's environment that of total darkness, without any shadows. Under Edward's control, the earth dome slowly shrunk to the size of a marble before he placed it in his pocket. He was truly interested in Pride's ability to absorb the power of the people he swallowed. Then, he turned his head to look at Wrath. Now, it's your turn. The first thing he did was to read the latter's memory. Wrath was a unique homunculus as he was made with a philosopher's stone that contained only one human stone. As such, he did not have his brothers and sisters' immortality and healing factors. Without many souls to interfere, Edward was able to easily read his mind and memories. Interesting, muttered Edward with a slight surprise on his face. 141 moss hues after reading Wrath's memories, Edward realized that he was wrong about something. In the anime, Wrath is one of the most powerful villains that the protagonists faced, and he was not even an alchemist. He relied purely on his physical abilities and peak swordsmanship, and even a powerful alchemist like Colonel Mustang was not his match. Edward always assumed that his physical prowess was due to the Philosopher's Stone, but he was wrong. Wrath's enhanced physical abilities came purely from training. He waved his hand and a dissecting table appeared in the room. He laid Wrath on it before opening him up like a cadaver at a medical school. After a brief analysis, Edward muttered, your muscles are 5 times denser than humans, and so are your bones. Your organs are shock resistant, and your life force is incredible. On top of that, your neural receptors are at least 10 times faster than humans. And all of that was achieved through pure training. How incredible. After doing an initial analysis on Wrath, Edward had Morgana scan all of his body down to the atomic level, then he left leaving Wrath alone. He knew that a few hours later, the latter would be able to move on his own. After returning to his house, Edward took 2 swords and started training. With each swing, he would control certain muscles in his body to exert a certain amount of force, each swing was exact. Then, Edward felt a strange energy from the ground entering his body, nourishing his body. To be exact, it was increasing his life force, thus also enhancing his body. I was right, the people of this world can passively absorb life energy from what the people of Seeing call Dragon Pulse. The life energy will nourish them, thus enhancing their bodies beyond normal range. And it seems that Wrath has developed the optimal method of training. He then continued to use Wrath's memory of training to fully digest it. A few hours later, he stopped and muttered, this world is different from Earth, so it should not be possible for the citizens of the Empire to passively absorb life force to increase their physical fitness. However, after studying the concept of Dragon Pulse from Seeing, I should be able to create a method to actively do so. Unfortunately, there is a bigger problem at large, whether Earth has any life force to absorb. Only living things have a life force. As such, this entire world or planet is actually a living organism. It might even be a part of Truth's body. But, the same cannot be said for Earth. Edward paused for a moment as he suddenly remembered a theory made by a wizard from Hawaii. The theory stated that Earth was a living creature, and the ley line nodes that travel through it were its magic veins. This theory is similar to the concept of the Dragon Pulse. However, instead of chi traveling through the ground and connecting everything, it's magic instead. Edward went through his memory to review that wizard's theory. Many people disagreed with him, with the main argument being that if planet Earth was alive, it should have a consciousness. Without it, it cannot be classified as a living organism. As such, the Hawaiian wizard has been researching to discover the consciousness or will of the planet. That wizard might have been right, muttered Edward. After all, truth can be considered the consciousness of all living things, including this planet. If he can exist, why can't the planet's consciousness exist? Even the entire universe might have its own consciousness. All right, I can research these things when I get back. After that, Edward placed his focus on the homunculi, pride. He was interested in its ability to absorb other homunculi and gain their powers and abilities. Scene break. So, you're saying that this alchemist dissected you, left you alive, then proceeded to take pride away? Yes, father. Why would he do that? From the brief conversation we had, the alchemist seems to be unable to kill us for some reason. However, he is also interested in our abilities, replied Wrath calmly. However, his hands that were clenched showed his true emotions. What he did not say to his father was that this alchemist seems to want to humiliate the homunculi, showing that they are as weak as ants in front of him. Just like they despised humans, the alchemist despised them. Father frowned after hearing this, paused for a few minutes before saying, as long as he does not mess with our plans, we will leave him alone for now. However, afterward, I will deal with him. Days passed and Edward finished studying the homunculi that he captured. He then released them. Since he wanted their plans to succeed and promised truth not to kill anyone, he did not bother with them after getting the information he wanted. Even gluttony was released after Edward learned how to make a large dimension from him. Meanwhile, father was once again surprised once he learned that the lust and gluttony that he has been interacting with the past few weeks was a fake one. After realizing that Edward was a much greater threat than anticipated, he gave up the idea of making him one of the sacrifices and ordered the homunculi to avoid confrontation with him. Central City, inside a booth, a man lay on the floor bleeding. A picture of his wife and daughter was next to him. Looking down on him was the homunculus, Envy. You humans don't make any sense to me. You throw away your lives for nothing. After saying that, he turned around to leave. However, what he did not notice was that as soon as he did that, the bleeding person who was Lieutenant Colonel Moss Hughes suddenly plunged into the ground, before another person that looked exactly like he appeared. As for Envy, after turning his head, he saw a man with blue eyes standing in front of him. The man was wearing a suit with a long trench coat that floated with the wind. You're Edward Bones, said Envy as he unconsciously took a small step back. That's correct. Now, do you want to go willing with me and be dissected, or do you want me to drag you there by force? You can take your time to make a choice. I don't have any plans for the rest of the night. Envy gritted his teeth after hearing this. He hated the eyes that this alchemist gave him, because it was similar to when he toys with the lives of humans when he watched them squirm before dying in despair. Don't be cocky, human, said Envy as he revealed his true form, which was a giant green four-legged beast with countless souls on its body. So, you've chosen the hard way. Fine by me. Edward snapped his finger. Massive blue lightning traveled from his hand to hit Envy. He screamed out loud after being electrocuted, with burns all over his massive body. Envy heard another snap, then flames enveloped him and burned his massive body. In just 2 attacks, he lost dozens of souls to regenerate himself. Afterward, for the next 30 seconds, only Edward's hand snapping and Envy's scream could be heard in the area of the booth. For a sadistic thing like Envy, his screams were nothing but music to Edward. After playing for a while, he used a spell to place Envy to sleep before capturing it and leaving. 142 Funeral. Where am I? Muttered Moss Hughes as he opened his eyes, looking at the room he was in. Wait, I thought I was dead. Fortunately, you are not, suddenly said a voice, which slightly startled Hughes. He turned around to look in the direction of the voice. However, all he saw was blurred. Your glasses are on the nightstand next to you, said the voice. As such, Hughes reached out to take them. He had to tap his hand for a few seconds before he reached. Hughes then saw a young man with black hair and blue eyes looking at him. Are you the one who saved me? That's correct, replied Edward. You can get up if you want, you have made a complete recovery. Hughes immediately realized that his body was in perfect shape. He raised his shirt to see a few scars on his body in the shape of bullet holes. If it was not for them, he would have thought that the previous event was a dream. Thank you for saving me, and when I have time, I would like to show my gratitude. But, I have to go. There is no need to rush. You do not understand, this is a matter of life and death. I am perfectly aware of your discovery of the nationwide transmutation circle and the implication behind it, replied Edward. Nevertheless, it does not change the fact that you cannot leave. Immediately, Moss Hughes became on guard as he looked at Edward with a solemn look. However, the latter just smiled and said, there is no need to guard against me. If I was your enemy, there would be no point in saving you. Now, come watch your funeral. As Hughes watched this young man leave, he pondered for a moment before realizing that the latter was right. So, he got up from the bed, rushed after him while yelling, wait, who are you? I don't even know your name. Plus, what do you mean by watching my funeral? As Hugs followed the young man, he found himself in a living room with 2 chairs that looked remarkably comfortable. However, his eyes were attracted to what lay in front of the chair, a large projection screen that showed a funeral. At the funeral, Hughes saw his best friend Mustang, the soldiers under his command, the Führer, and more importantly, his wife and daughter. What is this? To the outside world, you're a dead man. So, this is your funeral. Hughes looked at the screen. Then, something that broke his heart happened. His daughter looked at his wife and said, Mom, why are they burying Daddy? Alicia, he's gone. Daddy said that he has a lot of work to do. If they bury him, he cannot do his work. Stop them, Mommy, stop them. Daddy has a lot of work to do. As Hughes watched his wife embrace his daughter with tears flowing down her eyes, he clenched his hand. Edward, who feared that this guy would cause trouble, immediately said, "Think of it that way, you're not really dead, just cannot see them for now." Hughes had already figured out that this young man who saved him would not let him leave for some reason, so, with clenched teeth, he sat on the remaining chair while he stared at the screen. Meanwhile, while Edward was watching, he was also pondering about his mortality. To him, the reason that Hughes made his family suffer like that was that he was too weak to prevent his death. And the current him was also pitifully weak. So, one day, his family might have to bury him just like Hughes. As such, Edward warned himself to never get complacent in his progress and to also always be careful so that he does not have to put his family through this. Too many people are counting on him. After the funeral ended, Hughes looked at Edward and asked, "Why did you save me? And why are you preventing me from warning people about my discovery?" Muttered Edward. "How do I explain this? Well, think of it that way. Imagine that you're reading a good book and you have a favorite character. However, the author decided to kill that character to drive the story and make it emotionally impactful, to raise the stakes. As a reader, there is nothing you can do about this since this is not your story. However, imagine if some god gave you the chance to travel to the world of that book and granted you the ability to change the plot as you wish. What would you do?" "Of course, save my favorite character," replied Hughes. "Well, that's exactly why I saved you. Although I'm a little flattered that I would be your favorite character, this is not a book, and I'm not some character on a page, this is real life with real consequences." Edward looked him straight in the eyes and asked, "If you were a character in a book, how would you possibly know? How would you know if your fate was already written down from the moment you were born?" Suddenly, an existential dread overcame Hugs, but he quickly regained his thoughts. "Okay, let's not mention your reasons for saving me, but why do you prevent me from giving the information about the nationwide transmutation circle? Whoever is behind this, if they succeed, all the citizens of Ames Tries will be killed. Since I'm a reader of the book, of course, I already know the end of the events. As such, I also know that other people will also find this information out and prevent it from happening," replied Edward calmly. "Even more so, since you already know the outcome, you can easily prevent it and reduce the necessary struggle and sacrifices that could happen," rebutted Hughes. "Unless you do not want to intervene or you will benefit in some ways. See, you are finally using your talent as an intelligence officer." Hughes sighed but did not continue on this topic. "By the way, I still do not know your name." "Oh, sorry about that. My name is Edward Bones," said Edward as he extended his hand for a handshake. "You're the alchemist that saved Nina Tucker." "That's me. Mustang told me about you. I'm glad that you were there to save that little girl from her miserable fate," replied Hughes as he shook Edward's hand. "Now that everything is settled down, I will give you two options, stay here or travel with me." Hughes fixed his glasses up as he pondered for a moment, then he responded, "I'll stay here." Edward looked at him up and down. "Okay, you do not need to play smart. Even if you stay here, you cannot escape as I placed a powerful spell on this villa. Every day, someone will come up to give you a menu and you can choose what you want to eat. Besides that, you will still be imprisoned inside. Spell. You can think of it as a very advanced form of alchemy." Hughes sighed after hearing this. He then asked, "If I leave with you, where are we going?" "We will be crossing the desert heading for the country of Seeing." Hughes pondered for a while before deciding to travel with Edward. 143 Xerxes. Edward and Hughes were walking in the hot desert for days. While the latter was on the verge of collapse, the former was perfectly fine. He seemed to be enjoying the process. Edward turned his head to look at the dying Hughes before handing him a bottle. "Drink this." "Is this water?" said Hughes as he took a mouthful without waiting for him to answer. Immediately after, he stopped as if in a trance, then he said, "Oh my god, I just tasted color. Delicious, isn't it? Which color was your favorite? Green? No, blue. Maybe I prefer green more, let's just say both of them. Personally, I found green a little too bitter, but blue is quite delicious. My favorite is red," replied Edward. However, Hughes suddenly took out a picture from his pocket and said, "I bet my lovely wife and daughter would love the same color as me. Do you want to see how lovely they are? You've already shown it to me 5 times in the last 3 hours. So what? I can tell that you're secretly jealous. It's not my fault that you do not have a lovely daughter and wife." Edward's lisp twitched a few times, then he said, "The only reason that I do not have a daughter more lovely than you is that I am currently focusing on my career right now. All I'm hearing are excuses." That's it. Edward had enough of this guy's bragging. He took a picture out of nowhere and showed it to him. "Look, while you only have one lovely wife, I have 5 lovely and beautiful wives." Hugh's mouth was slightly opened as he saw the picture of Edward surrounded by 5 beautiful women that looked at him dotingly. He then said with gritted teeth, "Oomph, you're just unfaithful." "Oh, is that jealousy I smell?" said Edward with a sneer. "What a disgusting smell." Hughes ignored him and refused to talk to him anymore, nor show any picture of his family. After all, what man did not secretly want to have many wives even if they knew that they could not handle it? After seeing Hughes deflated, Edward's mood became much better, so they continued their voyage. As for the former lieutenant colonel, he finally noticed that after drinking that potion, he was no longer fatigued or dehydrated during the journey. Besides needing to eat food, he was in perfect shape. However, since he decided to ignore that guy that made him mad, he decided not to ask. At least, not now. After a few days of traveling, the two reached a ruin, to be precise, a ruined city. Scattered houses could be seen, along with a few broken monuments. The majority of them seemed to have been eroded by the sand in the desert. Where are we? Asked Hughes. Xerxes. You mean the ancient country that suddenly disappeared overnight? The one and only. Interesting. So, why are we here? To learn, of course, replied Edward. However, before that, we need to deal with a little trouble. He looked in one direction where a building was still intact. Come out, I know that you're here. A group of people with brown skin and red eyes revealed themselves after his shout. Ishvalans, said Hughes with a slight surprise. Amistrian, leave this place, you are not welcome here, said one of the Ishvalan. Hughes lowered his head after hearing this. As a soldier who participated in the genocide of the Ishvalans people, he did not know how many of their kinds that he killed with his hands. So, he understood their anger and hatred. Edward looked at the ground and said, first of all, I'm from Creta, so don't lump me with the atrocities that Amestris has committed. He was committed to maintaining his persona. Second of all, there is going to be a big change going on in this destroyed city. If you can take advantage of the situation, maybe your kind will have the opportunity to rise again. The Ishvalan that spoke still looked at Edwards with hatred in his eyes. However, an older one placed his hand on the young lad's shoulder, then asked Edward, Sir, could you elaborate on what you just said? Follow me if you want to know more. After that, he ignored the group and walked away. Hughes immediately ran after him. As for the old Ishvalan, he hesitated for a moment before deciding to follow. After walking a few meters away, Edward stopped, then his gate suddenly appeared in front of him. He waved his hand and his long wand appeared on his hand. He pointed the tip of the wand that had a philosopher's stone towards the gate and said, Tak ni Akfe. Immediately, the dragon chant spell activated and a grey light flew the wand before hitting the gate. A powerful temporal force came out from the gate and expanded like a dome. The force surrounded a large portion of the desert. Then, a scene that shocked both Hughes and the Ishvalans occurred. The empty desert seemed to have rewind in time. Buildings started to appear, followed by people. The power of blasphemy, muttered one of the Ishvalan, then he started praying to Ishvala, the gods that their people worshipped. Oh my god, are those the people of Xerxes? Asked Hughes. Have you traveled back in time to 400 years ago? Of course, not, replied Edward. This is just a time record. However, after seeing the confused look on Hughes and the other people, he further explained, every event that has occurred in history has left its trace or record. What I did was capture that record from the river of time. Then, Edward walked to one of the people in the street. Oddly though, he just walked through him. As you can see, none of these people are real, they are just remnants, echoes of the past. This was a spell that Edward developed to learn about the events of the past without traveling there and risking messing things up. Unfortunately, there is currently still a limit to how far he can go back, otherwise, he would have long learned about the catastrophe that destroyed the Lemurian civilization 12,000 years ago. Additionally, this spell can also be used by the Empire when solving crimes. However, only when the crime reaches a certain level of influence or danger will this spell be used. Even then, a special division called the Time Auror will be dispatched to overview the process. Edward established the Time Auror to prevent any wizards or foreign civilizations from using time magic or technology to kill him or destroy the Empire. Although he properly controlled all the time turners, he did not know whether some escaped the net, or if someone could recreate them. So, to be safe, he established the Time Auror, a police force in charge of protecting the Empire's timeline. Meanwhile, Hughes seemed to have understood his words, but not really. So, he moved on and asked, so, what's the point of doing this? Like I said before, to learn. Although we cannot interact with these people, we can learn their knowledge. For example, if you listen to a lecture about alchemy, you can still retain that knowledge. The people of Xerxes were very advanced for their time. Edward then looked at the Ishvalans. You can learn many trades from this place, like plantation, masonry, irrigation, and a bunch of knowledge that could help your people survive in the desert, and even one day, rebuild some sort of civilization. After saying that, Edward waved his hand and a map appeared in front of Hughes and the older Ishvalan. The map displayed different areas where they could learn different trades. Then, he headed straight for the nearest alchemist. As for Hughes, he pondered for a moment before deciding to learn about governing, philosophy, and the military. Edward proceeded to walk to every alchemist of Xerxes, and using this magic, he experienced their entire lives from birth to death. He read every book they read, witnessed all their experiments, and accessed all their results. Finally, he met the alchemist that made the homunculi currently known as Father. However, back then, he was only called the dwarf in the flask. As Edward watched how the dwarf was created, he muttered, so, that's the reason that he has so much advanced alchemy knowledge. A part of him was from the Eye of God. Now, the question is whether this Eye of God is an entirely different entity, or is it just another part of truth, thought Edward. However, he quickly shook his head to remove this thought from his mind. He was strong enough to find the answer to this question. And even if he wanted to, he must wait until he returns home where truth's power might be limited. So, he started to wonder whether to use this method to connect Morgana to the Eye of God so that she can gain unknown knowledge about alchemy just like the dwarf. 144 Seeing after pondering about it for a while, he decided not to do so. After all, if he succeeded, Morgana would form some kind of connection with the Eye of God, and this kind of thing might be dangerous. Furthermore, he would rather wait for him to discover the Akashic record and maybe find a way to connect Morgana to it so that she can get more magical knowledge instead of focusing on alchemy. Nevertheless, Edward still decided to make a new homunculus just like the dwarf in the flask so that he can get access to the latter's alchemy knowledge. After making a decision, he spent the next few days watching the interaction of the dwarf with slave number 23, which would later become Hohenheim, the father of Ed and Elle. With the time magic, he watched as Hohenheim grew from a lowly slave to a noble in the Xerxes country through being an intellectual. He learned all the things that the dwarf taught him in the process. Finally came the day of Xerxes' destruction. Edward suddenly appeared in front of Hughes and the Ishvalans, who were surprised at how they suddenly disappeared from their locations to appear here. "I'm sure that you have learned plenty of things in the past few days," asked Edward. Just like, he granted these Ishvalans the ability to witness a person's life from beginning to end so that they can learn many things rather quickly. "Sir, thank you for your kindness. Our people will never forget," said the old Ishvalan. "We do not have anything to offer as repayment, so all I can do is pray that Ishvala protects you in your life." Edward nodded as he accepted their blessing. Although he was not religious, he can still accept people's kindness. He snapped his finger, then the Ishvalans discovered that everything had returned to normal. The lively capital of Xerxes was gone, replaced by the desolate desert. Meanwhile, Edward flew away in the sky with Hughes being dragged along with him. Unlike the Ishvalans, the two of them could still see the time record of Xerxes. "Why did you prevent them from continuing seeing your illusion thingy?" asked Hughes as he marveled at the fact that he was currently floating in the air. Although he was afraid at first, he quickly calmed down to enjoy the process. "Because what's about to happen next is not something that they need to know," replied Edward calmly. "What's about to happen? You mean the destruction of Xerxes?" However, no one answered him, so Hughes quickly looked down, and what he saw shocked him to the core. "That's the nationwide transmutation that I discovered in Ames Tries." "That's correct. The same person who destroyed Xerxes wants to reenact the same process to Ames Tries. How is that possible? Xerxes was destroyed more than 400 years ago." However, Edward ignored him. He just finished scanning the entire transmutation circle, so he waved his hand before the two of them disappeared. Soon, the two appeared in the palace of the king of Xerxes, where they first noticed another transmutation circle. Edward went to study the circle, while Hughes started to listen to the conversation of the people inside. That's when he learned that this so-called dwarf in the flask tricked the Xerxes king into creating this nationwide transmutation circle in an attempt to use the lives of all the people of the country to turn himself into a human philosopher's stone and attain immortality. However, the dwarf lied to the king about where exactly the center of the circle was, thus killing him along with all the citizens of Xerxes and attaining immortality instead along with Hohenheim. How could he do this? "That's more than 1 million lives," said Hughes. He paused for a moment, then said with a horrified look, "Ames Tries currently has a population of about 50 million. If that person succeeds, then so many people will lose their lives." Instantly, Hughes became agitated as he wanted to quickly return home to warn his friends and family. Also, to find a way to stop this catastrophe from even happening. Edward raised his head and looked at him. "I can tell you that if you return home right now, you and your family will be immediately killed without any suspense." "Why is that?" "You see that guy over there that looked exactly like Hohenheim?" Hughes nodded as he knew that this was a fleshly body that the dwarf made for himself after attaining immortality. He is the one who created the country of Ames Tries for the sole purpose of killing all its citizens one day and becoming a god. As such, the entire country's military is under his control. Even your Führer is a homunculus created by him to accomplish his goal. So, tell me, if you return home, what can you do to stop him?" Hughes clenched both his teeth and hands after hearing this. He could imagine that there were only a few people in the military he could trust, but these people do not have any power to change the situation. Edward shook his head after seeing him like this. He was not telling lies. After the Elric brothers discovered the truth about the nationwide transmutation circle, the only reason that they were not killed was that the homunculi needed them as a sacrifice for their plans to work. Even then, their loved ones were captured as hostages. A person like Hughes that the homunculi viewed as not important will immediately be killed along with his family if they ever discovered that he was not dead. After realizing his weakness and incompetence, Hughes calmed down and decided to trust Edward's words. After all, the latter told him that some people will eventually stop this dwarf. He looked at Edward and asked, "So, what exactly are you doing?" "Learning." "What would you want to learn such taboo knowledge?" asked Hughes with vigilance. "It's only taboo if used in the wrong way," replied Edward calmly as he continued to analyze the circle. Right now, a crazy idea on how to reach the Akashic record was slowly brewing in his mind. He knew that for his plan to succeed, he would need to mobilize the strength of the entire empire and use a lot of resources. And in the end, he might fail, leading to catastrophe. After figuring this out, he did not extinguish his idea but decided to be more cautious and take his time. "All right, I'm done. We can now leave." He waved his staff and the time record spell was lifted, thus returning things to their natural state. Following this, he immediately apparat with Hughes to the Seeing Empire, instantly crossing the entire desert. 145 Alcestri. After arriving at Seeing, Edward did not just enter the country like it was his home, he visited the embassy and showed his visa. Although this country received few visitors because they were all the way east and separated by a vast desert, they still had an embassy. Additionally, after showing that he was an alchemist, the reception he received became quite welcoming. Too welcoming, one might say. Wow, I did not know that the people of Seeing were so welcoming to outsiders, truly remarkable people, said Hughes after attending a banquet held by the ambassador of Seeing. They are not, replied Edward calmly. What do you mean? The Emperor of Seeing is dying. So, he is currently searching for a way to achieve immortality. The only reason that they are so welcoming to us is because of the possibility that I might know a way as a foreign alchemist. Immortality, huh? That sounds like a recipe for disaster, said Hughes with a frown on his face. Be prepared. In a few days, we should be summoned by the Emperor. Just like Edward predicted, a few days later, the ambassador came to see them with the news that the Emperor wanted to see them. The next day, Edward and Hughes attended a large banquet held by the Seeing Emperor himself. The banquet was full of food, people playing the zither, dancing. In general, the atmosphere was jovial. As for the Emperor, he was a middle-aged man with long hair and beard wearing a long yellow dress with dragons embroidered on them. His complexion was a little pale as he sat on a golden chair also decorated with dragons on it. With only a glance, Edward could tell that this man was close to death due to illness. Most likely, he spent a lot of effort and energy to get out of bed and attend this banquet. Mr. Edward. Is Mr. the appropriate word used in the West, said the Emperor. That's fine, Your Majesty. Well, I have a question. Are you a member of royalty? Huh? No, I'm just an alchemist. I'm only asking because the way you conduct yourself seems like a person of high power. In fact, it was not just the Emperor who felt that way. Even Hughes sometimes has the same feeling he had when meeting with Führer Bradley when dealing with Edward. No, I'm just an alchemist. I see. So, to what I owe the honor of this visit. I have traveled the world to learn about different countries' alchemy. In my voyage, I have heard about Seeing's alchemy and its wonderful healing abilities, so I came to learn, replied Edward. Of course, I know that alchemist follows the laws of equivalent exchange. So, I will also exchange my knowledge of alchemy. After saying this, he clapped his hands together before placing them in the air. Electric light flashed from them, then the space in the banquet trembled and a rift opened up. Beyond the rift, the people saw a vast library beyond anything they have ever seen. This is my library. In exchange for knowledge about Seeing's alchemy, Your Majesty can choose people to enter and learn from it. The Seeing Emperor looked at the magical sight in front of him, then a look of greed flashed from his eyes before returning to normal. With a calm look on his face, he said, "It would be my honor to have an exchange with a powerful alchemist like you. Give me a few days, I will summon all the alchemists of the Empire and the exchange can begin. In that case, I will gladly await that day," replied Edward. The banquet continued with everyone having a peaceful and enjoyable time. Then, Edward and Hughes returned to the house that they were assigned to by the Emperor. "Hey, are you sure you should show that Emperor all the knowledge you have?" asked Hughes. "This guy does not look like a good person." "You are right about that. However, if I did not do something to lure him in, he would probably not show us the Empire real knowledge about alchemy. He would probably show us some basic knowledge while trying to get everything from us. Why do I feel like you're playing with fire? You think too much. I could easily take down this entire country by myself," replied Edward with an arrogant tone. Of course, Hughes did not believe him. Soon, 3 days passed by. Edward thought that the process would take at least a week or more, but the Seeing Emperor was ruthless and ordered all these alchemists to rush to the capital as soon as possible. So, Edward had a comprehensive exchange with these alchemists inside his library that he placed inside a dimension that he created after analyzing gluttony. Inside a circle, a little bunny who had a deep cut on his back laid motionless, looking at its surroundings with fear. Edward activated the circle and soon afterward, the fresh wound on the bunny's back was instantly cured. My theory was correct. Alchemy used life energy from the planet to heal living creatures. The dragon pulse is essentially the life force that connects all living things as one. By using this connection or through the flow of energy, they can project their transmutation circle over long distance. Izumi Kittis's theory of all for one for all is the Western version of the dragon pulse. Of course, alchemy was not only used for medicinal purposes but could also be used the same way as Amistris alchemy. The only difference is the energy used in the process. Whether it is alchemy or alchemy, they both use some form of energy that is underground or underneath the earth. In my world, mana exists underneath the earth. So, logically speaking, alchemists should be able to extract mana from the ley line nodes to perform magic. And since all people have a gate of truth and are capable of performing alchemy, they should also be able to perform magic. However, if these people were on a planet that did not have ley line nodes, they would immediately lose the ability to perform magic. Well, I'll have to check if that is feasible when I return. After waking up from his thinking, Edward took a bunch of herbs and placed them on a separate circle. After activating it, all the herbs were decomposed and recombined into a pill. He took the pill and swallowed it. Immediately afterward, he felt a powerful life force from the pill traveling to his lungs trying to heal it. Of course, since he was healthy, the pill just dissolved itself without much result. However, if his lungs had any problems, this pill would be greatly beneficial. While Edward was doing his little test, all these alchemists from Seeing looked at with shock. Pill refining was one of the highest levels of alchemy, and only one person in Seeing currently had that ability, the Imperial Doctor. The Imperial Doctor was the only reason that the current Emperor was still alive. However, this foreign alchemist only took 3 days to reach such a level. Edward did not care about these people's looks. To him, Amistre's alchemy was very similar to the Empire's transmutation magic, except more organized, with a better system, and easier to use. As for Seeing's alchemy, it was basically a form of potion, since they mostly deal with herbs and stuff. Adding to that the fact that some Eastern wizards in the Empire tried making pills instead of potions, he has sufficient knowledge regarding the subject. So, learning and mastering alchemy was quite easy for him. As such, after digesting the knowledge about the subject, he focused on studying their understanding of qi. He had an idea that might create a completely new system for the Empire, and if he succeeds, he will deal with a major issue that wizards faced. 146 Aura Master. During the past few days, Edward not only learned about alchemy but also about Seeing's understanding of qi, like how to use it to augment the body, how to sense it from your opponent, and how to mask it to hide your presence. Adding to that the knowledge he learned from the homunculi wrath, he has developed a good method for the people of the Empire to break the limit of their bodies besides genetic modification, which has a high failure rate. However, Edward was not satisfied. He wanted to create a new power system based on qi. After research, he realized that his method had an upper limit, which happened to be the level of wrath. In other words, through training, ordinary people can only reach the level of strength of the homunculi wrath. This level was actually quite high, since the man could dodge an attack from a tank. More than that, he even used a sword to cut a rocket launcher from said tank. This kind of strength is similar to people in the Empire that underwent their second genetic modification, which is quite powerful. Nevertheless, he was not satisfied yet, especially since this method had little value to wizards and mages that can strengthen their bodies with mana. So, he had an idea: what if he could merge mana with qi to form a new kind of energy that has the same physical benefit as qi? Of course, this energy should not have a limit. To achieve his goal, Edward excused himself from these Seeing alchemists and secretly entered his dimension. In a white room, Edward held 2 swords from his hand as he trained. During the process, his eyes were closed as he felt the qi or life energy circular inside his body, along with the mana in his core and other organs. He controlled the 2 of them to merge, and the process was easier than he anticipated. Unfortunately for him, his man just swallowed the qi without having any changes. So, Edward changed to a different ratio and tried again. He failed this time as well. So, he tried changing the frequency of his mana, while at the same time trying different ratios of mana to qi. Time seemed irrelevant to him as he continued to swing his sword. Then, after countless trial and error, he mixed the perfect ratio and the exact frequency. So, a change occurred in his body as a new form of energy was created. Edward opened his eyes and he gazed at his hand. He could feel an invisible white energy surrounding his hand. On instinct, he chopped one of the swords with his bare hand. Bang! The sword made of pure steel was cut in 2, which slightly surprised Edward as he did not use much force. In fact, he used the force equivalent to an ordinary adult. The reason that the sword was cut in half was because he concentrated this new energy into his hand, which allowed him to have such destructive power. Immediately afterward, Edward controlled this energy to his legs, muscles and bones, then, with the force of an ordinary person, jumped in the air. And to his surprise, he actually jumped more than 5 meters. Morgana, said Edward out loud. Yes, master, said the purple-haired little elf. Create a new file and name this energy aura. Now, let's begin an overall test. As you command, master. After that, Edward and Morgana did a comprehensive evaluation of aura and how to use it. So, what's the result? Asked Edward. It seems that aura can exist in the body without the need to have a special place to hold it like the magic core. It flows to every part of the body, from the skin all the way to the cells. And so far, we have not found a limit to his quantity like mana. Interesting. We can do some tests later on whether we can create an aura core in the body and the possible consequences. What else? So far, aura seems to function as a more advanced form of qi. However, based on our initial analysis, there are some differences. Like, aura is a weaponized version of qi, so increasing it cannot increase lifespan, or at the very least, it is not as good. That's not a problem. The main reason that I created this system is so that wizards have a way to fight in close combat, and to have another method to defend themselves in case their mana runs out. In that case, master, you have succeeded. Aura can exist in the body without mana. As long as it is created, it does not need mana to maintain its existence. However, if you want to increase the amount of aura inside your body, you still need to absorb mana and life force. Edward frowned after hearing this. There should be a way for ordinary people who do not have mana inside their bodies to use aura. Alright, let's do some tests. He entered his gate and took out a muggle prisoner. He injected his mana inside his body and mixed it with the prisoner's qi with the appropriate ratio. Excellent, aura was born. He then proceeded to do the same to another prisoner. However, this one was different as he was a person who suffered from mana rejection syndrome, meaning that mana was poison to him, so, as long as it entered his body, he would become sick. After injecting mana into the second prisoner's body, he winced in pain despite being in a coma. However, after the mana quickly mixed with his chi, it turned into aura. Well, this is a relief. This new system can be used by the people in the Empire that can sense mana but have mana rejection syndrome. Yes, although they cannot become mages, they can become Aura Master, replied Morgana. Aura Master? That's a good name. Glad you like it, Master. Edward nodded his head as he looked at these two prisoners. There is still a big problem, it is not universal enough. That's true. If an ordinary person that cannot sense mana wants to become an Aura Master, they would have to either rely on wizards or the Empire have to create machines that can install mana into their bodies. With our technological capabilities, it should not be a problem to do so. However, not everyone would be able to afford such a machine no matter how cheap we made them, analyzed Morgana. Edward agreed with her. In that case, let's see if there is another way to increase aura without the use of mana. Let's begin with intense training. Edward proceeded to place these two prisoners in a time dilation room inside the gate. 2 days later, 6 months passed inside that room. During those 6 months, while being controlled, all these prisoners did was intense training while also taking the necessary nutrition. How is the result? After monitoring them, their aura has indeed drastically increased. However, compared with the control group that absorbed mana, it was simply too slow. Edward frowned after hearing this. The Empire was already dealing with the issue of classicism and equality. He did not want to further aggravate the problem. In that case, let's try Plan B. By now, the mana trees should have been planted all over the world, thus making each planet in the solar system a mana-full environment. What we have to do is create a method that allows Aura Masters to passively absorb mana from the environment without sensing it. I'm on it, Master. Edward nodded his head and prepared to observe this experiment. However, he received a message from Hughes. Since he told the latter not to disturb him unless something important came up, he checked it. The Seeing Emperor wants to see you. So, you finally could not wait, muttered Edward before leaving the dimension and returning to the real world. Before anyone says anything about this chapter, I can guarantee that this novel will not turn into a martial art or Xiangxian novel, it's still about magic. However, every powerful wizard should also be a master of hand-to-hand combat. 147 False immortality. After Edward left his dimensions and returned to his manor, he quickly discovered someone from the palace waiting for him. Without saying anything, he entered the carriage that the palace sent and went to see the Empire. This time, their meeting was not in an open hall, but in a private garden with only him and the Emperor. Of course, Edward could feel the chi of countless people hiding in the dark. Although they tried to hide their presence, they could not hide from his senses. After meeting with the Seeing Emperor, they had a casual chat where the Emperor displayed his charm and asked Edward whether he was satisfied with the Seeing people's reception. Of course, Edward, who was knowledgeable in politics, also answered with a smile on his face and greatly complimented His Highness Empire and his people. However, midway through their conversation, the Emperor casually asked, "Sir Edward, you are a very knowledgeable alchemist that has traveled all over the world. Have you never thought about your mortality?" If it was an ordinary person, they might think that this Emperor was just chatting casually about different topics. Of course, I have. However, death is an inevitable thing for all life. That may be true, but have you never thought about researching immortality? Immortality, huh? One time, indeed, I was intrigued by the subject. Oh, and what was your discovery? The only information I discovered was the fact that a 15th century Amastrian alchemist named Nicholas Flamel believed that the Philosopher's Stone could grant him immortality and did research on it. However, from what I know, he's dead, so he most likely failed. Is that so? What a shame. Then, the Emperor did not mention this topic again and continued his casual chat with Edward until the latter was dismissed. As soon as Edward left, the gentle smile on the Seeing Emperor's face was replaced by a solemn one. "What do you think?" He spoke out loud, seeming to talk to himself. "Your Majesty, he is lying," responded another voice from the shadow. "How so?" "When this man first came, I felt the chi on his body. It was like a walking sun due to how powerful it was. Although he has now learned to hide it, it does not change this fact. This abundant amount of chi is not something a normal person can have. And with such vast chi, it should be possible for him to live for a couple hundred if not 1,000 years. The Seeing Emperor frowned after hearing this, then he asked, "Did you find anything in his library?" The person in the shadow paused for a few seconds before saying, "We did find a kind of false pseudo-immortality." "What does that mean?" "Be more straightforward. The method we discovered involved binding a person's soul to a suit of armor. That armor will have no need for food, sleep, and does not age. Even if it is destroyed, as long as the place where the soul is sealed is still intact, it can be rebuilt. I'm guessing that there are other downsides to this method besides not being able to experience the pleasures of the flesh," said the Emperor. "Yes. According to the notes, the suit of armor will eventually reject the soul, thus leading to death. However, the notes mentioned that the soul can be transferred to another suit of armor after the rejection. How long can this process last? 7 times. The soul can stay bonding to the armor for 100 years maximum based on the alchemist's skill. After that, it has to be transferred to another suit. Finally, the soul can only be transferred 7 times before reaching its limit. So, this method could give 700 years of life," replied the Seeing Emperor as he pondered deeply. "Since I can transfer my soul to a suit, couldn't I also transfer it to another body? According to the notes, the rejection of this process is more severe than a suit. Another body can last between 3 months to 5 years maximum before being rejected, and the amount of time that the soul can be transferred still remains at 7. The seeing emperor nodded his head as he pondered what to do. Meanwhile, after leaving the palace, Edward returned home to see Hughes having dinner. He seemed to enjoy Seeing's food. He looked at him and said, "It's time to go." "What? How come we have to leave so suddenly?" However, Edward was not looking at him. He was sensing the large number of people that already surrounded his manor. He mentally sighed. It seems that the seeing emperor was not satisfied with the method of immortality that I gave him. How greedy. Although Edward only gave him this method as both a thank you and an experiment to study how the souls of the people of this world are different from the people of his world, it was still a real method. Meanwhile, Hughes, who did not know what was going on, was quite shocked when the house that they were living in suddenly exploded, creating a cloud of smoke made of dust. And once the wind blew it away, he discovered a strange shield surrounding him and Edward. Meanwhile, a large army of soldiers dressed in armor and holding knives and spears had surrounded them. What's going on? I told you that the seeing emperor was dying, so he wanted to acquire immortality. What does that have to do with us? Wait, does he think that you have a way for him to become immortal? Apparently, so. Well, do you? Of course I do, but I would never give it to him. Hughes looked at him up and down, then decided to change the subject. He looked at the army and asked, "So, what do we do now? We're in big trouble." Edward, who remained calm and composed during the entire situation, said, "It's a shame that I cannot kill people. Anyway, I can still give them a little lesson." He clapped his hand, which suddenly created a loud sonic wave attack. Then, more than 90% of the soldiers in this army screamed as they held their hands before falling on the ground, bleeding in their ears and noses. The remaining 10%, although still standing, were also bleeding from their orifices. Although these soldiers were not dead, they won't be getting back up anytime soon. Immediately after that, Edward and Hughes disappeared from Seeing, nowhere to be found. Of course, this was not the end of this incident. Soon after their disappearance, the Seeing Emperor collapsed. His health rapidly deteriorated at an alarming rate, and no matter what the royal alchemists did, they could not prevent this from happening. In the end, out of desperation, they tried to place his soul in a suit of armor to prolong his life. Unfortunately for them, during the process, a mysterious power suddenly prevented the Emperor's soul from leaving his body. He was forced to remain bedridden until it was time for him to die of natural cause. Existential crisis. After leaving Seeing, Edward did not go anywhere specific. He just teleported to his dimension and continued his work. A few days later, while taking a break, Edward sat in a chair in a room with a large screen in front of him. On this screen, he watched everything that the Elric brothers went through after their last meeting. And to his astonishment, almost everything occurred as it did in the original anime. His involvement had only a little impact on the overall story. Although this was what he wanted, he felt that something was wrong. "Morgana, did you discover any correcting force of fate like the one in our world?" "No, Master. Everything seemed normal." Edward frowned after hearing this. This could only mean two things: either there is no power of fate existing in this world and the fact that everything happened like it was supposed to despite his intervention is merely a coincidence, or Morgana is incapable of noticing the power capable of guiding everything back on his original track. Of course, Edward believed that the second option is the best explanation. The entire Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood anime can be interpreted as a game between God, Truth, and humans, the Elric brothers. Truth believed that humans or alchemists have become arrogant and boastful as they pushed the boundaries of science by conducting inhuman experiments. Even when they know that human transmutation is taboo, many still decide to play God by trying to revert the power of death. So, Truth always punished these people severely and in an ironic way. For example, Edward Elric was trying to revive his mother, which was the pillar of their family. So, in retaliation, Truth took Edward's leg or his pillar to stand. Izumi Curtis wanted to bring her child back from the dead. In return, her ability to conceive children was taken away from her. To Edward, the whole story is essentially Truth trying to see whether humans can learn from their mistakes, acknowledge their limitations, and respect the laws of nature. And in the end, when Edward Elric chose to sacrifice his gate of truth and lose the ability to perform alchemy to save his brother, he finally humbled himself and accepted the fact that he was just an ordinary human, and should never try to play God. This is one of the reasons that in the end, Truth told him that he beat him. Edward finally won the game. Meanwhile, Father, or the dwarf in the flask who never learned any lessons during the game, served as a foil to the Elric brothers, and he was punished severely for his actions. All these thoughts quickly flashed across Edward's mind as he watched the videos. To him, only Truth may be able to slowly control fate to this extent and ensure that things develop as they should. However, Edward still had many questions. To be precise, his theory still had many flaws. For example, why did Truth allow him to intervene if his actions had no significance whatsoever? Could it be that it was trying to teach Edward a lesson as well? Or, because he did not intervene that much in the story, his impact was not enough to create large ripples in this timeline? Thinking of this, Edward quickly looked through the videos, focusing on the things that did change because of him. The first change was related to the homunculus, Greed. In the original timeline, he was not discovered by the other homunculi until the Battle of Dubleth, when he was killed by Wrath after capturing Al. However, since the homunculi suspected that he was the one to inform Edward of their plans after he was dissected by Edward and released, he was tracked down and almost killed. However, he managed to escape. Unfortunately, things did not change much after that. Obsessed with finding a way to place his soul in armor like Al as a form of immortality, he still kidnapped him. And in the end, Wrath still discovered and captured him in Doubleth. And like the original timeline, he was swallowed by Father and remade into a new homunculus. The second thing that changed was that after the Elric brothers returned to see their teacher, they learned that their formula for human transmutation was flawed, and what they summoned was not even their mother. According to the original timeline, they learned this fact from their father Hohenheim, then told their teacher. The third and final thing that changed was after Ed was accidentally swallowed by gluttony along with Lin Yao, he was not as desperate as he was in the original timeline. That's because he instantly remembered Edward's little talk about teleportation and knew a way out. However, he was still hesitating on what toll to pay once he opened the gate again. After knowing about this, the Scene Prince Lin Yao did not hesitate to ask Ed to use some parts of his body as a toll. According to him, he was completely fine with living with an automail. In the end, Envy discovered them while they were bickering, and Ed just like the original decided to compromise his morals and used Envy's Philosopher's Stone as a toll. After that, everything was the same as usual, whether it was Lust's death, Scar's meeting with Mei Chang, and all the political plots involving Colonel Mustang and the higher UPS of the military. As Edward watched all these happening, a sudden thought came to his mind. He once read a novel in his past life about a place called the God Space that randomly chose ordinary people from Earth and sent them into movies, films, and anime worlds with specific missions. And after these people complete the missions, the timeline of the world will be restarted and a new group of people will be sent again. One thing that caught his attention about this novel was the reason that the powerful being who created the God Space sent these people into these worlds. The reason was that by destroying the established plot or destiny of these worlds, these entities could absorb the source of the entire world to increase their strength. As for how this applies to him, well, Edward has always wondered the reason he was miraculously reincarnated into the world of Harry Potter. Now, he was wondering if some powerful being was also using him for some purpose and he did not even know about it. These kinds of thoughts brought Edward a great deal of existential dread, but he quickly placed these thoughts in the back of his head. He knew that he tended to be paranoid, so he did not think about it any longer. Anyway, if his conjecture is true, there is currently nothing he can do about it now. So, all he can do is move forward and become powerful, then the truth will eventually be revealed. After that, he ordered Morgana to keep watching these events unfold as he continued his research. He ignored the little elf's complaint that he was beginning to develop some voyeuristic tendencies and took out a special notebook. It was Scar's brother's notes on the combination of Zinji's alchemy and Amistrian alchemy. This book contained how to reverse the control Father had over the tectonic energy which granted him the ability to deprive alchemists of their powers. 149 Fort Briggs Edward Elric sat in a medical room while listening to a female doctor telling him about how he needed to have a special automail because of the cold weather in the north, otherwise, he would freeze to death. He placed his clothes back on, then complained about how he was forced to pay 100 cents for coffee that was not that good. Then, the door suddenly opened with 3 people walking in. Mr. Bones, you're also here. Oh, it's Edward number 2. How have you been doing? You know this individual, interrupted a beautiful woman with long blonde hair wearing a blue army uniform. While standing, she exuded an air of dominance and authority. Major General Armstrong, saluted the doctor. At ease, replied Olivier before looking at the Elric brothers. Answer my question. We've met him before and he helped save the lives of a friend of ours. But, General, how do you know him? Replied Ed. A few days ago, this man showed up here and I thought he was a spy, so I tried to capture him. Unfortunately, he single-handedly defeated all my men with no effort. Ed and Al were momentarily surprised, however, after thinking about how knowledgeable of an alchemist he was, they thought that it made sense. Mr. Bones, I thought you were headed to seeing, asked Al. I am, but I decided to visit the north beforehand. The reason that Edward lied was that he knew that these two were looking for Mei Chang to learn alchemy, and if they knew that he already visited there, they might ask him instead. Edward has no problem teaching them. Over the years, he has discovered that he had a passion for teaching. Nevertheless, since he decided not to interfere too much with the plot, he decided to avoid them for now. Meanwhile, Olivier looked at these people happily chatting like acquaintances, coughed out loud to get everyone's attention, then she proceeded to ask the Elric brothers about their attention for coming to Fort Briggs. And just like in the anime, she did not cuddle these brothers even though they were children. She deserved the title of Ice Queen, thought Edward to himself. After the conversation ended, Olivier asked her men to give the brothers a job, then she left the medical room. Edward along with Captain Buccaneer followed her. Those two boys haven't exactly had easy lives, General, said the captain as he secretly looked at Edward. His eyes showed that he was both on guard against him, as well as worship and a little fear. I believe that they may have witnessed some carnage in their times. But I can tell that on the inside they remain soft and weak. And what's more, those two have a secret they aren't telling us. Olivier then looked at Edward who magically had some weird fruit bag on his hand and ate it nonchalantly. Her intuition told her that he knew something. Soon, the 3 of them reached Oliver's office. Edward and she entered while the captain remained on guard outside. While still eating, Edward looked at the general on her chair and asked, So, have you thought about my offer? She looked at him with a serious face for a moment before saying, "You randomly appeared out of nowhere, tell me that you're a wizard from another world and an emperor to a vast empire. Then, you offered me to become your concubine and promised me to lead an army, unlike anything I could possibly imagine. Tell me, if you were a normal person, how would you feel?" Edward pondered for a moment. "Well, you have a point. How about I show you some proof first? I would appreciate that very much." Nodding his head, he made a downward motion in the air, then a space fissure occurred before a gate suddenly appeared in the room. Looking at the general that was trying hard to retain her composure, Edward smiled and said, "After you?" Olivier paused for a moment, then she stood up from her chair and walked inside the gate while Edward followed her. For a brief moment, she could only see white, making her eyes a little hard to adjust. Then, Olivier saw something that she could not describe with words. She was in a room and in front of her were countless large rectangular metallic structures. She estimated that the smallest of them was at least 3 kilometers long. "What are those things?" asked Olivier. "They're spaceships," replied Edward. However, after seeing the confusion in her face, he added, "I forget that the technology of this world is still in WWI. Think of it as a tank that can fly." Olivier nodded as she understood. Meanwhile, Edward snapped his finger, then the two of them suddenly appeared inside one of the medium-sized ships, inside the control room. "Morgana, take control of the ship." "As you wish, Master." Countless lights suddenly turned themselves on, and not long afterward, the ship started to levitate. During the process, Olivier tried her best to remain composed and not show any surprise on her face. She had her pride to maintain. Even though she had many questions, she did not immediately ask. After seeing this, Edward mentally nodded his head. One of the reasons he wanted Olivier to become his wife was not just because of her beauty, but because of her military leadership ability and composure during difficult times. In the future, the Empire's marine fleet will be one of the most powerful military divisions. As such, he wanted the majority of control of such a force to be in the hands of the royal family. If Olivier becomes his wife, he would be relieved to have her take control. Of course, not now. Only after they have established a certain level of trust and affection. "Morgana, go to the testing site and use the lowest level of attack," commanded Edward. Following this, Olivier discovered that the environment suddenly changed and she was now floating in the air above a deserted plain with nothing in sight. A screen suddenly appeared in front of her showing a cannon that was pointing at the plan underneath. A white light flew from the cannon and hit the ground. Boom! A massive explosion occurred, and for the first time, Olivier displayed shock on her face. The reason for that was the fact that this attack was powerful enough to destroy the entire country of Ames tries. "Are you telling me that this is the lowest level of attack?" she asked in a solemn tone. "Yes. Unless you switch to target mode, which is designed to attack single individuals." Olivier took a deep breath to calm herself down. She has spent a great deal of her life guarding the northern borders, and she thought that she has seen many things. But nothing compared to this. This single ship had the power to easily destroy the country of Ames tries. No, it could take over the world with no effort whatsoever. No one could stop it. And this man had dozens if not hundreds of them lying in a room. "Is this the most powerful army of your empire?" "Technology-wise, yes," replied Edward. "However, in terms of size, this is not even considered a small fleet." At this point, Olivier was a little numb to being surprised. "Can you tell me a little about your empire?" "No problem," replied Edward with a slight smirk on his face. 150 decision. Edward raised his hand and approached Olivier. "If you do not mind." She frowned for a moment before nodding her head. As such, he gently placed his hands near her temples. "This is going to hurt." Immediately afterward, countless pieces of information poured into her mind. After only slightly grunting, she quickly processed the information and learned a basic understanding of the arcane empire. From what magic was to the development of technology, and even a little bit of history. Of course, it was not like she was privy to highly classified information. She was only granted enough knowledge to know what it was like to be an ordinary citizen of the empire. And even then, the information was only the bare minimum. At this point, Edward is working under the assumption that Truth might know everything about him. Even then, he still decided to remain cautious. Olivier took a few minutes to process all the information inside her mind. "I did not think that you were such an impressive individual. I do all right for myself. You know, sometimes humbleness can be seen as cockiness to others. I've been told that many times." Oliver glances at him, then she begins to ponder for her next action or decision. "So, you're just going to let me be in charge of such a powerful force?" Just like that. In the information she received, she saw a space fleet leaving the solar system, and she was truly amazed. Edward shook his head, and after seeing this, Olivier frowned. "Are you going back on your words?" "That's not it. Although with my power, I can indeed make you the commander of the Empire's marine force. However, I will have to deal with the political force that comes with it, and that's too much trouble that I don't care to deal with. So, I plan to allow you to enter a fleet and become an ordinary soldier. Through war, you can slowly climb the rank. And when the opportunity arrives, I will appoint you as the chief commander of the marine force. No one would dare to question. Aren't you afraid of people talking? What if the masses do not accept your decision?" Edward looked deep into her eyes. "You seem to have misunderstood something. This is my empire and I can do what I want with it. The only reason that I want you to go through all that trouble is that it will be easier for you to control such a large governmental body, and also because I'm too lazy to slowly deal with these politicians. Otherwise, I could just appoint you for the position, then send a while to appease some of them. Heck, if I wanted to, I can just appoint you and not care about their opinions. After complaining for a while, they'll just accept the fact. Oliver immediately understood Edward's meaning. As an emperor, he has absolute control over his empire. However, as a wise ruler, he understood the concept of not abusing such power, or at least, not showing it so that it is easier to control the people and prevent them from constantly rebelling. After that, Olivier took more than half an hour to ponder Edward's offer. Then she said, "Unfortunately, I still have to decline." "Tell me your reason," replied Edward calmly. "First, I have a duty to Ames. Even though compared to your arcane empire it is a weak country, it is where I was born and raised. My goal and dream have always been to lead it to prosperity. Loyalty to one country, that's a good reason. So, what's the second?" "The second reason is the fact that there is no emotional connection between us. I've only met you for a few days and you cannot expect me to marry you. Although you are truly handsome, and more importantly, very strong, this does not change anything. I did not expect that the mighty Ice Queen would care about love." "How shocking," said Edward with a smirk. Unfortunately, Oliver ignored him. "Finally, now there is the fact that you have more than 4 wives." Edward nodded his head, then said, "Anything else?" "No, that's about it." "In that case, I have a solution to your concerns. When it comes to your duty to Ames, I have no problem waiting for you to accomplish your goals before we leave. Anyway, even if it takes you 50 years and you become an old woman, I can still revert you to your youth. By then, as long as you do not have any more attachment to Ames, I can take you and your family to leave." Olivier squinted her eyes and asked, "How old are you exactly?" "Well, my physical age is probably over 60. However, my real age is probably over 200 years. How does that make sense?" "Well, I've traveled through time a few times, I've also hibernated for a long time. So, it's hard to count. Anyway, I'm immortal so I don't really care that much." Olivier looked at the young man who looked no more than 20 years old and a little shock quickly flashed in her eyes. Although she knew that his empire was capable of many unimaginable things, she did not expect them to have found a way to achieve immortality. "So, how can you deal with the other 2 concerns? When it comes to your second concern, well, just like the first one, time is the only way to deal with it. In the next few years, as you deal with your political ambitions, we can get to know one another and build an emotional base for our relationship." Edward paused for a moment, then he continued, "As for your last concern, unfortunately, there is nothing I can do about that. As you can imagine, I'm a womanizer and I have no intention of changing my ways. So, if you accept my terms, you have to slowly accept this flaw of mine. And if you cannot, then that can only mean that the fate between us was not meant to be." Olivier began to ponder about this issue. She asked herself whether she could accept him having multiple women, and the answer was yes. Her idea was always the survival of the fittest, and the strong are respected. Since Edward is so strong, why can't he have as many women as he wants? "I can accept that, but I have a condition. Please. If one day I become stronger than you, then you have to dismiss all your other wives." Edward placed his hand on his chin, caressing his non-existent beard. "Although I know that they will be upset after hearing about this bet, I'm still tempted. So, I accept your offer." 151 The plot continues. After making a decision, Olivier felt relieved. She was truly looking forward to her new life in another world. She imagined that many unknown adventures and new wonders were waiting for her to experience. Of course, she has to finish things in this world first. "There is something that I've been wondering for some time now after seeing your small fleet," said Olivier. "If you want to know something, just ask. I'm a person who rarely lies unless it truly benefits me." Olivier did not believe his words. Nevertheless, she still asked, "Why didn't you conquer this world? With your power, it should be quite easy." "What kind of person do you take me for?" replied Edward with an exaggerated look on his face. However, after seeing that Olivier was not buying his act, he smiled before replying, "There are 3 main reasons. First, this world does not have anything of value that's worth so much trouble. Alchemy could be argued for, but since I already got all the knowledge I need regarding it, when I return home, with a population of 50 billion people, the Empire can bring the field of alchemy to heights that people in this world could never fathom. Secondly, the Empire is not ready to start conquering other worlds. Maybe in the future, but for now, it is not part of the agenda." "You seem very cautious," said Olivier. "That's a good thing. However, I guess that the last reason is not the main one." "Correct. So, what is it?" "Well, your world is protected." "Protected? By whom?" Olivier could not imagine someone that could protect this world from these terrible weapons of mass destruction. "God? Or maybe, the universe," replied Edward. "Are you serious?" "Of course. There is a powerful individual or God in this world that could probably wipe me and my entire fleet out in just a blink of an eye." As he said that, Edward sighed. Of all the worlds he could go to, he ended up in this one where there happens to be an entity powerful beyond his understanding, making him a little helpless. Of course, although he is currently safe, he did not stop preparing for the worse. In case of a confrontation with truth, he has prepared a few methods that could buy him enough time to escape. The first one is to detonate all 5 void cores that his queen gave him before he left. The second one also involves void energy. He developed a spell to open a hole in this world's source wall and allow massive amounts of void energy to enter this world. And with how destructive this kind of energy is, it should be enough to play a role. According to studies done in the Empire, void energy just like obscurus can also destroy the power of authority or the fundamental rules/concepts that exist in a universe. Unfortunately, void energy is very difficult to control, so using them as weapons is currently labeled as forbidden by Edward. In one of their experiments, he and Rowena almost destroyed planet Earth while studying it. Luckily for them, he reacted in time and sent the massive void energy that was out of control outside of the universe, returning it to its place of origin. The third plan that Edward made to fight Truth involves the people in this world. Based on when Truth told Edward Elric I am all, and I am one, he theorized that Truth might be the embodiment of the consciousness of all the living beings in this world. And even if it is not the embodiment, it might be connected. So, what would happen if all the consciousness of the people of this world rejected or denied his existence? Most likely, he will either cease to exist, or he will be drastically weakened. Based on this idea, he created a spell to link the consciousness of all the people of this world, then forcibly have them reject and deny the existence or even the idea of truth. Of course, the population of this world is still a few hundred million, and with his current measly mana, he can't cast a spell of that level. However, with the help of the Philosopher's Stone that is serving as the energy core of his gate, and with Morgana's powerful consciousness, he should be able to execute this plan. Nevertheless, Edward is also aware that these plans might possibly be useless. In fact, all his thoughts might have already been read by the opponent. Still, he did not stop planning for the worse. Truth be told, Edward is just being paranoid. Although he did not know it yet, Merlin's sponsor for him also protected his mind and prevented these powerful beings from reading it. Of course, this protection is only for beings that way too powerful for him. If he met someone that was on his level, everything would be based on his skill and abilities. After hearing Edward's answer, Olivier was somewhat relieved. Although she promised to maybe leave with him, she did not want her world to be conquered. Additionally, although she was not religious and did not believe in any god, she was glad that her world was protected. At the same time, she was slightly worried that such a powerful existence also existed without anyone knowing about it. However, she quickly placed all these thoughts on the back of her head. These kinds of things were not things that she should concern herself with. Just like that, a few days passed by. Events proceeded as they were supposed to. The homunculus, Sloth who was in charge of slowly digging the nationwide transmutation circle appeared in Briggs and fought with the soldiers there. Under Oliver's command, they used some tactic to freeze the creature, thus rendering his regenerative abilities useless. Soon after that, General Raven soon appeared at Briggs bringing with him a doctor that could heal the alchemist known as Kimberly who was released from prison under the order of Führer Bradley and tasked to capture the Ishvalan, Scar. After a meeting with General Raven, Olivier used her charm to get some information from the latter about immortality and the Philosopher's Stone. Immediately after the conversation, she went to see Edward who was lazing around while so many things were happening. "Did you achieve your immortality by using the Philosopher's Stone?" asked Olivier. "Yes," replied Edward honestly. "Do you have a problem with using other people's lives to become immortal?" She frowned and answered, "Yes. As a ruler, if you cannot even protect your people, then you do not deserve such power." "Well, you do not need to worry about that as the people's lives are not used in making the stone, at least not anymore." "Then, what do you use?" "Mostly clones and other species." Olivier remembered what a clone was from the information that was placed in her mind. She remembered thinking about how such a technology could be used to mass-produce soldiers for war. "If you have a problem with using the stone, there are many other ways to increase your lifespan," added Edward. "Just genetic engineering can allow you to live for 1,000 years. And with more discovery, the amount will surely increase." "Wait, I thought genetic engineering could only allow people to live up to 200 years. She remembered how shocked she was when she learned that every person in the Arcane Empire could live for 200 years. That's only the information that is released to ordinary people. High-level members of the Empire have access to better technology and methods, replied Edward. That seems unfair. It is not. If an ordinary citizen makes the necessary contribution, he or she can slowly rise through the ranks until they reach the level of gaining access to such technology. However, if they cannot offer anything substantial to society and the development of the Empire, they can live for 200 years without worrying about food, shelter, and diseases. Olivier sighed after hearing this, but she did not mention the subject anymore. 152 Closer to the truth. After chatting with Olivier, Edward returned to his dimension while having Morgana keep watch on the development of things through divination. He headed straight to a room where a flask stood in a chair with something inside. It was a floating mass-like object with one eye. This thing looked exactly like Father when he was the dwarf in the flask, with the expectation that this one was the color white. After Edward approached the flask, the creature inside looked at him and said with somewhat of a grin, "So, alchemist, have you thought about our deal? As long as you help me create a body, I will offer you countless knowledge." Edward looked at the homunculus that he created using the same method that the dwarf in the flask was created. He ignored the latter's words as he immediately used legilimency to read the homunculus memories from the moment he was born. This homunculus was born in the world beyond the Gate of Truth. and that world is essentially a dimension that houses vast alchemy knowledge. As a creature born from that world, he innately possesses a large amount of knowledge about alchemy. After reading the homunculus memories, he closed his eyes to digest all the information. A few hours later, he woke up and immediately teleported away. Soon, he found himself in a desert. Two things were floating in front of him, uranium and plutonium. Edward clapped his hands together like prayer, then touched the two substances, and immediately afterward, he teleported a few hundred miles away. In the place he was, a massive explosion occurred, creating a mushroom cloud that could be seen from miles on. The people of Ames tries and seeing who were close to the desert saw that cloud of dust. A few minutes later, Edward appeared near the explosion with a shield surrounding him. As he watched the devastation that he created, he was quite calm. As a person born in modern society and who has created a very advanced civilization, he understood how to use nuclear fission and fusion to make a thermonuclear bomb. He even created a spell that had the same effect. However, just now, he used alchemy to accomplish this feat before he had tried to do the same. Unfortunately, despite knowing the scientific process behind it, he could not control energy with sufficient accuracy to make it happen. Fortunately, he learned many things from that dwarf. As Edward watched the sand that had turned into glass because of the heat, he said out loud, "Morgana sent the appropriate golem to clean the radiation in the surrounding. Forget it, I have a faster way." He waved his hand to create a small vortex that immediately swallowed the radiation in the surroundings and sent it to a designated area of his dimension. After that, he teleported back to his laboratory. This time, he was going to review every single detail of that homunculus life instead of just a brief understanding. After lying in a comfortable position, he began. A few days later, he opened his eyes and a slight smile could be seen on his face. This time, he learned a few important pieces of information. 1. This homunculus is a part of God itself, a part of its essence. This is the reason that it was born with so much knowledge. The second thing that he learned is that this God is the source of alchemy, it is the place that it originated from. At least, in this world, that's true. Thirdly, truth and God are probably one and the same, or they are connected. The reason he is not sure is because of the events that happened later in the story. The homunculus known as Father managed to forcefully open the gate of truth and swallowed this god and used millions of souls to contain it inside his body. Logically speaking, this should not be possible based on how powerful truth is. The only reason that Father succeeded is either truth allowed it to happen, or like Herpo, he cannot intervene in the world as he pleased. Edward believed that the former is more likely. However, here comes another problem. Why do all of this? Could it be it just wanted to teach humanity a lesson about hubris? Maybe it was bored and wanted to use the world as a game? Or, it could be something that Edward could not understand at the moment. Edward shook his head to remove these distracting thoughts. Things related to truth were not something that his current self could get involved with. Maybe in the future, once he is more knowledgeable and powerful, he might try to get the answer. After reining in his thoughts, he focused on a specific memory that he received from the homunculus mind. It was the memory of a floating gate. However, this gate was not the gate of truth, it was something else. According to the brief information he received, this gate was known as the Origin Gate. The homunculus did not know anything about this gate. In fact, he only saw it for a passing moment. Nevertheless, he instinctively knew its name, and held it in very high regard. It was like meeting a very noble person and instinctively having respect for it. Even as Edward reviewed the memory, he too instinctively felt respect and adoration for it. Unfortunately, besides the name of this gate, there was no other information. So, Edward started to ponder. What if that gate is the connection to the Akashic record? Truth seemed obsessed with maintaining the law of equivalent exchange. If gaining knowledge from the Akashic record requires the same principle, this could explain why he is so bent on executing it and maintaining it. After all, he obviously copied the idea of gate from them. After thinking about this, Edward frowned as he realized that there were many flaws in his logic, or at least, many unanswered questions. For example, what is the connection between the gate of truth and truth himself? The logical answer is that it created it, but since all humans have a gate of truth, does that mean that truth is powerful enough to give all humans a soul with said gate? After all, Edward once tested that even people from other worlds like him have their gate. He suddenly paused as he realized that he may have made a mistake. When he tried to find the gate of truth from the prisoner he brought from the Empire, he assumed that since the experiment took place inside his world gate and was isolated from the rules of this world, that his experiment was valid and proved that people from other worlds could have their own gate. However, that may not be true. The rules of this world might be the reason that individuals have a gate, including him. If that's the case, many things now make sense. Truth was most likely a powerful individual who created the power system known as alchemy used in this world. Somehow, it managed to gain access to the Akashic record and traded knowledge with it. Edward paused for a moment as he suddenly remembered the fact that this world did not have an afterlife. After an individual died, his soul would turn to energy and return to the natural flow of this world. What if truth uses soul energy as a currency to trade with the Akashic record? After all, if the record follows the law of equivalent exchange, then it will require a price to gain knowledge from it. And this might not be just that. If I was the person who created the Akashic record, I would trade knowledge with knowledge. By that logic, what if Truth created the Gate of Truth and granted it to humans so that they can help him study alchemy and create new knowledge to trade with the record? It would be similar to how I created the Empire to develop more magical knowledge. After thinking there, Edward stopped as he knew that all of these were simply theorems and conjectures with no basis to back them. Nevertheless, if he is right, he will have to face a major problem. The people of the Empire would not be able to have access to a Gate of Truth and perform alchemy unless he received approval from Truth. His mind quickly calculated as he pondered what to do next. Soon after, he came up with a method. Dealing with Truth has many risk factors, however, since he was not powerful enough to deal with these risks, he would just find someone that could. And Edward knew the right person for the job. 153 Open plot. After waking up from his thinking and calculation, Edward asked, "Morgana, how are things developing?" The little purple elf appeared out of nowhere and said, "Master, Olivier is really awesome. She killed General Raven without hesitation. I finally understand why you like her so much." "Of course, you have to trust in your master's vision," replied Edward with a smile on his face. By now, the main characters along with Olivier have already learned of the purpose of the nationwide transmutation circle. This also means that the conclusion of the story is nearing its end. Tell Hughes about this information. No problem. Also, how is Nina doing? She's fine mentally, however, she seemed a little lonely. Probably miss her parents. Edward was silent after hearing this. If it was back in his world, he could revive the little's mother so that she could have a family once again. However, in this world, reviving the dead was impossible unless a terrible price was made. And even then, there is a chance that it would not succeed. After all, unlike the Elric brothers, Nina's mother has been dead for countless years. "After everything is over, I'll ask Hughes to adopt her so that she can have a new loving family," muttered Edward, then he left his dimension. After entering an office, he saw the beautiful Olivier looking at a map of Ames Tries. After entering, she did not turn her back, but asked, "Did you already know?" "Know what?" "About Amistry's transmutation circle." "So what if I did? Would that change anything?" She turned her body to look at him. "It would change a lot if you knew about it and did not do anything, or even say anything." "Well, I did know." Olivier continued staring at him. "Are you wondering why I never interfered?" She just stared at him. Edward sighed before saying, "To you, what is happening is or is about to happen is a calamity that will affect the lives of millions of people. However, to some people or things, this may be nothing but a game. As I said before, your world is too dangerous. Unless absolutely necessary, I will not be drawn in this vortex." Oliver frowned after hearing this, then she remembered how Edward said that there was a god in this world. Could it be that what was happening was part of its plan? Olivier quickly shook her head and did not think about this kind of thing. After all, it was useless and could not help her in this situation. "If I were to ask you to intervene and stop all of this from happening for my sake, would you do it?" asked Olivier. "No," replied Edward directly. "Why is that?" "Just like you previously said, there is not much emotion between us. Although I was attracted by your beauty, that's not enough. If you were one of my wives, I would not hesitate to fight gods, devil, and demons for you. I would not hesitate to destroy worlds for you. However, you're not." Olivier was silent after hearing this. She did not mind Edward's answer. In fact, one of the reasons she liked interacting with him was his candidness. He rarely lied or hid anything from her. As long as she asked him something, he would answer. And if he could not, he would simply say that he could not answer. "Furthermore, you do not seem like a person who likes to rely on others when you can deal with the problem yourself," continued Edward. Oliver agreed with him. She only asked because she was curious about his answer. After that, the two spoke for a few hours about the situation of Ames Tries before Edward left. He teleported to a specific place in the northern area. He placed his hand on the ground creating a transmutation circle that soon disappeared. After that, he operated again to another specific area in the north and did the same. For the next few hours, Edward operated to different places in the eastern, southern, western, and central areas. And in those places, he placed the same transmutation circle. If anyone could map out the places that Edward placed these circles, they would also find a nationwide transmutation circle that was completely different from the ones Father was building. Edward's purpose was essentially an open plot. Father managed to absorb the Eye of God that was located in the world beyond the Gate of Truth and used millions of souls to contain that entity inside his body. As a result of this, he also learned all the knowledge of that entity and became the god of alchemy. Edward wanted all that knowledge, but he also did not want to offend Truth. So, he designed this transmutation circle with the sole purpose of taking that knowledge directly from Father himself after he swallows God. This is where Edward's plot comes in. Whether Truth allowed Father to succeed for some plan or he could not intervene and prevent it, it was beneficial to Edward. Either way, he will still get access to all that alchemy knowledge without taking any of the risks that Father took. Of course, there is also the possibility that Truth will intervene and directly make Edward's transmutation circle useless and prevent him from succeeding. Despite this, he decided to try and wait. Even if he failed, he did not lose much anyway. After making his preparation, he returned to his dimension. Inside one of the many living rooms, he saw Hughes with a frown on his face. The latter seemed to be pondering about something very deeply. "Now that the truth is out, you can leave if you want," said Edward. Unexpectedly, Hughes shook his head. That would be committing death. Over the past few weeks, he also observed the behaviors of the homunculi and knew how they operated. As such, he knew that if they learned that he was alive, they would do everything to kill him and his family. "Do you have a way to mask my identity?" asked Hughes. "Yes," replied Edward, who gave him a magic item that could change his appearance at will. As he watched Hughes leave, he was wondering whether this guy's action would change anything, or whether his actions would have little effect. After that, Edward continued to observe things behind the scene. 154 The promised day after Hughes left, he disguised himself and left for Central in an attempt to prevent the plot of the homunculus. As for Edward, he merely watched everything from the shadows. As he watched events unfold, he became very disappointed. The reason that he allowed Hughes to leave was that he wanted to see if things would change with his appearance. Unfortunately, it was not. Only minor details changed because of his appearance. One of which is Olivier asking him to look after his parents for her instead of asking them to leave Ames tries. As he watched things unfold the same way as the anime he watched, he became increasingly more convinced that the events of this world were being manipulated so that a destined path was followed. He tried to do many tests. Unfortunately, he still could not discover any hints or proof of this. Nevertheless, he still believed his intuition. In that way, as the day of reckoning approached, Edward began to worry about his plan. Based on his recent discovery, he did think that it would succeed. Time passed and soon, it was the promised day, and Edward finally left his dimension. He suddenly appeared next to Olivier, who was injured in her battle. As soon as he saw her, he could feel she was sad even though she had a calm face. "What's wrong?" he asked. She hesitated for a moment and said, "I just learned that one of my men is dead." "By now, shouldn't you be used to the death of soldiers? After all, dying on the battlefield is a common thing. I can accept it, but I will never be used to it. No human being should be used to death." Edward nodded his head. "If you're talking about Captain Buccaneer, he's fine." "What do you mean?" "I placed a spell on him to preserve his soul. Once everything is over, he can be revived after fixing his body." Oliver's eyes lit up after hearing this, then she hurriedly asked, "What about the other brig soldiers?" "Don't push your luck," replied Edward calmly. Olivier sighed and did not mention the topic again. She was just happy that her right-hand man was saved. "What are you doing here?" "I'm here to take you away." "Take me away?" "I'm in the middle of a battle." Izumi Curtis had just disappeared right in front of her. She wanted to find her. Edward placed his hand on her injured arm, then an electric light suddenly came from his hand. Using alchemy, he instantly healed all her injuries. Then, he snapped his finger and the two of them disappeared. The two of them soon arrived in a separate dimension with a large screen in front of them. Olivier was surprised and wanted to ask. However, after seeing the solemn look on Edward's face, she remained silent. On that screen, it soon showed what was happening with Father, the Elric brothers, and the other sacrifices. Hohenheim, Izumi Curtis, and Colonel Mustang. On the screen, tentacles came from Father's new form and bound all 5 sacrifices. Immediately afterward, an eye appeared on the bodies of the 5 people. Finally, Father activated the nationwide transmutation circle. Black shadow enveloped the entire nation of Ames tries. Then, all his citizens started to fall on the floor one by one. "What's going on?" asked Olivier. "Their souls have been extracted." "What?" "We have to do something. My brother is still there." Although on the surface she looked like she did care about her brother, however, that was not true. Their relationship could be described as the epitome of sibling rivalry. "Calm down," said Edward calmly. "He along with everyone will be fine." Olivier looked at what was happening on the screen, then looked at Edward. In the end, she did not say anything else. She realized that even if she returned to Ames tries, there was nothing that she could do. All that was left now was to trust Edward's words. Meanwhile, after the nationwide transmutation circle was activated, a gigantic gate suddenly appeared in the sky. "Is that the Earth Gate?" thought Edwards as his mind quickly functioned. All living things have their gate of truth. As such, since this planet has a consciousness and is considered a living thing, it also has its own gate. What Father did was to use the energy from opening the gates of the 5 sacrifices to open the gate of the planet and absorb its consciousness. Edward then continued to watch events unfold. After Father absorbed the Earth's consciousness and became a gigantic being, another gate appeared in the sky with one eye showing. Then, Father began to slowly absorb that gate. So, he used the massive energy of the Earth Gate to open the Sky Gate, which should be the place that the dwarf I created came from and the place that the Eye of God resides. Finally, Father absorbed the being he called God and took a new form that looked similar to humans. It's ironic how Father looked down on humans, but the final and perfect form that he pursued all his life looked like a human. This can only show that this homunculus just his son. Envy looked forward to human life. He wanted to have things that humans have. As Father finished his plan, Edward took a good look at him. He could tell that the latter used the more than 50 million Amestrian souls to contain God inside of him. As such, he could not be said to have absorbed it completely, more like playing a symbiosis with it just like Kurama is to Naruto. Edward quickly shook his head to get these distracting thoughts out of his head. He had better things to do now. As soon as Father contained God, his transmutation circle activated and a massive amount of alchemy knowledge came into his mind. He quickly closed his eyes and contacted Morgana through their soul links and had her accept these pieces of information and categorize them. A few minutes later, he opened his eyes. Edward suddenly took out a philosopher's stone and held it in his left hand. He raised his right hand and a small sun appeared. "Olivier, who was next to him, was quite shocked. However, she soon found something was wrong. Veins started appearing on his hands, sweats dripping down his forehead, and he looked a little pale. Before she could say anything, the mini-sun disappeared, and all the mana that was coursing through his veins returned to the stone. With the knowledge of God and a power source like the Philosopher's Stone, he could accomplish the same feat as Father by creating a small sun. However, he was not happy about this. Although his plan worked, the feeling that something was wrong kept growing. If anyone is confused about the whole concept of Earthgate and Skygate, well, I'm also confused. I watched the anime many times and did a lot of research, but nothing was made clear. So, I had to come up with an explanation of my own. 155 Immortality. Edward decided to follow his instinct that something was wrong. So, he immediately used a spell on his mind. Immediately, he entered a state where his mind or consciousness is very inactive, his thoughts are mostly blank. The ideas and thoughts in his mind were removed completely from his mind, even the ones in subconsciousness. That way, even if someone tries to read his mind, all they would see is blank. As for his usual interaction with people that requires thinking, he first wanted to let Morgana take control of it. However, he changed his mind. Instead, he created a second brain that had the same brain wave as his and connected to his own, created a small dimension attached to his body, and placed the brain inside. The second brain did not have many of his thoughts or memories but could serve as a way for his daily communication. "Master, you're being too paranoid again," said Morgana directly through their soul link. She knew that her master did all of this to prevent Truth from reading his mind. However, he seemed to have gone overboard. Edward ignored her. All these preparations were made long ago to deal with powerful mind readers. The only difference was that now he could create a small dimension to place the brain instead of carrying it on him inside a magic item. After activating Project Mind Blocking, which only took him an instant, Edward continued to watch the events of this world unfold. As for Olivier next to him, she did not even notice the changes that occurred in the split seconds after he extinguished that Min-san. On the screen, events continued to occur as they should. Father thought that it had achieved the perfect form and become God. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Hohenheim has been messing with the nationwide transmutation circle for many years. Over his long years of life, he managed to talk to and convince the more than 500,000 souls inside his body to get their forgiveness. Then, he asked them for help to prevent what happened to Xerxes from repeating itself. As such, he has been going around the world releasing some of the souls inside his body at strategic places around Ames tries to prepare for the day that Father accomplished his ambitions. So, Hohenheim immediately activated his plan. Immediately afterward, all the souls of the citizens of Ames tries that were inside Father were forcibly released and returned to their bodies. Olivier was finally relieved after seeing this. She was glad that Edward did not lie to her. Her brother along with the people of Ames tries will be fine. After Hohenheim's plan worked, Father was in some trouble. He needed these souls to contain God inside his body. Without it, he had to use his own power to contain it, thus reducing his offensive abilities. Unfortunately, even severely weakened, few people were his opponent. Additionally, Father controlled the tectonic energy underneath Ames tries, thus rendering all alchemists useless. The only people capable of using alchemy were Hohenheim because of the Philosopher's Stone inside his body, and Mei Chang who used alchemy. As Edward watched things unfold, he suddenly had an idea coming to his mind. The idea was the fact that he would also have to control the tectonic energy back in the Empire after he spreads alchemy. After all, who knows what crazy things these wizards and scientists will experiment with after gaining access to such power. If he does not have a way to control them, the Empire might be plunged into chaos. As soon as this idea came to his mind, the spell activated and intercepted the idea and sent it to his world gate located outside of this universe in the void where it was stored. To him, this was the safest place as truth power should not be able to reach there. Edward knew that he had to wait until he deactivated the spell for this idea to come back. But now was not the time. After Hohenheim and Mei Chang struggled against Father, the Elric brothers and Scar's plan finally activated. Using Scar's brothers' alchemy research, they were able to counter Father's control over the tectonic energy and allowed other alchemists to regain their ability to perform transmutation. Once events unfold to this point, Edward looked at Olivier and said, "We can leave now." He then teleported her to the battlefield where countless soldiers and a few alchemists battled against the weakened Father. As soon as she arrived at the location, Olivier took charge of both the Briggs and Central soldiers, commanding them on the attack against Father. As for Edward, he just looked around and watched. He saw many people he was familiar with, including Hughes that had revealed his identity to his best friend, Colonel Mustang. After that, he closed his eyes. Immediately afterward, he found himself in the point of view of Father. He could feel all his thoughts and actions. The reason he did that was to learn how this guy managed to contain such a powerful being inside his body. This kind of knowledge might be useful in the future. Soon, things unfolded just as they should. Under Greed's sacrifice, Father's body was turned into fragile carbon atoms. Alphonse sacrificed his soul to get his brother's arm back, and Ed finally killed Father. In the end, Father lost the ability to contain God and returned to his true and original form, the dwarf in the flask. Immediately after that, Edward Elric used human transmutation, sacrificed his Gate of Truth as a toll to bring his brother's body back. Everything was over, so people began the process of cleaning up and dealing with the aftermath. While Edward was waiting with nothing to do, someone approached him. It was Mei Chang. Mr. Bones, can I ask you something? As Edward looked at the little girl, he could not help but remember his cousin Susan when she was young. Back then, she was so cute. He crouched down, smiled as he patted the little girl's head. What is it? Mei Chang felt kindness from him, so she did not resist. Alphonse told me that you're a very powerful alchemist. So, I was wondering if you know of a way to achieve immortality. I do, the Philosopher's Stone. No, I meant a way without using the lives of others. And my answer remained the same. After seeing the confused look on the little girl's face, he took a stone from the ground and began to draw a transmutation circle. The Philosopher's Stone is made with the life energy and souls of humans. Life force is essentially the qi in the dragon pulse that Xinji's alchemist used. However, there is a place that contains almost endless qi, this planet, explained Edward. By gathering qi or life force from the planet, you can make a Philosopher's Stone without using the lives of people. After explaining the process, he activated the circle, and soon afterward, a white stone appeared in the middle. Mei Chang could feel the vast abundant qi inside that stone. With this stone, you can live for a few thousand years while also being immortal. Well, at least, until the energy in the stone is exhausted. After handing the stone to her, she asked, for me? Yes. Consider it a gift for our first meeting. He waved his hand and the stone entered the little girl's body and fused with her heart. Well, it was not completely fused, but more served as an energy source. The real fusion of a Philosopher's Stone is too painful and horrible. Soon after Edward helped Mei Chang, he could feel a few eyes looking at him. They were Riza, Hawkeye and Hughes, along with Alphonse and two burly men standing next to him. Instantly, he could guess these people's meaning. Alphonse probably wanted to ask him to use the same method he did on Nina to separate his Chimera friends, while Hughes and Riza probably wanted him to heal Mustang's eyes. Instead, Edward immediately teleported away. Although he can be nice and do things based on a whim as he did for Mei Chang, it did not mean that he was a philanthropist willing to help everyone. Moss Hughes sighed after seeing this as he was not surprised. After being with Edward for so long, he knew about his temperament. If this guy likes you, he does not mind helping you. But if he treated you as a stranger, then he probably won't care about your life and death unless it was beneficial to him. I have not been very happy with the recent chapters. I discovered that not many of my viewers have seen the show, so I have to describe many events so that they can understand the story. Adding to that, the entire FMAB story took place in a few months. There is not much I can write about. And now, we are already at the end of the story. Of course, this arc is not over yet as I still have many things more to write. But, soon, Edward will return home, so be prepared for his next journey. 156 visitors. A few days after the events of the promised day, Edward received a visitor inside the manor that he bought in Ames Tries. Luckily, he was not busy and was staying there for some time. Ever since all the plots were finished, he removed the spell he placed around the house. After opening the door, he saw a perfectly healthy Al and Ed waiting for him, and he was not that surprised that Al had healed in just a few days instead of spending years nurturing his body and retraining his muscles. It seems that May has put the stone I gave her to good use, said Edward. Yes. With it, her alchemy has greatly strengthened, so she was able to heal my body, replied Alphonse. Edward invited them inside and offered them some tea. After some pleasantries, he directly said, I'm guessing that you're here for your Chimera friends. What were their names? Gerso and Zampano, said Alphonse. I will not help get their bodies back. You want to help them, do it yourself. I will open my library to you and all the knowledge needed to do so is in there. However, as an alchemist, I follow the law of equivalent exchange. So, if you want something from inside, you have to pay an equal value of knowledge. Ed and Alphonse probably guessed this outcome as Hughes already warned them. Nevertheless, they were still satisfied as they had a way forward, they still had a chance. Alphonse looked at his quiet brother and motioned him to say something. However, seeing the latter remaining motionless, so, he could only speak for himself. Mr. Bones, we were wondering if there was a way for my brother to regain his ability to perform alchemy again. Yes. Become more powerful than the individual that took your alchemy. You mean truth? Asked Ed. What exactly is it? I do not know. Just like he said, God, the universe, the consciousness of all living things. Or just a powerful entity charged with maintaining the law of equivalent exchange. In the end, it does matter. What truly matters is the fact that you did not lose your ability to perform alchemy just because you destroy your gate of truth. Even if you were to recreate the gate, you still would not be able to perform alchemy. Edward was not talking nonsense. In the anime, even with the Philosopher's Stone, Hohenheim could not give Izumi Curtis the ability to have children even after fixing her organs problems. And even Edward could not do the same after giving her a powerful magic potion. When it comes to Ed's problem, he did a few experiments beforehand. He had one of his prisoners sacrifice their gates to acquire knowledge. Then, he developed a plan that should have allowed him to regain his ability to perform alchemy. The plan involved the meditation method that Hermione developed for mages back in the Empire. The meditation technique allowed muggles with enough potential to sense and control mana in the environment. So, Edward modified this technique to allow the prisoner to sense and control tectonic energy on the ground so that he could perform alchemy again. Although this method requires a high level of talent, the prisoner did meet the requirement. Unfortunately, even after sensing the tectonic energy, he was incapable of controlling it to do anything. According to his description, it felt like he was taking a test and knew all the answers, however, he could not write down the answer no matter what he did. As such, Edward knew that even if he gave Edward Elric this meditation method, it would not work. After hearing the answer, Ed was a little disappointed, although not that much as he was prepared for this outcome. However, he still had one thing he wanted to know. Based on what you said, Colonel Mustang should not be able to regain his eyesight even with the Philosopher's Stone. So, why did it work for him? Think about the difference in circumstances between you, your teacher, and Mustang, replied Edward. You mean the fact that he was forced to perform human transmutation? That's correct. Since it was not of his own volition, truth will allow him to regain his sight. I never thought of it as a benevolent being, mocked Ed. Edward just shrugged his shoulders in response. He did not have anything to comment regarding this topic. After the three chatted for a while, the Elric brothers left after promising to come by to exchange the knowledge that they needed. After the two left, Morgana appeared next to Edward and said, Master, you've been quite grumpy lately. I know. It's just that the situation we found ourselves in this world is quite frustrating. Shouldn't you be used to it after dealing with Herpo for so long? The situation with Herpo is different. At least with him, I could gather some information no matter how little. And with that small information, I could deduce more, find ways to gather more information, and eventually, found solutions. But now, there is nothing to go on, which is a little frustrating. Morgana nodded and said a few things to comfort him. A few hours later, another person came to visit Edward. It was Hughes and his family. Thank you for saving my husband, said Gracia Hughes. Our family does not know how to repay you, so I baked you some miso caramel apple pie. Edward accepted her gift with a smile. He then looked at the two little girls that were accompanying Hughes and Gracia. He squatted down on the floor to be at the same eye level as them. Nina, how are you doing recently? Do you like your new family? Yes. Mr. Hughes and Ms. Gracia treat me very well, replied Nina with a genuine smile, probably the only one she had in a very long time. Edward nodded his head, then looked at the other little girl. What about you, Alicia? How do you like your new sister? Great. I finally have someone to play with when Daddy is busy with his work. After inviting the family inside, they had a long chat. Edward tasted the apple pie, and it was quite delicious. So, he asked Gracia for the recipe and she was happy to give it to him. A few minutes after the Hughes family left, another person came to see him. It was Olivier. Edward was wondering why so many people wanted to visit him on the same day too. Unlike the other people, after coming to see him, Olivier made herself at home by taking off her boots and the top part of her uniform, leaving only the black undershirt. She then went straight for the liquor cabinet, took the entire bottle, and jugged it down with ease. What's gotten into you today? Asked Edward. That old man Grumman was chosen as the next Führer. Huh? What about you? Since most of the previous military leaders are either dead or traitors, based on ranks, he is next in line for the position. As for me, I was just promoted to general. So, what are you going to do? Nothing. I already talked to Grumman and he promised me that I would be his successor. What about Mustang? She sneered. He can only be after me. Edward then spent the night drinking with her. After she drank her depressed mood away, she left. She refused his invitation to spend the night. 157 Discovery. After dealing with his interpersonal relationship, Edward used a magic item to teleport back to his world gate that was located in the void outside of the Fullmetal Alchemist world. Once there, he headed straight to a strange room full of machines. In the middle of the room was a machine that had something that looked like a bed. Without hesitation, Edward took off his clothes and lay on the bed. Morgana, begin the scan. I want everything to be searched, from every atom in my body to my soul, my mind, and my magic core. As you command. Soon, Edward fell asleep. Then, countless lights flashed around his body, scanning every inch of it. An hour later, he woke up and asked, what were the results? There have been some changes, but not what you were expecting, replied Morgana, who had a projection in front of her. What changes? For one, your body's physical aspects have drastically increased due to the aura circulating everywhere. Secondly, you have now access to mana equal to the second limiter. Additionally, your mana seems to be undergoing some sort of mutation. Unfortunately, the process is still ongoing and there is not enough data to speculate. Edward frowned after hearing this. After putting on a robe, he closed his eyes to feel the mana flowing through his body. He wanted to know what this mutation was all about. A few minutes later, he opened his eyes with a little understanding. Each world has different rules or regulations that govern them. They have different laws. For example, in his world, the speed of sound is 343 m/s. However, in another universe, this constant might change to 400 m/s or something less. The mana in his body is a result of the law of the Harry Potter world. It allowed the existence of magic and mana. However, the Fullmetal world is different. Its laws do not allow the existence of magic. So, what happens when mana is introduced into a world that it should not exist in? The logical answer is that it ceased to function or disappeared entirely. But that's not what happened. Instead, Edward's mana started to evolve, mutate so that it can function properly under the laws of the new world. I should have thought about this before, muttered Edward softly. Why is it that I was able to use magic in a magicless world? However, the question he was asking himself now was, why did his mana evolve instead of becoming useless? Could this be a characteristic of mana that he had never heard about? Or is it related to some higher concepts that he has not come into contact with? Is the only one this change was happening to? Edward then waved his hand and an unconscious prisoner suddenly appeared in front of him. He placed his hand on his chest where his heart was located. He then used a spell to check the magic core of this wizard. Unfortunately, he did not find anything. So, he immediately checked a few more dozen people, but the result was the same. Edward frowned as he pondered deeply. Then, an idea flashed across his mind. Immediately, he took another prisoner, a special one. This prisoner had appeared in the Full Metal Alchemist world and was experimented on by Edward to see if he could have a gate of truth. Edward then checked his mana. Indeed, his mana is also evolving like mine, albeit at a slower pace. He checked a few more people who he previously experimented on in Ames tries, and they were all going through some sort of evolution. Since this evolution is a positive one, then I can encourage the other wizards of the Empire to travel to other universes to reap the benefit. Edward could foresee that one day, countless floating cities of the Empire will travel to different universes, conquering, exchanging knowledge, and experiencing different power systems. Of course, that will be in the future when he is powerful enough to suppress all these people even if they were to revolt at once, and also control or reign in their ambitions and desires. Additionally, once a wizard is granted the right of interdimensional travel, they have to sign a contract that says that they have to hand over all the knowledge they acquired in other worlds to Edward. And if they decide to walk the path of conquest, they have to hand over 30% of their gains as tax. If they fail to conquer a world, they can request backup from the Empire. However, in return, they have to pay 70% of their gains instead. Additionally, Edward will promise them that if they die in another world, the Empire will avenge them, and maybe revive them if necessary. Edward shook his head to remove these thoughts from his head. Right now, the development of the Empire has not reached such a point, and it's not even close. After making this discovery about mana, Edward decided to gather some more data. So, he sent a few hundred wizard prisoners in a cell in his manor back in Ames tries. He also sent another group of Muggle prisoners as a control group to see if there will be other changes. Morgana, were there any other discoveries of the scan? Yes. The strength of your soul has increased by at least 10 times. This should be the result of all the alchemy knowledge you learned from the Eye of God. Edward was not surprised by this discovery. In the Empire, a wizard named Carlos de Leon once discovered the relationship between knowledge and a wizard's soul. The more knowledge a wizard has, the more powerful his soul is. And with a powerful soul, it is easier for them to control mana. For example, if two wizards with the same amount of mana were to fight, then the one with the more powerful soul has a higher chance of winning. With a powerful soul, wizards can cast spells faster, the strength of the spells are more powerful, they have greater control of their spells, and they can recover mana faster. This is one of the reasons that scholar mages are more powerful and respected in the Empire than battle mages. Despite all this good news revealed by the scan, Edward was not happy. The reason he wanted to do it in the first place was to discover whether Truth had secretly done something to him. Unfortunately, he did not find anything. I'm going to say it again, Master, you're too paranoid, said Morgana. That may be, muttered Edward. I need you to do one last test. Do a psychological test on me to see if there are any changes. Morgana sighed before nodding. She looked Edward in the eyes and asked a few questions. A few minutes later, he was in a trance, and Morgana asked more detailed questions, and Edward subconsciously answered. 3 hours later, he woke up from his trance. Well, did you find something? Yes. I did discover an anomaly, replied Morgana with a serious look on her little face. 158 new magic system. Anomaly? What anomaly? Asked Edward. Based on your previous thought patterns, you seemed very obsessed with bringing the power of alchemy to the Empire, replied Morgana with a solemn look on her face. Based on this discovery, there is a high chance that a spiritual hint was placed inside your mind to make you that way. After hearing this, Edward suddenly understood. In the past few months, he has been thinking non-stop about how to make all the citizens of the Empire have a gate of truth and use alchemy. When he discovered that the laws of his world might not allow this to happen, he was even going to ask Truth for a way to modify the law of his world to allow people to have a gate of truth. Of course, his paranoid nature did manifest itself. His plan was after receiving the method from Truth, he would not immediately use it, but go to see the old man Merlin and ask if there were any problems with the method. Now, after finding the truth, Edward suddenly realized something he had overlooked. He could make a gate of truth without the help of Truth. In fact, he could recreate the entire alchemy system on his own. Father had long attempted to create a gate of truth of his own. The result of his failure was the homunculus, gluttony. Since Edward already has the data of Father, succeeding would be much easier. When it comes to the knowledge that alchemist received after opening the gate, Edward could also recreate this process as well. All he had to do was create a dimension that is connected to every alchemist's gate of truth and stored information inside. With the knowledge he acquired from the Eye of God, this was a simple thing for him. Despite this, he never thought about doing this, but insisted on asking Truth for him. This was a problem. Edward sighed after figuring things out. He suddenly felt that his mind was clear and that it was working properly. In the end, this was all because of his arrogance and pride. Although he knew that Truth was such a powerful being, he did not take precautions and went to meet it. He thought that he had humbled himself by asking for permission to stay in the world. However, he forgot the saying, mortals should not look up to God. With his measly strength, he should not directly interact with some entity, at least without the necessary information and preparation. After figuring this out, Edward was relieved. Luckily for him, only a spiritual hint was implanted in his subconscious and nothing else. He guessed that Truth did not want him to suspect anything and believed that wanting to bring alchemy back to his world was his own idea. Just like the saying, you can make a person walk straight to hell as long as they believe it was their idea. As for the reason that Truth wanted him to change the laws of his world, Edward could guess there were many benefits for the latter. After figuring things out, a ruthless light flashed across Edward's eyes as he looked at the crystal wall in front of him. A crazy idea came to his mind. He was never a person to suffer a loss so easily. However, he did not rush to do things. He still had plenty of time to plan things easily. He waved his hand and a holographic image appeared in front of him. Inside, there were 3 documents labeled, Wandcraft Magic, Draconian Language Magic, and Devil Whisper Magic. He opened the Wandcraft Magic folder and there were many folders of subcategories like Conjuring, Elemental, White Magic, Transfiguration, Dark Magic, etc. And each of those categories had other subcategories like Necromancy and Summoning. Basically, the Wandcraft Magic was all the spells created by the Empire based on the original Harry Potter magic that was based on Latin and Old English incantation. Edward closed the folder before opening the Draconic Magic one. This one also had many subcategories of magic. The majority of magic in the first folder was converted to Draconic Magic since it was more powerful. Additionally, there was the category of Time Magic that did not exist in the first folder. As for the third folder, it had the least subcategories and amount of spells. Its magic was more focused on the soul and mind, along with contracts. Morgana, create 2 new folders, one labeled Gate Alchemy. As for the second, call it Arcane Rune Magic. As you wish, sir. 2 new folders were created. On the one named Gate Alchemy, she uploaded all the knowledge that they received in this world. As for the second one, it was blank. Edward has long been dissatisfied with these 2 different magic systems for different reasons. The Wandcraft system had many flaws. For one, it was very hard to cast spells without incantation. According to his study, without incantation, wizards can only use 90% of the power of any spells. Even Edward can only use 95% of the power of the spell, and that seems to be the limit. Meaning that if 2 wizards used the same amount of mana, one used incantation and the other did not, the latter can only use 90% of the power of the spell, and only if he is gifted. Of course, the silent cast still has its advantage in speed. Another disadvantage is the fact that multiple spells are very difficult to accomplish. Using that system, a wizard can only use one spell after the other. If you wanted to use Ice Spear and Pyroblast together, it's not possible. As for the Draconic Language Magic, this one has problems as well. Although powerful, this does not change the fact that it's the magic of the dragon race. Humans and dragons have different souls and anatomy, especially in the vocal cord. So, it is very difficult to bring out the full extent of this magic. On top of that, Edward believed that he did not get the full language from Albion's bloodline. Based on what he learned about dragons from the latter, their magic should be way more powerful. Of course, that is if he was not bragging. Lastly, the Devil Whisper Magic. Over the years, based on the devil language that Edward learned to make his contract, the Empire managed to recreate the magic power of that language. Unfortunately, it is currently still incomplete. Another major complaint that Edward had with these 3 magic systems was how tedious it was to engrave all these words when making magic items, especially large items like spaceships or the floating city. It took too much time and could not fully bring out the power of the enchantment. So, based on his recent study of Gate Alchemy, he decided to merge all 4 of these things together to create a new magic system. 159 New Magic System. 2. Using his mana, Edward created 2 circles inside each other in the air. The 2 circles are part of transmutation circles and represent the flow of energy, allowing it to be contained. After drawing the circle, Edward drew Colonel Mustang's flame alchemy symbol, which is basically 2 hourglasses made of triangles connected to one another. On top of the hourglasses was a flame symbol, while the bottom had a salamander. In the first hourglass made of 2 triangles, he drew the ancient runes for Kanaz from his world in both triangles. In the second hourglass, he drew the ancient rune Saulo. Kanaz is the rune for torch, while Saulo is the rune for the sun. In the space between the 2 circles, on the left side, he wrote the dragon incantation Diffe, which could create flames. On the right side, he wrote the incantation Incendio. After everything was done, he used his mana to activate the circle and runes. A spark appeared in front of the circle before extinguishing. It did not even last a few seconds. Edward was not surprised as he continued to test. He removed the Incendio incantation on the right and replaced it with the dragon incantation. This time, a bigger spark appeared. He then removed all the dragon incantations with Wandcraft incantations. A small spark appeared again, lasting 3 seconds. Edward then removed the ancient runes in the middle and replaced them with different language incantations. For the next 3 hours, Edward tried different ways of placing the runes and incantations but only created a spark. Obviously, he was missing something to create his new magic. He took a few minutes breaks and drank a potion that refreshed his mind, making it easier for him to think. After returning to work, he decided to try another approach. I have been inscribing the runes with mana and activating it with mana as well. This could be one of the problems. In that case, let's try something else. Transmutation circle can be engraved or inscribed with anything, chalk, blood, pencil, or ink. However, Edward did not want his new magic system to rely on foreign aid to cast spells. Mana is contained inside the body and flows through the bloodstream. So, blood could be used. He used a spell to draw blood from his body and drew the magic circle with all the runes needed. Then, used his mana to activate it. A small flame appeared in front of the circle. However, it did not last long before becoming unstable. Then, bang! A powerful explosion spread throughout the room, enveloping everything in smoke. Luckily, this room was empty, so nothing was destroyed. Once the smoke cleared, Edward was standing upright with a transparent sphere protecting him. He knew that creating new spells was dangerous, so he was prepared beforehand. After all, one of his wife's mothers died because of an accident like this. Although using blood is better than mana, it is not practical at all. Wizards will have to use spells to control their blood to cast spells. Not to mention how much blood would be needed in a protracted battle. He pondered for a moment, then muttered, in that case, let's try aura. So, he engraved the magic circle with aura and activated it. A large spark occurred, followed by a massive explosion. This trial failed. After thinking about it for a moment, he realized the core issue. Aura was created by the fusion of mana and life force. So, it contained a large amount of mana. After coming to this conclusion, Edward then tried using only life force. A flame the size of a tennis ball appeared before exploding again. Compared with the previous flame that was the size of a ping-pong ball, the size was drastically increased. Unfortunately, Edward was still not satisfied. Overuse of life force will decrease the lifespan of wizards, so this was not a viable option. So, he went back to the drawing board. He walked back and forth in the scorched room that suffered from many explosions. Luckily, it was enchanted to withstand such damage. Mana is controlled or guided by the mind, muttered Edward to himself as he paced back and forth. The mind is an extension of the soul. So, what if I use the soul instead? Edward along with many wizards of the Empire has done extensive research on the soul, so they can manipulate it at will. One of their discovery is an energy special of the soul that Edward called spiritual energy based on the anime Bleach. So, with the power of this spiritual energy, he started drawing the magic circle. A red magic circle suddenly appeared in front of Edward, then he used his mana to activate it. This time, a flame the size of a basketball manifested, then exploded. Indeed, the soul is the best choice. Overuse of it will only lead to fatigue and weariness. With enough rest and mediation, a wizard can quickly replenish its loss. And when it comes to people with powerful souls, they do not have to worry about things like overuse. After making this discovery, Edward was finally satisfied, and the first step of creating his magic system was completed. Now, he needed to find the reason for the explosion and deal with the situation. So, he cast a few more spells with his spiritual energy to gather enough data. A few hours later, he discovered the crux of the problem. It was a conflict of all the different runes used in this system. Whether it is wandcraft incantation, ancient runes, or draconic language, they operated mana at different frequencies. Trying to mix them together resulted in the instability of the spell, this leading to the explosion. After a few more tests, he discovered that the draconic language was very overbearing. It would always try to overwhelm the other incantations, thus leading to the instability of the spell. Although the other incantations were not as bad as it, they were not better too. Using different ones always leads to conflict. Nevertheless, Edward had a solution to this problem: alchemical runes. Unlike the others, alchemical runes can control different kinds of energy. Whether it is tectonic energy, life energy, or soul energy, it can be used. So, Edward will modify them to accept and control different frequencies of mana so that the spell becomes more stable. 160 Magic System 3. After finding a solution to his problem, Edward began to fix it. Alchemy runes are usually made of geometrical patterns like triangles and squares and are used as a way to control and release energy in a way most conducive to the alchemist. With all the alchemy runes of this world along with the knowledge of the Eye of God, it only took Edward an hour to design the new runes for the fire spell. In general, the design of the magic circle was not that different, with the same draconic language, ancient runes, wandcraft incantation, and the fire and salamander symbol. What was different was the hourglasses made of triangles in the middle. Instead, it was replaced by a more complex geometrical symbol. After everything was done, Edward was satisfied and activated the circle with his mana. A blue flame the size of a basketball appeared immediately afterward. He waited for a few seconds to see if there would be any other accident, but nothing happened. Succeed. He then continued to increase the amount of mana in the circle. As a result, the flame increased in size until it was about 30 meters in diameter. Under his control, the flame turned into a ball. As he looked at the fireball in front of him, he created another magic circle. The runes of this one were similar to the previous one, with only a few ones changed. After activating it, another blue fireball appeared. Unlike the first one, he did not have to control the flame to change shape into a ball but appeared that way. Finally, Edward created another magic circle and a third fireball appeared. As he looked at all these fireballs, he began to think about the fundamental difference between them. In the first two, he transformed mana into fire elements that can be controlled. As for the last one, he controlled the oxygen around to make the flame. One used magic, while the other used science. Nevertheless, he was very satisfied with the versatility of this new magic system. Nodding his head with a little pride, Edward quickly calmed down before saying, Morgana, based on the data we have at hand, optimize the runes in these 3 spells. As you wish, sir. How long will it take? 1H32MN19S. In that case, I'll go eat something. More than an hour later, Edward looked at the optimized runes in front of him with his lips twitching. He thought that he had created a masterpiece, but Morgana discovered so many problems with them. He used his mana to cast the newly improved spell, and he discovered that with the same amount of mana, he can create a flame 3 times the size of a basketball. Edward sighed after seeing this result. This is the wonder of artificial intelligence. When it comes to magic, Edward was quite prideful, and rightfully so. In the Empire, many scientists or engineers were on par with him, and many were better than him. However, when it comes to magic talent, he had never found his match, except for Morgana. He knew that it would take him at least a year to optimize such basic spells to such a level, yet, the little elf only took an hour. And this was only because she was not operating at maximum capacity. This is one of the reasons that he strictly controlled the use of artificial intelligence in the Empire. Although he knew with it, the rapid progress of the Empire would be even faster. Nevertheless, he still insisted that artificial intelligence is used as nothing but helping aid humans. They can assist, speed up research, and do many of the long and tedious calculations, but the advancement of any project has to be led by humans or wizards. Artificial intelligence can only be an assistant. After taking a moment to think about these things, he continued to do his research on this new magic system. Creating 1 or 2 spells was not enough to be called a new magic system. However, Edward did not continue to create spells as he discovered another problem. To be exact, he found something he did not like. He discovered that it was very difficult to create 2 magic circles at the same time. So, he concentrated and drew the magic circles in the air. However, after only 5 magic circles, he realized that he could not make any more, and Edward frowned. He did not make any new attempts but continued to practice engraving runes and the magic circle. A few hours later, he could instantly engrave all 5 circles, meaning he could cast 5 spells at the same time. Nevertheless, the number of circles did not increase. With how strong my soul is, I can only use 5 magic circles. What about other wizards? The reason he wanted to create this new system in the first place was that he wanted the wizards in the Empire to have a massive advantage when dealing with other magical civilizations in the future. Yet, so far, this new system has not reached its desired outcome. Of course, Edward did not immediately come up with another method but instead decided to create other spells first and try them. So, for the next 3 months, he recreated many of the spells in his database. One good news that came out of this experience was the fact that his new arcane rune spells were at least 3 to 5 times more powerful than draconic language magic. But, he still did not break the limitation of 5 magic circles. And only a few of the prisoners he tested on could use 2 magic circles. As such, he prepared to use another method to break this limitation. And the solution to this problem was obvious. Since the soul is required to engrave magic circles, then where is the source of the soul in the body? In the soul dimension or soul space. After closing his eyes, Edward found himself in an empty white space with a gate in the middle. This was his soul dimension. Without hesitation, he started engraving spells inside the space, and he only stopped until the large space was filled. Then, he returned to his body. He did not immediately activate these spells. But even his body, he could still see the magic circles in his mind. Interesting, he muttered. It seems that I can leave the spells there and use them at a later date. I should do a test on how long they can stay there. After that, he went to another room in the gate that was a vast desolate place with nothing in sight. Then, he used his mana to activate the spells. 20 magic circles appeared in front of them, then fireballs, ice spears, wind blades, lightning bolts came out of these circles. Boom! A devastating explosion that could instantly wipe out a few modern cities took place. Massive amounts of mana enveloped the surrounding, making things even more chaotic. As for Edward, as he floated in the sky and looked at the devastation below, he nodded in satisfaction. With enough mana, I could probably use more than 20 spells at the same time. After nodding in satisfaction, he began to train. He wanted to have the ability to enter his soul dimension without closing his eyes and entering a deep state of meditation or using spells. After another 3 months of constant training and trial and error, a magical change occurred to Edward. His soul dimension and mind seemed to fuse together. With this change, he could now see his gate of truth inside his mind, and he could engrave magic circles inside with his thoughts alone. 161 Water Resort. After having this breakthrough in his new magic system, Edward was elated. Although he still had many things to accomplish before this system was perfected, he was happy with his progress. With his elated mood, he wanted to celebrate, so he thought of Olivier. He wanted to see her after so long. However, he did not enter the world again. Instead, he created a clone and placed his consciousness inside. The clone entered the world. Fort Briggs. Olivier, who had returned to the north after everything settled, was in her office overviewing documents. She felt something and raised her head, only to see a handsome man with blue eyes standing in front of her, smiling. Instead of replying with the same smile, she sneered, "I thought you had left, returned to the embrace of your 4 wives." An emergency came up, so I had to hurry to deal with it. Then, I got caught on a new research project and lost track of time. I apologize. You disappeared for more than 6 months. If you think an apology is enough to get me to forgive you, then you are gravely mistaken. I know that I was wrong, so I have a surprise for you, replied Edward, still with a smile on his face. He did not mind that Olivier was mad at him. This only showed that she cared. If she was indifferent to his disappearance, then he would worry. What surprise. We're going to a water resort. Resort, muttered Olivier as she tried to remember the information about the Empire in her mind. Once again, she sneered, you just want to see me in a bikini. Edward shrugged his shoulders, I won't deny this as one of my motives. Olivier glared at him for a second before ignoring him. Embarks was a landlocked country, so there were no oceans. Additionally, the concept of pools and resorts was not invented yet in this world, or at least, not in Embarks. She wanted to have such an experience. So, after grunting for a while, she accepted his offer. In fact, she was only thinking that if she was stronger than him, then she would beat him up a little before accepting the offer. Olivier sighed as she told him that they could leave tomorrow as she had things to do for the rest of the day. Edward nodded and waited for her at Briggs. The next day, Edward's clone teleported with Olivier inside his world gate outside of the universe. After seeing 2 Edwards, she frowned. Clone. Yes. Why? My paranoia has gotten the best of me, replied Edward before dismissing the clone. He waved his hand and a holographic image of many types of bikinis appeared in front of Olivier. Choose the style you want, then Morgana will print it for you. Edward decided to wait in another room. He thought that things would only last a few minutes, but he forgot that it was a woman shopping. Unfortunately, even the Ice Queen could not resist the allure of shopping for clothes. In the end, Edward had to wait 3 hours before Olivier came up. During the wait, he asked himself many times if it was worth it. However, when he saw her in a blue suit with a transparent long nightgown, her long blonde hair loosely tied, and large dark sunglasses, he knew that it was worth it. My dear, you look breathtaking. I'm perfectly aware of this. Edward smiled as he always liked a confident woman. After admiring her curves and perfect figure for a few seconds, he led her to another room in the gate. As soon as Olivier entered, she felt like she entered another world. There were many people, both women and men, both young and old, flocking around and enjoying themselves. Whether it was at the pool, at a restaurant, or a bar, they were everywhere. As Olivier looked at everything in wonder, she started to wonder something. Where did you get all these people? I thought you came here alone. Do you really want to know? Asked Edward back. Tell me, I'm not that fragile. They're clones? Olivier looked at him, wanting him to explain. When I first tried to travel to other universes, I did so while knowing that I might either die during the process or forever get lost in the endless void, forever not able to return home. So, I created this place as a way to interact with people, and deal with loneliness. Plus, they also served as a backup plan. Backup plan? Yes. In case I get stranded somewhere, I can use them as populations to rebuild the empire, then find another way home with the help of many people. Olivier nodded her head as she looked at all those people, wondering how they would feel if they learned that they were just clones of someone else. There is no need to pity them. Compared to their other compatriots in the empire that are used as either cannon fodder for war or experimental materials, they get to live their lives in peace, enjoying every day as if it was a vacation. I'm guessing that you do not use this place often. So, what happens to these people during your absence? I use the power of the gate to freeze them in time. Once I need to come here, I unfreeze them. Olivier nodded her head but no longer asked any more questions. For the next few weeks, she enjoyed herself in the resort. She visited many water slides, the beach, 5-star restaurants, luxurious hotels, and even a movie premiere that Edward organized just for her. With a beautiful dress, she walked the red carpets with countless paparazzi taking pictures. Additionally, she finally learned how vast this space actually was. It was not just a resort, but a large city. However, Edward told him that freezing an entire city in time took too much energy, so he had to only freeze the habit part of the city. However, since he wanted to provide Olivier with the full experience of a modern vacation, he made more clones, implanted them with the necessary memories, and had these people occupy the city. After that, Edward took her to watch different sports games, watched ballet, the opera, and even a concert. Unfortunately, besides American football and rugby, she did not like many sports or other activities. What she enjoyed the most was watching the military training that Edward organized for her. She had a wide smile during the entire ordeal. It's a shame that the military training was only based on the modern 21st century army, and not the Empire's army regiment of wizards and genetically engineered soldiers. Nevertheless, Oliver was still satisfied. According to her, she learned plenty of things that she planned to use when she returned to Briggs, and eventually, for Embarks. Once their date finished, Edward sent her back home, and he continued his magic research. 162 Chain Circle. After more than a month of relaxing, Edward returned back to his busy schedule of magic research. He walked into the testing site he designed to create spells and test them. Morgana, create a subcategory under Arcane Rune Magic. Call it, Chain Magic Circle/Magic Array. As you wish, sir. After that, a holographic pen and paper appeared in front of Edward and he began to draw. He first drew many magic circles of various designs. Then, he started to place them together. Once all the magic circles were together, he surrounded them by another larger circle. As such, this particular magic circle looked like a large circle with many smaller circles inside of them. Once it was done, Edward did not immediately test the result. Instead, he entered a virtual space to test it out. In the past few months, with enough data about runes and magic circles, Morgana can create a virtual space that can simulate the real magic circle's effect. For the next week, he tested and corrected all the errors or faults on the new spell. Finally, when it was ready, he tested it. Edward stood in a desert with a baseball shooting machine in front of him. Ready, ready, replied Morgana. Runes then started appearing in front of Edward to form a large circle with many circles inside. Once the large magic circle was formed, he nodded his head to the little elf. The shooting machine shot a baseball at him with unmatched speed, so Edward immediately used his mana to activate the large magic circle. A white light flew from the circle and hit the traveling ball, then it stopped in the air. A smile appeared on Edward's face as he said, "I can finally use time magic without relying on my gate." Unfortunately, his smile did not last long as his face became stiff. He fell on the ground and started twitching like he was having a seizure. Damn it! I forgot to take into account the mana used for such a powerful spell. More than half a minute later, he stopped and breathed out loud. Morgana, why didn't you remind me? Master, I forgot, replied the little elf while dodging eye contact with him. You forgot? Said Edward as he glared at her. Fine, you forgot. In that case, why did you wait for more than 30 seconds to instill mana inside my body? My system had been malfunctioning lately, so I was late to respond. You, said Edward as he knew that this little girl did it on purpose. She was probably mad at him for not including her in the creating process of this new magic system. Fine. In that case, I will not give you any credits for optimizing the new system. Master, you can't do this. Yes, I can. No, said the little elf as she started crying. Unfortunately, Edward ignored her. This little elf has become obsessed with receiving credits for her work. Because of her, it is required by law in the Empire for all wizards or scientists who used Skynet as a help in their research to put her name as credit. Edward guessed that this personality flaw was probably the result of using Voldemort's soul to create her. Master, I'm sorry. I won't do it again, cried the little purple hair elf. You should know what your punishment is, responded Edward. Morgana nodded her head before disappearing. Then, her consciousness descended into a regular human body. That regular body then started to write, I should not act out and respect the master. For the next few hours, she repeatedly wrote these words, even when her hands ached tremendously. She continued. She did not stop writing until after the 100,000th sentence. By then, her little hand was numb with the pain. While Morgana was reflecting on herself, Edward continued his research on his new magic system. He entered his forging room and took out a regular sword. Using his enchanting pen, he engraved a magic circle on the sword. However, unlike previously where he needed to use mana for the engraving, this time he used his soul power. Once he was done, he injected mana on the sword and swung it. A massive flame tornado manifested from it. He was satisfied that his arcane rune magic could be used for magic item creation. However, he was not done yet. Using one of the machines, he zoomed in on the sword until he saw the very atoms that it was composed of. In the space between these atoms, he began to draw a magic circle. Because of how small this circle was, Edward required the help of machinery to accomplish it. Once the circle was drawn, he controlled it to attach to one of the atoms. Then, a magical change occurred. A link connecting all these atoms was created from that single microscopic magic circle. Additionally, the mana existing inside the metal of this sword suddenly became even more active. Interesting, muttered Edward. He immediately injected his mana on the sword and flame ejected out of it. The flame soon landed on a piece of iron and remained there, seeming to burn forever. Edward observed this flame for at least 5 minutes before it was extinguished. Using the micro-engraving, the magic circle gained some kind of specialty, muttered Edward. He guessed that this specialty was probably burning. Unlike the previous flame that only used high heat to burn things, this flame had an additional magical property that made it stronger. Edward continued testing this new sword to gather data, and his guess was proven correct. No matter where the flame lands, it will continue to burn for a few minutes without having additional mana to support it. To gather more data, he tried a different micro-engraving. He used the magic circle for the wind blade spell. As a result, the sword gained the sharp specialty. Then, an ordinary magic iron could easily cut off metals that were harder and denser. It seems that this new micro-engraving enchantment has a lot of potentials. The concept of micro-engraving was not new in the Empire. Many kinds of research were done before. Unfortunately, wandcraft enchantments were not possible for micro-engraving, and draconic language would not last long. But with this new system, Edward finally succeeded. Furthermore, he could see the vast potential of this type of enchantment. For example, engraving countless magic circles and attaching them to different atoms should have different results. Nevertheless, despite this groundbreaking breakthrough, Edward did not continue his research on this subject. He had one more idea to try for magic item creation. 163 core engraving inside his forging room, Edward held a white sphere in his hand. He looked at it with satisfaction, then said, Morgana, begin inserting mana. Soon after that, blue light flew from the floor to enter the sphere. The process lasted for at least 3 hours. Once everything was done, Edward drew a fireball magic circle or spell model in the air, then controlled it to enter the white sphere. The sphere floated in front of him, then Edward walked to a table where a sword was located. Under his control, the sphere entered the sword. "Begin connection," he ordered. As soon as his words finished, a veins-like design started to appear on the side of the blade, and Edward observed with bated breath. Unfortunately, a few seconds later, cracks started to appear all over the sword before it broke apart. With a frown on his face, he muttered, "Is the blade too brittle to support the connection?" He experimented a few times again with the same sword, then said, "Morgana, use all the materials we have to manufacture different swords. Organize them from the most brittle to the hardest." "Yes, sir." "Do I only use magical ores?" "No, use regular ones as well." "In that case, it will take 7 days to finish." Edward nodded in response. During these 7 days, he went to see Olivier again. Since she was busy, they did not do much, just talked most of the time. Of course, Edward only sent a clone this time as well. A week later, he returned to his forging room with thousands of swords in front of him. Without hesitation, he placed the white sphere on the one labeled with number 1 and began testing. Like the previous swords, the majority of the tested ones ended the same way. It was not until 234th swords that the connection finally succeeded, and Edward's experiment finally succeeded. Although he could have used the hardest metal at the start, he wanted to gather more data, so he did not hesitate to go through all this trouble. Edward looked at the swords that had veins pattern all over them with satisfaction. To most people's eyes, this might be an ordinary sword with a strange design. However, the truth was far from this. The sphere that Edward placed inside was a small pocket dimension he created to house magical enchantment. So, instead of engraving the enchantment on the sword, it was placed inside the dimension. Edward used a small part of his mana to activate the sword, then a fireball about 100 meters in diameter appeared in front of him. Logically speaking, this sword should only be able to create a fireball about 5 meters in diameter. However, the pocket dimension inside the sword contained mana of its own. So, when Edward activated the enchantment inside, it also absorbed the mana inside the pocket dimension to increase its strength. He waved the sword again, then another fireball appeared. This time though, he did not use his mana to activate the enchantment, but the mana inside the pocket dimension. This was another advantage of this kind of enchantment, it could be considered mage tech and be used by regular people. There are 2 reasons that he wanted to develop this kind of technology. 1, it was for safety. Engraving magic circles on items makes it easier for other people to decipher them. With enough time, preparation, and resources, it is possible to decipher the runes used and replicate them. Edward has to prepare in advance for when the Empire encounters other civilizations and prevent them from easily analyzing their technology and replicating it. With this new technology that he decided to call core engraving, unless a civilization has reached the point of exploring and creating pocket dimension, it is almost impossible for them to decipher their technology. And even if they have this capability, the Empire can modify the pocket dimension to explode when someone tries to decipher, thus erasing the evidence and protecting the technology behind it. As for the main reason he created this technology, it was for terrorist bombings. If he ever wanted to destroy a civilization secretly or without going through a long war, all he has to do is have one of these magic items infiltrate the core location of that civilization. Under the disguise that this was just a normal magical item, the process will be quite simple. Once that item reaches its destination, the program he left inside the pocket dimension will activate, causing it to detonate itself. The spatial energy released by a pocket dimension exploding is enough to destroy anything from a planet to an entire solar system. The scope of the destruction is based on the size of the pocket dimension. And Edward has no problem extending the size of the dimension. With the extension curse, the size of any dimension he creates is theoretically limitless. Furthermore, he can even place void energy inside the pocket dimension to increase the lethality. However, considering how dangerous this kind of energy is, he would never do so unless absolutely necessary. As Edward watched his new weapon of mass destruction, he nodded in satisfaction. I have tried many times to connect the pocket dimension to my soul, that way, I could use it to store large amounts of mana and use it when needed. Unfortunately, my experiment failed. Yet, I succeeded in connecting it to non-living items. Ever since he learned how to create pocket dimensions from studying gluttony, he wanted to use it as a way to store mana. His idea was to use the same method that sorcerers in the Marvel Universe use to control dimensional energy to cast spells. Unfortunately, even with his deep understanding of controlling energy that he learned from studying this world's alchemy, he failed. So, he decided to try Plan B, which was to connect the pocket dimension to his soul dimension. This way, he could use his Gate of Truth to siphon mana from it and use it to cast spells. But that also failed. Nevertheless, Edward was not in a hurry. He had plenty of time to research this method. And even if he fails in the end, all he has to do is find a way to go to the Marvel Universe and learn their method of casting spells. After making further plans for the future, Edward started to think about his recent gain. So far, the 3 methods of magic forging that he created have their advantages and disadvantages. Still, they can only be considered in their infancy and have plenty of room for growth and development. Morgana, continue to test the other hundreds of metals left and record your findings. As you wish, sir. Then, a hesitant look appeared on her face. Edward looked at her, then said, "Yes, you will receive your credit." With a smile on her face, the little elf hurried to conduct her research. Meanwhile, Edward went inside the core of his world gate. He was preparing for an upgrade. And the research chapters will not last long. After a while, the regular plot will continue. I still have some things planned before this world ends. 164 New upgrade. After arriving at the core of the world gate, Edward first looked at the enormous philosopher's stone in the middle, then his eyes shifted to all the enchantments in the middle of the white room. Although he remembered all of them vividly, he still did one last check. Once he was done, he sat in a meditative position and yelled out loud, Morgana. Morgana, server 234 at your service, master. Use a soul link for me to enter the virtual world. As you wish. After closing his eyes, Edward found himself in another white room that looked exactly like the gate's core room. Then, without hesitation, he began to draw runes and magic circles. This time, he was translating the enchantment in his gate from their original magic system to his new arcane rune magic system. The process lasted 3 months. All the spatio-temporal enchantments, the ones that allowed him to survive in the void, the ones that allowed him to use luck to locate other worlds, the one that allowed him to use Harry's fated star as a spatial coordinate for his home world, the energy distribution ones, all of them and more were translated to the new system. However, Edward did not stop there. Once that project was done and after he had Morgana optimize these enchantments, he had another crazy idea. To combine them into a 3-dimensional structure that formed a complete system. So, he did not exit the virtual world and began combining these runes together. With enough data, the virtual space can stimulate the real effect of these runes, so Edward did not have to risk blowing himself in the process. If something went wrong with the runes, his virtual body will be the one who suffers. Edward opened his eyes, then groaned in pain as he held his head. He felt like a million elephants were trampling on his mind, he even felt that his soul was about to break. Luckily for him, Morgana acted in time. 3 long cords with an injecting needle came from the ground and inserted themselves in his neck and spine. A green potion was injected into his body, which then immediately started to soothe his mind and soul. A few minutes later, Edward stopped groaning, so Morgana said, Master, you should be more careful of using the perception dilation. I know, replied Edward, who was still a little groggy. How long has it been? A year. He nodded in his head. The reason he had such a large reaction was that he had spent 20 years inside the virtual space while only a year passed in real life. Due to the large difference in perception, he went over his limit and his soul was almost affected. As soon as his symptoms were relieved, he headed straight back to work. With his spiritual energy or the energy from his soul, he began to create a complicated 3D shape object made of different geometric shapes and runes. Once he was done, this new magic circle looked like a sphere, but upon closer look, it seemed to be constantly changing shape. Sometimes it looked like it was made of many different triangles, sometimes it was made of both rectangles and triangles. In general, it was very complex and constantly changing as if it had a life of its own. As Edward watched this masterpiece of his, he smiled with great satisfaction. 3D enchantments? I look forward to 3D spell models, muttered Edward. As he observed this new enchantment, he could see that it was slowly fading away. He was not surprised by that. Enchantments are different from spells. One is permanent, while the other is temporary. Immediately, he controlled the Philosopher's Stone to provide energy to maintain the shape of the enchantment. Morgana, take out the metals we needed for the enchantment. As you wish, Master. Immediately afterward, a bunch of magic metals appeared in the core room. These metals included mithril, adamantinium, orichalconium, white gold, purple silver, monosteel, and even the metal he created from the Philosopher's Stone, magicium. After these ores appeared, Edward took different portions or sizes of them and threw them into the 3D enchantments. Without any pause, these ores were absorbed, and with absorption, the enchantment became a little more real. Once everything was over, he removed the mana that was keeping the enchantment intact, but it did not disappear afterward. With a wave of his hand, the other enchantments that were engraved in the floor in another magic system were erased. The core room shook for a few seconds before stopping, then the core started to supply energy to the different sections of the gate. However, they were not functioning under a new system. Morgana, give a status report on the new upgrade. There are many updates, like the increase in control of spatial and temporal energy. However, these things are minor and can be experienced later on. The most important upgrade so far is the void navigation system. Previously, it would take us 120 years to travel back and forth from our universe to this one, but now, it will only take 1 year. And if you shut down all other functions and use all energy on it, we could drastically reduce the time. Edward smiled in satisfaction. His next plan involved a confrontation with truth. So, he prepared a way for him to quickly run away once something goes wrong. Honestly, he has no shame about running away from a powerful opponent. After all, he is not some honor-bound knight that would rather die in battle rather than surrender or run away. He is a wizard that focuses on intelligence and wisdom, and running away can be considered a form of wisdom. And if he wanted to be honest with himself, he can be considered a dark wizard with all the shady things he has done. As such, running away is not a problem for any dark wizards, as long as their lives are kept. After taking a moment to regain his thought, Edward muttered softly, now, it's time to deal with the issue of my mana and magic core. And, honestly speaking, the research chapter went longer than I anticipated. So, if you do not enjoy this kind of thing, I recommend waiting for a few days once everything is done to read the actual plot. To be safe, wait until chapter 168. 165 Tier I. Inside a blue room, Edward sat in a meditative pose with his eyes closed. In his soul dimension, he was constructing a 3D magic circle that somewhat looked like a funnel. The first step is done, thought Edward once he finished. Immediately afterward, he controlled that magic circle to travel from his mind to his magic core located near his heart. There, Edward could see a bunch of vague blue fog, and in the middle floated the magic circle. He knew that this was a visual manifestation of his mana. Under his control, a small part of his mana was used to activate the circle. Immediately afterward, the circle started absorbing the mana from one end of the funnel. Once inside, the energy compression spell located inside the 3D magic circle activated and started to apply pressure. Edward observed the process while waiting with bated breath. A few minutes later, at the other end of the funnel, a drop of liquid appeared, making him excited. This drop of mana looked exactly the liquid mana he would find inside the leyline nodes. I finally succeeded, he thought to himself. Then, he actively controlled the magic circle to speed up the process. 3 days later, all the mana inside his core had turned into liquid. The exact moment that the process ended, something out of his expectation occurred. The liquid mana instinctively traveled to different parts of his body, his skin, muscles, bones, organs, and cells. In the process, it seemed to nourish or strengthen these parts. Edward could feel that all his physical aspects like strength, speed, nerve reactive, stamina, and many more drastically strengthened. Once that was done, his mana broke into his soul dimension inside his mind and started to nourish his soul. Edward moaned slightly as the process was surprisingly very pleasurable. The process lasted another hour before ending. Then, Edward opened his eyes. He checked his body as he could feel the powerful energy flowing through his veins. Additionally, he could feel that his lifespan has drastically increased. According to his calculation, he could live for a few thousand years without the use of the immortal elixir. While he was scanning his body to ensure that nothing was wrong, he suddenly frowned. In his mind, a message suddenly appeared. Tier 4 Wizard. He just received a message that he became a Tier 4 Wizard. That message seemed to become deep from both his soul and mana. What is going on? Muttered Edward as he quickly thought of a way to explain what was going on. Then, he remembered a passing remark he heard from Albion. How could a low-tier wizard? Because Edward was walking away, that's all he remembered from that conversation. So, he entered his mindscape and began to review that specific memory over and over again to hear what the dragon said. Finally, he remembered him muttering, how could a measly low-tier 3 wizard manage to bypass my bloodline preventive measure? Suddenly, something clicked in Edward's mind. He remembered the 3 limiters he discovered. Could it be each of the limiters correspond to a tier? The first limiter corresponds to Tier 1, the second to Tier 2, and so on. This should be how wizards and mages are ranked in my universe. Now, he was wondering how this information appeared in his mind. Could it have been inscribed in the soul of all living beings in that universe, and as long as they reach a certain level, they will receive the message? Or was Edward special? Wanting to know the answer to this question, he quickly began to experiment. He took out a dark wizard that had broken the 3rd limiter and installed the way to liquefy his mana to him. Using the perception dilation of the virtual space, the dark wizard did not take long to learn. Then, under the promise of freedom, he tried to reach the level of a Tier 4 wizard. As Edward watched the dark wizard sitting cross-legged, an accident occurred. The dark wizard's heart suddenly exploded. With a frown on his face, a holographic image appeared in front of him. It displayed the mana liquefaction of the dark wizard. After reviewing it, Edward quickly discovered the problem. This wizard's soul was not strong enough to control his mana, so his magic core exploded. So, Edward changed the experimental material. This time he used another dark wizard with a more powerful soul. And to be safe, he fed her a few potions to forcibly increase her soul strength. As he watched her going through the same process as the previous guy, another accident occurred. The female dark wizard started bleeding from her mouth, nose, and ears. So, the wizard's body has to reach a certain standard before entering Tier 4, otherwise, the liquid mana will destroy the body instead of strengthening it. Luckily, I have already come up with aura to strengthen wizards. So, Edward tried with a 3rd dark wizard. This time, he ensured that this person had both the body and soul strength necessary to survive the process, and this dark wizard did. He immediately appeared in front of this red-hair, pale-skin wizard, then asked, what information did you receive? He tried to read this guy's mind, but he did not find any information about becoming a Tier 4 wizard. Why your majesty, some information just entered my mind saying that I became a Tier 4 wizard, stuttered the dark wizard. He felt an instinctive fear after seeing Edward, who just nodded after hearing this. His theory was correct, however, there was still room for improvement. However, he had to wait until he returned home to do further research. He looked down at the wizard, and by reading his mind, he could tell that this guy had become a little bloated after becoming more powerful as he was planning on how to escape. His low-level occlumency was nothing to Edward. Under his command, the curse he placed inside the dark wizard's body was activated and his mana became unusable. Then, the dark wizard passed out and was transported to his cell. He still had values as research material. As for Edward, he returned to his research room to continue to increase his strength. If everything goes right, he should be able to reach Tier 5 in one reach. Author's note. First, I would like to apologize. This chapter was supposed to be longer, but as I'm currently writing it at 1 a.m. and I still have another chapter to write for my other novel, I had to stop. Second, I debated internally whether to add the concept of tears in this novel since it started to sound too Xiangxia, but in the end, I still chose to do it since this novel is heavily influenced by Warlock of the Margus world. The tier system is a good way to show Edward's strength progress along his journey and the level of threat he will face in the future. Third, this is kind of a disclaimer. Do not take this tier system too seriously. In this story, it does not matter what level of tier a threat is, Edward can still use his intelligence, strategy, and technology to kill higher tiers opponents. Think of it as the way Rick Sanchez and Doctor Who are people that can be killed with a bullet, can still fight with gods. Of course, I will try my best to make it sound believable. The next storyline will display what I mean. 166 Tier 2, Edward returned to the blue room he was meditating in. After sitting down, he began the process of increasing his mana. The room he was in was designed to contain mana in the environment, so he could absorb that mana to fill his magic core. Additionally, as a wizard, his bloodline could naturally produce mana over time. So, Edward drank a new potion to speed up the process. Because he had abused the previous potion, he had grown immune to it, so he had to develop a new one with different magic plants and materials. Every time he absorbed mana inside his core, it will be processed and turned into liquid by the magic circle. Slowly, the number of mana inside his core gradually increased. The process is too slow, muttered Edward, who did not want to wait. Morgana, directly inject mana inside my body from the core. Tubes came from the ground and began to inject mana from the Philosopher's Stone at the core of the gate. Edward quickly realized the difference between this mana and the previous one. The mana he absorbed from the air had to compress into liquid by the circle, but the one from the stone was already liquid. This was not the first time that Edward had injected mana inside his body from the stone, but those times, it was not liquid. This change must be the result of his recent development. 3 days later, he felt a sense of fullness inside his core. It was similar to when he broke through the 3rd limiter and his MAND reached 100 times that of an adult wizard. This meant that Edward had reached the limit of Tier 4. Without pause, he began to engrave a new 3D spell model inside his mind. In the past 20 years he spent inside the virtual space, he accomplished 3 things: optimized the enchantment for his world gate, and create a way to liquefy and solidify/crystallize his mana. Once the 3D model was engraved inside his soul dimension with his spiritual power, he controlled it to enter his magic core. After activating it, to his surprise, nothing happened. He quickly checked the spell model to see if something was wrong, but all his calculations were correct. Nevertheless, he still failed. He tried a few times again with no success. After frowning for a while, he muttered, "It's time for Plan B." He operated away and reappeared in a room with a very complex transmutation circle in the middle. At the center of the circle was a blue Philosopher's Stone. Edward first checked the stone to make sure that nothing was wrong. This stone can be considered the perfect Philosopher's Stone. It is made of both magic and gate alchemy. It contained the perfect ratio of mana, soul, and life energy. After checking the stone, he checked the transmutation circle. It's been a while since he designed this circle as a way to fuse his magic core with the Philosopher's Stone. Now that his knowledge had increased, he could see a few flaws in the design, so he optimized it. Once he was done, he prepared to go through the process himself. Morgana suddenly appeared next to him and said, "Master, do you want to do a few more experiments before trying it on yourself? Didn't we already have enough data?" But it's better to be more cautious." Edward pondered for a moment before nodding his head. He first did a few hundred of thousands of simulations in the virtual space, then used a few prisoners as experiments. Once everything was done, he laid down in the middle of the circle and activated it. Lights came off from the circle followed by lightning-like noses. A blue cube suddenly came from Edward's heart and floated next to the stone, then 2 of them seemed to decompose into tiny particles and began to mix together. Edward's plan was to use the core ideas of alchemy, decomposition and reconstruction. He decomposed both his magic core and the Philosopher's Stone into their basic material and reconstruct them into something new with the advantage of both. It's the same process of making chimera by combining human DNA with animal DNA. Once everything was over, a blue hexagon core appeared in the air before entering Edward's heart. Immediately afterward, a powerful force started ravaging his body. The mana and life force of the stone would destroy every part of his body, then reconstruct it. Whether it was his hearts, organs, skins, muscles, bones, etc. It did not matter, it would be destroyed and rebuilt. On top of that, powerful soul energy was also rapidly increasing the power of his soul, and the process was not peaceful. With all the pain he was experienced, he still had to steel his mind and retain a certain level of consciousness, otherwise, the violent mana and life force would be more destructive. The strengthened process lasted for an entire day before Edward absorbed all the life force in the stone and the mana returned to his core. However, everything was not finished. Once his soul was finished strengthened, he had to face another test, the resentment left from the souls that the Philosopher's Stone was made. Although Edward used the souls of clones, and even purify the resentment left in them, he could not completely get rid of them. In fact, he wanted to summon demons and use their souls to make greater Philosopher's Stones. Unfortunately, he could not summon a large number of them at times. On top of that, although the soul of demons was more powerful than a regular wizard, it was filthy and full of madness and chaos. It was extremely difficult to purify the soul of demons. The Empire has been trying to invent light magic to purify them, but the result has been mediocre before Edward left. In his soul dimension, Edward's soul watched as more than 100,000 people looked at him with hatred and madness. He could hear their constant madness and complaints. Immediately, he began to chant in Sanskrit, and a golden light came out of his body. As soon as the light touched these souls, their faces constantly changed from peaceful to anger. It was like they were two people fighting over one body. Edward was currently using a Buddhist magic from India. According to a study previously done by the Empire, this magic had some effect on soothing souls or ghosts full of resentments. For the next week, Edward continued to chant and the light quickly expanded in size. Then, all the resentments vanished from his soul dimension. Edward opened his eyes with a frown on his face before looking at his hand. He could see a tiny black spot in the middle. He knew that although he managed to remove the resentment of these souls, his own soul was still contaminated. Albeit this level of contamination was nothing to him, he did not want any blemish on his soul. His first thought was to cut off that contamination, then slowly heal his soul. However, he decided to slowly remove it instead. Although this process would probably last decades, it was also a way for him to study the soul and contamination. After making a decision, he left his soul dimension and returned to his body. He stood up from the ground in the middle of the transmutation circle. Edward could feel the strong mana flowing through his veins. He immediately inspected his magic core, then muttered, "So, that's how it is." He finally understood why his method of crystallizing mana did not work. What he was doing was essentially turning the magic core into a pseudo-philosopher's stone. Although this kind of stone is even less powerful than the less stone that used emotions, it still requires a large amount of soul energy to be bound or contain. Otherwise, the process will not succeed. After realizing the problem, he knew how to allow the wizards in the Empire to reach Tier 5. A certain amount of soul energy is required in the process. At the same time, he also has a plan that will further divide the strength of Tier 5 wizards. There will be ordinary Tier 5, followed by people who can use the lesser stone to fuse their magic core, then people who use a greater stone, and finally, only members of the royal family and specific individuals in the Ghost Squad will be allowed to use the perfect stone that he himself used. He can foresee that the better the stone use, the more powerful a Tier 5 wizard will be. After nodding his head in satisfaction, Edward then reviewed the information that just popped up in his mind. One of them was the fact that he reached Tier 5. To be precise, Tier 5 continent level. As for the second, 167 strength and ability, Edward learned that he just received a new power or ability, cosmic awareness, which granted him the ability to know anything that affected him on a universal scale. As a person who has read a few comics in his past life, he knows how powerful such an ability is. He immediately tried to use it, however, nothing happened. It was then that he realized that he was still in the void and not in any cosmic universe. He is essentially standing in an environment that is beyond the reach of space and time. So, unless his ability evolves to hypercosmic awareness, there was nothing he could do now. So, he immediately sent a clone into the Full Metal Alchemist world with his consciousness in it. As soon as the clone reached his destination, he activated his newfound power and some information appeared on his head. Truth, Tier 11, a being whose sole goal is to spread and control the concept of alchemy in every existing universe. Unfortunately, for some reason, he is still tethered to this world and unable to leave for now. After staying for a few seconds, he returned to the gate. Other information also appeared in his mind, and he began to review them, thought to himself, well, it seems that this power has some limitation based on the difference of strength of the person that is threatening me, but with it, I can still use to gather information. Among the information he received were the weaknesses of truth. Although it was only a few words, it still inspired Edward. Some of the theories I came up with about him were correct, he muttered before sneering. With this much information, my plan has a higher chance of succeeding. Edward then quickly calmed down his emotions. Although he was happy with this new ability, he knew that cosmic awareness was not an omnipotent ability. If something happened in the universe that did not affect him, his ability will not work. Additionally, from what he knows from the comics, some people are immune to the power of cosmic awareness. Additionally, he wanted to know why he had such ability. He currently had two theories. One was the fact that he just became a Tier 5 wizard. The other was the fact that he absorbed the Philosopher's Stone. Each of the homunculi had a unique ability granted to them by their stones, so this might explain it. However, Edward was not in a hurry to find the answer as he still had some tests to run to check for his new strength. He headed to the room of requirement he had installed inside the gate. Morgana, recreate the planet Earth. Based on the old era instead of the current time. Master, that would require more than 5% of energy from the core. That's a lot. Still do it. After entering the room, Edward found himself in the streets of London with high-rising buildings and cars all over the street. The only difference was that there were no living people around. After taking a few seconds to reminisce, he apparat to the continent of Asia. A small magic circle appeared under Edward's feet with him at the center. Then, under his control, the diameter of the circle started increasing in size. In just a few seconds, the magic circle had already covered the entire continent of Asia. Finally, Edward used his mana to activate the spell. The ground turned red with cracks appearing in all the cities, all the countries in Asia. Buildings started to fall one by one, destroying all possible modern infrastructure. However, this was not the end. Massive pillars of flames erupted from the ground with temperatures high enough to burn everything in their paths. And there was not only a few dozens pillar of flames but thousands if not more. They covered the entire continent of Asia. The process lasted for 5 minutes. Once everything was over, Edward floated in the air as he watched the level of destruction he caused. The ground was fiery red as if hell was brought on earth. The majority of buildings and houses were melted, leaving nothing undamaged. He imagined what kind of horror would occur if there were human lives who had to suffer through this experience. It seems that in the future, I have to monitor all Tier 5 wizards in the Empire. If all of them can do this level of damage, no, even if they could only destroy the smallest of continents, they will still be a major threat. From the information he received, all Tier 5 wizards could destroy a continent. As such, in the future, he will have to keep an eye on the people who reach that level. He will pass a law that all Tier 5 and above wizards have to do a mandatory psychological evaluation after a certain number of years to see if any of them have any tendencies for destruction or let power gets over their head. Additionally, he has to place measures in each planet that the Empire occupies in case a powerful wizard goes rogue and started to use large-scale destruction spells. Many ideas flashed through Edward's mind as he pondered on how to proceed. When he goes back, he can foresee that the first people to reach Tier 5 will be the royal family and some members of the Ghost Squad. And this is not only because he holds the method of advancement, but also because the majority of them are talented enough and have the resources to quickly pass Tier 4 and reach Tier 5. Once that is done, they can help think of countermeasures. Let's continue the test. He first checked his mana and realized that a quarter of it was gone in the last attack. After waiting for 5 minutes for it to return to peak, with a wave of his hand, a beautiful staff decorated with gems appeared. He started to channel his mana on the staff, which served as an amplifier. Countless runes appeared in the air, forming many magic circles inside a large one. Edward was using a chain circle/magic array, or a super spell as he liked to call it. This method can be used by one wizard or by many working together. It allows a wizard to use a powerful spell beyond his normal capability. The only downside is that it cannot be instant and requires time. After 1 minute, the super spell was finished. Then, a massive fireball appeared. It looked more similar to the sun. Under Edward's control, the fireball descended on planet Earth. It burned all the layers of the Earth's crust until it reached the core. Then, the planet exploded. While floating in space with a shield around him, Edward muttered to himself, "Since I can destroy a planet, shouldn't I be Tier 6? Of course, he was just joking around as he could not actually destroy a planet. The reason that the planet exploded was not because of the fireball. It was a reaction that occurred after the fireball mixed with the magma core of the planet. Otherwise, the fireball can do catastrophic damage to the planet, but not destroy it. On top of that, this powerful spell required a full minute before activating. No enemy would give him that much time. And if someone managed to make the fireball explode ahead of time before reaching the core, there is no way for it to destroy a planet." After experimenting to check his power level, Edward left the room of requirement to recuperate. The last spell cost almost all his mana. After reaching Tier 5, Edward did not use any potion or other means to rapidly increase his mana. Over the years, he had started to notice that this approach had some burden on his body and magic core, so he decided to slowly meditate and absorb mana from the air. Nevertheless, he still has one last thing to check. A simple magic circle appeared in his soul dimension, then he controlled it to attach to his magic core. Immediately afterward, the internal dimension of his core increased in size, thus allowing him to contain more mana. Despite his new increase in strength, the amount of mana that Edward's magic core could hold has always been 100 times that of an adult wizard. The process of liquefy and crystallizing mana that he created has only allowed his mana to change in quality, not quantity. However, now, using the extension charm that has been translated to the new magic system, he finally broke his limit. If any of you are interested in the next world, go to mypatra.o.n to find the answer. You do not need to be a member or pay anything. Just go to my page. There is a public post with the title Next World. After scrolling down, you can see it. I do not want to announce it since some people complained the last time that it was spoilers. 168 Aging Edward was reading research on the difference of strength between an Orthodox Tier 5 mage and the Empire's Tier 5 mage. For the Orthodox mage, he had a muggle with magic talent create a magic core based on Hermione's research. Then, the person engraved the extension magic circle in their core. Once their mana reached a certain level, they also received the message that they reached Tier 4 and 5. Then, Edward had them fight another mage of the same tier that used solid mana. The result was quite pleasing to him. It was a devastating defeat. Using the same spell, the strength of the mage who had solid mana was between 2 to 5 times stronger. And that was only a mage that did not use any Philosopher's Stone. As such, Edward could foresee that once the wizards and mages of the Empire encounter other magic civilizations, they will easily overpower most people, except for probably a few gifted individuals. Of course, that is only theoretical. After all, there is no absolute in this world. He has done his best to create a magic system that gives the people of the Empire an advantage. As for what happens later, he can't control it. Morgana, prepare to go into full research mode. From now on, I will be transferring all the spells that the Empire has in its arsenal into the new arcane rune system, ordered Edward. Previously, he had only transferred a few dozens of them, but now, he was prepared to do everything. Master, if you do this, it will take a lot of time. So, why don't you let me do it instead? Edward shook his head. The reason I'm doing this is so that I can be more familiar with this new system. Since he created this magic system, he wanted to be familiar with it and be the best at it. Additionally, once he's done, the wizards back in the Empire do not have to do this kind of translating job. They can get access to a complete system. Then, they can build from there and contribute to it by creating new spells that do not already exist. Once Edward is done and returns to the Empire, with this new and complete system, the magic and technology of the Empire will have a dramatic growth. Furthermore, I have another project for you to work on, said Edward. 2 to be precise. A holographic image appeared in front of Morgana with 2 documents. One was labeled Project Void Shield Interference, while the other was called Project Authority Transference. I need you to use all your calculating abilities to ensure the success of these 2 projects. If you need to, you shut down all other projects to focus on these ones, ordered Edward. No problem, nodding Morgana with a wide smile on her face. Just like that, 20 years passed by. Edward, who was sitting in a meditative pose, suddenly opened his eyes. The light of wisdom and arcane flashed across them. Despite how long passed, he did not change a single bit. A mirror appeared in front of him, then he muttered. An urgent message from Olivier. Over the past 2 decades, although he did not leave his gate, he still used magic items to communicate with Olivier. They talked every day in an attempt to get to know one another. Additionally, Edward will sometimes send a clone to invite her here so that they can have different kinds of dates. After receiving an urgent message from her, Edward decided to send a clone to see her. Fullmetal Alchemist World, Central Area, Armstrong Family. Edward's clone suddenly appeared. He looked around for a moment to marvel at how many things have changed. He did notice the woman standing in front of the door waiting. She had long golden hair and a beautiful face. However, upon closer examination, he could see wrinkles on her face. Her youthful eyes were gone, replaced by calmness and wisdom brought through experience and age. He walked to her and said, Myra, you're old. Olivier sighed as she looked at the young man in front of her. What do you expect? I'm already 57 years old. That's your choice. All right, don't be rude. You should know not to talk about a woman's age. Edward shrunk his shoulder. So, what's the emergency you called me for? Olivier paused for a moment, then said, my father is dying. And by the looks of it, soon, my mother as well. Edward did not say anything but continued to listen. When your General Raven offered me immortality, I thought I was strong enough to reject it. However, as time passes, as I watch my body becomes frail, as I watch my family slowly aging and dying, and knowing I could do something about it, my determination wavered. Edward sighed, walked over to hug her. I understand how you feel. As a person that has died once, he is afraid of death. This is one of the reasons that he has so many methods of resurrection. His first life was cut very short, so he did not want this to happen again. After all, he did not believe that he would be lucky enough to have a third chance. So, what do you want me to do? Asked Edward. I want you to take my family away with you. No problem. However, your brother might not be willing. Don't worry, I will knock him out, replied Olivier calmly. What about you? Are coming with me now? No. Why? You have already become Führer and achieved your goals of making Amstris one of the most powerful nations in the world. Olivier pondered her words for a moment, then said, I can feel that once I leave with you, my life will no longer be ordinary. So, I want to enjoy a normal for as long as possible. Once I'm at my deathbed, you can take me away. Edward nodded his head. In that case, I will keep a clone of mine with you. I will allow him to age with you. That's fine. After chatting with her for a while, Edward took Oliver's family back to the gate and placed them in cryosleep. Of course, he also used genetic engineering to increase her father and mother's lifespan. Morgana, how are the projects I entrusted to you? Master, they are all done. Good, replied Edward with a smirk. We can now officially begin our plans. He then immediately sent another clone to the manor he had in Amstris. 169 Step-by-step preparation. After Edward's clone returned to his home in Amstris, he immediately began to take action. Using the core engraving method, he created a small dimension with an enchantment inside, then linked it to the house. As soon as he finished, a transparent shield surrounded the entire manor. Luckily for him, the shield was invisible to ordinary people, but not to Truth. Inside a white space with just one gate inside, Truth looked in one direction. His eyes seemed to ignore the concept of distance as he watched the shield that surrounded the manor. Void energy, he said in his weird twisted voice before suddenly standing up. Why is this wizard playing with something so dangerous? As a person that has access to the Akashic record, he knew how dangerous void energy was. Even the lowest of grades was not something that even he wanted to deal with. Unless an individual is truly powerful beyond measures or evolves into a void life form, void energy was always a threat to any gods or unknown entities. So, his first instinct was to warn Edward. However, he stopped his actions. He did not want to risk being infected by it. He wanted to peep inside the manor and even pull Edward's soul into his dimension so he could warn him, but he could not do so. The void energy was blocking his vision and his ability to interfere in the material world. So, he began to observe. Meanwhile, Edward waited inside his manor for 3 days, wanting to see if Truth would intervene or summon him. However, nothing happened. The first step is complete, he muttered. Now, let's begin the second. He used his mana to open the interdimensional ring on his finger and took out a cloak. It was one of the 3 deathly hallows, the invisible cloak. As he observed the cloak, he could feel that the power inside was inactive or ineffective. He guessed that since this was an entirely different world, the power of authority inside no longer applied here. Time to change this, he thought to himself. Then, countless runes and magic circles started to appear around him. Each magic circle had different colors and appearances. Once they finished manifesting, they began to combine together into a complex geometrical shape before entering the cloak in Edward's hand. Immediately afterward, a dark light came out from the cloak before spreading out in all directions. Fortunately, after hitting the shield that surrounded the house, it stopped. Edward quickly scanned the cloak and he realized that the death authority that Herpo placed on the cloak became active. It slowly started to change to adapt to this world. To Edward, it seemed to be secretly stealing some of the powers that belonged to this universe. And since Truth claimed that he is the universe, the cloak was stealing from him as well. As Edward watched the final transformation of the cloak, he muttered, "Let's see if I can use your power to deal with you." After the transformation was done, he immediately began to test it out. After placing it on and becoming invisible, he left the manor. He apparat to the nearest prison. He quickly flipped through the files of the prison to acquire the list of the most heinous prisoners. After entering one of their cells, he placed his hand on the guy's chest, sending a small shock. A few seconds later, the prisoner had a heart attack and died. Edward did not do anything else but wait. Truth had warned him not to kill anyone in this world, and he has abided by this rule ever since he came to this world. Now, he was breaking it. Edward waited for an entire day. He watched how the death of the prisoner was discovered and the process of his burial was arranged. However, nothing happened to him. Despite this, he did not immediately come to any conclusion. He apparat to different prisons all over the world and killed a few heinous prisoners. Yet, nothing happened afterward. So, the second step is complete. The invisible cloak can hide me from the prying eyes of truth, muttered Edward. Next, let's begin with the third step. He immediately returned home before taking out a vial full of black liquid. He looked at it for a moment as he thought to himself, just in case, I should probably bless myself with some luck. From his interdimensional ring, he took out another potion, Felix Felicis or luck potion. However, this was not an ordinary luck potion. Edward has always been intrigued by the concept of a protagonist's luck or plot armor. In most stories, due to luck or plot armor, most protagonists never actually die. General, things go their favor, especially towards the end of their journey. So, he wondered whether he could create a luck potion that allowed him to steal or borrow the luck of the protagonist. In other words, a potion that gave him some plot armor. After many years of studying Harry Potter's fate with the help of Luna and Severus, he succeeded. Unfortunately, overuse of this potion has some serious side effects. After taking out the potion, Edward did not immediately drink it. Instead, he apparat away to a little town called Resemble. While being invisible, he walked inside a little house where a family was living. It was Edward Elric's house where he lived with his wife, Winry, along with their children. By now, Ed was in his 30s and had already started a family. He was living a peaceful and fulfilling despite losing his alchemy. Without alerting them, Edward took a small sample of his blood. As the protagonist of this word, both Al and Ed have some sort of luck or plot armor. He was going to use it to increase the strength of his potion. After that, he quickly left and apparat to Seeing where he learned that Al was with his wife, Mei Chang. After visiting them, Edward learned that after the death of the Emperor and ruling the Seeing Empire into a prosperous one, the little girl gave up the immortality that Edward granted to her. She wanted to grow old and die with Al. Without alerting them, Edward took a sample of their blood. As a side character that survived until the end, Mei Chang also has a large amount of luck. To be on the safe side, Edward took the luck from people like Colonel Mustang, who was now the Führer, along with his assistants Riza Hawkeye. Even Izumi Curtis was also included. After all, nothing will happen to these people besides being unlucky for a few days. The worst that will happen to them is that they constantly have some small accidents. With the skills of these people, they will be fine. The only people Edward did not touch were Olivier and Hughes. Once the blood samples were gathered, he added them to the potion and drank it. Finally, he took the black potion and dumped it on the ground. The black liquid seemed to come alive after that as it quickly burrowed through the ground and mixed in with the dragon pulse that connects all living things on this planet. Then, from the pulse, it started to spread widely like an unstoppable virus. 170 plot armor. After the black liquid fused with the dragon pulse, it used the life energy that connects everybody to spread to all human beings, not to anyone or anything that has a consciousness. It acted like a virus in the way it spread. However, it did not have any effect on people after entering their bodies. Truth be told, it was very hard to be discovered as it blended with people's life force like it was a part of them. While this virus was quickly spreading from the central area of Ames Tries, Edward had a map in front of him to monitor the spread. He could control the speed of the virus spreading. However, he did not rush. At this stage, everything was a test. He wanted to see whether Truth will discover him and intervene. Anyway, he was nothing but a clone at present, so he did not care if he was killed. Worst case scenario, he was discovered and he was forced to flee. While Edward was slowly testing the water and waiting for his opponent to respond, Truth was quite busy. Although it was surprised at Edward's use of void energy, it thought that the wizard was being paranoid and wanted some privacy. So, after leaving a clone to keep watch on the house, Truth started to deal with his own plans. It entered the knowledge dimension where the Eye of God resided. The Eye is a form of artificial intelligence created by Truth to oversee the dimension. It is similar to Edward's Morgana. The only difference is that the Eye does not have any emotions or thoughts, it only followed Truth's orders. The reason that both Father and Edward were able to learn the knowledge of God was because Truth allowed it. After entering the dimension, Truth soon came in front of a gate. Despite its non-existent feature, a solemn and respectful atmosphere came from it. A few minutes later, the gate opened and a large single eye appeared. This eye looked eerily similar to the one that appeared every time an alchemist performed human transmutation and opened the gate of truth. The only difference was the fact that this one was golden in color and exuded a breath of mystery. It was as if all the answers to all existing mysteries could be found from this eye. The meaning of existence, the origin of magic, the secrets of dimension, the purpose of gods, and the mystery of the universe. Any question one might want to ask, this eye seemed to know the answer. After the gate opened and the golden eye appeared, countless golden tentacles that looked like arms pierced Truth's head, attaching themselves to his souls. The tentacles soon found a large amount of alchemy knowledge from Truth's soul, then a question appeared in its mind. Law of equivalent exchange. Do you want to exchange these pieces of knowledge for other ones? Asked a cold and indifferent voice. Yes, replied Truth humbly. Pick your category. Truth, who was used to this process already, quickly chose a category. Then, an orb was left inside his mind. He knew that this orb contained the knowledge that he wanted. While Truth was checking the orbs in his mind, the gate closed itself and everything returned to normal. Truth grinned as he muttered, "This time, I exchange enough knowledge enough for me to study for a few hundred years. All my efforts of creating that homunculus were not in vain." Truth is aware of the need for a large population to develop science and technology. In his case, alchemy. So, he spread alchemy to humans as a way to create more knowledge for him to exchange with the Akashic record. Basically, he took a similar path as Edward. However, it was not satisfied as to how things were developing, it was too slow. So, Truth concerted another plan. It created a homunculus from his dimension with the knowledge of alchemy beyond human alchemists. Then, through a human alchemist of Xerxes, he sent that homunculus to the material world. That homunculus was the dwarf in the flask who would later become Father. Truth placed the homunculus in an environment where he could observe humans every day, yet could not experience the joy and happiness of being humans. This led to the twisted nature of Father of wanting to become a perfect being, a being better than humans. Truth be told, Father's entire life was calculated and predicted by Truth. His desire to become perfect led to him pushing the boundaries of alchemy to the extreme through cruel experiments, which in turn benefited Truth. Finally came the confrontation of Father and the Elric brothers. After they defeated the homunculi, the two of them started traveling the world and learning other countries' alchemy, and spreading their own as well. This led to the rapid development of the field because of the exchange of knowledge and the clash of ideals, which in turn also benefited Truth as he managed to acquire more knowledge. You could say that the entire story of Full Metal Alchemist is a plot of Truth to push the further development of alchemy forward. Of course, it's also a game for him. Truth wanted to see whether the homunculus could get rid of his calculation, learn from his mistake, and grow as a species. It also wanted to see whether human alchemists could learn the concepts of humility and sacrifice. The entire story is also a game for him to see which of the two species, humans and homunculi, could learn and grow. At the end, when Edward Elric decided to sacrifice his gate for his brother, he won the game and proved that humans were the better species. Well, at least, to Truth's standard. Truth started to study the knowledge in his mind, completely ignoring everything else that was going on. As for its clone, it was only in charge of monitoring Edward's manner and nothing else. If Edward was here, he would immediately understand what was going on. Plot armor. Why is it that Truth would choose this time to have an exchange, making him unavailable to pay attention to anything else? Why is it that his clone was so weak that it could not even notice the spreading virus he released? It was luck or plot armor. The luck potion he drank was working and ensuring that he was a protagonist. Everything was working in his favor. A few days later, the virus had spread to all of the central area. Every single individual was infected. Edward stopped and waited for Truth's response. After a month of no reaction, he began the fourth phase of the plan. 171 Final Confrontation. For the fourth phase of the plan, Edward could have used the virus, but decided to be more cautious and used another method. He took out a small orb from his interdimensional ring. This orb contained a small pocket dimension inside. And inside that pocket dimension were many clones sleeping in a pod that looked like a coffin. They were at least 100 of them. On the forehead of these clones was a small red crystal. The clone entered the pocket dimension to look at the clones. After pressing a button, the red crystal in their foreheads activated and the clones opened their eyes. After they stood up, they lined up like they were a well-trained army. However, their eyes were cold and indifferent as if they were machines instead of people. Well, they were indeed machines. The red crystal in their forehead allowed the clone to remotely control these people if necessary. Do you all know your missions? Yes, replied all the clones in unison, their voices echoing in the large room. Then, let's begin. More than 100 cloaks suddenly appeared in the hands of these droid clones. The cloak looked exactly like the invisible cloak. The main clone that was in charge of this operation took out the real cloak and activated it. A black light flew from the Deathly Hallow before entering the cloak of these droid clones, blessing them with the Death Authority. Once the droid clones put on the cloak, they also became invisible. Edward then ordered 2 of them to secretly exit the manor and go kill a few prisoners to test the water. 3 days later, the 2 droid clones returned intact, without suffering any repercussions. However, Edward realized that the power in their cloak could not last long. According to his calculation, every 7 days, they need to receive the blessing again to continue functioning. And after 3 months, the cloak will become waste and destroy itself. Edward did not care about this. Although the material for these cloaks is very precious, he was rich so it did not matter to him. He was prepared to pay more to accomplish his plan. After checking the power of the substitute cloak, Edward released all these clones into the world. While continuing to monitor the spread of the virus, he began to enchant the manor he was. This manor will play a great role in the future. Ames tries, Eastern area, in a small town. A middle-aged man was slowly walking with a sack on his back. His eyes were listless, full of sadness. As he was heading home, he met a passing old man. The old man paused and said, "Thomas, I'm sorry about your wife. You have to be strong and live your life to the fullest. This is the only way for the living to honor the dead." Thomas nodded his head in thanks before continuing home. The sorrow enveloping him did not diminish the slightest. When the old man saw this, he shook his head. On his way home, Thomas encountered a few villagers, and they all said some words of encouragement. After entering his house, Thomas placed the sack on the floor before heading to his study. Inside the room were rows of alchemy books, but Thomas ignored all of them. He walked straight to a picture frame showing him and his wife. He caressed her beautiful face while reminiscing about all the happy memories they had together. She always wanted children, but he was always busy with his work, so he always delayed, thinking that he would always have time later on. While Thomas was lost in his memory, an idea suddenly entered his mind. Why don't I try using human transmutation to revive my wife? Thomas quickly shook his head as he knew that human transmutation was impossible. He once attended an alchemy conference held by the Elric brothers. They publicly explained to all the alchemists their experience with messing with human lives, then provided evidence as to why human transmutation was impossible to bring the dead back to life. Despite knowing this, Thomas could not remove that idea from his head. According to him, just because the Elric brothers did not succeed does not mean he could not. That night, Thomas did not sleep at all. He dedicated all his time thinking about possible ways to accomplish human transmutation. Countless formulas appeared in his mind. His brain has never been more clear in his entire life. Thomas felt like he was a true genius the more he completed the formula inside his mind. Once everything was done, he began to prepare to try. What Thomas did not see or realize was that one of the droid clones was next to him, feeding him the idea of human transmutation and the formulas to succeed. 3 days later, Thomas stood in front of a transmutation circle. He activated it. Unfortunately, he did not succeed as he expected. Instead, he experienced backlash. The gate of truth was opened and he was captured inside and received some knowledge after paying a price. Inside the knowledge dimension, Truth was immediately aware of Thomas opening the gate of truth, and he was a little surprised. After the Elric brothers' tour, it has become a known fact that human transmutation was impossible by the majority if not all alchemists. Additionally, not just anyone could perform human transmutation. It requires both talent and the right formula. Right now, Truth was busy studying the vast knowledge he exchanged from the Akashic record, so he did not have the time or mind to pay attention to this kind of thing. So, he created another clone to punish Thomas for breaking the law of equivalent exchange. 3 months later, another alchemist from the southern area who lost his loved one also performed human transmutation under the guidance of the droid clones. Truth once again punished this guy. However, they became annoyed and decided to just leave a clone to deal with this kind of situation and not interrupt it. This clone was a mindless one, similar to a programmed robot. All it did was punish people who broke the taboo of alchemy. This was another manifestation of Edward's plot armor. Once again, fate was in his favor. Just like, alchemists all over the world would perform human transmutation after a certain time interval. These people were from Ames Tris, Drachma, Krita, Erugo, Sing, and even the newly created Ishvalan Empire located in the desert. This empire was the result of Edward. The Ishvalans that accompanied him to learn from the Xerxes Empire put what they learned to use and created their own empire in the desert. After more than 20 years, their population has reached a certain number, so they began to prosper. 172 Farewell the Void. Outside of the universe, Edward was sunbathing with an artificial sun. He laid in a chair with a drink next to him while reading a book. The title of the book was The Synchronization of Time Flow Between the Void and the Universe. This book was written by him and Little Morgana. One thing he has always been curious about was the fact that the passage of time in his gate was the same as the Full Metal universe. Logically speaking, the void was outside of space and time, so there should be some difference. Yet, they were the same. Additionally, while in his gate, he could still communicate with people inside, and even still feel the connection with his clone. All of these should be impossible. So, he did some research on the subject to find the reason. Unfortunately, the best answer he came up with was because of some of the enchantments that Merlin gave him. Edward thought that he had completely understood these enchantments, especially after translating them into his new magic system. But he was wrong. he was far from reaching the level of Old Man Merlin. Truth be told, Edward suspected that the Merlin he met in his homeworld was actually the real one. From what he knows, Merlin has existed in countless media, thus countless universes. So, he theorized that there was an original or real Merlin while the others are clones or projections of the true one. The same theory can be applied to Nicholas Flamel and Atlantis. This is one of the reasons that he did not destroy or conquer it before he left the Empire despite knowing that these sea breathers were troublemakers. While Edward was engrossed in reading his book, the watch on his hand suddenly chirped. He glanced at it for a moment, then muttered, "It's been 50 years, now, the time has finally arrived." In the past 50 years, he has spent most of his time studying and developing his new magic system. By now, he has already translated all the spells in the Empire's library and invented many more. He conducted many other experiments and deepened his understanding of magic. As for his strength, he was still in tier 5, but his mana has increased a lot. However, he could feel that he was nowhere near the 6th tier. The reason for that was his body. Edward discovered that his wizard system was different than the previous. Before, as long as his soul was powerful enough to control his mana, he could rapidly increase it by either relying on potions or the Philosopher's Stone. However, now, there was a third requirement. His body needed to be of sufficient strength to withstand his crystallized mana, otherwise, it will just damage it instead. Luckily for him, he had previously invented the Aura Master profession which could strengthen his body. Regrettably, this system is very crude and rudimentary. It mainly involved transforming mana into aura, then using said aura to strengthen the body. That's basically it. As such, the increase in his body strength has been quite slow. Over the years, he has discovered that his talent for aura is quite mediocre, so he is waiting to return to the Empire to have other people, especially the Wizard Knights, to develop this system further. After receiving the notifications in his watch, Edward's consciousness descended into the world. Armstrong Family Manor. 2 old people with hunchbacks stood on the balcony. It was one man and one woman. "So, I've reached my limit?" asked Olivier, who looked at the wrinkles on her finger and arm. She was old. "Yes," replied Edward's clone. "Well, to live up to 107 years, it's not bad." "That's true." The two paused for a moment, then Olivier asked, "How do you feel about watching all the people you knew die?" Edward was silent after hearing this. In the past 70 years, all the people he knew or even considered friends already died of old age. The Elric brothers, Mei Chang, Izumi Curtis, Roy Mustang, Riza Hawkeye, and even Hughes and his wife. Edward attended their funerals one by one. He even offered Hughes immortality with his family and the prospect of going to his universe with him, but he refused. In the end, he died peacefully. And he was not the only one who refused. The little girl Nina Tucker also refused his offer. In the end, she died at 70 years old. "One of the things that I will have to learn in my travel is to get used to death. I cannot save everyone, nor can I force everyone to travel the same path as me. I'm just glad that I found you and you accepted my offer." Olivier nodded her head. Decades ago, she decided to send her family away with Edward, so he enjoyed her peaceful mortal life while she could. Now, she was prepared for the journey ahead. "When are you starting?" asked Olivier. "What do you mean? I'm not stupid. I could feel that you are preparing to do something major, and you're just waiting for me to leave before you begin." Edward paused for a moment before saying, "One of the downsides of being with me is that sometimes, you have to look the other way around and not ask questions. What will happen if I keep asking questions? You won't find any answer from me. What if I find the answers myself?" Edward became silent for a few long seconds. "In that case, you might discover the real me. Is that a bad thing?" "I honestly do not know," replied Edward as he looked into the distance. Olivier raised her hand to caress his face, then said, "You do not have to worry. No matter what I found, I will still love you, both the good and the bad." Edward smiled after hearing this. "It's time to go." A gate suddenly appeared swallowing the two of them. Edward proceeded to feed her a youthful potion, then used an elixir of life to prolong her lifespan. Since Olivier did not want to use the elixir from the stone made of human souls, he had to use one made out life force similar to the one he gave to Mei Chang. Once she regained her youthful vigor, he placed her in cryo-sleep. Meanwhile, the clone inside the void shield suddenly opened his eyes, then muttered, "It's time for the final confrontation." 173 Final Confrontation, 2. After opening his eyes, Edward waved his hand to manifest a hologram showing the spread of the virus in the past 50 years. By now, every corner of this world has been infected. The virus stayed in people's bodies without harming them, then was passed down to their descendants through genetic. And this virus did not only affect humans but animals as well. As long as something has a consciousness, no matter how low it is, the virus will enter their bodies. After checking the map, Edward headed to the main room in the manor. Inside was a tall tower with 2 floors. One floor contained a room full of enchantments with a philosopher's stone the size of a basketball. The second floor contained one of Morgana's servers. At the top of the tower, where Edward stood up holding a magic staff, the void shield that surrounded the manor was removed. He used the staff to channel the massive mana in the stone. A powerful wave came from the tower and immediately traveled throughout the entire world. The manor was destroyed in the process, revealing the tower. Additionally, the clone of truth immediately noticed the changes in the shield and the wave. However, before he could react and alert his main body, things started to change. The virus inside all the people suddenly activated, turning their eyes white like they did not have any pupils. Then, in a robot-like voice, all the people in the world said in unison, "Consciousness is link." All the thoughts, ideas, emotions, and even memories of these people became linked together like a hive mind, with the main consciousness or the queen of the hive mind being Edward. With billions of thoughts and memories rushing to his head, Edward felt a massive migraine. He felt like his soul was slowly collapsing, and it was. He could hear so many people talking to him at the same time. All the murmurs were driving him crazy. "Morgana," he groaned in pain. "At your command." Using her soul connection with Edward, Morgana took control of all these consciousness with her massive supercomputing ability. Finally, under her control, all the people of this world started to mutter at the same time. "We reject the being known as truth. His existence is nothing but a parasite of this world. We reject the being known as truth. His existence is nothing but a parasite of this world. We reject the being known as truth. His existence is nothing but a parasite of this world." All the billion people repeated this phrase over and over like they were some mindless zombie. As these people repeat this phrase, a weird energy came from their bodies to rush into the sky. The energy then slowly turned into a gate. Edward and Morgana controlled a large number of alchemists and have them clap their hands together before placing them on the ground. Since each of these alchemists was in a specific place, transmutation light flashed across the world, forming a circle. A second gate appeared floating above everybody's head. It was the Earth Gate. However, unlike Father's Earth Gate that was only as large as the country of Ames tries, Edward's Earth Gate covered the entire world. Additionally, Edward did not fuse with the planet's consciousness or will like Father did. Instead, he controlled it like everybody else through the virus. After the Earth Gate opened, a colossal black entity came out of it. It was the physical manifestation of the planet's will. The black being punched the Sky Gate to open it, then pulled someone or something out. Truth. After being dragged out of his knowledge dimension, Truth immediately realized what was going on. As an entity born out of the consciousness of all living beings, once they began to reject his existence, terrible things will happen. His vision looked at the planet underneath him. His vision seemed to ignore time and space as he looked at Edward on the tower. "Wizard, is this all you're doing?" Usually, Truth has no expression, so it's difficult to decipher his emotions. However, now, his anger was easily noticeable. Although Truth was still in space, his voice echoed throughout the world, so Edward could hear it. Immediately, Edward felt a feeling of danger. His cosmic awareness activated and he learned some information about Truth. For example, the previous Tier 11 now displayed Tier 9 and was slowly decreasing. "Well, I guess I'm not lucky enough to render him completely useless," thought Edward. He never believed that this plan would completely get rid of Truth's power. However, a small part of him hoped that he would be lucky enough to succeed after one try. "Why are you doing this?" asked Truth. "I've never done anything to hurt. I even let you gather knowledge in my world. I'm truly grateful for that," replied Edward calmly. "However, what about the spiritual hint you place in my mind?" Truth was momentarily silent. "It's not like you would be hurt. My only purpose in doing so was for you to spread alchemy in your world, and in exchange, I would receive more knowledge." Edward shook his head. "If you truly only wanted knowledge, you could have spoken with me. We could have agreed to establish an exchange between our two worlds. The truth of the matter is that you never treated me as an equal. You just wanted to use me as a pawn to further your goals. It's ironic how someone who punishes people for breaking the law of equivalent exchange did not practice the same concept." "Enough with this nonsense," roared Truth. Its hand turned into a gigantic one as it descended towards the planet to kill the culprit responsible for all this annoyance. As for Edward, he suddenly felt like his body could not move, space and time seemed to freeze, and even his mind stopped working. Even the mana inside the clone's body suffered the same fate. Even little Morgana was not spare. Luckily, Edward was prepared for such an occasion. A small void shield surrounded him, blocking Truth's influence on him. Horror flashed through Edward's mind as he realized the difference in strength between Tier 5 and Tier 8, which was the current strength of Truth as it stopped decreasing. He raised his head to the sky and said, "Truth, why don't you see what I have in my hands?" The gigantic hand stopped descending before disappearing. Then, Truth said with gritted teeth, "You would not dare." 174 Final Confrontation 3. Truth looked at the 5 small orbs in Edward's hand and his soul trembled slightly. He could feel a large amount of energy condensed into these balls. If all 5 of them exploded at the same time, the entire planet will be instantly destroyed. Worse of all, if the void energy is not removed, it will slowly corrode the entire universe until it is completely destroyed and returned to the void. If it was any other people, they could run away, but not him. Right now, all the consciousness in this world was only rejecting him, so his strength temporarily decrease. But if all the people die, not only would his strength further drastically increase, it will be a permanent one. "You wouldn't dare," said Truth. "Can your conscience allow you to kill all the billion people in this world?" "You seem to have underestimated me," replied Edward calmly. "I am the emperor of an intergalactic empire. I do not know how many planets I have destroyed during wars, how many lives have been lost because of me." Truth immediately became a little agitated after hearing this. He was a little anxious. Of course, Edward was lying, at least partially. In the future, as the arcane empire grows larger and more powerful, it is inevitable to participate in cosmic wars. As such, he could see that one day, he will have to order to destroy planets, solar systems, galaxies. And once the Empire becomes strong enough to travel to other dimensions and universes, he might have to wage war with powerful civilizations that could potentially destroy the entire universe. His journey as an emperor will be one filled with blood, war, and destruction. After sighing to himself, Edward threw the 5 orbs into the sky. A power energy wave emanated from them and began to spread. Luckily, Truth instantly appeared in front of the explosion and used its hand to contain the explosion. In an instant, he created hundreds of pocket dimensions to contain the explosion. Unfortunately, the void energy inside kept corroding and destroying these dimensions, but Truth kept making more. Then, a process of constant destruction and reconstruction repeated itself. As Edward watched this, he could feel that Truth was channeling a massive amount of soul energy to keep the void energy contained. He guessed where this energy came from. This world does not have an afterlife. After people die, their souls turn into energy that is returned to the flow of the universe. And Truth is capable of accessing and controlling that vast soul energy. Although Edward does not know how long this world has existed and how many people have lived since the dawn of time, the number must be quite amazing. After being amazed for a moment, he said to Morgana inside his mind, "Have you been able to analyze anything from his body or his power?" Countless runes could be seen flashing across her eyes. "Yes. I have made another discovery regarding the life code. After scanning him, I discovered that he might be a pure energy species." After Morgana showed him the data, Edward understood her meaning. After coming to this world, he checked the life code of the people here. At first, he was caught off guard as their code was in a completely different language or runes than the ones back home. However, since the humans of this world were pretty similar, he could decipher the code by comparison. Additionally, the fact that the code had many similarities with alchemic runes made the process easier. From his founding, the people of this world were pretty similar to the people in the Empire with the exception that they had a gene that made it easier for them to passively absorb life force and increase their physical stats beyond the norm. Edward was elated with this data as it would greatly increase the genetic engineering of the Empire. However, now, as he watched the life code of Truth, he was even more surprised. From his previous discovery, each person's code was divided into 3 categories: body, soul, and bloodline. However, Truth had a 4th one, energy. However, after taking a single look at it, he was baffled at how complex this code was. He imagined that deciphering would not be a simple thing. "Record as much information as you can," he said to Morgana. "As you wish," said the little elf. "However, there seems to be a problem." "What is it?" "The rate at which the void energy is corroding the pocket dimensions is rapidly decreasing. At this rate, it won't be long before Truth has enough energy to throw the void energy back into the void." Edward raised his head to look at Truth, who was greatly focused on containing that energy. He realized that Morgana was right. In that case, let's distract him more. Edward took a remote from his interdimensional ring and pressed a button. Immediately afterward, Truth's face became even angrier. He felt something was happening inside his knowledge dimension. Without any choice, he separated a part of his consciousness to return inside. As soon as he arrived, he saw countless explosions occurring inside, creating holes in the dimension, which in turn led to its instability. At this rate, he could foresee that this dimension would be destroyed and he would lose too much. All his years of hard work would be gone. With the help of the Eye of God, Truth began to stop these explosions and fill in these dimensional gaps. While doing all of these, he was wondering what led to this incident, so he checked. His gaze seemed to penetrate time and space as he saw the development of the last few decades. "That damn wizard," roared Truth. He saw what happened. Over the past few years, countless alchemists have attempted human transmutation and entered the knowledge dimension. And once they entered, they would secretly leave many things behind, including very unstable pocket dimensions that were on the verge of collapsing. Their activations are what led to all these bombs that destroyed the knowledge dimensions. While Truth was busy keeping this world from being destroyed, Edward smiled at Morgan as he said, "All right, let's begin." 3 things appeared in front of him: the invisible cloak, the elder wand, and a world gate. Disclaimer: I recently realized that the virus plot might be a little too insensitive, especially during the current times. So, if you're a person who has been heavily affected by COVID and did not like this plot, I apologize for that. I did not do it intentionally. 175 True Goal. Edward looked at the 3 things in front of him. 2 of them were Deathly Hallows, while the other was a new world gate he personally made for this occasion. Without hesitation, he began his plan. The Elder Wand and the invisible cloak floated in the air together with a black hue enveloping them. The world gate has both a golden and silver hue surrounding it. Finally, Morgana had a purple hue around her. Then, a pillar of light came from these 3 groups before hitting the earth. Upon closer look, the light had countless runes inside of them. There were at least a few 100,000 of them. After entering the earth, the light seemed to be forcefully pulling something off. However, Edward felt a great deal of resistance. "Not enough energy," muttered Edward. "Then, let's add more." Edward's gate of truth suddenly appeared behind him. He clapped his hands together before touching it. The gate disintegrated into tiny particles before dispersing. Edward was not the only one doing so. Every single individual in this world who was being controlled by him did the same thing. Even Morgana took the time to do the same. Ever since he decided to confront Truth, he was prepared to destroy his gate of truth. But now, it could be used for a better purpose. After making such a large sacrifice, Edward was able to gain access to the vast soul energy of this world as an equivalent exchange. It was the same energy that Truth was currently using to stop the explosion. The majority of the soul energy was used to power the 3 light groups, while a small part was diverted to create a pool on the 2nd floor, a pool full of pure soul energy. Edward did not only want to use such pure soul energy for himself, but also study how it was possible for Truth to purify soul energy to such an extent. This is one of the many benefits he will receive after his plans are completed. After being powered up by the soul energy, the light groups began to operate. Each of them pulled a small luminescent orb. This was the authority of this world. The Deathly Hallows forcefully pulled the Death Authority. The Gate pulled both Space and Time Authority, and Morgana pulled out Wisdom Authority. Edward roared Truth after seeing what just happened. He was truly enraged this time. Authority is the source of his power and the reason he stayed in this world for so long. After gaining sentience, Truth was lucky to be contacted by the Akashic record because of how unique of an individual he was and because of his potential. Through it, Truth learned a lot of things, including knowledge regarding authority, which has many other names like divinity, godhead, law, rule, concept, and so on. A perfect way to explain authority is why is it that Zeus is the ruler of the sky, Poseidon the ruler of the sea, and Hades the ruler of the underworld. That's because Zeus controlled the authority of heaven, Poseidon the authority of the sea, and Hades the authority of death. Another example is Athena and Ares. Both of them are gods of war, so they share the same authority of war. But what's the difference between the two? Well, Athena's authority focused more on the strategy and tactics of war, while Ares focused more on the brutal killing aspect of war. One thing that he learned from the record was how to become a void life form. This method involved swallowing all the authority of this world to transcend the limit and restriction of this world. But now, his plan is being ruined. "This might be the first time you address me by name," replied Edward as he watched Truth's agitated emotion. However, he soon frowned as he discovered that the rate that the latter could contain the explosion was rapidly increasing. "If I were you, I would slow down," said Edward. "And why is that?" "Are you scared now?" replied Truth with gritted teeth. "No, I just do not want to use extreme means." "Why do you mean?" "If things do not go according to plan, then I will be forced to open a hole in the crystal wall and allow void energy to rush inside. That would not be good for any of us, would it?" A look of terror appeared on Truth's face. "There is no way you have the ability to destroy the crystal wall." "Try me," replied Edward calmly. Truth had no way to determine whether he was bluffing, so he slowed down his actions, while Edward went back to his plan. He first used an orb made of the metal magicium to contain the wisdom authority. As he looked at it, he could not understand anything from it. Then, he took the death authority. Instantly, his cosmic awareness activated and he knew the consequences of him taking away a small part of this world's authority. One of the first major events he did when he came to this world was attempting human transmutation, but he discovered that it was impossible to bring the dead back to life in this world as their souls would turn into pure energy to absorb by the world. However, now, things have changed. His actions made it that Truth had lost control of death in this world. The result of him taking away the authority is that the concept of the afterlife will become a reality in this world. From now on, a few lucky individuals, after their deaths, will not turn into energy, but their souls will enter the afterlife and even have the opportunity to reincarnate. These individuals can be brought to life through human transmutation. Then, Edward looked at the space-time authority that he took. He activated his cosmic awareness to learn the consequences of his action. "Interesting. The multiverse," muttered Edward. His world gate has the ability to travel to parallel universes, but this function did not work in this world. So, he concluded that a multiverse did not exist in this world. But now, he could have countless timelines diverging from the main one. In one of them, he saw that it was eerily similar to the 2003 Full Metal Alchemist anime that did not follow the manga. Edward did not watch that anime, so he knew little about it. But he was still aware of the main villain Dante. So, he recognized this timeline. He has always wondered what happened to that story. Was it a part of this world, or an entirely different one? He guessed that in the future, Truth might become powerful enough to create different parallel universes. Now, his actions are the reasons that the multiverse has opened. Then, after sighing out loud, he quickly placed all the authority orb inside the world gate, along with Morgana's survivor and the pool of pure soul energy. He planted a chip in his brain before removing the consciousness of the main body from this clone. From now on, he was nothing but a robot acting based on a program. Finally, he activated the gate to send these things to the main body. The reason that Edward left this clone was to let Truth kill it in the hopes of removing some of its anger. Although that was unlikely as Truth would most likely see through his plan, he still wanted to try. After all, he did not want such a powerful being to do whatever it took to track him. If he was lucky enough to remove some of its anger and have him accept the loss, so be it. All he would lose is a clone. It's worth trying. In the void, the real Edward held another orb in his hand. Although he felt the return of the second gate along with the other gains of this plan, he did not care. His real objective was never these things, they were nothing but additional goals. Edward was not petty enough to go through all these troubles because Truth placed a spiritual hint inside his mind. His real goal all along has always been the Akashic gate inside Truth's knowledge dimension. During all those 50 years that alchemists have been infiltrating the dimension, he has been searching for it. Unfortunately, after finding it, its owner was next to it, so Edward could not take it away. Plus, according to his calculations, he might not even succeed if he tries to. So, he proceeded to plan B. He wanted to gather an energy signature of the gate to use in his plan. Using it as a guide, his success in finding the Akashic record has increased by at least 20%. Of course, the process was not that easy. Although truth was occupied, the eye of God was still an obstacle. However, after anything that it was an A.I, Edward had Morgana divert its attention. After looking at the energy signature in front of him for a moment, he said, "Morgana, use all our energy and run away as fast as possible." "As you wish, sir." The gate then ran with the fastest speed possible. This volume is basically over. A few more chapters before Edward returned home. 176 Old acquaintance. A few hours after Edward's main body ran away, Truth managed to contain the void energy explosion and repair all the damage to his knowledge dimension. With a wave of his hand, the clone that was standing in the tower was annihilated along with the building. However, Truth was not satisfied, as he knew that this was nothing but an empty vessel. His wrath was not quelled. So, he directly took measures. He headed for the Akashic Gate. "I need the information about this wizard's home world and access to the ability to travel there. As for the price, I will pay anything." Truth then showed Edward's face, DNA, fingerprint, mana fluctuation, and even soul frequency. A while light came from the door to scan the information. A few seconds later, a cold and mechanical voice. "Dear customer, the information you are requesting is under heavy protection. You do not have the sufficient level clearance to search for it." "What? On whose order?" asked Truth. "Your level of clearance is not enough to access such information." Truth then finally remembered something he had overlooked because of his anger. When he first met Edward, his soul was protected by a powerful mark, Merlin's mark. He finally remembered that this wizard was sponsored by Merlin. So, if he wanted to use the Akashic record to track him down, it was impossible. Truth finally calmed down as he reviewed what happened. In the end, besides being humiliated, he did not lose much. The authority that was stolen was only a small part of it. The soul energy could be renewed, the knowledge dimension was repaired. Its greatest loss so far was the fact that all the people in this world had their gate of truth sacrificed, making them unable to use alchemy. Truth had to grant them new ones. After convincing itself of this, it proceeded with the aftermath of this event. Meanwhile, Edward was in the process of running away. After destroying Olivier and her family's gate of truth, he said to Morgana, "Close all the unnecessary sections and use the bare minimum energy requires to function. Then, use all the energy to return home." Under his order, the speed of the gate drastically increased. As for Edward, he was contemplating his confrontation with Truth. He realized that there were two reasons that his plan succeeded. First was the luck potion, which allowed Truth to be occupied at the exact opportune time. Unfortunately, this potion has the reverse effect once used too often. Plus, it was not nearly as potent when used back home. Most likely because only Harry Potter's luck was used when previously tested, but this time he used many protagonists and side characters. Of course, the thing that contributed the most to the success of the plan was the void energy. Without it, Edward would not be able to hide from Truth's sight. Without it, he would be rendered powerless in front of its power. However, when it comes to the void, Edward had some conflicting thoughts or feelings. He believed that with his ability, he would one day find a way to travel to other worlds. However, the process should have lasted a long time, hence the reason he wanted to attain immortality. Yet, fate or luck seemed to be in his favor. He discovered a hole in reality that led to the void, and after studying it, he managed to find a way to advance his timetable by who knows how many years. To Edward, this was too much of a coincidence. Of all the infinite parallel timelines, he would discover the one with this hole in it. At first, Edward thought that he was being paranoid. However, his meeting with Rowena in that timeline proved to him that he was right to be wary. The Rowena he met in that timeline was affected by void energy that was corroding her soul. Edward knew how powerful this kind of energy was. Even a being as powerful tier 11 as Truth feared it. With his power, he could only expel it. Yet, Rowena's soul was affected by the smallest amount of energy. The quality was also very low. This level of void energy was perfect for studying and understanding it. Although the void was full of this kind of energy, it did not mean that a person could easily detect it and control it. However, the one in Rowena's soul was the perfect ratio that allowed Edward to understand the properties of void energy, to learn how to gather and use it. Everything was too coincidental. So, he became wary and wanted answers. He knew who to get them from. As the gate rapidly flew in the void, Morgana appeared next to Edward and asked, "Master, you seemed in a rush, and not just because you want to run away." "You are correct. According to my prediction, the Akashic record should contain the coordination of many worlds, including ours. This is one of the reasons that I want to get access to it. I wanted to use the record to be able to travel to different worlds, to have the ability or option to choose which world to go to instead of simply relying on luck." "So, you're worried that Truth will use the record to find our home coordinate?" "Yes. But Master, if he does that, what could you possibly do to stop him?" "Hehe, when you're weak, of course, you have to rely on people stronger than you," replied Edward with a snake-like smile. A month later, Edward returned home to the Harry Potter world. However, he did not immediately return home but stood outside of the void while sending a signal. After waiting for a while, His gate was forcefully pulled by a powerful strength. After exiting, Edward saw an old man with a long white beard waiting for him. "Old man Merlin, I'm glad you're doing well," said Edward with a big smile on his face. Merlin was momentarily caught surprised by his words, before slightly laughing. "You must be in trouble to be acting so cheeky. Tell me what you've gotten yourself into." Edward was a little embarrassed that he was seen through. However, over the years, he had developed a thick skin to deal with so many wives. Otherwise, he would have suffered. So, with a big smile on his face, he acted as if Merlin was his closest friend, his elder that he could lean on in times of crisis. 177 long-awaited answers. After having tea with Merlin, Edward told him about all his experiences in the Full Metal Alchemy world, including his battle with Truth. Except for private details regarding Olivier, he did not live much out. After all, he was the one looking for protection. "So, old man, what do you think?" After caressing his beard, Merlin replied, "You do not have to worry about Truth." "What does that mean? Are you going to stop him if he comes, or he cannot come at all? Just know that you're safe." Edward looked at him with a speechless look, then said, "All right. I know old and powerful people like you enjoy speaking in riddles. When I become as powerful as you, I will continue the tradition." This time it was Merlin's time to be speechless. Edward took out the orbs containing the different authority and asked, "Please check to see if there are any problems with these things. Also, check to see if there is any problem with the knowledge I have received from the Eye of God." Merlin took the orbs and looked at them, then looked up and down at Edward, who felt like all his secrets were seen through. Although uncomfortable, he did not resist because for one he was asking for help, second, resistance was futile. "The orbs have no problem," replied Merlin. "However, the knowledge you receive have. Truth has placed a backhand on them. Please elaborate." "I'm guessing that your plan was to create a knowledge dimension similar to Truth's. Then, once an alchemist in your empire opens the gate of Truth, they will be sent there. However, if you use the knowledge you got from the Eye of God, Truth would be able to secretly steal from your knowledge dimension, even across universe." "I knew it," muttered Edward. "It was too easy to get all that knowledge from Father during the promised day." He also knew that powerful entities like Truth have weird methods that he could not fathom. So, he looked at Merlin with shining eyes. The old man laughed slightly before snapping his finger. Suddenly, Edward felt like some heavy weight has been lifted from his shoulder, then there was nothing else. He could not even remotely understand what Merlin did. After sighing to himself how he had a long way to go, he said, "All right, let's discuss the other matters." "There is more." "Of course." "Fine, little brat, I'm in a good mood," replied Merlin. One of his closest relations is with his disciple, Arthur. However, the latter respected him so much that it was not easy to have a relaxed and non-formal conversation. Even across multiple universes, it's always like that. It's the reason that Merlin likes the universes where he is an enemy with Arthur instead of his teacher. Or better yet, universes where things get spicy between them or their gender are reverse. Of course, old man Merlin would never admit to his disciple that he secretly experienced this universe himself. After all, he has a reputation to uphold. "What do you think about my plan to reach the Akashic record?" "Well, all I can say is that you will need help for your plan to have even a remote chance at succeeding. And I'm not talking about Morgana." Edward pondered for a moment before his eyes lit up. "I know what to do. Is there anything else?" "Yes," replied Edward. This time, he talked about his concerns regarding how coincidental it was for him to discover the hole in reality that led to the void along with Rowena. Then, he stared at Merlin intensely, waiting for his answer. The old man internally shook his head. To him, Edward was the perfect disciple with plenty of potentials. What he liked the most about him was his desire to pursue the essence of magic. There were two complaints he had about him. One was his womanizing way. He would have preferred if he was a one-woman kind of guy. The second was his paranoia. However, he understood that his paranoia came from his personality, experience, and high intelligence. So, after pondering for a while, he said, "Discovering the whole had nothing to do with me or anyone else. You were just lucky." "Lucky?" "Yes. Luck is a fundamental part of reality. Some people are born lucky and can accomplish great things because of it. Some people do not have high luck and have to work hard to accomplish their goals. Fortunately, you're one of the lucky ones." Edward frowned after hearing this, then he asked, "What about Rowena? Was that also my luck?" "No, she was my doing. She is from a different timeline where after being infected by low-level void energy, the hole in reality that you discovered in the Bermuda Triangle was instantly closed. I knew that your travel throughout different universes would be quite dangerous, so I wanted to give you something to protect you from some powerful entity, so I merged her timeline with the one you discovered, the void hole." After being silent for a few seconds, Edward said, "Thank you. Oh, I thought you would be mad. I'm not that stubborn of a person. I understand when people are trying to help me. Without meeting Rowena, it would have taken me a few hundred years if not more to control the lowest level of void energy. There is no way I could be able to use as efficient as now, so it would be impossible for me to deal with people like Truth. It's good that you understand." "Well, is there anything else?" "Yes," replied Edward with a more serious look on his face. "I want to know about my reincarnation. About the earth I came from." Merlin caressed his beard, thinking how to reply. A few seconds later, he said, "The earth you are from is called Primordial Earth. Is there any special about it besides the cliché name?" Merlin was once again speechless before shaking his head and continuing. It is indeed a very special place. That Earth is located in a very special high dimension. Truth be told, many people believe that it is the original Earth and all the other Earths are projections of it. However, there is not enough information to prove that. So, what's so special about it? Although the people there are just ordinary people, they all possessed an unknown ability. Their minds can receive information from other universes, dimensions, or worlds. Then, they will write about these worlds in the form of stories, movies, books, and televisions. On top of that, all the people of primordial Earth have the ability to create worlds. Any story that they write down, any films that they create, any animations they draw will become a real world. The odd thing is that they are not even aware of this. Edward had a look of shock on his face, then. After discovering this, many powerful people became interested in this small planet. Although no one found the reason for such power, they also discovered another important aspect. If you take a random person from primordial Earth and have them reincarnated or transmigrated into another world, using their knowledge of story, they can rapidly grow powerful in a very short time. On top of that, a lot of these people have awakening powerful innate abilities after being transmigrated. What do you mean by innate ability? Asked Edward even though he had a guess. Things like system or your innate talent for magic. Basically what the Easterners called golden finger. Edward nodded his head as many things he did not understand became clear. Because of this fact, many people choose people from primordial Earth as their disciples, their inheritor, or avatar. If the people they chose did not have innate abilities, they would be granted one. If they already did, they would be strengthened. Or they might not receive anything. It all depends on the people who choose them. Edward understood Merlin's meaning. He has read many stories of protagonists that were granted wishes by gods before being reincarnated into other worlds. The gods are the powerful people Merlin was talking about, and the wishes were the innate abilities. From what you said, there should be many people reincarnated into different worlds. How come I've never met one in my world? Asked Edward. Oh, they exist, just in different timelines. Additionally, these timelines are usually isolated and protected. The Harry Potter world is a favorite of many people, so there are many of them. Edward nodded his head, planning to one day search for these timelines. What about me? Who is the one who reincarnated me? Was it you? No one, replied Merlin. No one. Yes. After so many people began to intervene in primordial Earth, a change took place in that dimension. After death, some random people were chosen to be reincarnated on their own without outside intervention. You were one of the lucky ones. Edward sighed both in relief and disappointment. He was relieved that he did not have some powerful old guy secretly planning his life. He was regretful since the only innate ability he received was his magical talent along with the ability to never forget. He also wanted a system to help him reach the peak of life. You do not need to look down on yourself on your talent, said Merlin as if he could guess Edward's mind. I have seen many people across different timelines with more powerful ability than you, yet their accomplishments do not come close to you. The majority of them become satisfied after killing Voldemort and achieving immortality with the Philosopher's Stone. They become content with their strength and have no desire to explore the larger world, to explore the universe and come in contact with other magic civilization. This is one of the reasons that Merlin decided to sponsor Edward. With his talent, his limit should have been like the other people, but he had greater visions and actively pursue them. An example of that is the creation of his world gate. Many people have been transmigrated into the Harry Potter world. These people should have realized that since the Harry Potter world is real, shouldn't the other worlds that they have learned about in the primordial Earth be real as well and try to reach there? But few people do so. The only people who actually do so are the ones who have innate abilities that allow them to travel to different worlds. Unfortunately, these people did not rely on themselves but on their talent. This is the reason he appreciated Edward. After taking a few minutes to calm himself down and process all the information he just received, Edward asked, "Could I return to primordial Earth? The political landscape there is too complicated. Wait until you're more powerful before trying." Edward nodded as he was not in a hurry. He accepted his new life. He just had a few regrets that he wanted to make up. "Do you have any advice for me?" "Yes," replied Merlin. "The world you are currently in is more vast and complex than you could ever imagine. So far, you have barely scratched the surface, be mindful of this fact." Edward nodded his head, chatting for a little with Merlin before leaving. 178 changes. This volume is called Intergalactic War. "Morgana, do not forget to land as close to our time of departure," said Edward. Then, the gate shook for a few seconds before arriving at its destination. "Where are we and what time?" Morgana quickly connected to her main server before saying, "It's currently arcane year 40 and we are on the continent of Africa." "So, only 5 years passed since we left," muttered Edward before leaving the gate. He wanted to see what change occurred during his absence. As soon as he landed, he felt the difference. He could feel energy in the environment. To be precise, he could feel mana. So, the mana trees were planted. I wonder what changes a high mana environment has brought to the people, animal, and general ecology of the planet. Edward then looked at the ground underneath his feet. He could feel the tectonic energy along with the life force of the planet. Although his gate of truth was destroyed, with his senses, he could still feel these energies. However, after trying they became extremely difficult to control without the gate. Nevertheless, Edward was not worried as he already knew how to create a gate of his own based on father's research. And with Merlin dealing with the issue of truth, he did not have to worry about using the gate. As Edward felt the different energies in the earth, he also felt the ley line nodes and the mana inside. He mobilized this mana to cast a spell. A small flame appeared on his hand. Well, one of my theories has been proven true. With the Gate of Truth, ordinary people can use the mana in the ley lines to cast spells. After a few tests, Edward apparat to the nearest large city. With an invisibility spell on him, he watched everything around him. He watched the flying cars, children riding hoverboards, wizards, and ordinary people using magic. Because of its large resources, Africa became one of the most prosperous continents in the empire, especially on the magical side. The continent had the largest magical resources on the planet. While Edward was walking in the city, he discovered a special area with a magic shield covering. With intrigued, he apparat in that direction. He discovered a special place in the city that was protected by the shield. At first, Edward thought some people had broken the law in his absence and created a place where only the rich or magically gifted could enter. However, after arriving at the destination, he saw a sign with the words, "Mana-free zone." After a quick investigation, he realized the purpose of this place. The environment had changed with mana being present. However, to some people, mana is a poison to their bodies. So, some special places were created that did not contain mana for these people to live in. After entering that place, Edward discovered that all of these people would wear a bracelet, ring, or watch on their bodies with a specific enchantment. After checking the enchantment, he found out that it would release a weird frequency that repels the mana in the environment and prevent it from entering their bodies and making them suffer. It seems that the council did a good job at handling this transition, though Edward to himself. Then, he did a few more research on the mana-free zone. He learned that a year ago, there was a breakthrough in genetic technology. The empire could modify the bodies of these people to permanently prevent mana from entering their bodies, thus curing them of this problem. That way, they could leave the mana-free zone without wearing magical items. Moreover, this procedure was very cheap, ensuring that everybody in need could use it. Unfortunately, not many people were willing to do so. This is all because of a rumor that long-term exposure to mana can grant ordinary people magical talents. So, even if mana would cause them tremendous pain after entering their bodies, many people were willing to take the risk. Many people would remove their protective device for a few hours every day to withstand such pain. Edward frowned deeply after seeing this. He then continued his secret visit to the Empire. His next destination was Hogwarts. He walked along the walls of the castle that had withstood the trials of time. Nothing of significance had changed during his absence. After all, only 5 years had passed. Edward thought that his visit would only be a trip to memory lane. However, one event caught his attention. A student that looked like he was in the 5th year had a bunch of other students behind him as he dueled 3 people at the same time. Based on his green outfit, he was a Slytherin. With his small wand, he easily defended against the attacks of the 3 people. Then, he used a disarming charm to remove their wands from them. "I have to say, you mages are really weak," said the Slytherin student. Did I say something wrong? None of you will ever be as good as us wizards," added the Slytherin students. His words made his friends laugh out before leaving. They all sneered at the defeated students. As Edward watched all of this happening, he was a little disappointed. Not just at the Slytherin students, but the other houses as well who just stood by and did nothing. Not even the little badgers. As Edward watched the 3 defeated students walk away, he listened to their conversation. "John, are you all right?" asked one of them to his companion, who seemed more agitated than the other 2. "I'm fine, just a little unwilling," replied John. "Don't listen to them. One day, the problem of unstable magic core will be fixed. And once the research on expanding the internal dimension of our cores has a positive result, we mages will not be any weaker than any wizard," said the third person. Unfortunately, John seemed to be still in a bad mood, so one of them said, "Think of it that way. At least we are better than the muggles." "Don't say that. You know this word is considered a racial slur according to the law. If you get caught, you will be placed in detention and your parents will have to pay a fine." The 3 of them looked around to see whether anyone heard them talking, then they rushed to their house lounges. It seems that the problem of discrimination has increased instead of being solved, thought Edward before connecting to Skynet and accessing the latest research. He was not aware of any problem regarding insatiable core before leaving. So, after getting the research, he understood what these kids were talking about. After mana returned to the environment, mages have to absorb this mana to increase their own reserve. However, a problem that was not detected by Hermione during the trials was that many magic cores of mages became unstable and even collapsed. After research, she discovered that the mana in the environment is more aggressive in nature compared to the well-regulated and controlled mana she used in a lab. This aggressive nature led to the instability of the mage's magic core. Because of the difference in the environment, this problem was not detected beforehand. However, a temporary solution was quickly developed. A potion was quickly created to stabilize the core. Unfortunately, this potion is very expensive and requires constant use. Adding to that, the limitation of all mages is 20x mana. Their situation is not looking good in the Empire. After looking at the data, Edward was not worried. He could think of a few dozens of magic circles that could fix this problem by stabilizing and even reinforcing the magic cores of mages. Plus, with Extension Charm Magic Circle, they can also grow their mana to the same height as wizards. However, he knew that doing this would not fix the problem, just merely manage it. So, he was pondering on how to solve the problem and further unite all the people of the Empire. 179 Conflict. After this encounter, Edward did stay long at Hogwarts before leaving. He did not even alert Headmistress Minerva but contacted his family to announce his return. As soon as he returned to his castle, he saw Hermione waiting for him. She jumped into his arm and hugged him tightly, almost squeezing him to death. "I'm fine. I don't even have a scratch on me," said Edward as he caressed her long hair. Soon afterward, everybody else arrived to give him a long hug. A few minutes later, Edward was having dinner with all his family. His mother, father, wives, Amelia, and even Susan closed her art exhibition to come to participate in the dinner. "Son, you're finally back," said his mother. "What do you mean?" "My experiment has just finished," lied Edward smoothly and effortlessly. "Oh, I know you way better than you can imagine. Do you think I could not tell that the person that was talking to me for the past 5 years was nothing but a programmed hologram?" replied Johanna. In the early chapter, I said that Edward's mother's name was Johanna, then I forgot and said that her name was Morgana. Now, I decided that Morgana is her first name while Johanna is her middle name. To disguise from the little elf Morgana, she will be referred to as Johanna from now on. Plus, your father cannot keep a secret." Edward just glanced at his father without saying anything. Before leaving, he left a hologram to talk to his mother to not worry her. At first, he wanted to leave a clone. However, he was worried that the clone would go rogue in his absence. With how much power he has in the Empire, a rogue clone could do too much damage. Plus, he did not want Herpo to take advantage of the clone to do something sneaky. "Well, all that matters is that our son is back safe and sound," said Edgar Bones. "That's true. Son, where is my new daughter-in-law?" "Excuse me. There is no need to play coy," said Johanna. "If I know you, you must have brought one or a few new wives from your voyage. So, where are they?" Edward could feel many dangerous eyes staring at him. She coughed slightly. She's still in cryo-sleep. She needs time to adjust to this world. "All right, let's not talk about this. How has everything been during my absence?" Although Johanna wanted to know more, she was wise enough to know that this was not the time. So, the family had a long dinner as Edward briefly explained the things he experienced during his travels. Once everything was over, he was left alone with his 5 wives. The joyous mood on his face instantly disappeared once he was alone. With a frown on his face, he asked, "What's going on?" "What do you mean?" asked Rowena. "I could feel some alienation between all of you. So, something must have happened." During the dinner, he could feel that all of them seemed to be separated into 2 groups, one with Rowena and Bellatrix. The second with Hermione, Luna, and Fleur. "While you were gone, we had a little disagreement," said Rowena calmly. "I guess it's not that little since it also divided the Illuminati members as well. In that case, let's assemble and deal with the issue once for all." Soon, all the other members were called for a meeting. Snape, Lily Potter, Grindelwald, Professor Flitwick, Amelia, and the Flamel. As soon as they arrived, Edward could feel the tension between them. So, he asked someone to tell him what happened, then a file was sent to him. After using Skynet to watch, he understood the gist of what was going on. A rebellion. 3 years after his departure, news of his absence was leaked. A group of people, using the information that the so-called Dementor invasion that was the foundation of the Arcane Empire's establishment was a lie created by the Emperor, rebelled and took over a few major cities all over the world. After reading up to here, Edward was calmed. He expected long ago that the information about the invasion would not remain a secret forever. So, he was prepared long ago. He disseminated the truth to the web so that all the people of the Empire would hear about it at least once. That way, over time, after constantly hearing this conspiracy theory, the majority of people became desensitized to this kind of information. No one actually believes it to be true, and when other people talk about this theory, they are labeled as conspiracy theorists. What led to the conflict amongst the members was not the rebellion, but the actions taken to deal with the situation. They were divided in what course of action to take. People like Hermione and Luna advocated for a peaceful solution, while Rowena, Bellatrix, and Snape advocated for a more military or forceful approach. However, before they could come up with a decision, Grindelwald took matters into his own hands. Using his power as the commander of the Ghost Squad, he led his legion to massacre the rebels. And he broadcasted the entire thing to the world. "Your Majesty, I'm willing to accept punishment," said Grindelwald. "But I still believe that I did the right thing." "You indeed did the right thing," said Edward. These words made Grindelwald relieved. His only dream in his life was to see wizards prosper. Now, this dream has been accomplished, so he will not allow anyone to destroy the current prosperity of wizard kind. Whoever tries to do so, he will kill them with no hesitation. Edward looked at the fuming peaceful group and said, "I understand why you want to use a peaceful approach. However, despite how prosperous the Empire currently looks, there are too many problems. So, we cannot tolerate any form of rebellion." Grindelwald's action will not only serve as a warning to those people who have these thoughts but also serve as a precedent for how to deal with rebellion in the future, especially when our territory spawns countless solar systems and even galaxies. Rebellion in any shape or form cannot be tolerated. Otherwise, the Empire will slowly crumble once we begin to expand our territories. Hermione, Luna, Fleur, Lily, and Flitwick sighed after hearing his words. Although they did not like it, they understood that sometimes, force and violence is the best way to solve some problems. Rowena, Bellatrix, Snape, and Grindelwald did not rob their victories to the other side. After all, they knew that these people wanted the best for the Empire. As for the Flamel, they remained neutral during the entire controversy. After appeasing these people, Edward made one phone call. It was to Dolores Umbridge. After this incident, she took the blame for Grindelwald's actions. After talking to her and promising her that she will be reinstated in her position after a few years of laying low, Edward hung up the phone. As an emperor, he was adept at politics and knew how to appease the people that worked for him. Even though he did not like Dolores, she was very capable in her work and did what she was told without complaining. After that, Edward made another call. This time it was to Lucius Malfoy. As the commander of the Earth Defense Force, he actually allowed a rebellion to occur under his watch. So, Edward reprimanded him while also telling him that his power will be reduced. On account of his loyalty, he can keep his position, but the power he holds will drastically decrease. Of course, Edward also knew that part of the fault was on the Auror Department and the Intelligence Department. But, he would deal with these people later. 180 new projects. After dealing with his phone calls, Edward looked at Grindelwald and asked, "Did you find the people who instigated the revolt?" "Yes. They belonged to a radical anti-imperialism group. I tracked many of their secret bases in many different planets in our solar system and have eradicated them. However, I noticed that their operation was funded by someone or a group of people. Unfortunately, these people were very good at erasing their traces." After saying that, he looked at Amelia, who added more to the topic. "Since your departure, a group of corporations has been using their financial means, threat, and dark magic to influence many members of the council. They have been trying to pass laws regarding lowering taxes, nobility titles, and the rights to privately own planets. I believe that they are responsible for the fundings of these radical groups." Edward reviewed the information that Amelia sent him, and a deeper frown appeared on his face. Their actions have begun to affect the foundation of the Empire. One of the reasons that the Empire has been flourishing so well is because it is a meritocracy. As long as someone contributed enough, they can rise in both status, strength, wealth, and many more. However, many of these corporations have begun to take credit for their workers' contributions for their own benefit. Edward will never allow this to happen, otherwise, the Empire will crumble at a rapid rate. "Why don't you deal with these people?" he asked. "The main reason is that there is not enough evidence to back these accusations. These people are very good at cleaning their tracks." Edward understood her meaning. As the most powerful elder of the council, she still has to follow certain laws and regulations. However, he does not. "Don't tell anyone about my return. I will attend the council meeting 3 days later and deal with these people." Edward knew that these people were dying to know what other universes are like and what he experienced, so he showed them. He uploaded his memory and experience in a private server of Skynet and have them experience it themselves. Of course, a few private things were left out. So, all of them closed their eyes for a few minutes before opening their eyes. "The wonders of the world never stop amazing me," said Flitwick with a big sigh. He was not the only one who felt that way. After everyone reviewed the memory, all of them gave Nicholas Flamel a strange look before averting their eyes. In the information that they just learned, they knew that someone with the same name as him was involved with the Philosopher's Stone. All of them were not stupid and guessed something. However, since Edward did not mention this topic, they did not bring it up. Then, all of them began to review the knowledge Edward brought back from his voyage. Besides Nicole, who was interested in gate alchemy, and Snape, who was interested in alchemy, all the other members focused more on the arcane rune magic that Edward invented. "So, we, wizard, finally have a way forward," said Rowena as she read the information on becoming Tier 4 and Tier 5. "Not just wizards, but mages too," added Hermione. "With this new system, most if not all the problems that mages faced will be solved." The creation of mages has always been very important to her as it was a way for her to allow her parents to use magic. "I can even use it to deal with the issue of bloodline rejection," commented Fleur. Edward nodded his head as he could see that each of them could find inspiration from the knowledge he brought back. "Nico, what do you think?" "The gate alchemy seemed to be an advanced form of transmutation magic. With it and the new form of enchantments you created, we can finish Project Uranus in 2 years or less. If there is more manpower, it can be done in 6 months. "Indeed," replied Edward as he sent new schematics that he developed for the floating city to Nicole. It was a better and more powerful version of the old ones. Nicholas was intrigued and began to study it. "What about you, Auntie? What do you think?" "The gate alchemy is a system that can be generalized to the people. As long as someone has a soul, they can have a gate, meaning that we will enter an era where every individual in the Empire has some sort of extraordinary power. However, that is not necessarily a good thing. Once people have power, their inner desires will also be augmented. So, we need proper regulation to ensure that things do not go out of control. Don't worry, I've been prepared for this possibility." Then, Edward sent all of them a new document with the title, Project Pangea. "This will be our main next project in the next few months, so I need you guys to become knowledgeable in gate alchemy. Additionally, I will organize a symposium with all the Tower Masters and other influential wizards of the Empire to help." "I'm glad that you already thought of everything," nodded Amelia. "With the current plan, no matter whether it is wizards, mages, or other extraordinary beings, it will be easier for them to be managed." Amelia read the information about the destruction ability of Tier 5. She could imagine what kind of catastrophe these people could make if they went rogue. There is more, suddenly said Edward as he sent them another blueprint with the title, Project Akashic. After everyone read the entire thing, a solemn look appeared on their faces, everyone became quiet. Finally, Flitwick said, "Is this a little too dangerous? If something goes wrong, there will be catastrophic ramifications." Many people agreed with Flitwick. "This is the reason I'm showing you all of this," replied Edward. "I want your help to deduce the possible danger that I overlooked and come up with ways to reduce them." Many people immediately understood that there were no ways to change Edward's mind. Without them, he will still take the risk. The only person slightly excited was Rowena. "Does this Akashic record truly exists? Does it really contains all the knowledge in the world?" "They do exist. However, I do not know if they contain all the knowledge in the world, but there should be more than we can imagine." The meeting continued for a few minutes before everyone was dismissed. Edward could see that many of the people present wanted to become Tier 4 wizards as soon as possible, and even Tier 5. So, he dismissed them before warning them that they should probably practice aura to strengthen their bodies before trying to reach the higher stages, otherwise they risked failure. Then, he waited for the council meeting 3 days later. 181 arcanists. 3 days soon passed, and a council meeting took place. All the elected officials along with the council elders showed up thinking that this would be a regular meeting like any others. However, after everybody arrived, they discovered that the emperor sat on a throne in the highest seat of the council. They did not know whether he instantly appeared on that seat or he was always here, but they could not notice him. Many people immediately became scared. There was a rumor that the emperor went to a faraway place and would not return for at least a few decades if not centuries. Because of this, many people became impudent and did things that they were not supposed to, things they knew could get them killed or imprisoned. So, after seeing the emperor alive and well after only a short 5 years, these people knew that they were in trouble. A few of them wanted to run, however, as soon as this idea popped up in their minds, a powerful pressure enveloped the room making everybody unable to move. Arcane rune spell, spiritual pressure. This was a spell that Edward invented based on Bleach's anime Ryotsu or spiritual pressure. With this spell, he could release the strength of his soul to intimidate his opponent. And if there is a vast difference in soul strength, he can render the person immobile and unable to use their mana. With Edward's Tier 5 strength and the fact that his soul has always been innately powerful, he was able to immobilize all the Tier 3 wizards in the room along with the other regular people. Once everybody was unable to move, Edward began to use a large-scale legilimency spell to read the mind of these people. This act infuriated all of them, even the people who had nothing to hide. After all, no one wanted to have their mind and memories read by someone else, this was an invasion of property. So, all of them collectively resisted. Unfortunately, soon after, a warning was sent in their minds. If they resisted, more force will be used, which could lead to damage to their minds and souls. Immediately, these people knew that the emperor was furious and will not play nice with them as usual. Anyone who stood in his way today will suffer the consequences. Although some people were unwilling, they stopped resisting. As for the ones that refused to, they suffered the consequences. Many of them dropped to the floor, screaming in pain as they held their heads. Once Edward was done with his search, a few people discovered that some people had a red X braided on their foreheads. More importantly, 3 council elders had the same mark. The room instantly became quiet with everybody having a subtle look in their eyes. Then, one of the people who had a mark on them was suddenly enveloped by a dark aura that allowed him to break the spiritual pressure immobilization. Afterward, that person began to turn into a shadowy figure seeming to want to apparate away. Unfortunately, before he could do so, a magic circle appeared on the ceiling and a green light flew from it and hit him. With a look of horror on his face, that person fell to the ground, his body paled, although there was not a single scratch on him. A few knowledgeable wizards could tell that this spell looked similar to the killing curse that was once infamous in the wizarding world. And these people were correct, at least partially. Edward modified the killing curse to destroy people's souls instead of the vitality inside the body, thus making the spell more deadly. While everyone was still terrified by this person's death, members of the Imperial Guard entered the room and took away the people who had marks on them. "I would like to apologize to all of you who are innocent in this incident," said Edward calmly. "Unfortunately, the situation required desperate measures. To express my gratitude for your loyalty to me and the Empire, you can rest assured that you will be compensated." Immediately, the remaining people receive a notification that a great number of arcane points have been added to their accounts. Additionally, they discovered that the Grand Library has been updated with 2 different power systems and many other new things. The wizards in the room quickly took notice of Tier 4 and Tier 5 advancing methods, while the mages took notice of the ways to stabilize their magic core and increase the upper limit of mana. "Alright, you can review these things after this meeting. They will not be publicly announced for another 2 weeks, which should be plenty of time to give many of you an advantage," said Edward. So, everyone quieted down and provided their attention to him. First, there will be a rise in taxes to all the private corporations along with laws that strictly regulate them. You can emphasize the aspect of them taking credits for other people's works. I have a zero-tolerance policy regarding their actions. The Imperial Guards will assist in the arrest of the people found guilty of such crimes. They will have the power to kill anyone who resists before reporting. A few people clenched their teeth after hearing this. Although they were publicly elected, they still have private businesses on the side. But now, they could foresee hard times with these new laws. Second, continued Edward. All people with extraordinary abilities will be collectively referred to as arcanist. Mages will be called arcanists, wizards as bloodline arcanists, wizard knight as arcane knight or arcane swordman based on their preferred choice. Edward then proceeded to divide the different classes of arcanists. People who use gate alchemy will be known as gate arcanists. People who modified their genes, people who replaced their bodies with robotic and aura masters will be under the category of enhancer arcanists. Although he wanted to have a separate category for mechanically enhanced individuals, the field was just beginning and there were not many people or knowledge to be an independent department. Another department that faced the same problem is psychic energy that Narcissa Malfoy and Soleil discovered. This particular system has not developed yet to the point of being on its own. However, once they do, they either be called spiritual arcanists or arcane psychers. He hasn't decided yet. After the meeting was over, Edward left the council. He hoped that the first law deal with some of the issues regarding class division and wealth distribution in the empire. As for the second, it is to bridge the gap between wizards, mages, and other extraordinary people. With the common identity as arcanist, it will be easier for people to be united and rally together. So, from now on, he is no longer a wizard but an arcanist. 182 High Magic. After the council meeting, Edward had important things to do, so he rushed back to his gate. One of the rooms contained a gigantic gate more than 100 meters tall that looked like a gate of truth. The only difference was that this gate had many runes engraved on it. After standing in front of it, the runes lit up and began to activate. A white light came from the gate and entered his head. Immediately afterward, changes started to occur inside his soul dimension. Countless runes began to appear, and these runes started to build something. It was a gate of truth. Using Father's experiment, the knowledge he stole from the Eye of God, years of research, and a little bit of help from Merlin, Edward invented a way to create his own gate of truth. A few hours later, a brand new gate appeared in the empty white space. The design on the gate looked exactly like the previous one that he destroyed. An Ouroboros with a pyramid inside. Inside the pyramid was a lotus with a single eye at the center. However, now, there was an additional circle with the word arcane written in a strangle language that Edward did not know. Still, just by looking at the word, he understood its meaning. After the new gate of truth was created, Edward left the laboratory and appeared on Earth. Instantly, he discovered that his senses of energy were drastically enhanced. He could see the mana in the environment, they looked like tiny blue atoms. He could sense the tectonic earth energy on the ground that alchemists most often used. Along with it was the life force of the planet and along with the ley line nodes that resided on the Earth. Additionally, Edward could feel a large quantity of aquatic energy from the ocean. Since Earth was made of 70% of water, this energy was the most abundant. He wondered would be using this energy for alchemy would have some additional effect just like life force has on Olcagesti? Edward controlled the aquatic energy and performed a transmutation. The water underneath his feet instantly turned into a large iceberg. It seems to be able to amplify water-related alchemy, muttered Edward, but he did not continue to test. He operated and left the atmosphere. As he floated in the vacuum of space, even without relying on any spell, he could breathe properly, and his body was strong enough to block any kind of radiations and so on. While there, he could feel ambient energy that exists in space and seemed to flow through the universe. He tried to control that energy but failed. So, he tried a few more times. After more than an hour, he finally managed to control a small part of it and begin to take a close look at it. Is that cosmic energy? Edward has read about cosmic energy in many comics and Marvel movies. He did not expect to discover it in his universe. I will have someone studying it, it could be of great use in the future. After taking note of this, Edward teleported to the small dimension that used to be his laboratory located in the Bermuda Triangle. He went to see his dragon, Albion. When the Thunder Dragon King noticed its arrival, he opened his eyes while still laying on the mountains of gold. So, did you return after failing in your trip? Maybe, replied Edward with an ambiguous smile. Don't be discouraged. Even our dragon clan has failed to break through the source wall, let alone you. Wait, you're already a tier 5 wizard. Tier 5 arcanist, but yes, I've had some opportunities. Did you find something in the astral realm? Astral realm? That's a new term, thought Edward. More or else, replied Edward. Then, countless runes appeared in his eyes as he looked at the dragon. He was checking Albion's soul and bloodline. Just like I thought. He discovered that the restrictions he placed on the dragon were slowly being removed. So, it is only a matter of time before the latter regained its freedom. Then, a three-dimensional magic circle started to manifest in front of Edward, which shocked Albion. What's this? What are you doing? The dragon had a bad premonition. However, Edward ignored him. A few minutes after the circle was created, it entered Albion's bloodline and soul, creating a new and stronger restriction. Damn it, roared the dragon as he tried to find his enslavement. How can you use high magic? Another new term, thought Edward. While the dragon was busy fighting the spell he cast on him, Edward took the opportunity to steal some of the memories that were previously inaccessible to him. He then knew what the term high magic meant. In the universe, magic can be categorized into three main categories: divine magic, ordinary magic, and high magic. Divine magic can only be used by the gods and their followers can only use it if their gods bestowed it onto them. This form of magic is considered the mainstream, and although debatable, could be considered the most powerful type of magic. Ordinary magic is any other type of magic, for example, wandcraft magic that was popular in the Harry Potter world before Edward came along. The reason this magic is considered ordinary is that the gods are immune to this kind of magic. No matter how strong a spell is, once it touches a god, they will not be affected by it in the slightest, even if there is a vast difference in tier between the caster and the god. High magic is different as it can affect gods and even kill them if strong enough. And Edward's newly invented arcane rune magic falls in the category of high magic. After knowing, Edward started to sweat profusely, thinking how he wanted to fight Herpo with wandcraft magic. That would be a disaster. Since dragon language is considered high magic, maybe things would not be so bad. Unfortunately, as soon as this thought came to his mind, Edward discovered another piece of information from Albion. Draconic language magic is divided into 4 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and king. The previous magic that he got was nothing but the beginner level, and only after the advanced level could draconic magic be considered high magic. Immediately after knowing this, Edward began to steal the intermediate magic from Albion's bloodline inheritance. Unfortunately for him, after getting 10% of it, a weird power came and cut off his contact with the information source. Meanwhile, Albion looked at Edward with fury in his eyes. He could feel that the difficulty of him removing the enslavement in his bloodline has increased to hell-level difficulty. Albion was indignant. A noble dragon king like himself was enslaved by a mere human. If he was not weak after his reincarnation, there is no way that he would suffer such humiliation. 183 Hidden danger. Ignoring Albion's furious gaze, Edward quickly reviewed the information he gathered about intermediate draconic language and nodded in satisfaction. Although he only managed to get 10% of it, with his understanding of beginner draconic language and with Morgana's help, he should be able to deduce the rest after some time. Plus, he did not place as much emphasis on this magic as he used to. The main reason that he was excited was that he could use what he just learned to make some minor upgrade to his arcane rune magic. So, after getting the information he could get and sending it to Morgana, he began to achieve his real purpose in coming to see the grumpy dragon. Edward immediately used his cosmic awareness as he looked at Albion. His mind then traveled countless light years away, in a galaxy far away. He saw a solar system gleaming with black lights. From his point of view, there seemed to be countless scales bound together. Suddenly, 2 bright stars appeared out of nowhere, shining brightly throughout the solar system. Immediately, Edward's jaw as he became gaze, he could not imagine what he saw. The so-called stars were 2 eyes, and the solar system was the body of a colossal dragon. He saw a dragon the size of a solar system. Edward took a deep breath to calm himself down. After opening his eyes, the dragon muttered, "The Thunder Dragon King has been resurrected." Just his words created a massive space storm enough to destroy a few solar systems. Moreover, Edward could feel a terrifying amount of mana inside this dragon's body. The quantity was higher than the massive Philosopher's Stone he has powering his world gate, albeit not as good when it comes to quality. I should probably contact the Dragon Temple to go get him. After these words were spoken, Edward's vision was broken. He found himself breathing loud, his heartbeat accelerate, and his clothes were soaked in cold sweats. Luckily for him, the enchantments on them activated to clean himself and the clothes. A few minutes later, Edward calmed himself down, then an excited smile appeared on his face. "This world is more interesting than I thought," he muttered under his breath. When he looked at Albion again, he became excited. This dragon must have the potential to reach that level. And as long as he is strong enough to suppress it, one day, he can ride a dragon the size of a solar system. How domineering that will be. For a moment, he became excited again before removing these thoughts from his head and dealing with the real problem. After this experience, he could see that Albion's body is releasing a strange wave and that colossal dragon was using it to know his coordinates. If this issue is not dealt with, once these powerful dragons arrived on Earth, the little arcane empire have little chance of surviving. The only hope that he will have is the void cannon. However, these things are unstable and their power has not been tested yet. So, their effectiveness is still unknown. Still, knowing the current situation, Edward decided to deal with the coordinate wave from Albion and improve the stability and power of the void cannon as a deterrence to these powerful gods and demons. So, for the next 4 days, Edward began to study that wave. Unfortunately, he could not find a way to block it or prevent Albion from sending it. In the end, he decided not to waste too much time and send the dragon to live in a world gate located in the void. That way, the source wall will act as the protective shield for this wave. And even if the dragon race managed to track the signal, they would not be able to do anything unless they could also enter the void like Edward. This treatment is not only for Albion but also the Water Dragon King that Fleur was using to study bloodlines, since she also was sending a signal. However, Edward also had one last precautionary measure to do. He sent both Albion and the Water Dragon King to a faraway galaxy and left them on a planet full of underground beasts with a small trace of dragon bloodline. Then, he erased all the traces of the signal that they were sending from planet Earth. As he looked at the 2 sleeping dragons, Edward muttered, "If the Dragon Temple can track the last place the signal was located, they should not found Earth, but this desolate planet." After that, he entered the world gate and returned to Earth. By the time he was done with all this, another 3 days. However, as soon as Edward returned home, he felt an intense gaze. He looked in one direction as his eyes suddenly turned pitch black. His gaze then seemed to pierce through another dimension where he saw a tall individual dressed in a black floating cloak. His cosmic awareness once again activated and some information appeared inside his mind. Herpo, Tier 8 solar system level, weakened state. Cursed by Krona to be forever stuck in this dimension without leaving. Many pieces of other information about this god also appeared in his mind. Herpo, ever since I came back, you've been peeping non-stop. Please stop as it is quite uncomfortable. After hearing these words, Herpo had a calm and composed demeanor despite how shocked he was inside. This wizard, no, arcanist strength has increased from Tier 3 to Tier 5 in just 5 years. In his current state, he can barely use Tier 6 planet level strength, so he is not that far in terms of strength. Additionally, in the past, the arcanist needed to use the deathly allows to contact him, but now, he could easily do, meaning his understanding of dimensions has reached a higher level in the past 5 years. Moreover, Herpo has known Edward for decades and knew about his personality. He always has been careful when talking or dealing with him, but now, he felt a hint of taunting in his voice. It was as if he did not care whether he left the afterlife and deal with him. So, what does he have to rely on, thought the death god. He wanted to use the last remaining faith he has and leave this place, then use all his strength to instantly destroy this arcanist. However, his cautious nature did not want to take risks. Herpo knows a few secrets. For example, the reason that the current arcane empire cannot summon demons from hell or even access other dimensions is that his forceful ascension to godhood 10,000 years ago severed the connection to these places. However, after mana returned to the environment, this connection will slowly heal itself. Herpo planned to take advantage of this process to create a clone to stay in the afterlife and escape his imprisonment with his real body. So, as long as he waits patiently, not only can he escape, he will be able to use his full strength. The question is now whether this arcane emperor will give him time? Disclaimer, with this tier system, once Edward becomes more powerful, it will become harder for me to have him enter some world that could give him some challenge. So, in the future, I will either slightly nerf him or drastically raise the power ceiling of some world. Of course, I will not make him start from scratch, but lower his ability so that he can have some form of challenge. Plus, I will try to make things make sense and not just randomly make a low-level world more powerful. I will also try to find worlds that are suited for his power level depending on the level he is at in the story. Next chapter title, Path Forward 184. Path Forward. In the end, Herpo decided to wait and see. After making a decision, he secretly sighed. His long years of imprisonment have made him very patient, at the same time, it also removed his risk-taking ability. So, he stopped looking at Edward and cut off the latter's connection to this dimension. Meanwhile, Edward sneered after seeing this. With a wave of his thought, the gate that was in invisible mode behind him disappeared. If Herpo dared to leave the afterlife and attack him, a major surprise was awaiting him. After his recent voyage and confrontation with truth, he no longer feared Herpo as much as he previously did. Although he still respected his opponent's strength, he still has many ways to deal. And with this newfound confidence, he did not want to just kill Herpo. No, he had bolder plans for the fate of this death god. After all, according to the information he knows, Herpo managed to instantly become a Tier 8 god from a Tier 3 wizard. Edward is very interested in his method. Over the years, he studied the ceremony magic that Herpo used to become a god. However, he did not place that much emphasis on it. Now, he decided to change that. He should be a very interesting experimental material. Edward then headed to his laboratory in the Bermuda Triangle. As soon as he entered, he saw a shadow rush towards him with rapid speed. He raised his hand. Bang! A large thumping small echoed in the room, followed by a small shockwave that blew the chairs and tables in the surrounding away. Edward looked at the fist that he blocked, smiled before saying, "So, you guys already practiced aura and reached Tier 4. Yes. Do you see how strong I am?" said Luna. "I can probably wrestle with a dragon." "That's actually a good idea, I will try later," she mumbled to herself by the end of that sentence. "Alright, let's test your shield." He raised his hand and a rune appeared. However, this one was not large as usual, but small enough to fit his palm. In an instant, an axe made of lightning appeared on his hand and he swung it down without hesitation. A transparent shield appeared to protect Luna, however, the force of the attack still made her take a few steps back. She and Edward both nodded in satisfaction. One of the two abilities that Tier 4 arcanists will acquire is a protective shield that will instantly protect them when in danger. The shield is connected to their mana and does not have to be actively used by them. After a few tests, Edward knew that only by using liquid mana to become Tier 4 would this ability be granted. If someone just increases the amount of mana inside their body to reach Tier 4, there is no such benefit. Another ability of Tier 4 arcanists is the passive ability to fly. They do not have to use spells to fly, they can do so just by instinct. Edward checked and see if there were any hidden injuries on Luna from his attack, and after seeing that she was fine, he was relieved. Then, he said, "I need you to perform anti-divination spell on Albion and the Water Dragon King." Although Edward has already removed the traces of these two dragons, he knew how powerful some diviners can be. So, he wanted to be prepared just in case. Luna was confused by the sudden request, so Edward explained the situation to her. Knowing the severity of the situation, she immediately started to do so. Meanwhile, Edward entered another room where all his other wives were, including Olivier, who recently woke up from her slumber. He walked to Hermione, who was holding a very thin tablet, looking at some data. "How is she?" he asked. "Everything so far is fine. Her body and soul have adapted to this world, and so far, we have not found anything strange." "Anything else?" Hermione paused for a moment, then said, "After doing some test, I have discovered that she has a really poor talent for magic." "What level?" asked Edward. "Even lower than level 1. The Empire has divided magic talent into 5 categories, with 1 being the lowest. According to research, level 1 talent has no chance to break the first limiter in their lives. Essentially, these people will forever remain as tier 0 apprentices. When it came to wizards, the amount of mana that their bodies produce is terribly slow and it is very difficult to control their mana. When it came to mages, they could barely sense mana in the environment, let alone control it. Of course, with a large number of resources, it should still be possible to forcibly push them to tier 3, but tier 4 requires talent and deep understanding of magic and runes, and control of mana. So, it is impossible for them to advance." After hearing Oliver's low talent, Edward was not surprised. Back in her home world, with the Armstrong family's wealth and strength, it should be easy for Olivier to become an alchemist. And with her desire for strength, she should not reject becoming an alchemist, yet, she did not. This only shows that she had a terrible talent for controlling energy, even with the aid of the Gate of Truth. Of course, Edward also knew she was talented in other aspects. He looked at the worried Olivier and gave her an assuring smile. "You do not have to worry about your talent. Severus has been studying a potion to increase talent using dragon heart as an ingredient. Once he is successful, I will have him brew one for you with the Water Dragon King." "That's indeed a good way to deal with the situation," said Hermione. "Once the potion is created, I can foresee that many dragons will be killed," commented Bellatrix, and many people agreed with her. "Not necessarily," replied Edward. "Dragons are creatures with powerful regenerative ability. After harvesting their hearts, as long we provide them with enough mana, they can regrow it. So, in the future, dragon hearts, along with their scales, blood, muscles, and even bones can be renewable resources. We are civilized people, so there is no need to act like barbarians and hunt these creatures to extinction." The others rolled their eyes after hearing this. What kind of civilized person used the body of another creature as a renewable material? Ignoring these people, Edward looked at Olivier and asked, "Remember what I taught you? You mean the way to control the life force in my body?" Edward nodded. He knew that Oliver was bad at controlling external energy, but was a prodigy at controlling internal energy. Plus, her body could absorb life force at an alarming rate. This is the reason that she was such a strong fighter back in her world, able to fight the homunculus sloth who was physically enhanced beyond human limits. So, Edward theorized that she might be a genius in the path of Aura Master. Now, he was going to test this out. He placed his finger on her forehead and the information on how to combine mana with life force to create aura. "Understand?" Oliver nodded her head. Then, Edward had her recreate her Gate of Truth to aid her in controlling her internal energy. Finally, he had Morgana inject mana inside her body. After following the method Edward gave her, it did not take long for her to create the first string of mana. After that, she was on a roll. "I was right," muttered Edward. The speed that she created aura was a few times faster than him. 185 Preparation. A few hours later, Olivier finished the transition into an aura master. As she felt the powerful energy inside her body, she was momentarily fascinated. Her physical stats has drastically increased in just a short few hours. She controlled the aura to travel to her legs, then jumped in the air. To her surprise, she managed to reach more than 10 meters. Her highest record before was 4 meters. After landing, Oliver suddenly caught the sword that Edward tossed to her, then she began to practice. She was so fast that after-image could be seen of her swinging her sword. During the practice, Oliver remembered the last tough battle she had. It was against the homunculus sloth. Back then, she had to use the help of her brother, Izumi Curtis, and her husband to become victorious. Now, she could cut off his head with one swing of her sword. Once done, Oliver smiled in satisfaction. She felt powerful. However, after turning her head, she saw all the people in the room looking at her calmly. Immediately, Oliver calmed down. Previously, she could not feel it, but now, she sensed the massive amount of aura inside all these people's bodies. On top of that, she could feel that the aura was slowly increasing without them doing anything. She understood that this was because the mana inside their cores was automatically combining with their life force. Is that the reason Edward wanted me to become an arcanist? Olivier was partly correct. One of the reasons he wanted her to have mana was to make it easier for her to train in aura. Another reason was the fact that aura was still a new and underdeveloped field. Edward wanted her to have the ability to deal with different situations, and magic was perfect for that. At least until aura is further developed. Knowing that she was currently the weakest member of this harem, she immediately removed the satisfaction she felt. The road ahead was long and arduous. Meanwhile, Edward nodded. He was satisfied with Oliver's talent as an aura master. He could foresee that she will be a great asset in developing it. "I will give you a philosopher's stone made of life force. That way, it will be faster for your aura to grow. When you become a tier 5 aura arcanists, you can fuse with 2 stones, one of mana and the other of life force." Oliver's eyes lit up after hearing this. Over the past few days, she has been reviewing common knowledge and information about the Empire. So, she knew the benefit of fusing with these two cores. Edward looked at Rowena and said, "Are you busy with any projects?" "No, I have some time." "Then please design a gravity room for her and us to train." "Gravity room? You want to use the power of gravity to train the body just like the novels?" "Yes. Aura is essentially a type of energy that is closely related to the physical body. The stronger the body, the more aura that can be created, and the faster it strengthens the body, thus turning into a loop. So, a gravity room is a great way to accelerate the training of aura." Rowena nodded in agreement. Creating such a thing was actually quite easy for her as gravity enchantments already existed. She just needs to modify it a bit and do a few tests. As for her other research project, with the new arcane rune magic, she could foresee that she will make rapid progress very soon. However, she still needed some time to learn this new form of magic and master it. So, in the meantime, she could work in the gravity room. "What about you? Working in any project?" asked Edward to Hermione. "No. After the mage's magic core was stabilized, I have nothing new." "In that case, I have something for you." Edward then showed her the previous research that he and Rowena did on Herpo's ceremonial magic, asking Hermione to study it. "You can work together with Bella." Hermione nodded her head before looking at Bellatrix, smiled gently while slightly squinting her eyes. "Bella, I've never seen your research. So, I wonder what your abilities are. Granger, do you have something you want to say? If so, be direct." "No, I'm just curious. If you want to know what I'm working on, ask our husband." Hermione snorted silently. If Edward was willing to tell her, did she have to ask someone else? Meanwhile, Edward pretended that he did not hear any of these two's arguments. He looked at Oliver and asked, "Do you want me to announce your status before or after entering the military?" "Do it after," she replied. Oliver has been thinking about this issue for quite some time now, but she finally decided after arriving in this world. "Good. According to what my aunt said, in a year or two, the Empire will begin its first intergalactic war. During this time, you can use your strength to gain a decent position and train a group of loyal men. Once the war begins, I will send you at the center of it. Gather as much merit as possible to climb the ranks. That way, once you become the commander of the Imperial Navy and your status is revealed, no one can complain." Edward also had other plans for Olivier. If he managed to reach the Akashic record, he should be able to use it to travel to other worlds. And at that time, he will be able to choose what world to go to instead of being random. He plans to send Oliver to the Star Trek universe for her to attend Starfleet Academy and learn how to be a proper commander. If possible, he will send her to different universes to learn how to properly lead space fleets and conduct intergalactic war. "What about your brother and family? Have they decided what to do?" "My brother said that he did not want to join the military again. He was tired of all the killing. My sister is very interested in magic, so she wants to go to school. As for my parents, they are still in the adjustment period." "That's fine. They can take their time. As for you, train well so that you can stand out in the army and upcoming war," replied Edward. "Has someone been chosen for this war?" asked Rowena. "We have a few candidates, but nothing has been set in stone yet. We have to make sure that the opponent is strong enough to train our troops, but not too strong so that things do not go out of control. After all, this our first galactic war. Although we have conducted many theories and practice in the virtual world, we have zero real experience." Rowena nodded her head before asking him, "What about you? What are you going to do?" "Me? I'm going to take a small vacation and wait for the symposium. Who wants to accompany me?" After saying this, the room became quiet for a moment before Rowena disappeared. She went to build the gravity room. Hermione and Bellatrix left to start their new project. Luna went to wrestle with a dragon. Olivier did not want to waste time, so she went to train. So, only Fleur was left to accompany Edward, who sighed out loud after seeing this. He knew the reason all of them were acting this way. Although they accepted the fact that he was a womanizer, it does not mean that they will not complain or show their dissatisfaction one way or another. The only person more acceptable to his way is Fleur, most likely because of her French origin. In the early days, Bellatrix was more understanding. However, recently, she has become a little possessive of him. With a smile on his face, Edward accompanied Fleur. 186 enthusiasm. A week quickly passed. Then, all the people in the Empire received a message. The Arcane Grand Library has been updated. At first, people did not care much about such an announcement until they checked what was added. Then, a massive surge of excitement plunged the entire Empire. From Earth to all the other planets in the solar system. The people most excited about this update were the Tier 3 wizards. For many years, many of them have broken through the third limiter. However, they could not find the path ahead. Now, they saw ways to become Tier 4 and 5 in just one day. Not to mention this newly created arcane rune magic. Based on the description, many people could foresee that this new system will bring a new age of rapid development to the Empire when it comes to magic or mage tech. The second people who were excited were the mages. From now on, they will no longer be inferior to wizards. Well, according to recent laws, they will all be arcanists from now. This upgrade did not only affect the wizards and mages but all aspects of the Empire. The Wizard Knight and the Martial Wizard of the East were ecstatic with the concept of Aura Master and could see the rapid development of their career. The new enchantments methods created by Edward will greatly benefit artificers in the Empire. The magic weapons created in the future will be more versatile and powerful. They cannot wait to create many magical wonders with these methods. Another group of people that were truly excited were ordinary scientists and engineers. Although they have high status in the empire since scholars are highly respected, it did not change the fact that they were just ordinary people. A few of them have been genetically enhanced, but not all of them can survive the process since it is quite harsh and the technology is not completely developed. However, now, they saw the hope of becoming extraordinary. Gate alchemy is based on the scientific principles that govern the world. So, as long as they go through the process of creating their gates of truth, with their knowledge, they will have a great advantage. The only thing to worry about is whether they have the talent to control energy. However, even if they do not, they will still be able to do basic transmutation after hard work and study. The geneticist of the empire was also satisfied after seeing all the life code knowledge that Edward gathered by studying the bodies of ordinary people in the Full Metal Alchemist world and the chimeras. A few of them even had access to Truth's life code and could ask permission to study such a life form. Of all the people, the ones most excited are the MageTech engineers. Since they combine technology with magic, they can benefit from both the new magic system and the gate alchemy. As such, after the new upgrade was released, countless people began to use their arcane merit to exchange for the knowledge in the library. And, from now on, arcane point will be changed to arcane merit. Many people who were selfish and did not want to exchange their research had no choice but to do so. They knew that if they hesitated, their peers will exchange before them and become more powerful than them. One thing that caught many people by surprise was what happened after they wanted to buy the information on how to become a Tier 5 Arcanist. They received a notice that this information will be released 3 months later after a symposium organized by the Emperor. If they want to attend and acquire a large amount of merit, they have to show their abilities. In the short 3 months, they have to master both gate alchemy and arcane rune magic. Finally, they have to submit a video of their proficiency in gate alchemy along with a paper of a theory. After evaluation, the best amongst them will be chosen. Many of the older arcanists remembered the first symposium that the Emperor orchestrated. This was before the Empire was established. During that time, many of the powerful wizards today grew rapidly in both strength and status after learning from the Emperor during that symposium. So, many people became excited and began to prepare. They used their high-level access to use perception dilation in Skynet so that they have more time to learn these two fields. Academy City, Bones Advanced School of Magic, in the principal office. Flitwick just ended a call with Edward and he sighed in relief. He was worried that his favorite student would not release the method of becoming Tier 5 as a way to further control over the Empire. Luckily, he did not have to worry about that. The reason for the delay was to motivate people to work harder, and because the destructive power of Tier 5 was too great and require some form of control or restraint. The purpose of the symposium is to address this situation and deal with it. Meanwhile, in a tower master not so far from the school, Lily looked at her son and asked, "How is it?" "After 6 months of training, I can barely make my spells instant," replied Harry. Unlike many people that had to wait to gain access to the new update now, his mother provided it to him more than 2 weeks ago. Using perception dilution, he has been training non-stop. 6 months? That shows that your talent is extraordinary. I'm confused. Wouldn't it be better to just allow the magic circle to stay inside the soul dimension and use it when needed? All this training seemed unnecessary. Lily shook her head. You are only looking at the benefit while failing to see the downside. Tell me, how long can the magic circle stay in your soul dimension? Should be about a month. For you, maybe. But for some people, only a few days. Now, how many circles can stay inside? Harry was not stupid. After thinking about these questions, he immediately understood the crux of the problem. Engraving the magic circles inside the soul dimension meant that every arcanist will have many instant spells, however, each person will have a different amount based on the size of the dimension. Once these spells are used, if not trained to cast instant spells on their own, they will be powerless. Well, weakened since they can use other types of magic like wandcraft or draconic language. Not to mention that after being used or after the expiration time, each magic circle requires time to slowly be engraved again. Do you understand? From now, another form of division will form between arcanists, ordinary and elite. People who cannot use instant spells on their own will be considered ordinary arcanists. This is the reason that I encourage you to train so hard. Harry nodded his head, however, he suddenly heard the sound of 2 people bickering. He raised his head to see Snape and his father walking while glaring at one another. Potter family dynamic James Potter was furious. 5 years ago, he was resurrected by his wife. He thought that he had a second chance at life, to be with his family and friends once again. Unfortunately, things did not go as he planned. For one, the world changed beyond recognition. After being resurrected, he had a hard time adapting to many modern concepts and ideas. Although he had information implanted in his mind to deal with the problem, it was still difficult to adapt culture-wise. For example, he was used to writing letters and sending them with howls. But now, this form of communication has now become obsolete, with only a few stubborn and old-fashioned wizards still using them. Another aspect that was hard for him to adapt to was the change of his friends and family. He first learned that Rat-Tie or Peter Pettigrew betrayed him and caused his death. Then there are the others. Lupin is no longer suffered from lycanthropy, has a family, and is a respected professor at Hogwarts. James was happy for him, just slightly missed the fact that they could not hang out as much since he was now always busy. As for Sirius, he was the most changed. He was part of the Imperial Navy training as a scout. Soon, he will be sent to different planets in our galaxy to gather information for the Empire. With the current technology, it would be quite easy for them to communicate from light years away. However, Sirius will be in constant danger based on what planet he is sent to. Where will he have time to talk to him? For now, he was more worried about whether his friend will survive these expeditions. He thought about persuading him not to go. However, he remembered that his friend was a Gryffindor. He longed for bravery and adventure. Luckily, Sirius still had a few years before his deployment. So, they still have a long time together. Of course, of all the changes, the one that disheartened James the most is his family. His son is already grown up with a wife and children of his own. He regretted not having the chance of seeing him grow. However, given the circumstances of his death, he was just glad that Harry was found and had a somewhat happy and normal childhood. Now, here comes the real trouble. One of the people who served as a father for Harry while growing up turned out to be his sworn enemy, Severus Snape. On top of that, he discovered that because of how long has passed, his wife had a strange relationship with his enemy. So, after resurrecting, he was furious and wanted to challenge Snape. He failed miserably. Back then, he was merely a Tier 0 apprentice that did not even break his first Demeter. How could he be Snape's opponent? Ashamed, James contacted his friend to gang up on his old school rival. Although Sirius was all for the drama, Lupin tried to convince him to let go of the past and act their age. James would not have it. In the end, Lupin was also convinced and followed the two. The result? They still failed. Although they did not lose, they did not win as well. It was then that his wife told him that Snape is one of the most trusted individuals of the Arcane Emperor and has access to the best resources of the Empire. The only reason that the three of them even stood a chance was that Snape took the higher road and did not completely embarrass them. After coming to this realization, James Potter decided to delve deep into the magic art and increase his strength. He wanted to deal with Severus himself. Unfortunately, after 5 years, with his wife's support, he only broke the second Demeter and became Tier 2. This was quite fast and displayed his talent. Increasing mana and becoming Tier 3 is simple with the Empire's resources. The real trouble is having a soul powerful enough to control said mana. This requires in-depth study of spells or experiments with magic. This requires learning a lot of knowledge. Unfortunately, James is like his son and loves fighting and using magic than studying. So, he was still stuck in Tier 2. At first, he did not mind his progress since he knew that Snape was only 1 Demeter higher than himself. However, 2 weeks ago, he learned that Snape was about to become Tier 4, and in a few years, even Tier 5, thus further the distance between them. As Lily watched the two of them walk in the room, sword drawn and ready to fight at any moment, she sighed lightly. She was confused about what to do. As a member of the Illuminati, she has to spend a lot of time with Snape. More importantly, they can discuss many secrets that she cannot share with her husband because of his low security level. Over the years, she has noticed that these secrets have started to create a rift with James. Although she tried to explain the situation to him, and he seemed to understand and accept, the estrangement was still there, albeit reduced. On top of that, Lily is aware that in the future, she might have to travel to other worlds with Snape and the other members. By then, she will have to leave home for years and spend hundreds of years with him. By that, the situation will become more complicated. As she pondered these issues, Lily suddenly remembered the last time she met Molly Weasley and complained to her regarding her situation. She looked at him with a straight face and said, "Why do you need to choose? Polygamy is not only legal in the Empire, but also normalized. So, choose both of them as your husband." She was shocked by these words as she never considered this. Despite the many changes that have occurred over the years, some of her thinking has not changed from the olden days. So, she never considered this approach. So, once Molly said this, she quickly denied such an approach. Unfortunately, ever since she said this to her, Lily has been unable to remove the idea from her head. After walking into the room, Snape smiled at Lily. Over the years, he has tried to become less gloomy and even practiced his smile. Although he was still wearing a black magical robe, it did not look as gloomy as his previous one as it was decorated with magical patterns. He even had a badge on his clothes that displayed his status as a Tower Master and a Potion Grand Master. "Have you prepared your thesis for the symposium? Do you want to work on it together?" "If she is going to work with someone, it will be me," replied James. However, Snape just gave him a look before ignoring him. James was familiar with that look. It was the look of looking of an idiot, implying that he was not good enough to work at their levels. Lily looked at the two of them, sighed internally, and wondered what to do. 188 quality 3 months quickly passed and it was time for the symposium. All the people who wanted to participate were chosen by Morgana and Edward based on their applications. The chosen ones included diverse people from arcanists to mage-tech engineers, to normal scientists. In other words, the elite of the Empire was gathered together to deal with the upcoming issue. The venue chosen for this event was the Academy City. The security was drastically intensified as the Imperial Guards were deployed, along with the Ghost Squad secretly protecting the venue. After all, the people attending this event are considered the elites of the Empire. If something were to happen to them, this would be a great blow to the whole nation as a whole. At 3 p.m., all the invented people entered inside a room where there was a large circular circle. His Majesty was sitting along with a few members of the royal family. The participants saw name tags on the chairs and proceeded to take their seats. Finally, the meeting began. I know that majority of you are here for the Tier 5 knowledge, and since this meeting involved this topic as well, let's begin with it, said Edward. Many people indeed came for this reason. In the past 3 months, many people have reached Tier 4 after strengthening their bodies to withstand liquefied mana. And when it came to the way forward, many people were slightly puzzled. From the information they knew, as long as they engraved the extension charm on their cores and increased their mana, they should be able to reach Tier 5 eventually. Even if someone did not liquefy their mana, they could still reach Tier 5 by expanding the amount of mana inside their cores. So, the Arcanists wondered what other method is there to reach Tier 5? Soon, people began to theorize that the Emperor invented a way to crystallize mana. After all, there is already the Philosopher's Stones as an example. They also quickly realized the advantages of this method. Whether an Arcanist goes through the liquefy or crystallization process, the amount of mana inside their bodies did not change. It is still 100 times that of an adult wizard, which is also the limit after the 3rd limiter. The main difference is that the quality of the mana as an energy has drastically changed, thus making it more powerful or destructive. The capacity of their magic core has not changed, so it is easier for them to fill it up. However, if they decided to use the extension charm and expand the capacity of their core, according to calculation, the amount of mana needed to reach Tier 4 is at least 1000 times that of an adult wizard. A 10-fold increase, and that's the lowest estimate. A person with a level 5 talent, which is the highest level, would take between 160 years to 200 years to reach Tier 4 by normal training and meditation. With potions and other resources, this process can be reduced by a few decades. As for Tier 5, the calculations are in the hundreds of years if not thousands. However, the method of liquefying mana drastically decreases the time necessary for the promotions to months and a few years. Of course, other requirements are needed as a result. 1. The body has to be of a certain level before the advancement can be successful. Luckily, the Emperor has always emphasized that all wizards and mages should have strong bodies and no self-defense in case their magic does not work. On top of that, aura was invented to accelerate the process. Another condition for advancement was the soul. Without a powerful enough soul, it is virtually impossible to control liquid mana. As such, in the future, only the truly talented and hardworking will be able to become Tier 4 and 5 Arcanists through liquefy and crystallization process. After saying these words, Edward sent a file with more information about Tier 5 and the advancement procedures. Of course, the actual method was not shared yet. Then, a large holographic screen appeared in the middle of the room. It showed a video of Edward using a large-scale spell to destroy the continent of Asia. Following this, it also showed a few other people destroying other continents as well. These people were the death row prisoners that Edward experimented with back in the Full Metal Alchemist world to gather data on Tier 5. As you can see, the destructive power of Tier 5 is too large to ignore, not to mention higher tiers, said Edward calmly. As such, a few restraints is required to ensure the safety of every individual of the Empire. Although many people already expected this when the library was updated, a few people were still not happy. However, they remained silent and did not show any abnormality on their faces. The first rule, and the most obvious one, Tier 5 Arcanists cannot use spells with a large area of effects. According to the Empire's law, no one should be using dangerous spells in public anyways. Second, every Tier 5 individual must be registered and have public records of their level. Hiding your strength will be considered a violation of the law and will be punished. The severity of the punishment can vary from imprisonment to instant execution. This time, a few people could not keep their facial features under control. However, Edward ignored them and continued. Third, after advancement, every Tier 5 Arcanists must undergo a psychological evaluation. Once people attain power, it is easy for their minds to be influenced. We have to take precautions about this. Fourth, Edward went on to list a few dozens more rules. As a result, many people were not happy. Once he was done, he paused for 5 minutes to allow people to digest his words. Now, I understand that many of you are not satisfied with the stringent rules, so I have 2 ways out of for all of you. 1. According to the law of the Empire, beat B in a duel and become the new Arcane Emperor. That way, you can make the rules instead of following them. Many people became speechless after hearing this. Forget the fact that the Emperor is the pioneer of the Arcanist path and the first person of the Empire to become Tier 5. These people just learned that there would be further classification amongst Tier 5. The lowest level is the people who only increase their mana to become Tier 5. These people are considered the weakest and are classified as Bronze Grade Tier 5 Arcanists. The level above that are people who managed to liquefy their mana to become Tier 4 but failed to crystallize their mana to become Tier 5. Then, they increase their liquid mana to the point of becoming Tier 5. They are classified as Iron Grade. Silver Grade Tier 5 Arcanists are the people who crystallized their mana. Golden Grades are the people who fused with a lesser Philosopher's Stones made of emotions after crystallizing their mana. Platinum Grades Tier 5 are the Arcanists who fused with a greater Philosopher's Stone made of souls. This is the highest grade shown to these people. However, as intelligent as they are, they do not believe for a moment that there was not a higher grade that the emperor reserved for himself and the other members of the royal family. This is only logical since the royal family would like to ensure their control over the empire. No matter how generous and open-minded the emperor is, he is still a ruler after all. He has to ensure his power. So, I'm not too very fond of this grading system. I wanted to use normal, elite, boss, and so on, but I also did not like this method. So, if you guys can give me a better suggestion, I will gladly change it. 189 Project Pangea. Edward paused for a few seconds before continuing. The second option is to leave the empire. With all of your financial means, it should be possible to buy a spaceship with FTL technology. The universe is vast. With your abilities, you should be able to achieve something. As an emperor, I can give you my words that the empire will not pursue you if you decide to leave unless you directly attack us or our interests. However, he once again paused, this time lasting way longer. The tension in the room became so thick that it was almost tangible. According to the contract all of you signed, if you decide to leave, some sensitive information or knowledge of the empire will be automatically deleted from your minds. Of course, you have until you advance to Tier 5 to make a decision. Before you do so and sign the necessary contract, the knowledge on crystallizing mana will remain a secret. After hearing Edward's words, many people understood the subtle meaning behind them. If someone decided to leave after reaching Tier 4, with their liquid mana, they will still be considered elite or have some form of advantage in the universe. This could be considered the Emperor's farewell gifts to them for all their services to the Empire. However, these people will not be able to share this knowledge with other people, nor will they have the opportunity to access the crystallization method. That way, if they want to become Tier 5, they can only be Iron Grade Tier 5. Who does not want to be more powerful? This is essentially an open plot by the Emperor. If someone wants to be a leading figure of the universe in the future, not only will they have to follow the Empire's law, they also have to display a certain level of trust in the Emperor. On top of that, since the Emperor can come up with such a magical way to shorten the time to reach high tiers, why can't he do it again? From the tier system in the library, these arcanists knew that Tier 6 was planetary, Tier 7 star level, and Tier 8 solar system level. The jump from Tier 7 to Tier 8 is truly vast. From being able to destroy a star to an entire solar system, the amount of mana required would be tremendous. They could imagine how long would it take them to gather such mana? Would that even be possible with their lifespan? Then there is the jump from Tier 8 to Tier 9 galaxy level. How much mana does this require? Since crystallized mana is a sublimated or higher form of mana, the requirement for quantity is vastly reduced. The same for liquid mana. However, even then, the amount of time needed to reach these levels might be counted in thousands, 10,000, or even 100,000 years. When it comes to this problem, Edward has also noticed this. However, unlike these people, he already had some basic ideas on how to deal with the issue. Alright, let's begin with the symposium. This is the first project we will be working on today. A file was sent to all the people attending. After reading it, they began to review it and discuss how to implement it. After all, they will receive a lot of arcane merits once everything is done. 2 days later, everything was calculated and planned. Then, the people were divided into 2 groups. One group began to build temples in specific places in each continent. Many alchemists who have proven to be great at enchantments were enlisted to build these temples. As for the second group, they were further divided into 8, each one going to one continent. As for the last one, it was the largest of them all as they were sent to many scattered islands. Once they arrived, these people used the gouging spell to dig deep underground and build a large transmutation circle that will cover the entire continent. Many golems designed for digging and mining were sent to help these arcanists to speed up the process. 2 weeks later, the continent-sized transmutation circle was finished. Then, many Tier 4 arcanists who have proven to be very knowledgeable about gate alchemy tapped into the earth energy, the aquatic energy from the ocean, and even mana from the ley lines. These people activated the transmutation circle. Finally, each of the scattered continents began to move towards one another, they began to form a whole, they began to form Pangea. While floating in the air, Edward was supervising the entire situation, making sure that nothing went wrong. As the continents and small islands moved closer together, the people living there did not feel much before the slight tremor once the continents first moved. The transmutation circle was designed not only to move the continents but also to ensure the safety and stability of the people and infrastructure on top. Of course, the people were still warned of the upcoming changes. As the process was reaching the final phase of fitting together, Edward suddenly received a call. "Sir, the Atlanteans seem to want to interfere with our plans." Edward nodded to the holographic image in front of him before gazing under the sea. His eyes seemed to penetrated countless distances as he saw a large city underwater. The city was roughly the size of North America and was surrounded by a shield. Inside, countless people with mainly blue hair lived in harmony. The majority looked like humans, while the rest were mermaids with fishtails. No matter their appearance though, they all could breathe underwater and were quite powerful when it came to water magic. Edward raised his hand to cast a spell, Light Cannon. A magic circle instantly appeared in front of him before shooting a massive white light. The light traveled rapidly to more than a few 100,000 meters deep under the sea before hitting the city. The light hit the shield instead, causing large earthquakes to the entire city. Many people panic before becoming reassured after seeing the shield protecting them. Unfortunately, this reassurance did not last long as cracks began to appear on the shield. Anyone could tell that it would last long. The Atlantis Royal quickly began procedures to remedy the situation. However, before they could act, the white light disappeared. Meanwhile, Edward, who purposely ended his attack, waited. A few minutes later, a mermaid holding a crystal appeared near his flying location. The crystal shined for a moment before a blue holographic image of a man on a throne with golden armor holding a trident. Anyone who sees him would think that he was the incarnation of the Greek god Poseidon. Arcane Emperor, what is the meaning of this? I should be asking you this, King Nedake. Why are you interfering in the affairs of our empire? As soon as these two rulers met, they are already ready to draw their swords. 190 Project Pangea. 2. King Nedake was surprised despite not showing it on his face. The royal family has just decided to take action against the Arcane Empire, yet they have already received the news. This could only mean that the higher echelons of their kingdom have been infiltrated. This made him furious and worried at the same time. However, he could not display his emotions in the current situation. What are you talking about? The kingdom of Atlantis has not done anything, but you have attacked us. I do not care if you want to deny accountability, replied Edward calmly. My attack just now was just a warning. Next time, I will send my armada to break your shield and destroy your kingdom. By then, even your precious sea god could not save you. The hand of King Nedake on the throne squeezed the armrest, forming a dent on the metal. He wanted to shout and roar but did not dare. In the past, he feared the technology of the Arcane Empire, but not the people. But now, he just witnessed the Emperor use one spell and almost destroy their shield. In the past, this would not have been possible. To be exact, 5 years ago, this should not be possible. How could his strength increase so much in just 5 years, thought the king. Although he wanted to know, there was currently no way. So, he snorted coldly before ending the conversation. Then, the mermaid who was holding the crystal rapidly swam under the ocean, fearing that the Arcane Emperor would unleash his wrath on her. She was just the messenger, so she did not want to die for no reason. Edward ignored the Atlantean king. When he first discovered the city of Atlantis, he was quite excited and even sent someone on a diplomatic mission. However, the response of these people was quite arrogant and even injured his messenger. He understood the mentality of these people. They hated muggles for polluting the ocean. Oddly though, they did not intervene. As for the magical sides, they disdained how weak and backward they were. So, they never interacted or intervened. Over the years, he tried to make diplomatic relationships with the Atlantis kingdom to exchange knowledge and resources. But he received the same treatment. So, he stopped trying. He trained a powerful navy and created special spaceships designed for both naval and cosmic battles, armed them with powerful weapons and placed them under the sea. Between the many small conflicts between the two nations, the Atlanteans have always been the ones who suffered. The only reason that Edward has been patient with them so far was that he knew that Atlantis existed in many universes, so he feared that some powerful being would have an issue if he destroyed this one. Additionally, they may have a weapon with the power of tier 5 or 6. However, after his return trip and his conversation with Merlin, he did not have that fear anymore. He still will not antagonize the kingdom. After all, he did not want to rely on Merlin for everything. Nevertheless, he will still take a more aggressive approach when dealing with them. After sending King Nedake away, Edward began to focus on the task at hand. Under his supervision, all the continents and scattered islands fit together almost perfectly. As for the missing gaps that existed, alchemy was used to grow these patches of land so that everything fitted perfectly together. Huh, muttered Edward as he noticed something. He used a spell to scan the Pangea continent and discovered something. After all the ley line nodes were connected as one, the process of them activating was suddenly accelerated. Previously, after the monotrees were planted, it would still take thousands of years for them to activate on their own. But now, the time needed was drastically decreased. Why is that? Muttered Edward. From what he knew, the other planets on the solar system also had ley line nodes and were connected together. Yet, they were still unactivated. Edward waved his hand to cast a cloning spell. Another version of himself appeared next to him for a brief moment before disappearing. A few minutes later, the clone appeared next to him again. As you suspected, the other ley line nodes on the other planets have also begun to activate. Edward nodded his head while looking at a map in front of him. He seemed distracted. The map was the Pangea continent. However, there were marks in different spots on this map. They were different ancient monuments that are famous in the world. Edward focused on the pyramids located in Egypt, Peru, Mexico, Sudan, and other countries. He could see a pattern by drawing on the location of these pyramids on a map. It was similar to the continent-sized transmutation circle that he was previously using to move the continents. The only difference was that this pattern was not a circle, but looked more like ancient runes, he muttered. However, he could not find anything from his memories to fit this pattern. However, he did have some clue as to the reason that the ley line nodes were suddenly starting to activate. He guessed that some ancient civilizations like the Mayans, Egyptians, and Mesopotamians may have created some sort of magical ceremony using the entire world to reactivate the ley line nodes. However, given how far apart these civilizations existed in history, how could they work so well together? Unless someone was leading them from the shadow. Herpo, muttered Edward. Well, this guy has worked really hard, hasn't he? The question now is why did he stop? Why did he not continue with his plan? Edward shook his head to remove these distracting thoughts from his mind. He was currently busy and had no time for this now. So, after tasking Morgana to study this map and come up with an explanation, he returned to the task at hand. Once the continents were connected together, it was Edward's turn to take action. He landed on a deserted place. Then, a massive gate of truth appeared floating on top of the continent. The gate had countless runes engraved on it. This was the gate that all the current gate alchemists used to create their gate of truth inside their soul dimension. Furthermore, the people of the Empire who want to have their own gate of truth will have to use it as well. Once the gate materialized, Edward closed his eyes as he began to feel the earth underneath his feet. He first felt all the different energy underneath. He could feel the planet breathe through all the trees, releasing oxygen for people to live. As he sunk deeper, he could feel some form of consciousness. This consciousness was vast compared to him, but did not seem to have much intelligence. This was the planet's will. One thing that fascinated Edward from the Full Metal universe was the fact that the entire world was a living being with thoughts and consciousness. The planet itself even had a gate of truth that Father opened up during the promised day. So, he studied this phenomenon in depth. Now, the result of that study will come in handy in this situation. So, according to the setting of the story, after using the perfect Philosopher's Stone, new talent will be granted to the user like Edward's cosmic awareness. Because of this, I've been trying to come up with a few ideas for what power the other members of his harem along with the Illuminati members have. I already have one for Rowena and Hermione that I'm pretty satisfied with. However, when it came to the others, I'm a little stuck. I have one for Bellatrix, but I'm not too keen on keeping it. So, if you guys have any ideas, leave them in the comments sections and I will use them. The rules are that the power has to be unique or special, not too powerful but can grow over time with the story. If anyone is an avid reader of comics, you can talk about some powers you know about as I used them as a reference for Edward's ability. If possible, be as detailed as possible with your chosen ability, that way I can use it directly or draw inspiration from it. 191 Project Pangea 3. After coming into contact with planet Earth's consciousness, Edward could feel it trying to say something, or send some sort of message. However, it was too difficult to understand. So, he focused deeply before hearing. Then, thank you. After pondering for a moment, he understood the reason. Before the Empire was established, the planet was slowly heading to destruction. Mass pollution, climate change, global warming, deforestation, and animal extinction were the short list of the things both Muggles and wizards were doing to the planet. However, after coming to power, he fixed a lot of these problems. With the use of mana as clean energy, many problems such as air pollution were solved. Magic was used to clean the already damaged environment. Strict laws were passed for hunting both normal and magical animals. Trees were planted all over the world, especially with the recent mana tree. With all these changes, the environment of the planet was reversed for the better. Although it is not perfect as there are still some problems, in general, things are looking better than they used to. So, Edward smiled and replied, "You are welcome." After saying that, he proceeded to tell Gaia, which is the obvious name he decided to give the planet's will, his intention. After she agreed, he linked her consciousness to the massive gate of truth in the sky. Inside the gate was a large dimension. However, unlike truth, Edward did not place knowledge inside that dimension. Instead, he placed another one of Morgana's main servers inside. The purpose of doing so is that she can now use Gaia's power to monitor and control the tectonic energy, aquatic energy, dragon pulse, and even mana in the ley line nodes. In the previous world, Edward has seen how dangerous alchemists can be with their experiments. In the future, every individual in the Empire can become a gate alchemist. The alchemists in the Full Metal world had access to scientific knowledge during WW1 and WW2. In comparison, the people of the Empire have access to knowledge hundreds of years more advanced than them. So, Edward could imagine what catastrophic things some people might create. So, he prepared in advance. For example, human transmutation is only possible by the most elite of alchemists in the previous world. However, in the Empire, even a middle schooler with enough knowledge about the human body and DNA could recreate a perfect human body. As such, Edward could foresee how many people will try to bring their departed loved ones back to life. Creating a body is not difficult for most people. The only issue is the soul. So far, Edward has realized that only the Resurrection Stone can successfully summon souls from the afterlife. Even if he creates the right spell to do so, it always fails, most likely because of Herpo. So, he is not worried about that. What he's worried about is that Herpo used this opportunity to enchant people to do his bidding, to use their emotional distress and sorrow to turn them against the Empire, just like he did with so many alchemists against truth. So, he created this server and gate of truth so that both Morgana and Gaia can monitor these secret alchemic experiments, and when needed, completely deprived these people of their energy source and thus their alchemy, just like Father did to the Ames Tries alchemist. Once everything was done, Edward checked the server to ensure that everything was running smoothly. Then, he focused on the second aspect of Project Pangea. After the continent of Pangea was recreated, one of the major issues that will plague the people living on it has to do with climate. People from different parts of the equators are used to different types of climate or weather. Humans are easily adaptable, so with time, this will not be much of an issue. However, places like Antarctica are a problem. Have the temples been built? Asked Edward. Yes, Your Majesty. Then activate the enchantments. Soon after saying these words, the planet shook slightly for a very brief moment. Then, myriad magic circles came from these temples and surrounded the entire planet. Luckily, only Tier 4 Arcanists and above could see them, otherwise, people might start to panic. After seeing the magic circles, Edward first checked to see if there were any problems with both the enchantments and the Philosopher's Stones powering them. He was satisfied with the result. To deal with the climate issue and the eventual destructive power of Tier 5 Arcanists, Edward took inspiration from Karmitage and the sanctums located across the world. Each sanctum served as a magic node to a powerful shield that surrounded the planet to protect it from otherworldly threats. The temples that Edward built served similar purposes. One of them is to regulate the climate of each region before all the people adapt to the current situation. However, this was just a secondary ability. The main purpose of these temples is a preventive measure against powerful Arcanists. Once a massive surge of unidentified or unauthorized mana is detected, the enchantments will activate themselves and place the person in a magic forbidden zone. That way, their mana will become unusable and they will not be able to cast spells. This is to prevent Tier 4 and higher Arcanists from creating large-scale destruction on regular people. Of course, the enchantments can also be used as a weapon. After everything was done, Edward led this group of people to do the same thing on the other planets. Although many people complained that these planets did not have that much population to warrant such extravagant use of resources, he ignored them. The universe is vast, so there is no lack of resources. And even there was, he can still travel to other universes. So, he was never worried about resources. Plus, he could tell that some of these people did not want him to have such complete control over the solar system, and in turn, over the Empire. The remodeling of the other planets went smoothly, with only a minor problem. The consciousness of these planets was very weak, especially compared to Earth. After a quick study, Edward came to the conclusion it was because there were not that many people who have lived on them. For a planet to have its own will, it requires creatures with consciousness born on it. Compare with Earth, which had countless different races born and striving on it for millions of years, the other planets could not compare, especially after the Lumerian civilization was destroyed 12,000 years ago. These planets became inhabitable by most magical races, let alone humans. The only exception is Mars, which has creatures living underground. Nevertheless, their population was also very small. Anyway, it took Edward a week before everything was done. He returned to Earth to continue the next project of the symposium. 192 symposium ends. After returning to the meeting room in Academy City, Edward had Morgana distribute the arcane merits based on the achievements and services of each participant. He then waited for 5 minutes to allow these people who grinning from ear to ear to calm down. Finally, he continued the meeting. The next project will be divided into 2 teams, each working on a different aspect, said Edward, which instantly made the room quiet as everyone began to pay close attention. For the first team, I have already chosen the leader. He motioned his hand and 4 people walked in. 2 of them had armor on while escorting the other 2 in the middle. After seeing the 2 people in the middle with a pajama on and a white lab coat, he was momentarily speechless. These guys are now Tier 4 and should be able to easily use a spell to change their attire, or at least change the way it appears to others through illusion. Fred, George. Professor, how have you been? We have not seen you in 5 years. I've been busy. It's good to be busy, replied Fred as he looked around, ignoring the weird look other people were giving him. So, for what reason you brought us here? I need you guys to lead a team on a special project. No way, Professor. Absolutely no. Oh, why is that? Just like you, we are also busy, replied George. Yes, we have our own research to do, running a successful business, and dealing with family, etc., added Fred. Just like George said, we are busy, replied George. It seems that these guys have no change after so many years. Is that so? Replied Edward with a smile on his face, an act which made the twins immediately vigilant. There are only 2 people that these lawless guys are afraid of, their mother and the professor. That's because none of these people will be afraid to call on their shenanigans and punish them when necessary. A small screen appeared in front of Edward and he said, from what I know, 5 years ago I gave you guys a small vacation, but you never returned to the tower after a year. When the Imperial Guards went to fetch you guys back, you ran away and even used clones to deceive them. When I return, I found in my desk a list of all the crimes you guys have secretly committed in the past 5 years. Although nothing major, it should be more than enough to spend the next 5 years in jail. Do you guys want to take a visit down there? I heard there is a new program that advocates making the food better for prisoners. With your financial abilities, if you fund them, I'm sure your stay there will be more, what's the word, comfortable. The 2 looked at each other for a moment, then placed the most genuine smile of their life. Professor, don't be like this, said Fred. It's just a joke, added George. You know, you have changed. In the past, you used to get our jokes. Yes. Now, you are serious all the time. You're no fun anymore. The 2 of them did not doubt for a second that the professor would send them to prison just to teach them a lesson. So, it's just a joke, replied Edward with the same smile. You guys are right. Over the years, I have lost some of my sense of humor. As your professor, how could I question your work ethic? All right, sit down, and let's begin the debrief. While the twins hurried to their seats, many people looked at them with envy. They wished they had such a close relationship with the Emperor. Many people of high status knew that the Emperor used to be a teacher at Hogwarts, and amongst his students, many of them have become the pillar of the Empire. Truth be told, a lot of people from Hogwarts from his era holds a great amount of power and responsibility. Amongst the 18 Tower Masters, a third of them are from Hogwarts or related to it in some shape or form. A few people are dissatisfied with this, but they also understand that these people are the real supporters of the Emperor. So, they dare not target them, at least on the surface. The reason I want you two to be the leader of this project is that it involves your research from 5 years ago. Edward then sent a file to the twins along with everyone else present. I once tasked you to find a way to turn solar energy into mana. This time around, the task is to turn an entire sun into mana. The entire sun? Asked Fred. Yes. The two of them frowned as they reviewed the documents, thinking about how to proceed. We already have an energy transformation enchantments. And recently we have already translated it into arcane rune magic. So, technically speaking, it should be possible. But the resources needed to accomplish this task are quite a lot. You don't need to worry about this. The main issue is how to test the enchantments after succeeding, commented George. Although we can use virtual simulation, it is not the same. Once you guys are finished, I will send your team to a star in a desolate system and you can experiment all you want. In that case, we have no problem. Then, let's move on to the final task, said Edward. I need a way to move an entire planet. Your Majesty, what do you mean? People were a little confused. Just like its sound, I want to be able to move a planet out of orbit and pull it away from the gravitational pull of any star. It is possible. With anti-gravity enchantments, this would be easier than expected, commented one arcanist. We can encase the planet in a powerful enchantment that can regulate everything about it, from its climate to the gravitational force, to the electromagnetic waves that it emits. If we want, we could even place a space-transferring enchantments and teleport it to its destination. That's a good idea, but with an object of such mass, the amount of energy required would be tremendous. In that case, we could shrink the planet to reduce its weight. It would still require a lot of energy to shrink it. So, the question is, what will cost us more energy-wise? Teleporting the entire planet, or shrinking it before the teleportation? Let's do the calculation. How about sending the planet to another pocket dimension? How is that going to help? I do not know. I just want to try what it would be like. Let's ignore this crazy guy and get back to business. Disclaimer, I am not a science guy, so, I'm sure many of the things I said here are wrong. Please do not come for me. This is a world of magic where the laws of physics have no significance. As Edward watched these people come up with ways to accomplish the task, he nodded in satisfaction. Moving the planet is essential for Project Akashic, so he placed heavy emphasis on it. So, after promising these guys enough funds to do their projects, he left. He even contacted that guy that wanted to send a planet inside a dimension. He told him if he can come up with a feasible plan and theory, he will also fund his experiment. 193 Target. The next day after the symposium, Edward had another meeting with his aunt, Amelia, to discuss official business. The two sat at a diner table and ate without saying much. Once they finished, Amelia waved her hand and all the food on the table disappeared. How have you been doing since coming back? She asked. Let's see. My wives have been giving me the cold shoulder. My mother cuddled me too much, calling me every 5 minutes. I have many large projects to supervise on top of dealing with many issues of the Empire. How do you think I've been? Since you can walk properly and breathe normally, then you are fine, replied Amelia nonchalantly, ignoring her nephew's complaints. She knew if he was probably trying to find some excuse to be lazy and leave all the work to her. However, the current situation did not allow for this. Over the past 5 years, she realized something. Although the Empire can function properly without Edward, it cannot be stabilized. Edward is the key node that suppresses all the unrest, the extreme desire, and all the instability of the Empire. The moment people knew that he was not here, many people became restless and began to act out. However, the moment he returned, these people quickly hid like rats in the sewer. Amelia sighed after thinking about this, then ignored the pouting Edward and began her official business. We have chosen our target for the upcoming war. Who is it? Asked Edward with intrigue. It is a race we referred to as Steelskin. However, their official name is the Fur Race. They lived in a star system for about 65.4 light-years away from us. She sent him a document of all the information that the Empire has gathered on this race, while also summarizing the content. As the name implied, this is a magical race with very hard skin. Based on our study, some of their members' skin have high magic resistance and can be as hard as some very dense metals. Edward had a holographic image of a humanoid race in front of him. The majority of them were very tall, with the tallest of them reaching 5 meters. Based on the information, even children of this race are born at least a meter tall. However, this was not the main feature of this fur race. The main distinguishing feature is their skin color. At birth, their skin colors are gray. However, as they become more powerful, they will change. At Tier 1, their skin will become yellow. Tier 2 is green, Tier 3 is purple, and Tier 4 is blue. So far, the highest level recorded for them is Tier 4. Edward quickly focused on the anatomy of this race contained in the document. Based on previous dissection and study, the fur race does not have magic cores to store mana. Instead, mana is stored in their skin. After quickly glancing at the analysis of their life code, he motioned for his aunt to continue. Although the fur race is a magical one, the development of their civilization is more focused on technology. They have already conquered their star system and are trying to develop faster than light technology to travel to other star systems. Immediately, a large spacecraft appeared in the hologram. It was the fur race. The document contained an analysis of their level of technology. Based on the document, the fur race has developed nuclear fission and used it to power their spaceship. After reviewing everything, he asked, why were they chosen as the target? For many reasons. 1. Their technology is low enough that we can control the war. After all, this is our first interstellar war. It is best to use a weak opponent as practice. Second, despite their advanced technology, the fur race's culture is very barbaric. In the conquest of their star system, they have basically massacred all other races on other planets. We can use their cruel actions to gain support for this war. As long as we control the media properly, few people will object to the war after we find a proper excuse. Edward frowned after hearing this. In the future, he will go to war with other civilizations simply for benefit. If he has to find an excuse for war every time and has to control the media to control public opinion, things will become troublesome and a chore. It would be best if the majority of people were more logical and could place the interest of the empire over their morality, thus supporting all its decision without much resistance. Of course, Edward knew this was not possible unless he deprived these people of their free will. Another way to achieve this is to change the zeitgeist of the entire empire. Over the years, he has been trying to do so. He made sure that the people placed more emphasis on knowledge and research. He elevated the status of scholars to encourage people to take that path. He made sure that knowledgeable people not only have status, wealth but also power, both individual and political. However, this was not enough if he wanted the unconditional support of the people. After all, many concepts and ideas of the old era are still present today. This is all due to how young the empire is. If he wants to achieve such a goal, then he would need to give all the people the belief in one great ideal or one unique goal, then ensure that they would be willing to do anything to achieve it. After thinking about this, Edward quickly came up with a rough plan. In the future, one of his tasks would be to slowly indoctrinate all the people of the empire, including the arcanists. After Amelia saw her nephew deep in thought, she did not interrupt him. Once he regained his senses, she continued. The skin of this race is very valuable and can be used to replace many magical ores. According to recent research, once liquefied mana or crystallized mana entered the fur race's body, their skin will undergo a mutation. The new skin can replace many of the metals we use for creating our battleships and are cheaper. As long as we conquer them, we can farm their skin. Edward nodded his head. Just like dragon's heart can be constantly regenerated, the same is for the fur's skin. That way, it will be considered a renewable resource. Did we manage to recreate their ability? Asked Edward. Yes. A new spell that could reinforce the skin was created after studying them. Plus, a while ago, a group of aura masters asked permission to study them to create a way to use aura to permanently change the skin to have the same property. This is a promising study, muttered Edward. If arcanists could have such natural strong defense, that would be excellent. In the future, they will not have to worry that much about assassinations. Since the target has been chosen and studied to such extent, then we will use them. When do you want to start? Edward pondered for a moment. He had to wait for Olivier to establish herself in the Navy for a while. Plus, he still had one major project to finish. With it, he will be more reassured in case something goes wrong. Plus, he still wanted to take a small vacation. Let's wait for a while, he replied. In that case, I will have the Imperial Navy used simulation battles against our opponent as a form of training and preparation. All right. 194 A few days after the meeting with Amelia, Edward suddenly popped up at Fleur's tower. After contacting the tower spirit to let him in, he strode inside. What brings this sudden visit? He hugged her tightly on his arm and said, let's go on a small vacation. Now, I'm a little busy. I promise you that it will be worth it. After pondering for a few seconds, she agreed. They did not waste time as Edward took her back to his palace and got inside a spaceship. Since he had the highest authority in the empire, he did not need to report his flight operation. So, after getting into the small individual spaceship, he flew into outer space. The ship had autopilot mode so he did not have to drive. Activating void jump, said the artificial intelligence in a cold and monotonous voice. The spaceship seemed to enter a world that is completely white before exiting. To Edward and Fleur, it seemed that only a few seconds had passed. Fleur, who was curious about where they were, looked through the window. She saw a massive fortress floating in space. Where are we? Epsilon Cluster, more than 300,000 light-years away from Earth. Fleur nodded her head. After the space expedition 5 years ago, the Empire has learned plenty of things about the universe. The Milky Way galaxy is divided into different clusters, and each cluster is made up of many star systems. The ship flew directly to the fortress to the parking area. Suddenly, the AI said, receiving information transmission. Accept or deny. Accept. A message was then projected in front of Edward. Dear customer, welcome to Acadia Bar. If you want to park, a certain fee is required. What form of payment would you like to use? Direct deposit from the Central Cosmic Bank, said Edward. Then, a bank account number was transferred to his ship. Under his instruction, the AI accessed Edward's bank and transferred the money. I did not expect you to be so rich, even outside of Earth, said Fleur in a joking manner. Of course, otherwise, how could I be the sugar daddy of so many women? Edward was indeed rich. In the cosmos, there are many forms of currency. However, two of them are the mainstream. The first is the universe coin issued by the Central Cosmic Bank. The other is mana stone, which is a rare mineral found in certain planets where mana is abundant. The stone contained mana inside, which can be used by casters for increasing their mana and a variety of other things. After learning about this, Edward commented how this thing was the same as spiritual stones that he often read about in novels in his past life. As for the source of Edward's wealth, it came from two things, mana crystal and gold. Mana crystal is an artificial version of mana stones. Despite being artificial, the energy inside is purer since it is made from philosopher's stones, so Edward discovered that they were quite valuable after selling them. As for gold, it was not the material itself that was precious, but the things that could be made with it. A large quantity of gold can be used to refine another ore called magic gold, which is a very rare and valuable mineral that is in high demand. After buying a few pieces of magic gold and studying it, he did reverse engineer the method of making it. And with the philosopher's stone's ability to turn metal into gold, he never lacked this stuff. So, he was a relatively rich man in the cosmos. It seems that you have been too influenced by the Americans, said Fleur. Edward shrugged his shoulder after hearing this. In his past life, he was American. Although in this life, he was British and speak with their accent, sometimes, the influence of his past life will manifest itself. After paying the fee and landing, Edward handed Fleur a watch. What's this? She asked. A universal translator. No need. I have already learned the universal language. Edward suddenly remembered that the Empire has already entered the space age. Currently, the universal language is a normal course in schools along with basic knowledge of the universe. While thinking about this, he suddenly started to wonder how this language was accepted as the universal one. Who was so powerful or influential to be able to do this? Not just the language, but even the central currency issued by the Central Cosmic Bank. To have so many races and civilizations accept your currency as the standard one is not something a regular person or group can do. He decided to pay more attention to these issues and get to the bottom in the future once he is more powerful. After getting off the ship, the two of them headed to their destination. They soon reached a building that had the design of a rundown bar in a fantasy world full of magic. There was a sign with the word Acadia on top. After entering inside, they soon found themselves in a very large area full of people. According to size only, this place was probably bigger than a football stadium. Obviously, a spell similar to extension charm was placed inside the small bar as the interior space was larger than the exterior one. Fleur's eyes lit up as she saw all kinds of different races. Humans, elves, dwarves, orcs, and more. Many of these races she thought only existed in stories or legends, and they were right in front of her. Although her facial expression did not change much, she was excited on the inside. Is this place really a bar? The reason she asked this was that she saw that all the people here had weapons on them or wore some sort of armor. Moreover, based on the mana she detected on many of them, there were many people of different tiers. The majority of them were between tier 0 to tier 3, while dozens were in tier 4. As for tier 5, including Edward, she only detected 4 of them. And there were no higher tiers, at least she did not detect any. Although it is called a bar, this place is in fact a mercenary guild where people can post and take jobs from all over the galaxy. Task. Yes. From saving a country on some planet to saving princesses to slave and drug trafficking. You will find everything here. Something tells me that we are not here only for vacation. Edward smiled at her before leading her in a specific direction. 195 Strange encounter. Edward led Fleur to another section of this bar. In front of him stood a girl that was 2.5 meters, green skin, and tusk as teeth. She was a half-orc. Sir, do you have a VIP card? Yes, replied Edward before handing her a black card. She took a device to scan and check the authenticity. After identity the card as authentic, the half-orc girl gave the two a smile. Well, at least, it looked like she was doing so. She knew that there were 2 requirements to become a VIP member, either be a tier 4 individual that is really close to becoming tier 5, or be filthy rich to pay for the cards. Either of these methods proved an individual's ability. As for how Edward got this card, it was not because of tier. To use this method requires a test, and registering your information. He did not want to do that, so he used money to buy the card. After smiling back at the half-orc, he led Fleur into the VIP area. Immediately, the two felt that things were different from the outsider. In here, there were many tier 5 individuals. Additionally, the people here had many equipment and jewelry that bloomed with mana. This showed that these people were rich and could afford good equipment. Not long after entering, Fleur had a frown on her face. She felt many gazes towards, the majority of them full of uncontrollable lust. Without hesitation, she activated her Vila bloodline. Then, all the tier 3 and 4 individuals who were staring at her seemed to have lost their minds. They looked at her not with lust but with adoration. Then, these people took out their weapons and made a slight wound on their throats. However, before they could kill themselves, she stopped her attack. When these people woke up from their daze, a look of horror appeared on their faces. If the opponent wanted to, they would have killed themselves. What a powerful charm spell, secretly commented a few people. Do you think she has a succubus bloodline? Even if she does not, it would not be too far. After giving these people a lesson, Fleur ignored them. As for Edward, he just smiled during the entire thing without saying anything. Once she was done, he led them to a private room that he reserved. However, midway through their journey, they once again interrupted. This time was a short man with red hair and a long braided beard that almost reached his feet. Upon closer observation, this man was less than 1.2 meters, and a strong smell of alcohol emanated from his body. It was a dwarf. "Is there something?" asked Edward, still with a smile on his face. Ever since he stepped in this place, he used a malice detection spell on him, so he could not feel any malice from this dwarf, hence the reason he was smiling. The dwarf did not respond to Edward, he was not even looking at him. He was staring at the ring on his finger. "Can I see your ring?" asked the dwarf with some excitement on his face. Although surprised by his straightforwardness, Edward was intrigued regarding his purpose, so he nodded before taking out his ring and handing it to him. After observing the ring, the dwarf said, "What beautiful craftsmanship." Although the material is pure silver, the material was perfectly purified and processed, bringing out the full potential of the ore. Without looking at the two, the dwarf continues to observe the ring. "I've never seen this technique before. No, even the enchantment method I have not seen before." The dwarf's eyes seemed to light up and he could see the magic circle engraved on the ring. Of course, it was because this was just an ordinary enchantment and not the micro-engravement or the core engravement. "This enchantment seemed better than the elves," commented the dwarf. "Stinky dwarf, what did you say?" suddenly ringed another voice. Finally, another man appeared in front of the group. He was tall but looked thin. To be precise, slender. He had fair skin, handsome to the point of being beautiful, with a bow on his back that added to his masculine charm. However, his most prominent feature was his long ear. It was an elf. The dwarf looked at the person who arrived, sneered. "Did I stutter? I say this enchantment is better than the elf. Everybody knows that elfin enchantments are the best in the universe, yet you dare say this ugly ring is better than ours. What can a layman like you know? Do you even know anything about enchantments?" After seeing that these two were about to argue, Edward interceded. "Gentlemen, this is not the time nor the place." The two then stopped quarreling. Edward looked at the elf. No one likes their work being criticized. "You made this ring?" asked the dwarf. "You're an artificer." As soon as the dwarf said these words, Edward could feel many eyes focused on him, and he knew the reason. Whether as potion makers or artificer, they are considered noble professions or classes in the universe. Not to mention potions, artisers can create magic weapons and are the driving force of technology development of any planet or race. Despite this world being a cosmic one with planets and galaxies, magic is still the main driving force instead of technology. Because mana exists in many places, pure technology is often malfunctioning in certain regions with large concentrations of mana. So, the role of engineers is replaced by artificers. So, their status is quite noble in many places. Ignoring the dwarf and the other people, Edward waved his hand and the bow behind the elf suddenly appeared in his hand. An act that made the elf on guard. Runes appeared deep in Edward's eyes as he used the spell Alchemy Eye to analyze the green bow. The body was made of an unknown wood which seemed to be more resilient than even metals. Additionally, the wood seemed to have a natural ability to gather mana on its own. The string of the bow was made from some magical animal that was currently unknown. However, Edward could tell that it was as hard as steel but did not lose its elasticity. Beautiful designs could be seen on the bow, giving it a more nature-like and ethereal body. Some people might think that this was a design, but he could that this was the so-called elven enchantments. Edward only has basic knowledge about the elven language and could speak it, but did not know about their magic system let alone their enchantments. However, he could test the ability of the enchantments by testing them. So, he injected his mana into the bow. At first, he felt some resistance and he was a little surprised. "It seems that this bow has some level of consciousness," he muttered. The elf was shocked after hearing this as this was one of his greatest secrets. Once again, he became alert as he slowly took two daggers out of nowhere. 196 investment. Edward still ignored the elf's action despite noticing his action. He focused on analyzing the bow in his hand. This time, he mobilized more mana to offset the resistance of the bow. Then, an arrow appeared on the bow. Under Edward's control, the arrow changed into different colors, blue, red, yellow, green, and a few other colors. While injecting his mana, he was observing the enchantments on the bow. Meanwhile, the dwarf was scared after seeing Edward's mana. This quality of mana. Could this person be a dragon that has transformed into a human? As a mercenary, the only time he witnessed such high-quality mana was when he was tasked to hunt down an infant dragon that reached tier 5. Many people in his group died during that hunt because of how powerful that dragon was. This bow only has two basic enchantments. One is to use mana to manifest arrows. The other one is an elemental converter enchantment that allows the arrows to have different elemental properties. In general, this is a very basic weapon. The only noteworthy thing about it is the material. This wood allowed a basic consciousness to be born in this weapon, thus allowing it to grow with the user. So, the more powerful the user and the longer that they use it, the more powerful the bow will become. In just a few minutes, he clearly analyzed the entire essence of this elven weapon. This was enough to shock the dwarf and the elf, but what happened next was more shocking to them. Edward pointed his finger at the bow and he began to modify the enchantment on it. The elf opened his mouth to say something but stopped at the last minute. 10 minutes later, Edward stopped and said to the elf, "I've never studied elven enchantments, so I cannot add more enchantments to the bow. However, I have modified the existing enchantments." He then returned the bow to the elf, who hurriedly caught it and tested it out. Immediately after injecting his mana into the bow, he felt the connection that he always had with his weapon become stronger. He could feel a happy mood exuding from the bow, and there were even more surprises. The mana required to create the arrows decreased by at least 40%, so did the mana required to add elemental properties. The power of the elements increased by 60%, especially the thunder element increased by 85%. In conclusion, not only does the use of this weapon now require less mana, its destructive powers have drastically increased. How could he do this in just a few minutes? He must have studied 11 enchantments before. This is the only logical conclusion that the elf could think of. Although he was not an artificer, he knew what kind of ability is required to accomplish such a task. No matter what kind of enchantment, it required precise control of mana that is inhuman. When engraving, the slightest mistake down the nanometers could destroy the enchantment. Now, this person did not use any instrument, just his fingers to modify the enchantment. Forget the fact that he instantly learned and analyzed the enchantment on the spot. The skill required to accomplish this task is nothing but extraordinary. Of course, this is not the main reason that he was shocked. He has seen divine artificers in his clan. Individuals are blessed by their elf gods, so this level of skill is barely acceptable to them. What shocked him the most was the mana frequency. To be able to use elven enchantments or modify them, it would require a person to have the same mana frequency as the elves. To have this frequency, a person will have to either be an elf or spent years studying elven magic. Even then, there is a high chance that he or she will not succeed. After all, studying magic in one system is already difficult as it is, let alone studying other races or civilizations. So, the elf knew that for Edward's words to be true, he would have to instantly learn the elven mana frequency and change it on the spot. This was simply impossible. Unfortunately, the elf was right. Once he summoned his daggers, Edward felt his mana fluctuation and recorded his mana frequency. With Morgana connected to his soul, he is essentially a walking computer, so the process did not take that long. As for instantly changing his frequency, this has to do with both his magical talent and the nature of wizards' mana. One of the advantages of Harry Potter's wizards is the fact that the frequency of their mana makes it very malleable, able to more easily change to other frequencies. As such, it is also easier for them to learn other magic systems. When Hermione invented the mage's method, she also ensured that the frequency of mana used by them was the same as wizards. So now, all arcanists in the Empire have this advantage. Edward could see the shock in the elf's face, but he did not care. He could guess some of the reasons for such a shock. Based on his short study of this weapon, he could only modify the enchantments, not recreate them. Only by studying elven enchantments or buying countless weapons to reverse engineer their technology that he would be able to learn about their magic and technology. However, that's for future plans. His arcane rune magic was still in rapid development and he did not need to rush. "My name is Edward Bones, what about you two?" "My name is Huki Ironflame," said the dwarf with a loud void. "It is a pleasure to meet another fellow artificer," said Edward. No, I cannot accept such a title. At best, I can be considered an accomplished blacksmith." Edward gave him a slight glance and could guess that there was a story behind these words. Nevertheless, for this dwarf to be able to spot the intricacy of his ring, it shows that he was not simple. Then, Edward looked at the elf. The latter had regained his composure, bowed elegantly, and said, "The name is Garkon Kanya. It is a pleasure to meet such a talented artificer as you, sir. And I apologize for my previous rude remark." With a lie detector test, Edward could tell that this elf was not telling his real name, most likely the pseudonym he used as a mercenary. However, he did not care as this was a common thing in this profession. Most of these people are dealing with shady things, so they often have to hide their real identity. Additionally, there are many curses that require the real name of someone to cast them. Young elf, there is nothing wrong with being proud of your race. However, too much pride is not a good thing. Garkon was a little embarrassed to be called a young man. As an elf, even with increasing his tier, he still has a natural lifespan of 1,000 years. So, his young appearance does not show his real age. However, he did not say anything. Based on his short interaction with Edward, he knew that this person was not only a very powerful artificer but also a very powerful caster by the way he took his weapon without him being able to react. Edward took out 2 cards and handed them over to the 2 of them. He first said to the elf, "If you want to buy more powerful weapons, or upgrade current ones, you can contact me." The elf took the card without hesitation and politely thanked him. His demeanor was drastically different from their first encounter. "As for you, if you are ever interested in exchanging ideas and knowledge, or just buy weapons as well, you can contact me." The dwarf seemed to hesitate as he extended his hand before reeling it in. He did this at least 5 times before accepting the card. Edward just smiled after seeing this and left with Fleur. As they walked to their private room, he used Mind Link to communicate with her. "I can see that you have many questions." "Yes. I understand the reason you invested in the elf as I can feel the powerful and noble bloodline inside his body that has yet to awaken. However, is that the only reason?" "No, I'm also very interested in the wood his bow is made of. As you know, there are currently only 2 ways for a magical construct to have consciousness. Either use very complicated enchantments to program it like a computer or bound a soul to it. However, that Bao did not use any of these two methods. What about the dwarf? His action puzzled me. Why did he struggle so hard to accept your invitation? 197 Ultimate Goal. Edward sighed after hearing this. That's because he is scared of breaking his clan's rules about exchanging knowledge. I'm confused. Isn't it a good thing to share knowledge? Only by doing so can magic and technology rapidly develop, replied Fleur. This involves the culture of this universe, replied Edward. Even though such modern concept is known to many people, the majority of powerful groups or races in this world are actually very backward. They guard their knowledge deeply and do everything possible to prevent it from spreading. Before the empire began to spread throughout the stars, Edward's approach has always been conservative. However, after his return and with his new arcane system, he became bolder. In the past 3 months before the symposium, he used his world gate to travel throughout the galaxy and learn some common knowledge. Nothing too deep, but enough to be aware of the general situation of the universe. And he received somewhat of a culture shock. He discovered even though interstellar voyage is a very common thing amongst many races or intergalactic empires, the culture is very backward. The majority of the planets he visited do not look modern or futuristic like one would expect, but they all looked like a fantasy world many isekai animes he watched in his previous life. On these planets, the majority of common people are poor, barely have enough to eat, and have the danger of being killed by dangerous magical beasts. However, powerful individuals with high tiers have nobility titles and control countless planets and stars. That does not make sense, said Fleur. Some people should have realized the benefit of doing this. So, why is this not more mainstream? Unless there is something more behind this. Very astute, replied Edward. This world is ruled by the gods, and it is in their best interest if knowledge is not spread if civilization remains weak and underdeveloped. After all, in this world, knowledge equals power. Fleur understood the meaning behind these words. If knowledge is shared and developed, then the sovereignty of the gods will be threatened. A more straightforward understanding of this is the fact that the more knowledge an arcanist has, the more powerful their soul becomes. And in turn, it is easier for them to control and increase their mana. This rule applies to all casters or magic users in this universe. In that case, doesn't that mean that our arcane empire will be the enemy of the gods? You are correct, replied Edward. One day, we will be the master of this universe, and our spirit of pursuing the truth and knowledge will spread to every corner of this cosmos. And the gods will be our greatest obstacle. Fleur nodded with both excitement and fear. She cannot wait for that day to come. However, this will not be an easy task as the empire is currently very weak. After noticing her mood fluctuation, Edward reassured her. You do not have to worry that much. Based on my research, the Milky Way galaxy is a very weak and backward place, and very far away from the central power of the truly powerful gods. As such, it is the perfect place to slowly grow and gather power before the real conflict began. Edward was very confident in his and the empire's future. He has access to countless universes' resources and knowledge to grow. So, it did not matter to him whether the Milky Way was considered a barren place. As long as he has enough time, the arcane empire will grow to unimaginable heights. Fleur had full confidence in her husband's and herself to one day bring the empire to such heights. Although the process will be long and arduous, she was ready. One more thing. With how you usually operate, how come you did not use legilimency to secretly read the memories of these two? I did. Unfortunately, all the real secrets or magic knowledge are protected by soul contracts, bloodline restrictions, or protected by their gods. And not just these two, all the mercenaries here are the same. The only information I could gather was their experience over the years. Of course, these experiences also provided me with a great deal of information. While chatting, the two soon arrived at their destination. They entered a private room where they saw someone waiting for them. It was an old man with white hair and a well-groomed beard, with one arm missing. Despite his old age, a youthful vigor emanated from his eyes underneath his moon-shaped glasses. Professor Dumbledore, asked Fleur. It's your highness, Fleur, responded the old man with a smile. Although Fleur knew that Dumbledore was alive, she did not know his exact whereabouts. You can just address me normally, she replied. Meanwhile, Edward looked at the missing arm of the headmaster and said, recent adventure. Yes. I was careless and a sword mantis cut it off. Edward could see that the headmaster was in a very good mood despite his current situation, and he could guess the reason. Dumbledore has spent his entire life fearing his power, fearing what he is capable of, fearing the effect he can have on the wizarding world. However, after Edward sent him off into the universe, he realized how weak he truly was, he realized what true power was. So, he regained his youthful mentality. Under Edward's order, he became a mercenary to gather information, while in the meantime, he tapped into his Gryffindor's traits and had many adventures. It's a shame that he was very weak and could not gather much useful information in the past decades. Let me help you, said Edward as a magical circle appeared in front of him. Limb regeneration spell. A white light enveloped Dumbledore's body, then a few minutes later, a brand new one grew back. Edward nodded in satisfaction. However, after feeling the mana used for that spell, he realized that it would have been more efficient to use gate alchemy along with a few chemical materials to recreate a new arm. Oh well, let's get down to business, said Edward after watching Dumbledore play with his new arm for more than a minute. 198 Business. So, what brought you to see me, Your Majesty? Asked Dumbledore. Previously, Edward has always been very restrained, or cautious when it came to expanding or interacting with other races or factions in the universe. This is one of the reasons that Dumbledore only managed to gather so little information after so many years. That, and the fact that he was truly too weak to gain access to certain information. Could it be? As you guessed, I am prepared to take a more proactive approach than before, replied Edward. So, I brought many things for you. Then, he took Dumbledore and Fleur into a pocket dimension he brought with him. The first thing is access to the Arcane Grand Library in Skynet. Previously, you could not get access to it because of distance. But now, I have placed a server in a dimension that only you can access. So, no matter where you are, you can get the knowledge you want. Of course, according to the Empire law, you still have to pay merit. Dumbledore nodded his head without complaining. As one of the few level 4 authorities of the Empire, he had a massive discount on all knowledge of the Empire. Additionally, he is considered on a secret mission under the order of the Emperor. So, he still receives a lot of merit for the information he provides. Dumbledore quickly glanced at the information in the library. His eyes lit up after seeing the Tier 4 and 5 knowledge. In the past 5 years since Edward was gone, he decided to take more risks and became a mercenary to gather more information quickly. One of the important pieces of information he gathered was regarding the different tiers. He wanted to report back to the Empire. Unfortunately, for security reasons, his only contact was with Edward, but the latter was not here. He only reported the information a few months ago. However, Edward had already known about it. Nevertheless, Dumbledore still receives his merits for doing his job. Dumbledore did not hesitate to buy this knowledge. He knew more than anyone else the importance of higher tier in this universe. With his talent and 100 years of mana, it will not take long for him to reach Tier 5 with this method. As for the contracts needed to sign for the Tier 5 knowledge, he signed it without hesitation. Over the years, he has seen all the good things Edward has done for not only wizards but also the non-magical. He has seen how prosperous wizards can be under the right leadership. As such, Dumbledore has many times wondered if he did not choose to suppress his power and guide wizards in the path of magic and knowledge, what would the world be now? He admits that he is not a visionary like Edward and could not bring them to the current height of the Empire. However, he could have eliminated many of the backwardnesses of wizards and advanced magic by a few hundred years. By the time Edward came along, it would have been easier to change the status quo of the wizarding world. Additionally, with his foundation, Edward could have advanced the magical civilization of the Empire even further than it was currently at, and at a much more rapid rate. After sighing internally, Dumbledore moved on. He was old enough to know not to dwell in the past as there was no medicine for regret. Even magic could not do so. Of course, despite feeling this way about Edward and the Empire, Dumbledore still has his values and views that he will not compromise on. As he told Edward many times, if he ever becomes corrupted by power, both political and personal, and endangered the Empire, he will fight him to his death. And a strong-willed person like him means his promise. Meanwhile, Edward, who did not know that so many things went through his former headmaster's head, continued his talk. I have to warn you that if someone discovered this dimension or stole its coordinate from your mind, it is programmed to self-detonate. So, if one day you cannot connect to it, you should contact me immediately. After explaining this, he led the two of them to another room where many people led in a pod sleeping. These people are arcanists that had their bloodline modified or infused with a metamorphmagus one. Additionally, they have studied the human transfiguration spell to the highest level. In other words, they are the perfect spy. They can turn into any race while ensuring that their appearance, bloodline, gene, and even soul looked as needed. Dumbledore immediately understood the meaning behind this. His job now was to send these people to infiltrate important races or factions in the Milky Way galaxy. Speaking of metamorphmagus, how is Tonks? Asked Dumbledore. She's fine. She wanted to be part of this project. However, Lupin seems to have disagreed and they even argued. Now, they seem to have reached a compromise that she will be part of the next batch. Dumbledore understood Lupin's worry. After all, the first group will be the most dangerous one. After explaining a few things, Edward said, "Be warned though, their transformation is not absolute and can be seen through, so be careful." He then led the group to another room. This time, it contained countless spaceships. It was an armada of intergalactic spaceships with powerful weapon systems on them. "What do you want me to do, Your Majesty?" "First, I want you to form your own powerful mercenary group, and these ships are to support you," replied Edward calmly. "However, this is not the main objective. The main objective is to start a business selling low-level magical weapons, and quickly spread it throughout the galaxy." Dumbledore caressed his beard as he pondered for a moment. This is not impossible, but the interests of many people will be affected. He knew that with 3D printing technology, the Empire could mass-produce many low-level magical weapons, which gave them an advantage. "You are correct about that," replied Edward. "With us on the market, many people will be affected but only a few are worth paying attention to. The elves are more focused on high-end magic items, so they will not care much. The ones we have to worry about are the humans, the dwarves, and the goblins. When it comes to the dwarves, they are not that good with enchantments and focused more on using blacksmith to bring out the full effect of magical ores. So, we can partner up with them. As for the goblins, you can pay these greedy bastards a small percentage to get them out of our way until we swallow up the market and push them out. Do not be afraid to show your strength, otherwise, they will want to take more and more from you. As for our fellow brethren, use this business to get into contact with them. The empire needs population to grow, so they will be our next grand conquest. As you wish. Edward then talked to Dumbledore as they detailed how to execute their future business plan. Then, Edward spent the next few days on a small vacation with Fleur, enjoying himself and forgetting all his responsibilities. Then, he took his spaceship and returned to Earth. 199 Pirate Edward and Fleur were in their spaceship humming a beautiful song that they had just heard. There was a concert in the Acadia bar and a siren was invited to sing. The siren was a famous star in the galaxy and had the voice of an angel. On top of that, her singing could directly affect the soul. In fact, her music could be classified as soul music. If a person did not have a high tier or powerful enough soul, they could not listen to her music, let alone appreciate it. During the Empire's 100 years birthday celebration, you should invite her to sing at the ceremony, said Fleur. That's a good idea. Although she is a little expensive, we are rich enough to afford it. From what Edward knew, every time that siren performed at a special venue, she has to be offered 5 planets rich in resources. That's how expensive she is. However, you better not flirt or sleep with her, said Fleur. Edward did not respond and changed the subject. It would be better to train a star of our own on her level. That way, we can use her influence not only to gather resources but also have a way to influence public opinion. Edward knew the influence a star of this level with massive fans can have on regular people. So, it would be in their best interest to train one as well. Indeed, replied Fleur. However, before she could say her next words, an alarm started to ring on the ship. Warning, 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 detecting a ship that is tracking our location. Do you wish to block the tracking? Tracking? No, reverse the tracking and found the information of the person. As you command. A few seconds later, an image of a large ship flying with tremendous speed was displayed on the screen. The ship was painted with a green skull with 2 fangs. The eye socket of the skeleton was red and a small river of blood was under the skeleton. The Kilrogue pirates, muttered Edward after seeing the insignia on the ship. Then, his eyes suddenly lit up. He guessed that these guys must have overheard his conversation with the dwarf and elf and thought that he was easy prey. After all, it is common knowledge that artificers are rich people. Keep the ship at the current speed. Do you want to do something to them? Can I be the main fighter? Asked Fleur with excitement. No, the leader is an infamous tier 5 orc. So what? With my liquid mana and arcane rune magic, he will not be my opponent. True, but you will take too much time in a fight with him. I do not want any unknown variable. Soon, the huge ship appeared behind Edward's. Then, a yellow beam came from it to bound their ship. The beam not only immobilized the ship but also slowly attracted it back into the main ship. Detecting invasion of our main operating system. Do you wish to deploy countermeasures? No. Soon, the ship's system was invaded and the exit door was opened. Then, Edward heard a deep and powerful voice. Sir Artificer, please come out. Edward and Fleur walked out of the ship to see a bunch of tall green-skinned humanoid creatures waiting for them. The man in front of them who seemed to be the leader had an intimating presence. He had an animal pelt that covered his crotch, while his upper muscular body was bare, showing the inflated muscles. He had a massive sword stuck on the floor as he held it by the handle and some kind animal pelt on his back serving as a cape. While looking at the orc leader, the latter was also looking at him. However, unlike the calm demeanor shown on the surface, the orc was very wary of Edward. As a powerful orc warrior, he has a beast-like instinct for danger, and the moment he laid eyes on Edward, a warning of danger came into his mind. In fact, even looking at Fleur he also felt a slight sense of danger. I thought these guys said that it was a weak artificer. From what Kilrogue knew, most artificers were weak in terms of combat ability since they spent most of their lives studying and crafting. The only thing to worry about them is the fact that they usually have countless magical weapons, some of which are truly powerful beyond measures. However, as long as you prevent them from activating them, it should be fine. This is the reason that he waited so close to the ship. With his speed, as long as he sensed the slightest mana, he could reach inside in less than a second and subdue his opponent. So, Kilrogue was happy when he saw the two of them leaving the safety of the ship without doing anything. However, now, he understood the reason. These people were not easy to mess with. You must be the famous Kilrogue, the leader of a ferocious band of pirates that terrorized the surrounding cluster, said Edward with a calm smile. The more calm the enemy is, the more wary Kilrogue became. Those are just rumors released by the Galactic Federation to ruin our reputation. We are just mercenaries that only fight for the right price. Hee, replied Edward without commenting on this statement. So, for what purpose that you have stopped us? I would like to invite you to become the official artificer of our Kilrogue mercenary group. Edward sneered inside after hearing this. The so-called invitation is nothing but becoming the slave of these people and forcing him to create magical weapons to both strengthen them and make them richer. Captain Kilrogue, do you believe in any gods? Suddenly asked Edward. Kilrogue frowned after hearing this, wondering why he asked such a strange question. No, I do not. What about the orc god, Ganar? Not him as well. My goal is to one day also become a god. How could I believe in someone else? Replied Kilrogue. However, the latter suddenly felt that something was wrong. These thoughts were the deepest secrets in his mind, so he would never reveal them so openly even in front of his men. Spiritual guidance spell? How could I did not notice? As soon as Kilrogue heard Edward respond with the word good, he acted out of instinct and immediately rushed towards him with his sword. He guessed that this person was most likely a powerful caster as well as an artificer, and based on his experience, most casters require some time to use their spells, so, as long as he is fast enough, he could easily subdue him. Unfortunately for the mighty orc, not long after he moved, a green circle suddenly appeared on top of his head and he was forced on the ground, unable to move. Instant spell? And gravity spell. Kilrogue mobilized the mana inside his body to strengthen his muscles and bones. With this boost, he managed to reach the position of half-kneel. However, before he could get further, a jet of blue flame suddenly enveloped him. Once the flame ended, Edward was a little surprised as there was not a scratch on this orc's body. What a powerful elemental resistance! This guy has value in being trained. 200 battle. Kilrogue's green skin suddenly turned red along with his eyes, then, he broke free from the restriction of the gravity spell. On top of that, Edward could feel that his mana became violent, and as it traveled throughout his body, it drastically increased his stats. Kilrogue rushed towards Edward with at least 5 times the previous speed. By the time he reached less than a meter from him, a sonic boom was heard. In Kilrogue's eyes, the caster in front of him remained motionless as he moved faster than the latter could react. He swung his sword with tremendous force. With this strike, he should be gravely injured. However, the vitality of a tier 5 caster should be more than enough to keep him alive. As the sword was a few inches from its target, Kilrogue felt a powerful force that pushed more than a dozen meters away. Arcane rune spell, Almighty Push. Kilrogue was forced to insert his sword on the ground to offset the force of that attack. So, he left a trail in his way before stopping, his breath elevated. If he was not in a rage mode and immunity to pain, he knew that he must likely have already fallen. Realizing that he was facing an elite caster with plenty of battle experience, diverse spells, and great reaction time, Kilrogue decided to take things more seriously. To him, the more powerful Edward, the more valuable he was. Suddenly, red blood came out of Kilrogue's body before forming a red armor that covered all his body. Orc magic, blood armor. Then, the sword in his hand suddenly lit up and he disappeared. When he appeared again, he was standing behind Edward, once again swinging down his weapon. This time, Kilrogue was very concentrated, his beast-like instinct was activated to the fullest. So, the moment he felt the gravitational force from his opponent's body, he used the flash enchantment in his sword to teleport away before reappearing in the same spot again, dodging the attack. However, after swinging his sword, he discovered that Edward had also disappeared and appeared behind him. I'm quite surprised. From what I know, any magical weapon with space-related enchantments is not only rare but also very expensive. How did you get access to one? Kilrogue did not answer this question as he knew that this time, he was in trouble. One of the most deadly and difficult people to deal with in the universe are casters who mastered instant space movement spells. It is very difficult to get close to them, and they can get away when things go south. Despite this, Kilrogue never thought of running away or giving up. He is a warrior and disdain running away from the battle. Additionally, an artificer was too important to the pirate group. Not to mention that he came here personally to take the artificer back. If he did not succeed, this would damage his prestige as a captain. Then, the vice-captains who are also tier 5 can use this opportunity to mutiny and usurp his power. Since we both have a flash step spell, the victory will be to the more strategic person and the person with the better reflexes. With all my experiences and being a warrior, I should have an advantage. After all, no matter how powerful this caster is, he is still an artificer. He has to spend a lot of time learning and forging weapons. He should lack experience and training compared to me who has been on the verge of life and death constantly for many years. Kilrogue swung his sword and a blue slash rushed towards Edward, who just created a magic shield to block the attack. Immediately, he activated his flash spell to move, however, he discovered that it did not work. Damn it! Dimensional anchor spell. As soon as these thoughts came to his mind, he felt a sense of danger and moved out of the way. Unfortunately, it was a little too late as Kilrogue saw a black and thin thing pierces his body. Luckily for him, he acted in time to move his organs around to reduce the damage of this attack. As he looked back, he saw that it was his own shadow that turned into a spear and attacked him. And for a moment, Kilrogue was frustrated. He had never met a caster with so many varied spells that can be used instantly. Most casters will focus on a few spells or categories of spells like elemental, necromancy, or illusion, and focus on them. Plus, they usually only have a few spells that can be used instantly. But not his opponent. What kind of magic system is, complained Kilrogue, who immediately decided to use his number advantage to win this battle. He knew that this was not the time to be pedantic and let his pride as a warrior be his downfall. Regrettably, when he looked at his men, he found that all of them were down on the ground, passed out with a satisfied smile on their faces. Meanwhile, the female companion of his opponent was standing in the middle of his men, watching the current battle. Should I try to use her as a hostage? No, this will not work. With a space spell, the caster would be faster than me. Plus, this woman is not an easy opponent since she could so effortlessly take out all of my men. In that case, I only have one last choice. Kilrogue placed his hand on the pelt that covered his crotch and took out a metal plate and injected his mana. Immediately afterward, a strange wave came from the disc, making both Edward and Fleur frown deeply. "Do you feel it?" said Kilrogue with a smirk. "This is a rare anti-magic weapon that can null all the mana in the surrounding. I only acquire it after killing a tier 6 mage. I lost countless fleets in the process." Although Kilrogue's mana was also nullified, as a warrior, his strength is tremendous compared to a weak human caster. So, he was very confident. "Interesting," said Edward as he felt the mana inside his body. His mana was not nullified like Kilrogue said, but was drastically weakened. Maybe because of the crystallization, Edward felt that his power was reduced by at least 2 tiers. Additionally, he found it very difficult to mobilize and use. It was as if a great resistance was felt every time he tried to. Not wanting to waste any more time on this battle, he instantly mobilized the aura inside his body and rushed towards his opponent, creating sonic booms behind. Before Kilrogue could even react and understand what was happening, Edward appeared next to him and punched him in the temple. He lost consciousness and passed out. Edward waved his hand and the disc on the latter's hand followed in the air. He placed a few cleaning spells on it before putting it away. Finally, he pointed at Kilrogue and a black magic circle appeared. Arcane rune spell, soul enslavement. To Edward, this pirate group was perfect for Dumbledore's new business and could help in doing some shady things that the business cannot do officially. While enslaving the tier 5 orc, Edward felt some resistance and he knew why. As a warrior, his will is powerful enough to resist enslavement. And if he was conscious, the resistance would be greater. Edward could have used his own will to confront Kilrogue. However, this would take too much time, so, he placed another illusion spell on him that showed him achieving his deepest desire, thus lowering his will. That way, the process was easily completed. Then, Fleur did the same to the other pirates. This is one of the reasons that Edward asked him the pirate leader if he was a believer of God. If he was, he would not easily try to enslave him as the souls of believers belong to their gods. Once something happens to it, they will be aware. Once Kilrogue was awakening, he knelt on one knee to acknowledge his allegiance. So, Edward ordered him to bring the two back to their lairs where he also enslaved the other pirates and vice-captains. 2 weeks later, after everything was done, the two finally returned to Earth.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.